Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app. The Score!
This hour brought to you by Illinois Bone and Joint Institute.
Chicago, it's time for the Mully and Haugh pregame show with your host, executive producer of the Mully and Haugh Show, Dustin Rhodes, on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Good morning. All good here.
Good morning, Chicago. Welcome to your Tuesday, maybe your first day back to work on a new work week. It is the 20th of June. It's 2023. It's the Mully and Haugh pregame show. Guys are going to be live with you at 5:30 as we broadcast live from the Hyundai Score Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealer. 6 o'clock, we've got the Pick Six, picking apart the top 6 sports stories of the day. 7:40, Tommy Hotovy. 8 o'clock, Chuck Garfien. 8:44, Mike Florio. 9:40, David Ortiz. All the guests appear on the Busey Bank Score Hotline. Building business, growing wealth since 1868. The Cubs are on the road. They are in Pittsburgh, and they shut out the Pirates last night right here on the Score, 8-0. Mike Tauchman drove in the first 2 runs in the top of the second. Nico Horner followed with an RBI single. Drew Smiley worked out of a jam in the 5th. Tauchman drove in Cubs' 4th run in the top of the 7th. Tauchman finished 3 for 5, drove in 3. Tauchman is hitting .387, 12 of 31 since being moved to the leadoff spot. Drew Smiley worked 5 shutout innings, 3 hits, 5 walks, 4 Ks. Tonight, the Cubs take on the Pirates again in Pittsburgh. Pregame 5:30. First pitch, 6:05 on the Score and the Xfinity Cubs radio network. Marcus Stroman will be throwing for the Cubs. Cubs are now 3.5 back in the NL Central, and that division is led by the Reds, who have won 9 of their last 10. Ian Happ, Nico Horner on the Score later on today. White Sox are back home. They're hosting the Rangers. Tanner Banks was the first White Sox lefty starting pitcher since Dallas Keuchel back in 2022. Rangers win it 5-2. The Sox have lost 8 of 11. All 5 of the runs for the Rangers came with 2 outs. Andrew Vaughn and Luis Robert Jr. hit long back-to-back home runs in the 6th for the Sox. Sox went 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position on Monday, while the Rangers scored all of their runs with 2 outs. Dylan Cease will be throwing tonight. White Sox right now are 5.5 out. Pregame, Lance Lynn was put on the bereavement list. Rodriguez was called up from AA Birmingham. Romy Gonzalez went to the IL. We had all kinds of stuff from Grifol and Rick Hahn. That is stuff you're not going to want to miss. We'll play you all that audio during the Mully and Haugh Show, again, beginning at 5:30 on this Tuesday, June the 20th. We also heard from Bob Nightingale, a report that several White Sox veterans are hoping to be traded. NBA draft is Thursday. The Bulls do not have a first or second round pick, but Casey Johnson's been very active on Twitter saying that the Bulls would want this for Zach. Good young player, multiple first round picks, and a salary filler if they did decide to trade Zach LaVine. Reading that the Miami Heat might be a destination for Zach. Draymond Green is opting out of his deal. He'll become a free agent. He declines a $27.5 million salary for the 23-24 season. And the Bears, who are off, they are reporting back to work July the 25th. Just waking up. Happy Tuesday. It's June the 20th. It's 2023. It's the Mully and Haugh pregame show. Guys are going to be here straight up with you at 5:30, broadcasting from the Hyundai Score Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealer. 6 o'clock, Pick Six. 7:40, Tommy Hotovy. 8 o'clock, Chuck Garfien. 8:44, Mike Florio. 9:40, David Ortiz. And all those guests appear on the Busey Bank Score Hotline, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Let's start with the Cubs, who were in Pittsburgh, taking on the Pirates, and we'll move into the top of the second inning, and all of a sudden a rainstorm came from out of nowhere, and the Cubs offense got going.
Look at the infield. The infield is glazed over with water.
Here's a line drive base hit to center. This is going to drive in one, racing around third, and coming in to score is Gomes. It's a 2-run single from Mike Tauchman, and the Cubs lead 2-0. Big solid base hit to center.
Ron Coomer, Pat Hughes right here on 670 The Score. So with Tauchman on the base pass, Nico Horner at the plate.
Here's a line drive toward the middle. That's going to be a base hit. Another run is going to score. Going to third, Tauchman. Run scoring single, Nico Horner. Cubs lead 3-0.
Just like that, top of the second, Cubs up 3-0. Drew Smiley was on the mound for the Cubs, able to pitch 5 scoreless innings despite having some walks, got out of a jam in the 5th. We're going to fast forward now to the top of the 7th and the red hot Mike Tauchman at the plate for the Cubs.
Cubs lead by 3. Lefty to lefty, and Tauchman will loop one, shallow left, base hit, Madrigal to third. He's going to try to score. Here comes the throw to the plate. It's a high throw, sliding in safely as Madrigal. Madrigal might be shaken up. He gets up, appears to be okay. Run scoring single, Mike Tauchman, who takes second on the throw home from the left fielder, Connor Joe.
And just like that, the Cubs are up 4-0 in the top of the 7th, but they weren't done. Dansby Swanson driving in this run, again, in the top of the 7th inning.
Swanson hits a big chop toward third. Going to be a tough play for Hayes. Gloves it and throws to first. Not in time. The throw dropped by Santana. Coming in to score is Tauchman. Cubs lead 5-0. That's going to be a base hit. If Santana holds the ball, do you think he would be out or not?
I think he's still going to be safe. I think Dansby just outruns this play. It's once again an excellent play by Hayes at third base to even make this play close. But I think when Hayes made the decision to field this ball with his glove instead of just the bare hand, that was going to make the difference in Swanson beating this play. I think it was going to be a tough play no matter what, but Swanson outruns it.
That's our guy, Ron Coomer, describing what he saw out in Pittsburgh yesterday. We'll move into the top of the 8th inning, and the Cubs would benefit from a Pittsburgh Pirate defensive error.
Here's a ground ball to second. The ball is thrown away into left field. The Cubs are going to get a run. And runners will end up at first and third. Ji-Hwan Bae tried to throw the ball to second, threw it away from Marcano. The ball ended up over near the left field line. And then Cubs just started scampering around. Yan Gomes came in to score. On the play going to third is Madrigal. And safe at first is Tauchman. We'll sort out the scoring. The bottom line is the Cubs now lead 6-0.
6-0 in favor of the Cubs. We're going to stick to the 8th inning. They were not done. Seiya Suzuki at the plate.
Cubs trying to start a new win streak after their 5-gamer. Ended yesterday. Here's a smash fair inside third down the line. Going to be an extra base knock for Suzuki. Tauchman comes in to score. Cubs lead 8-0. And it's turning into a rout at PNC.
And the rout was on. Let's hear Pat and Ron. Final call last night. 6:70 the score.
And the 3-2 again from Rucker. Strike 3 called. Ball game is over. Cubs win game 1 by a score of 8-0. A collaborative 5-hit shutout for the Cubs. And that's a nice way to start this series and this 5-game road trip.
Yes, indeed. And tonight the Cubs take on the Pirates in Pittsburgh. Pregame 5:30. First pitch 6:05 on the score. And the Xfinity Cubs radio network, Marcus Stroman, will be throwing later on today on the score. We've got Ian Happ joining the midday show. Nico Horner joining the afternoon show. Cubs are now 3.5 games in back of the Central leader, the Reds. Yes, the Cincinnati Reds are on top. They've gone 9-1 in their last 10. Mully mentioned it yesterday. The Cubs now have a Reds problem. Again, the Cubs got a great pitching effort from Drew Smiley, working out of a jam in the 5th, throwing 5 scoreless innings, 3 hits, 5 walks, 4 Ks. And on offense, they got enough from Mike Tauchman. He's been great in that leadoff role. 3 for 5, drove in 3. He's hitting .387 since moving to the leadoff spot. So good things happening for the Cubs. Let's move into the post game, and here's David Ross talking about his leadoff hitter and his center fielder, Mike Tauchman.
Yeah, I think, putting him at the top, really our offense has started going since his presence up there. I don't know, just a calm at bat. He's got some experience. He, feels like he controls the strike zone really well, works the count. Just a professional at bat. And then, he's smart on the bases, a good base runner, just got really high baseball IQ. And then I think it just sets a lot of other guys up for success. Nico in the 2 has fit really well as well. And then, staying in the 3-happer, like I said, and on down, right? But Ty started with Talkman. Nice night for him. 2-out RBI. Really nice job staying big part of the field, not getting too big, getting us started early on. His presence has really meant a lot.
That's David Ross talking about Talkman's big night. Another guy with a good night for the Cubs, Drew Smiley.
Yeah, that's as hard as I've seen him work in a while, to be honest. Like, he didn't have the command he normally has and wasn't able to drop stuff in, but he continued to pitch. You know, it was getting a little hairy right there at the end. Those guys threw some at-bats on him. He couldn't execute the way he normally does, but I thought he did a nice job of battling today.
Yes, indeed. Again, he got out of a fifth-inning jam, went 5 innings, allowed 3 hits, 5 walks, and 4 Ks. Cubs shut out the Pirates 8-0. Let's hear from Drew Smiley talking about what it was like pitching in that odd weather in PNC Park.
I felt like a lot of those walks, or like there were 3-2 counts, and I was like just missing, maybe trying to be a little too perfect. But I mean, it was crazy humid out today, like the most humid that I've pitched in this season. So I just think I was a little, maybe trying to do too much, a little working a little extra, just trying to catch my breath. But at the same time, I thought I was making really good pitches all night long. I thought my cutter tonight was the best it's been all season. That was kind of the game plan going in, to use that and see where their hitters were at. And you could tell early on they were swinging right over it, and there was a lot of swing and misses. And I think that opened up the whole play, and it kind of kept them in between. Like, they weren't hitting the ball hard, but at the same time I was just a little erratic and getting myself in trouble.
That's Drew Smiley after his performance last night at PNC. We had some rain, we had some heat, so we had a little bit of humidity. Here is Drew Smiley talking about what it's like after the Cubs have won 8 of their last 10.
Vibes are great. I mean, energy's high. I mean, we have a lot of confidence. I don't think we ever lost our confidence. It's just there's a lot of veterans on our team and in that locker room that realize it's a marathon. It's a long race. You're going to have slumps. You're going to have stretches that things aren't going your way, but it's been really nice to see how we turned it around. And at the end of our last road trip, and we're just playing good baseball right now, and kind of everyone's clicking at the same time.
Everyone clicking at the same time for the Cubs. They start out this road trip in a good way, shutting out the Pirates at PNC last night. The final score was 8-0. Don't forget, tonight, the Cubs are going to continue their series against the Pirates in Pittsburgh. Pregame 5:30, first pitch 6:05 right here on the Score and the Xfinity Cubs radio network. And also, did you know you can hear the Cubs games on your smart speaker? That's right. Just tell your device to play 670 The Score. Marcus Stroman will be throwing for the Cubs tonight. Let's hear from the offensive star of the night. That's Mike Talkman on with the Marquee Sports Network.
I don't know. I mean, I think that, even when maybe the results weren't there, I still felt like we were putting together good at-bats. We just, maybe run into some poor luck, and, that was bound to change. And we have a really, really good lineup and a lot of depth and a lot of guys. Whoever's in the lineup that day is extremely capable of producing. So, I think it was just more that than anything, and it started to fall, and the quality at bat level stayed really high. So, we've just started to see some results.
Some results indeed. Mike Talkman, 3 for 5, drove in 3 runs. He's hitting .387, 12 of 31 since being moved to that leadoff spot. He helped the Cubs to a 8-0 victory over the Pirates with the win. Cubs find themselves just 3.5 games back in the NL Central. The NL Central's leader, the Reds. They're 9-1 in their last 10. Don't forget, later today, Ian Happ and Nico Horner both right here on 670 The Score. If you're just waking up, good morning. It's Tuesday. It's June the 20th. It's 2023. This is the Mully and Haugh pregame show. The guys are broadcasting live from the Hyundai Score Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealer. 6 o'clock, we've got the Pick 6, 7:40, Tommy Hotovy. 8 o'clock, Chuck Garfine. 8:44, Mike Florio. 9:40, David Ortiz, and all those guests appear on the Busey Bank Score Hotline, building business, growing wealth since 1868. There was plenty of talk over at 35th and Shields yesterday. Would it help the White Sox win against the Rangers? We'll discuss next right here on the Mully and Haugh pregame show, 670 The Score.
Coming up at 5:30, the boys are back with the Mully and Haugh Show, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show. 5:30 till 10 a.m. Mully and Haugh on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. In Odyssey Station.
Can you tell us a little bit about the Cody Bellinger project? Do you see him strictly as a center fielder? Is he going to cover a little bit at first base? How do you imagine deploying him?
You certainly could, but we imagine him could play first. We imagine him being our center fielder. And, for us, going into the offseason, you mentioned, adding one of the 4 shortstops. Like, one of the things that we really, focused on is defense, and we had a, significant hole in center field this year. We felt like Cody was really a perfect fit, left-hand hitting center fielder. He can really play defense. He's really athletic. Obviously Dansby, shifting Nico over to center provides tremendous defense in the middle of the infield. And, I always think that there's a lot of ways to do run prevention, right? And, I think catching a ball and, turning plays into outs is a big part of it. And I think when you watch a really good defensive team, I thought, we had a great defensive team, in 15 and 16, you saw the results. I thought, frankly, watching the Cardinals last year, they just converted everything into outs, and that makes a big difference. So that's really how we see Cody. Obviously, he won an MVP award in 19. I think with a shoulder injury, it's impossible to say what percentage of his struggles have been health related, which part are getting into bad habits based on those health issues. But that's our focus. Our goal is to get him back, and I think we have a lot of optimism that he's going to provide real value with his defense and his legs. And if we can get his offense back, I think that feels like a really great mutual interest. Like, he comes to Wrigley and really tries to get his career back on track, and we get a left-hand hitting center fielder that can really help us.
6 o'clock, they've got the Pick Six. They're going to pick apart the top 6 sports stories of the day. 7:40, Tommy Hotovy. 8 o'clock, Chuck Garfine. 8:44, Mike Florio. 9:40, David Ortiz, and the guests appear on the VC Bank Score Hotline. Building business, growing wealth since 1868. Started off the show telling you about the Cubs shutout of the Pirates, 8-0 in Pittsburgh. And tonight, the Cubs will take the Pirates on once again. Pregame 5:30, first pitch 6:05 on the Score and the Xfinity Cubs radio network. Marcus Stroman's got the ball. Cubs 3.5 games back in the NL Central. That is led by, that's right, the Cincinnati Reds, who are 9-1 in their last 10. Ian Happ and Nico Horner scheduled to be on the station today. The White Sox were over at 35th and Shields hosting the Rangers. Tanner Banks got the start. Lefty opener. First time a lefty started for the Sox since May the 26th of 2022. Final score, Rangers 5, White Sox 2. Sox have lost 8 of 11. All 5 of the runs for the Rangers came with 2 outs. Let's hear the first run of the game for the Rangers, and they got it via the long ball off of Tanner Banks in the top of the 3rd inning.
That's a foul ball that sounded solid.
Tried to get inside, and Young whisks this ball away to left field. 2-0 Texas.
That's how it sounded. NBC Sports Chicago. The Rangers would tack on another run in the top of the 4th inning. But in the bottom of the 6th, the White Sox used the long ball from Vaughn and Robert Jr.
1 ball and 2 strikes from Heaney to Vaughn. Andrew has one of the Sox hits tonight. This in the air to left field. Down the line it goes. Majestically fair and gone. Well, we told you off the top, the Sox have been getting an inordinate amount of runs from home runs.
But unfortunately, the last 8 have been solo shots because of no walks.
Cracked to center field by Robert. Tavares back at the wall. Bring him home as well. Back to back. Vaughn and Robert.
Back-to-back solo home runs, Vaughn and Robert Jr. The White Sox then trailed 3-2 after 6 innings. In the top of the 7th, the Rangers would extend their lead.
Rangers' possible all-star catcher, Jonah Heim at the plate. Bases loaded, 2 out. Right side base hit. 1 run home. Garcia gets waved, and the throw is up the line. It's 5-2 Texas on a rally with 2 out in the 7th.
You heard Jason Benetti there talking about 2 outs twice in that highlight. All 5 of the Rangers' runs last night coming with 2 outs. That's got to hurt. Here's the final call, courtesy of NBC Sports Chicago.
Probably going to throw you a slider. It's going to be of his wipeout variety. If it gets away from Heim, Andrew's got to be ready to run to first.
Toward third base. Young ends the ball game. The Rangers win the opener 5-2.
This was a game where the Sox had their chances. At the end, the bullpen of the Rangers a little too tough.
Little too tough indeed. White Sox fall 5-2. They're 5.5 back. And tonight they've got Dylan Cease throwing for them. Here's Pedro Grifol post-game talking about chances late in their contest against the Rangers.
We got the tying run to the plate 3 times in the 9th. Just didn't happen. Couldn't get the big hit.
In the 8th and the 9th, did you like the at-bats when you had the guys on base even though you didn't get the result?
Yeah, I mean, the bats were, they battled. Obviously, this is a result-oriented game. But, they went up there and battled.
Results-oriented game. It didn't work out, but Pedro says his guys battled. And here, we heard Steve Stone talking about all the solo home runs. Here is Pedro Grifol talking about needing to get some guys on base ahead of those big power hitters, if you will.
You talked, starting in the Florida series in the last round about getting the ball in the air. And you guys have got the ball in the air, but a lot of solo homers. 9 straight.
I think that's 9 straight, yeah. That's the idea behind, some of the lineup changes, right? To see if we can, get some guys that can, battle some at-bats and, draw a walk here and there to put up cooking numbers when we hit those homers. And I'm happy that we're hitting the homers. I like homers. We just got to, find a way to get guys on prior to them, and turn those solos into cooking numbers.
That again, Pedro Grifol post-game talking about the White Sox being able to hit solo home runs. 2 solo runs last night, back-to-back from Vaughn and Robert Jr. Not enough. White Sox falling 5-2 in Game 1 of their series against the Rangers. They are now 5.5 back, and Dylan Cease will be throwing tonight. If you're just waking up, good morning. It's Tuesday. It's June the 20th, 2023. It's the Mully and Haugh pregame show. Guys are going to be with you in 2 minutes from right now. The phone lines and the text screen is open. 312-644-6767. They're broadcasting live from the Hyundai Score Studios. Brought to you by your local Hyundai dealer. 6 o'clock, Pick 6, 740, Tommy Hotovy. 8 o'clock, Chuck Garfien. 844, Mike Florio. 940, David Ortiz. And all those guests appear on the Busey Bank Score Hotline. Building business, growing wealth since 1868. Last night on the Score, the Cubs 8, the Pirates 0. Mike Tauchman 3 for 5, drove in 3 runs. He's hitting .387 in that leadoff spot. Drew Smiley worked at 5 shutout innings, getting out of a jam in the 5th. Allowed 3 hits, allowed 5 walks, 4 Ks. Tonight, the Cubs take on the Pirates in Pittsburgh. Pregame, 5:30. First pitch, 6:05 on the Score in the Xfinity Radio Network. And don't forget, you can also tell that smart speaker of yours, just tell it, hey, play 670 The Score, and bam, there you go. Marcus Stroman throws tonight. Ian Happ and Nico Horner will be on today. Ian Happ with Dan and Lawrence. Nico Horner on with the Danny Parkins Show. Some other sports news to share. The NBA Draft Thursday. Bulls do not have a first or second round pick. And the Bears, remember them? Yeah, they're going to be off for a couple of weeks, but back to work July 25th and getting ready to take on the Packers. You're not going to want to miss a comment that Jordan Love made on social media. The guys have thoughts on that, and they are going to share that with you during the Pick 6. It's 5:30 in the morning. That means it's time for me to go. Hand it off to Mully and Haugh right here, 670 The Score.
Yeah, I think that time's over.
Wake up! Wake up! Mike Mulligan
referred to myself, in quotations, as Mike Magic Feet Mully.
Just listen to the guy sitting right next to you in the studio, Mully.
David Haugh.
He's an Indiana boy.
David, I expect more from you. I love listening, but come on, stop it.
Thanks, Kevin. You make me laugh.
Chicago Sports Talk for your morning on 670 The Score.
John, we'll let you go. Just curious, Pedro Grifol, the White Sox manager, was asked a question. Jake Berger batting 8th. His response, he just kind of went over the top a little bit and said, if you don't like it, talk to Jerry.
Yeah, I mean, that frustration really showed. Berger batting 8th, I really don't know what to make of that other than he's frustrated. I don't know whether he's frustrated with his bosses or the questions or what, but yeah, I would say, if this year doesn't turn around, he could be one and done. I mean, I would say they're giving him the year. And I know I say this at every show. They should be a decent team. They really should, and they have not been.
Start your mornings with Mully and Haugh, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
Obvious to anyone paying attention what direction they need to go next. It's a new one. They need to go in a new direction. Up.
On 670 The Score.
How about those White Sox?
Let's go.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Yeah, apparently Rick Hahn didn't like what John Heyman had to say. But again, I asked the question, and I also asked if Rick was in trouble. Maybe he didn't like that. We'll get into it later. But, man, I mean, he had some, lofty rhetoric, loftier goals. He talked yesterday, and they followed that by losing.
Morning, Mully. Yeah, happy Tuesday. Wasn't a good Monday night for the White Sox again. They lose to the Rangers after Rick Hahn's pregame lecture. Cubs win. Good news in Pittsburgh for the Cubs. We'll get into a lot of it because there's a lot of ground to cover. It seems like ground we may have gone over before, but when you essentially have Rick, who did show up, good for him.
Yeah.
And he had something to say and react to, and I guess that is ground worth covering. The bottom line is the White Sox can't get it done. They now are 12 games below 500. They're within 2 games of their low water mark of the season, and it's June 20th.
When Rick talked on Memorial Day, he was, kind of wasn't sure what they were going to do because they were still in the division.
Right.
And when he talked yesterday, they were exactly 11 games back as they were on Memorial Day.
But
he now had a different take, a little stranger. I think he tried. Did he try to raise the standard? Did he say that now he's going to determine not whether they can win the division, but whether they can make some noise in October?
Well, let's hope so, because that's got to be the standard, and that's what we responded to after he gave his Memorial Day update, after he lowered the bar in terms of expectations and settled for a standard that wasn't high enough in our minds.
Sure.
And I think what we heard yesterday was a shift in tone and focus, a shift in maybe expectations.
But it was also kind of a return to the arrogance of the White Sox,
well,
wasn't it?
I think.
Didn't he sound
well,
a little haughty as he tried to lecture people about?
I think there are two
unless you
things.
go out there and he holds court, then you don't know anything.
This is the way I interpreted it, and there's going to be plenty of time for that, and we'll get into that in a moment, I believe, because there was a haughty tone, if you will, to everything he talked about in the John Heyman comments, our conversation yesterday, which got amplified on social media, and we're good, and we'll talk about all of those implications. And there was that tone, and yet it came in the same session that I feel like there was a little bit more of a reality check in terms of the baseball. In terms of the rhetoric, Rick Hahn had a lot to say and was wagging his finger and tisk, tisk, tisk. In terms of the baseball, I think we both kind of understood and welcomed the fact that maybe he understands sneaking into the playoffs with this group of talent, not good enough. And you've got to still keep your expectations higher and standards higher than they were a month ago when we last heard from him.
Yeah, and I'm not arguing that. I just don't know that I learned anything. I don't know. I mean, I learned that Rick was miffed, but I didn't feel like there was an answer. I suppose I learned that Colson Montgomery is still 2 weeks away from like a minor league game. He's playing down in Arizona. He's got a bad,
not good,
blocky back.
Not good when your top prospect is still
when you're lone
in Arizona.
Apparently, top prospect.
Well, I think what we learned also was that this White Sox team is yesterday. If that is in fact the baseball expectation, the fact that they aren't going to be satisfied with limping in and settling for that, their standards are higher. They're going to be sellers. And maybe aggressively so.
He basically announced they're sellers, right?
Exactly.
Because they lost again last night. They're 12 games back.
And they're all kinds of
12 games under 500.
And there are all kinds of reports from people who aren't there every day.
Yes.
That players are wanting out and guys don't want to be there who have expiring contracts. And we're going to hear from one of them later in Lucas Giolito. But Mully, I think that's what I think is different now, is that yesterday we heard a manager who understands where the Sox are headed and is going to react accordingly based on the trade deadline. And then, oh, by the way, I want to lecture you guys because I'm not happy with the way we're being talked about nationally or even locally on some local radio station.
I mean, no offense to anyone. And I'm sure Rick's like a really good guy. But how? And I've never covered the White Sox, and I know he is an 11-year-old. He wrote a letter to Dallas Green. I mean, he's wanted to be a baseball guy his whole life, so now he gets that opportunity. This isn't going well, Rick. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but I mean, if your goal now is to shake it up in October, you could start trading tomorrow. You could start trading this afternoon. Why are you waiting?
You could be on the phone right now if you want to get up as early as we do to start to negotiate a trade for whoever.
Well,
anyone and everyone.
There you go.
Make me an offer.
That's the problem.
So
and then the other problem is that you're asking him to oversee it. I mean, I know. Like, I'm not going to mention Fernando Tatis Jr., James Shields, or any of that. But I did watch Marcus Semien get a hit yesterday.
Pretty good.
I was like,
infielder.
I remember
he
him.
was here once.
Yeah, wasn't he part of the?
Is Dane Dunning pitching yet?
Jeff Smarcha trade?
Yeah, right. Boy, that's going way back.
Nonetheless,
Mully,
who was the guy who made that deal?
So you open that door. We'll get to Heyman, the reaction to Heyman in a moment. But I think that you're right there, because that's the only reason. And you asked John about one and done, and I know that you have asked that about Pedro Grifol before. Here's the only reason I think why he pushed back in a way. If there's no scenario in Rick Hahn's mind where he is a general manager
and it's a one and done,
and Pedro Grifol is fired at the end of this year, my contention always has been, you know what? If you're really serious about doing the right thing for the future of this franchise, you've got to hit that hard reset button and start over and have the organizational overhaul that is long overdue. And I think that so he can't imagine being the guy that presides over a one and done manager because he hired him, finally his guy. And my thing is that, well, it's almost a moot question, because if he is here, there's no way he's firing him. And the solution is both of them may have to go.
And I stand corrected. James Fox is listening, and he texted in saying Montgomery played in the ACL last night. It's a real game, and he is back and he tripled. So that's good that he is on the right track.
It's
finally.
great.
I'd like him back, like where I don't have to keep asking where he is and what he's
You
done.
don't want him in Arizona in June.
No.
You don't want him at that stage of his recovery from any injury or his progress or development. You want him at AA knocking on the door of being promoted and wondering when he's going to be in Chicago. That's what you want.
Yeah, and James is all over this stuff, and thank you for the update. I am pleased to hear
Absolutely
that he tripled, and I've been worried about him in my own way.
Well,
I don't talk about it much, but I do.
I just quietly worry about my
all Hoosiers.
Yeah. The hospitality forces us to do that.
Are
So
you worried about Isaiah Thomas? Because I'm kind of
we'll
worried
get to
about
that.
Yeah.
Is he really a Hooten? No. You can keep him, Chicago.
Okay,
all right. So yesterday,
lived there for
we had our conversation with John Heyman. We heard the question coming into the open. Rick Hahn began his news conference, lecture, address, talking about what John had to say about Pedro Grifol potentially being one and done.
What happened this morning is apparently there was a very well-respected out-of-town reporter speculating about Pedro's job security on a local sports station. You guys who are here day in and day out, especially the beat group that spends the amount of time talking to me or talking to others around the front office and hearing how we operate, have heard me say before that this underperformance that we've had so far, or any of the issues we've had thus far in this season, is not on Pedro and on the coaching staff. I don't think we could have been more clear about that. And I understand that people, especially in this day and age of all media, much less sports media, clicks matter and ratings matter and palace intrigue matters. And I'm not going to be able to solve that here in my position, nor is it my responsibility to solve that. But as we get closer to the deadline, as we get closer towards the end of the season and people want to speculate on what's going to happen around here and what's not going to happen, I would caution against putting too much credibility in reports that don't come from people who are here all the time. And I don't mean to criticize or single out any national guy in particular. Many of them are very, very good. I actually called the reporter today that made the report and asked him what he was basing that on, and we had a great talk, and he shared that was simply answering a question with his own speculation, not something that he was reporting, and continue to have great respect for him.
Okay, where do you want to start with that?
I got to tell you, I just think it's super. I think methinks the woman doth protest too much.
Well, methinks that is full of sound and fury and signifying nothing.
There you go.
Okay, to quote your guy Macbeth.
Yeah,
Look, spare us this journalism lecture, because
thank
you can react to John Heyman saying what he said and speculating from afar. Has really little to do with clicks or ratings or whatever. John Heyman is a regular contributor to 670 The Score, Rick. It's 670 The Score. And it's our show if you want to, point the finger here.
We'd love to talk to you.
We would love to talk.
The request was made.
So anyway,
So
John Heyman was the latest, Mully, to the one and done factor yesterday.
The
latest. Their guy, the guy most associated closely with the White Sox, the national reporter Bob Nightingale, frankly began the conversation.
Said he's done nothing
a week ago.
Yes.
By being openly critical of the same manager.
That's right.
We're not aiming here to get people fired. That's not what we do.
Not a chance.
And so the reason this stood out, this is my opinion, is that there's this very comfortable, cozy relationship that Rick Hahn enjoys with the White Sox beat. And there has been a decline in media resources locally, and what this has created is that there's a reliance on the WhiteSox.com for information, and there's been fewer reporters that are holding people accountable, not only with the White Sox, but everywhere in Chicago and everywhere in every sports city across America. And in places like the White Sox that are very insular, what happens is that it's a shock to the system now more than ever when people question you. He's not been questioned much. He's not asked tough, difficult questions. Climbs into this cozy cocoon of comfort where the lack of accountability is obvious. Not picking on anybody, but look at WhiteSox.com this morning as after last night, and it leads off with a story about Tanner Banks getting notified he's going to start the game last night. The White Sox are in a tailspin. Real fans don't care about Tanner Banks. Where is this headed? What did he say? Why is it happening?
Tanner Banks, a left-handed pitcher, I believe that ended a run of like 191 games where they started a righty. I'm sorry, I was just.
But isn't that?
I was just having a laugh.
The context is missing here.
Listen, here's the thing: we've both been beat writers, okay? And my heart goes out to guys doing that job. That's not an easy job to do, and you spend a lot of time out there trying to get a hold of people, working your butt off, trying to get a kernel of information. So I understand what goes into that job. I wonder if Rick is even aware of the way people look at his franchise. And nobody is planning on attending the parade, and nobody's thinking it's multiples in terms of championship. We've seen this team go pretty much down the turlet, if I may be as crude as that. But there is a flushing noise as this team is going down. They are 12 games, under 500 this morning. There was this idea of like, how in the name of God did they finish 500 last year? There was kind of this outrage about it. Now they're not even good enough to get to 500. Oh, well, we had that one part, the early season. Hey, man, you've had plenty of time to try to turn this thing around. And as we said, on Memorial Day, when you typically look at where you're at, they couldn't determine what they were going to do because they were 11 games back. Well, he spoke yesterday. They were 11 games back. I got to tell you, it seems like the path is laid out for you, and it has nothing to do with noise in October.
Right. And now the question really is bigger than Pedro Grifol. And I think it always has been. So the manager's, the scrutiny that he's receiving is also a byproduct of what just happened the day before when, out of nowhere, it seemed, he was asked a lineup question and he responded by advising the questioner to ask the owner, the chairman.
That was
bizarre.
I believe if you play the entire thing I said to John, I said, hey, before we let you go, here's what happened with Rick. Has the bloom gone off the rose a little bit there? And basically he's seemingly no longer just giving you the kind of, even he understands that the empty answer isn't really going anywhere. Mm-hmm. And the belief that this team's turning it around doesn't seem like it's based on any factual evidence.
Well, that's why I think that it was interesting yesterday, because there were two things in play that I heard. Number one, an oversensitive pushback that preceded, somewhat of a lecture about the way things are on the Sox beat and the way that he may be. And then the reality and maybe the recognition that this season is not going as well as anybody expected. He needs to kind of readjust and restate what he really meant a month ago, because things haven't improved at all. They're the same spot, and now you got to start to really talk in a way where your rhetoric reflects the results on the field, and you start to prepare for a sell-off.
Yeah. We don't know how bad a sell-off. We don't know how big a sell-off. We know that anybody who's out of contract ought to be careful about what they do. Again, I believe Bob Nightingale told us, except for Liam Hendriks, because Jerry loves him.
Yeah, and I understand why he would be off limits. I understand why there also might not be a lot of trade interest in Liam Hendriks. There's a lot of uncertainty as much as there is admiration. But yeah, and exactly when things change doesn't really matter. But going back to the way this team is covered and the way the perception affects reality, Bob Nightingale reported on Sunday that players want out. Plural.
Yeah. They haven't said anything to management, is the way he termed it, but he did say that there were players that want out of the White Sox. So I don't know if the White Sox know that, but it seems that somebody's heard it. And I don't know that you got to hang around the team and wait till Rick decides to talk to understand that players are probably not enjoying
If you're plugged into the agent community, the way these national reporters tend to be, then really your location and proximity is irrelevant to the information you're getting. And if the information you're getting reflects a clubhouse that includes several veterans that want to be out because this season is headed nowhere, that's significant, that's newsworthy, and that's not about clicks. That's about a problem that is rooted in this season, in the clubhouse, in the dugout, wherever. It's on the field, and it's not good.
And we have made the request yet again, and we will continue to do so. We just want Rick to know that he is always welcome, and that if he wants to come on and lecture us, we'll take it. We'd be delighted to get, an understanding. He doesn't have to worry about whether we're going to be mean to him or ask him a hard question.
He's not the first executive to take that tone or tack with the media and the coverage, and he won't be the last. This is a byproduct of coverage in a market like this, and I think that there's always going to be pushback. It's just, how do you handle that? You don't want to overreact to it, and you want to keep things professional. He did, but he did seem a little bit oversensitive, in my opinion, our opinion.
Well, just listening to him, I do wonder if he, and I'm sure, like, Rick Hahn is not enjoying what's happening here. I'm sure that he did have loftier expectations than the ones the White Sox have managed to not meet. But I also wonder, like, how he feels personally with everything that's going on. Like, the manager hasn't been working thus far, right? There was another. You could argue about what he was doing with Bummer and letting the guy walk
last
guys.
Night?
Well, I'm just saying.
It's a fair question.
You go through three guys
These
and
are
you're
fair
walking
questions.
people. Hey, do you know what you're doing here? If you talk to anyone about this, what other options do you have?
Bullpen management is an issue.
Because you've used the bullpen like crazy. They couldn't start the guy that might have started the game because they used him out of the bullpen over the weekend. They're obviously short, but I would wonder do you think Rick feels like he's in trouble for the first time in his career? Is that possible that thought has gone through his head where he's had sort of a charmed role with this team? You could argue, no, he didn't get
Mully, he'd have to be
until
incredibly naive if he didn't.
Right.
He'd have to be incredibly naive to think that after a decade on the job, the way this season is going with his handpicked manager, finally the guy he was allowed to hire.
Yeah.
And the season's not going well, and Pedro's showing some cracks in terms of maybe the pressure's getting to him. So I would think that.
And the guy in the other dugout is the guy they wouldn't even talk to. And
how do we know that?
Well, because it's been reported by national. Yeah.
A guy who's not here regularly.
Boy, hold on.
So I think that it comes full circle. And yeah, what we heard yesterday was a defensive general manager who recognized his own professional mortality and things are not going well. So I wouldn't expect the tone to be much different. And to his credit, not to speak for him, we'll get him on the program during his regular hit next week, but John Heyman wasn't offended or bothered by Rick Hahn calling him. I exchanged texts with him, and he understood and explained to him what happened, and this is part of the game.
Right. Okay. We've got some of this to talk about. Hey, the Cubs are on fire. Pity maybe that's bothering them too. But it's a joke. But the Cubs are on fire, and they're looking awful good.
Why didn't they get Michael Tauchman when he was available?
They won again, and handily, I might add. Pretty good stuff. So we'll get into all of it. We'll talk about all the stories of the day. We'll break it down next. Mully and Haugh. The Pick Six is next on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app. AUD.
So, Kyle, when you have all of the draft capital that you have accrued, and when you have more salary cap space than any team in the league, and now that you have the chance to draft a generational talent who will go unnamed for the purposes of this conversation, but how does all of those realities that are now in front of you affect the timetable for the Hawks to get back into the mix of being a legit Stanley Cup contender?
It's obviously all favorable, right? And that almost everything there you mentioned is by design, minus the number 1 pick, because that's something that is just good fortune. But the draft picks, the cap space, it's all by design and for good reason in this rebuild. And the one thing about the cap space, and I've been asked about it a lot with respect to now what do you do this summer, is that, you know what, I think what we've seen and how we've sort of studied the landscape in the NHL is that you can really stunt your ceiling and your upside as a team by spending too early. And hopefully we've got enough good players coming in, young good players coming in as the new core, that, you know what, they're going to require most of that salary cap space. And the last thing we want to do is acquire all these young players, all this exciting young talent, all this great draft capital. We use it, they get here, and then we jump too early in free agency in our life cycle. And now we can't pay some of those great, exciting young players. That's the last thing we want. And so we're going to be really intentional about it. We're going to stay focused on acquiring the best young talent we can. And, you mentioned the draft capital, hopefully, and as well as the cap space, that can all go into acquiring more quality young talent. So we're going to see what opportunities come our way, but we're going to stay dedicated to our path here and just try and build this thing through quality youth.
It's Pick Six with Mully and Haugh, where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick Six with Mully and Haugh starts now.
Rick Hahn didn't like our guy John Heyman's response to a question about Pedro Grifol's status as a potential one-and-done guy and told reporters at the rate yesterday that he has called Heyman for an explanation. Was Hahn upset for his hand-picked manager or for the inclusion of Hahn's status in the same question? Could Hahn be a 10-and-done guy? Do you believe he is at risk for the first time in his career?
Oh, boy. Yeah, I think that's pretty funny. 10 and done. Although, didn't Theo, kind of go to the whole Bill Walsh thing and say that the message kind of ends at a certain point?
I think Kenny actually has said that before.
Kenny said that
a decade on the job, then you start to look around.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I honestly don't know what set Rick off a little bit. But he clearly didn't like, the idea that Pedro is not going to be backed and fully committed to and all that. I think, news travels slow when you're living in a bubble, in a vacuum, and maybe you don't hear this sort of thing. But really, a lot of our feelings about, the idea that someone could be in trouble came from talking to Bob Nightingale, who everyone knows has like a pipeline inside the White Sox organization. He gets a lot of stuff right about the White Sox and seems to know what their thinking is. Now, is Rick privy to that? Is Rick thinking one way about his handpicked manager and maybe other people are looking at it and rolling their eyes? I don't know. But I think that when you hear enough kind of speculation about that, and really it does, I don't even need to hear anything. When you see how the team has performed, when you see what's going on with the White Sox, and what a huge disappointment. I mean, how about the idea that you got a guy setting the team franchise record in strikeouts, and no one with that many strikeouts has lost before? Like they lose the game anyway, right? Rick has this thing where he finally talks and you hear a little bit from him and he raises the standard and then they lose. I mean, this team's no damn good, man. I mean, this is not some kind of breakthrough. Oh my God, what do you mean? The Sox aren't great? Yeah, no, the Sox bad. In a bad division, they are bad in it.
Well, there's obvious reason why he's upset. I mean, they're not playing good, and you don't want him to be like, oh, no problem. But I think he's misdirecting kind of his anger or sensitivity, if you will. But what are the chances, and he did not pick Tony La Russa to be the manager of the White Sox. I think we can all agree on that. Nobody's putting Tony La Russa on Rick.
Do you remember the introductory Zoom conference?
Mm-hmm. But I don't think he's going to get 3 managers. So if Pedro's gone, Rick's gone, and Kenny might be gone. Now, Rick might be like moved around, maybe, if he would even take that. Maybe he wouldn't take that. Maybe he thinks he's got another shot in a different city with a different team, perhaps. But I can't see Rick Hahn getting a 3rd manager.
Well, that's why I said earlier and referenced your guy Macbeth. This was full of sound and fury, signifying nothing, because the whole context of the question is not for him to answer. He isn't going to be the guy in my. If it's one and done, then everybody goes.
Right.
That means everybody's gone.
It's 10 and
That
done.
means that there's been some sort of epiphany that I don't expect Jerry Reinsdorf to have, or somebody at 35th and Shields to have, that says we've got to start over. So in his mind, I understand totally the pushback, and I recognize the defensiveness. It's every sports executive ever when they get called out on local radio by a national guy. But it does bear remembering this. As you point out, Mully, and as we have said and will continue to remind people, It was a second straight week that a national guy used Pedro Grifol as an example of a guy who's in trouble and needs to get better. Bob Nightingale, their mouthpiece at many times, a guy that, in fairness, is plugged in as well as anybody in the country to White Sox business, shared that thought a week earlier on this unnamed radio station, on this unnamed radio show that is only worried about clicks and ratings. And we have Bob regularly. We have John Heyman regularly. They tell the truth based on information that they report. So this wasn't a figment of anybody's imagination. This wasn't manufactured. I get where he's coming from, but frankly, it's probably not going to be his question to answer.
You were asked a lot of questions.
That's the voice of Chuck Garfien. He's your guest at 8 o'clock. What did you make of Chuck's remarkable interview with pitcher Lucas Giolito on the White Sox Talk podcast?
I'm not a front office executive. Obviously, I see what people are saying, writers and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we'll see. Partly why I want us to get it going. I want to win really, really bad. Everyone knows, this is my potential last year with the White Sox. I feel like I owe so much to this organization, and, I've done a lot for this organization as well, and I just want to see us come together and have a good run here.
Any chance Lucas Giolito's back with the White Sox next year?
Highly unlikely. Highly unlikely. I first of all, my first reaction is Lucas Giolito is one of the most thoughtful, articulate athletes that we have in Chicago, in any team, in any sport. And you want to see somebody like this succeed. My second thought is that this is a professional, savvy veteran, like we saw last week with Marcus Stroman, taking control of the narrative. Taking control of the narrative. Because he's getting it out there, not only with Chuck Garfien on the White Sox Talk podcast. We'll talk to Chuck at 8 o'clock. But Chris Rose and Chris Rose Sports, one of his friends in the media, the national media, he had a similar take and had similar things to say on that podcast. So Lucas Giolito is getting out there where he stands. The fact that it took him this long to be asked that question about a report nationally about a month ago is somewhat remarkable, but it also reflects the state of sports journalism everywhere, perhaps, especially here. But I think that Lucas Giolito controlling the narrative, getting his voice out there, and making it known that he's appreciative of everything that has happened in Chicago, a loyalty to a degree, but he knows what's going on.
Very thoughtful guy is Lucas Giolito. No shot. I couldn't imagine a scenario. I really couldn't. Now, I could imagine a scenario where he stays in Chicago, but I don't think it's on the South Side.
I love that.
Yeah, I think that the White Sox have never given a $100 million deal, right? So they don't like to sign long-term deal with pitchers. You combine those things. I don't know how they would ever figure out a way to bring Lucas Giolito back at this point. And they did talk to him previously, and he wanted to wait, and he's waited patiently, and now his payday is coming, and he'll get a bigger one than the White Sox are willing to give him. So that is reality. I have a lot of time for Giolito. I'm going to miss him. I think he's hysterical. I really think he's a bright guy. He's a smart guy. And I have enjoyed watching him turn into a really good pitcher. And the way that happened from the worst to the best, kind of the role reversal that he went through, and then he kind of tapered off, and now he's back again. I got a lot of time for the guy. It is weird that you never heard anything from him. I think that's the sort of thing you would have pursued. Maybe he didn't want to talk about it. I don't know. And now we've gotten to a point where everybody is talking about it. Everybody is talking about it.
So Rick Hahn, that's the question.
Were you amused by the fact that the White Sox, who now sit 12 games under 500, just as they did on Memorial Day when Rick Hahn said it was too early to tell if the White Sox would be sellers at the trade deadline? Did he alter his take a bit with this comment?
Making the playoffs is important. But again, the goals are loftier than that, and when we judge ultimately what happens is we get much closer to August 1st than we are now.
So, are the Sox going to be sellers?
Yeah. I mean, look, he said that when you get closer to August 1st, that you judge ultimately what happens in terms of the division. But he wants to know if they can make an impact in October. The only thing that's keeping them even mildly interesting is the division's terrible. The only thing, they were 11 games back when he spoke, which was the same as Memorial Day. Now they're 12 games back because they lost last night.
Right, yeah.
And I think that the one thing that jumps out to you is that you can talk loftier. Does anyone here believe they can make an impact in October? They can't make the playoffs. They are not even in contention in an absolute garbage division. What, Minnesota's 500 now? They don't even have a winning team in their division. That's the only reason that we're even talking about what do you do at the trade deadline. Yeah, they're going to trade. They're going to trade everybody that doesn't have a contract beyond this year, and they're going to have to. I don't believe there's any way around that.
So they're 12 out right now, and what might be a better question for tomorrow, but we'll just tease it a little bit potentially. Between now and the 4th of July, which was the other mile marker, right, that Rick had suggested, they've got 2 more with the Rangers, 3 here versus the Red Sox, and then they hit the road, 4 against the Angels, and they will face Ohtani pitching in one of those 4 games. And then they are at the soon-to-be Vegas, but now Oakland A's, and that's always been a house of horrors.
Not now.
But always.
Yeah.
David, they just won. I mean, you guys had that conversation with John Heyman yesterday. They just won 7 or 8 games in a row, the Athletics did. I'm just saying, like, if they're 12 under now, will they be 10 under or will they be 15 under on the 4th of July? So they're sellers.
Without a doubt. Yeah. They are sellers because they are really, if you look at the standings and you look at the rosters, they might be the best bad team in baseball in terms of talent. In terms of talent. Well, exactly. But you know what I'm saying? The individual talent that they can shop, and in conjunction with the bad record, they have an obligation, in my mind, to sell. And that's what I've been saying since Memorial Day. They almost have a professional responsibility to start over, given where they are and where they're headed. They're flirting with this idea of backing into the playoffs. The leader in the division is under 500 this morning. Okay, think about that. That should not be.
Are they under 500?
Yes, the Twins are 36 and 37, I believe.
That is beautiful.
It's unbelievable.
They're coming back.
But you can't look at that if you're objective and if you're doing your job well. Your due diligence requires you to explore every trade possible. Luis Robert, what would you get for him? Dylan Cease, you got to ask. You got to explore. I don't know that there's anybody that you wouldn't trade given the state of affairs right now. So emphatically, yes, they are sellers. I think that it's good that he's coming to this recognition that backing in is not good enough, and the change in tone is noted.
That's the question we talk about all the time.
That's the voice of Jed Hoyer. What did you think of Jed Hoyer suggesting to you guys yesterday that Christopher Morel's best position might be third base?
I think third makes some sense. I think that, his hands work really well. I do think that, he probably needs to, he would need to spend a lot of time, working through some footwork things. And he's got such a strong arm. He should be able to do it.
Should be able to do it, says Jed Hoyer. But now, does that make it a moot point that Morel has made some progress in the DH position in a good article by Andy Martinez from Marquee?
No, it's not a moot point. It's a relevant point. And anybody ignoring the splits from Christopher Morel's season to this point, he's hitting like 214 as a DH. And with 3 home runs, I know it's a smaller sample size, but when he's in the field, he's got like 10 with hitting 333. He's talked about it to the point where this story in Marquee Sports Network by Andy Martinez, nice job in getting to the Cubs as a team, their coaching staff got to Christopher Morel and finding ways to keep things a little bit more interesting to him. Maybe he's going to make those adjustments. Why should he? Get him in the field. Keep him comfortable. He is the player on your team with the highest ceiling. Jed seemed to recognize that yesterday. Jed was very, I thought, open to the idea of him playing third base, getting his hands better. There's no surprises for Jed Hoyer. This is not somebody who struggles with either accountability or understanding and transparency. He knows where things are. So I think that, yeah, good sign. Christopher Morel doesn't like being a DH. His numbers show that he doesn't. Get him in the field.
Now, see, these are the numbers that I can latch onto. These are metrics and stats that make sense that I believe front office guys and guys making up the lineup need to pay attention to. These numbers matter. But a little look behind the curtain. We had a discussion in the pregame about, well, what do you do? You know, something else that the general manager shared with you guys yesterday was that Bellinger eventually, right?
Yes.
Needs to get back to center field sooner rather than later. So now Mike Tauchman, who's been carrying you offensively, batting unbelievably over 350 in the leadoff spot. I mean, could Mike Tauchman be a leadoff DH moving forward? David shaking his head yes on Twitch. You know, right? I'm saying, but these are the dilemmas. They're good dilemmas that the Cubs could be facing in the next week or so.
Yeah, I mean, just for clarity's sake, Andy Martinez in his story includes the numbers. The splits for Morel as a DH, 214, 261, 500 with 3 home runs. That's not awful. Compared with him as a position player, 333, 389, 788, 9 home runs. That's spectacular. So we've talked to Frank Thomas about what it's like to go from being a first baseman to a DH and how difficult that is. The story was really interesting because it talked about how the player can get in his own head when he's DHing because he goes and he'll study something and he's got nothing else to do, so he'll work on it. So they have gone to him and tried to turn that mentality around. Look at the pitcher. This is what the pitcher's trying to do. How do I combat that? Try to keep him out of trying to tinker with every little thing when he's got all this time on his hands. But these are not unusual problems. This happens to people. You know, clearly with Aloy on the south side, he was very resistant to being a DH, and it's taken a lot of time for him to come around a little bit. It's just a different job, a different way of thinking of yourself, and it's a different reality for a guy. And I'm with you, David. When a guy is as productive as this guy has been, figure out a way to get him in a position where he is going to do his best. That's what you owe it to him and to the team to do. I think what's interesting is with Bellinger, I wonder how much he wants to be a center fielder. I wonder how much he wants to be back out at that spot, because it's a guy coming out of contract. That's a guy that's going to be looking for a deal next year. I think you get paid more as a center fielder that can hit than a first baseman that can hit.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question.
The Cubs' starting rotation ranks first in the National League in wins, third in ERA, yet they remain under 500. Does that make you feel encouraged or discouraged about the direction that they're headed? We've got Tommy Hotovy today at 7:40.
Well, I feel much more encouraged than I had because, you know, a lot of what the Cubs' trouble was is they weren't scoring runs, and they scored 8 runs yesterday. And we've seen that. They during their recent kind of push here, they've scored a lot of runs, and it's been really fun to watch. And when we talked to Jed, he talked about the fact that they lack that power and that they need power. And he's said that all year long. But I think that the pitching I've felt good about most of the year, frankly. And I think that if you want to win a series, you get the performance you got yesterday and you get a Stroh show today. I mean, that's how you win a series. And that's the goal, is to keep winning series, and they've been doing it, and it's been fun to watch.
Well, I don't know how you could be discouraged by it. It's more the offense the one-run games, right? We go back into how many one-run games they have been on the wrong side of, and that's what's discouraging, because just one more or two more timely hits combined with the good pitching and defense would get you there. But I think there's sustainability. You need Jamison Tyone to step up. I think they've gotten a nice little bump from Kyle Hendricks coming back.
Steele back from
How about
the injury.
Smiley last night?
Smiley working out of the
great.
jams. The thing you worry about is walks, right? Like 5 walks is uncharacteristic, but when he got in jams, he worked out of them.
I think that the only way it would be discouraging is if you had the feeling like, boy, if your starting pitching was maxing out and you're still under 500, but this group does have predictability to it because they've done it before. So they have track records you trust. So the thought is that once you get the offense going, as it seems to be going, 8 runs again last night, that is encouraging because now you're in a position to win another series with the Stro Show tonight. And I think that very quietly we've overlooked, kind of focusing on the White Sox dysfunction so far. The Cubs are hot at the plate. Their lineup has been lengthened. Whether it's Morel or Tauchman or a combination of all of them, they are hitting well. They're hitting with runners in scoring position. They're doing a lot and scoring runs without necessarily the long ball. And those are encouraging signs because the starting pitching is the most consistent element of this roster, and that has shown. So now you get the bullpen kind of defining their roles with Merriweather again and maybe Leiter Jr. and Adbert Alzolay. So things are going pretty well for the Cubs, and they have an opportunity tonight to win another series and then maybe even get a sweep, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. But things right now feel pretty good.
And that's a pick 6. Jordan Love explained his odd video wishing Bears fans a happy Father's Day by saying he was doing a favor for a Bears fan in France.
Happy Father's Day to all the Bears fans out there. Go Pack Go.
What do you make of all of this?
Not exactly I own you, okay? This, to me...
You're my daddy.
No. Yeah. This is the first bad read by Jordan Love, but certainly not the last.
Keep my favorite team in the NFL's name out your mouth, Jordan Love.
That's a great response because he was really saying something positive.
Yeah, he
I
just
love that though.
It's so funny that you got mad at him. I tell you, the great Packer story is: did you see that Preston Smith came out? Somebody picked the Bears to win the season opener, and Preston Smith wanted everyone to know, I've never lost a game to the Bears. Yeah, I don't think it was you. Okay, I don't think you still own the Bears, Preston.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Wait. Are you talking about Preston Smith or Matt LaFleur?
Yeah, exactly. Any of them. Okay.
Because listen, number 12 being gone changes everything for everybody there. Everything.
That should be fun to watch. Let's hope it changes everything. If this continues, we got a problem.
And let's hope that Jordan Love's camp with Justin Fields went a little bit better and the instruction was a little clearer than this garbled Twitter message.
When we heard it, it was like, what is that?
What does he mean?
Like, is that supposed to be an insult? Like, how is that an insult?
It's so amusing.
It's so weird. He was doing it for a Bear fan, and the guy then was trying to take it down because he felt bad that he put it up and everybody had jumped on it. But oops. All right, 312-644-6767. We've got the extra point next. It's Mully and Hahn score.
Happy Father's Day to all the Bears fans out there. Go Pack Go.
Thursday morning from 9 to 10 a.m. live from across the pond at our very own Cubs pub.
My favorite Studs drop-in of the day is when Dan was going to break. And you guys were, I assume, already late for break if your guys' clock is anything like ours. And then Studs goes, and another thing about koalas. Yes! If Stephen A. Smith would have said what you would have said, it would have had 2 million views on Instagram.
To me, koalas are preposterous.
There is no explanation for the koala having survived as long as they have. I'm looking right into the camera, and I'm saying to you, koala, you do not want to make an enemy out of me. It was unbelievable.
You eat nothing but eucalyptus, which is poison to you, and yet you eat it anyway and make yourself sick.
The koala makes no sense.
It was the best executed take of the day.
It was fantastic.
There was no doubt about it.
It was flawless. Like in a just world, it would be made as a promo that Russ would have running on an endless loop on the stream.
Were you talking about how chlamydia is taking out the koalas? Was that the story?
We learned that after.
Okay, because chlamydia is apparently killing Australian koalas.
Good. Get
All
him out
over.
of here.
Stud's wishing
It's not.
chlamydia.
It's about time something caught up with them. That's all I'm saying.
It was a great take, Studs. Honestly, top notch. I have no notes.
Why are they evil?
For some reason, I thought you would appreciate
Oh no!
It was
Get him
amazing.
started, Speaks.
Okay.
You've gotten him upset about a few things, but it was like retroactive and things that happened to him, like the Ashton Kutcher incident.
Oh, well. I mean,
yeah.
that'll always be my favorite contribution that he's made to the score airwaves.
Studs
But I feel like that left a mark, don't you? I feel like that damaged.
He
Studs.
definitely likes me less because of it.
Well, I mean,
Because
get in line.
I know,
really.
but I just encourage it to be played at all times.
Yeah, but I wonder if it's made him gun shy at all as a producer.
I don't think so.
Yeah, good.
But his,
I mean, if the koala take is any
his
indication,
take was that they've cheated the evolutionary process.
Oh.
That somehow they've slipped through the cracks because they have nothing that preys on them. So
because they're always sick.
Right, they live a life where they eat something that poisons them, but nothing eats them because they've become poisonous, and yet they're always sick.
So they really shouldn't exist.
I gotcha.
And Bernsey, I could tell, didn't want to agree with the Studs take. And then he was like, he's boxed me in. And it was just...
I'm telling you, there's no way to argue against this point other than they're cute.
It
bugs me.
All right.
Hey, man, a lot of us
A
have...
lot of things have gotten by on being cute.
That's right. Getting through life on charm is a real thing, even though you can't do it.
All right, Studs, is it your take? Or have you heard this from someone else? Be honest.
I developed this take because I read about koalas. Random. I read about their life cycle on some random post that came across my way like years ago.
All right.
And I just like think to myself, I'm like, so why do they exist?
All right, that's your take then. That's great. I'll remember it forever.
Danny wondering if it's his take is also.
I can see
that's not a way to get him to like you
That's
more.
so inside baseball.
Like he took it from Bill Hicks.
I'm just curious if this was on
The
some
take
sort of
was
document.
so good. Danny had to know where it came
I wanted to know the source material of the tape.
Suns into the mid-2000 Knicks. Whiskey Tango Foxtrot.
Well, if Isaiah Thomas does turn the Suns into the mid-2000 Knicks, he's going to have to get a good lawyer because that one did not end well. He was sued for harassment, and I believe there was a settlement around $11 million, so that's not a good direction. Of all the basketball decisions that he's made in an executive, well, those aren't really worth covering because there aren't that many of them. I don't know how Isaiah Thomas pops up in the middle of this, and I don't know what the new owner who's willing to spend some money for the Suns is doing, where their paths crossed. Isaiah maybe insinuated himself into the situation as he has done before in New York, in Toronto, in Indiana,
CBA,
in Florida International. Everywhere you look, there's Zeke popping up, Chicago's very own. But I think that this doesn't bode well for the Suns because none of those situations we referenced ended well that I can think of. Am I missing somewhere that he had a successful outcome as an executive? We're not talking about the point guard that changed the Pistons. We're not talking about the guy who celebrated with the Indiana Hoosiers back in 1981. Very long time ago. Very, very long time ago. So this turn in his first move, getting rid of Chris Paul, well, hopefully it works out for the Suns. They now are probably the second or third favorite in the Western Conference. Don't know how they're going to fill out the roster, though, as we pointed out yesterday. 5 guys under contract, $169 million worth. But hey, Zeke will figure it out.
I just don't like that a surefire Hall of Famer found out. I don't mind that he found out from his son, but the son found out from social media. The son didn't get a call from Isaiah or the new owner of the Suns. And I had a conversation with a Michigan State grad over the weekend about the new ownership with Phoenix. I thought for sure that they would take a run at Izzo. Money, no object, obviously.
Ishbia is from Michigan State.
He played for him. Yeah. He was a walk-on.
Yeah.
So with money being no object, I thought maybe you might have one more chance. But Izzo's got a really good class. Like Sparty's going to be really good next year in college hoops. I'm just surprised that he's going to this guy for advice.
Remind me about the other family connection I want to get to with the Suns there in a moment after.
Well, I'll just finish up quickly. Isaiah said that he had talked to the former, not Isaiah, Chris Paul, said that he had just talked to people with the Suns and was told everything was go. So he had no idea. He gets out of an airplane. He's going to do like Good Morning America or something.
He was Michael Strahan.
He was on TV and he was like laughing about it. And he said, "Hey, that's the business. Nobody owes you anything." But he said that apparently Matt and Isaiah didn't want me around. Like Isaiah Thomas is some kind of what would you call him? Like a shadow general manager for Matt Ishbia. It's bizarre. And again, this is the guy that wouldn't give the ball to the Joker, and they had didn't the Joker get a technical over that? I mean, that's his only contribution or his greatest contribution thus far as an owner. They're just making a ton of changes, and Isaiah is front and center, which is super bizarre.
That's very bizarre. Was
Super
Chris Paul
bizarre.
on Good Morning America selling a children's book?
I don't know what he was doing. I just saw him.
Daddy's getting traded?
Yeah, well, Daddy's getting traded. That's the book. I like it.
That could be the book.
Yeah, I don't know why he was on, but it was like he was laughing about it, that he had learned on the airplane, that he had learned off social media.
I know. He's got a good sense of humor about it now because he's been as well-traveled as he's been. Chris Paul, probably on his way to another team besides the Wizards. That's probably why they haven't made it official. They're still trying to find a trade partner.
The Wizards are now saying, and I mean, you want to talk about like an open lie. They're saying, well, we may keep him. We have room under the salary cap. We could keep Chris Paul.
They got to say
They're
that.
trying to get a deal going. You're absolutely right. Chris Paul wants no part of being there.
Lakers.
And that would, I guess,
that's
going
to be the over 35 league.
But supposedly, did you see that Russ likes Vogel? And he's talking about
saw that.
because
they have some history somewhere. Everybody's got a little history with somebody. Unfortunately, Isaiah Thomas has too much history with everybody.
Yeah, Isaiah, man, that's so funny.
But the interesting
so funny.
link we didn't explore yesterday that I don't know what it means, but it certainly can't hurt when we're talking about how this trade came together so fast in Phoenix. So Bradley Beal, his agent is Mark Bartelstein.
Yes.
Mark Bartelstein's son, Josh, new general manager, CEO of the Phoenix Suns. Up-and-comer, maybe mid-30s, came from the Pistons, who did a great job there. Now he's in charge of making a lot of decisions for the Suns. However, they're going to be able to finagle all those salaries into one payroll under some semblance of a salary cap with the luxury tax. That's Josh Bartelstein's problem now. Wow. And he was able to maybe have these conversations in a way with an agent that probably are a little different than most agents he deals with.
That's awesome.
Isn't that funny?
Happy Father's Day, Dad.
Exactly. On Father's Day. I didn't even think of that connection. But good for him and good for them.
Oh, boy.
You know, they made it happen. I don't know what it means for anything to do in Chicago because it doesn't really have any Bulls.
No. Well,
connection.
it has Isaiah Thomas. There's a Bulls connection.
That is a Bulls connection.
You know, that's the guy that froze out Mike from the All-Star game.
How about Draymond Green? Does that surprise you, speaking of the NBA?
He opted out. I don't know what that means. I don't know if he's looking for another deal elsewhere or if he wants more money from them.
It sounds like they want to work it out in Golden State.
Right.
And it sounds like that makes the most sense. Here's how it could, unfortunately, the only way I see it potentially affecting the Bulls is if Draymond Green goes on the open market and the Pistons want to bring him home. And the Pistons go out and they get Draymond Green to be the mentor for all these young players that they have assembled. And they've got the coach in Monty Williams. Maybe that appeals to Draymond.
I love Draymond, but is he the mentor that you want? Like, he's going to teach you here's how you pop a guy in the middle of practice.
He's a winner, Mully.
Listen,
he is a winner.
The Bulls were, they wanted to draft him back in the day. That was a guy that they were talking about and that they were talking about making a move for.
Who was the guy they took instead? Teague? Was that?
Yes.
Marcus Teague?
Marcus Teague.
Yes.
Oh, my.
The other Teague.
The other Teague.
Tibbs wanted Draymond Green.
Yes.
Tibbs was right.
Yeah.
And let the power struggle begin.
Oh, there you go.
That was the beginning of the end.
Yeah. All right. Great stuff. We're going to take your calls. 312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh on the Score.
I don't know what went into that process. I met the criteria to be selected, but I wasn't.
Cubs fans, today on The Score, it's your chance to go inside the dugout with the Cubs as we talk to...
You said that you wanted to defend David Ross on his quotes on Christopher Morel. I don't know that there's this big path for every day at bats. And he has 9 home runs in his first 12 games. And you want to defend the indefensible when you wanted him up here at the beginning.
I did.
So how are you going to defend your guy, David Ross? I don't know that there's this big path for every day at bats to the most exciting player in Chicago baseball right now, Christopher Morel. You have my full attention.
All right, good. Because, Ross is getting raked over the coals for having the audacity to say that. And you got to remember a couple things. It was May the 8th when he said that, and they called him up. Nico Horner was healthy. He got hurt that night. So it was before Nico got hurt, and the opportunity presented itself for more regular at-bats.
Yeah, no, it's fascinating.
And Cody Bellinger was also healthy, and so that was before that got exposed. The 3 outfield spots were set. Wisdom was still considered on fire after his hot start. There was no spot for him. There were some offensive numbers in the second half for Morel.
Did you hear about the 9 homers? How about that number? 9 homers. He leads all of baseball if you combine AAA in the big leagues.
Yeah, it's 20
in homers. It's 20 in 41 games? Pretty good.
You're an idiot.
Why am I an idiot? You're the guy defending the indefensible.
Because you're wearing Christopher Morel style eye black on your face.
That's right.
Is this a thing now?
Every time he hits a home run, I'm coming in here and put it on. What do you think? What are these?
Tiger stripes?
Tiger stripes. I think this is a good look for me. I just took this black magic marker and put on the eye black.
Is that a permanent?
Under each eye. We'll figure out if it's permanent or not.
It might be permanent.
I don't know. It says made in Mexico, and it says non-toxic. So that's all I needed to know to put it on my face.
Okay.
I stand with Christopher Morel as the designated hitter in the middle of the lineup, getting every day at bats.
All right, designated, I'm good with that.
Jed was wrong. David Ross was wrong. And if loving Christopher Morel is wrong, then I don't want to be right.
I feel you.
I was genuinely just kind of asking that question. I did not think that he would be so chagrined and rally to the. And I guess, the previous time we heard from him, didn't he do the mea culpa, or was that the time before?
Rick?
Didn't Rick do
the mea culpa?
Blame me?
It was early in the season. It might have been right around the low water mark of 14 under 500. I don't know.
Blame me.
Maybe April.
Yeah, I think everyone's blaming you.
And then May. Yeah, everyone is. It's your fault. And because it is his responsibility. I just contend that the one and done is something that is okay to speculate about, but I think it's a moot point because the only way that happens is if Rick goes too. If you're getting rid of the general manager who hired the manager who likely would be sacrificed in the overhaul. I don't think if you decide, like a lot of organizations would, the White Sox are not every organization. So I think we operate under that assumption every single day. But if most organizations would start over.
Yeah, Dustin claimed during the pick six that he believed that you don't get a third manager. So didn't Rick hire Rick Renteria and obviously Tony, but you don't count Tony against him. So in your mind, then Pedro is his second hire outside of Rick Renteria.
I need to go back and do the research in my head and in the Google machine. Who hired Robin Ventura? Wasn't Rick already in charge that first season?
See, I think here's the problem. Robin was there an awful long time. Like I can't remember if that's like, so there's 2 years of Tony.
Listen, Mully, we'll figure it out. We'll get, but Rick. We're the only ones counting.
Yeah.
We're the only ones counting.
Oh, no.
There's nobody in the front
else.
office over there that's keeping that close to tabs.
But
it's like, yeah.
But that's why I'm working out the math. Does Robin fall under a different category? Could he have been hired by somebody else other than Rick?
I don't think
because at that point they were all in right? I mean, what do you have?
It shows Robin Ventura was the White Sox manager 2012 to 2016. Rick Hahn was promoted from assistant general manager to general manager in October of 2012. October 26, 2012.
Yeah, Robin was hired here. Robin was hired October of 2011 after Ozzie left. Remember, it was a shocker.
Yeah, but I'm saying
leaving.
My point is he's not on Rick's. No, he's only had the three.
He's only had the three.
One of which was hired by his boss.
Yeah, so basically two-ish.
Yes.
Ish.
Two-ish.
Yeah.
Two-ish.
It's okay. I think that we don't necessarily have to document or keep the quantity when the quality is as bad as it's been over the course of a decade. As you said, and no, did I reveal that you wrote that question? I didn't mean to.
What question?
The one that asks if Rick Hahn is 10 and done. Not one and done, but 10 and done.
Well, it can't be one and done.
No, you can't be.
Yeah.
No. Nobody's ever one and done if you're an executive.
He's been here 10 years.
It's frustrating because the Sox can do better than this. We're getting some pushback about my reference to the amount of talent on the Sox team. I do agree that we have a tendency to overvalue that talent and maybe overrate it. But I think player for player, I'm going to have to do some research, maybe more so, but they feel like we're watching the best bad team in baseball because they could probably get the most out of their individual players if they begin a sell-off. And let's say this, Lucas Giolito, to his credit, may have announced the beginning of that sell-off by addressing his own status on Chuck Garfine's podcast and with Chris Rose on his.
Well, I mean, believe if you're following, Bob Nightingale has pretty much said that, right?
Out-of-towner.
Yeah, out-of-towner.
He's just worried about clicks.
Do you know, he said a couple other things that were Cubs related. He said that Kyle Hendricks is calling his own pitches. He doesn't want anybody giving him the various mathematicals that are handed
Kuhn
out.
was in on that early.
Yeah.
But you're right. Bob Nightingale followed up on that. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's a good little nugget.
It was a good nugget. He also said Rick Renteria wants to get back in and would accept a bench job.
Well, that's good to hear.
Yeah,
because that's somebody that deserves better than he has been treated in Chicago, especially.
That's right. I agree.
And
Both
I think his next bench job should include the little clause in his contract that he doesn't have to come to Chicago.
But
every road trip he gets that weekend off or that trip off.
Let's get to our guy Kevin. Kevin's in Palatine. Hey, Kevin.
Hey, good morning, guys. David, I loved your comment about the article that was on CHGO this morning, because what I was thinking when I was listening to Rick Hahn's condescending, preening press conference yesterday is, where's the Gordon Wittenmeyer of the White Sox, Pete? Where's the Joe Cowley? Where's the foil? Where is someone who would have been, because I guarantee if Ron from the South Side was sitting there yesterday, he would have had the guts to say, who do you think you're talking to? That you got to remember, this is the guy. So we all had to sit here all winter, Pedro's way and the New Sox way. They're the exact same team they were last year. And we also have to remember what Rick Hahn said before the season. He has never been
11 or 12 games worse, Kevin, but go ahead.
Exactly. And he said he's never been more excited for a season ever in his life than this year. He has to be held to that standard. And what Rick Hahn loves is he won a bunch of off-season World Series because he had a baseball prospectus, and he was able to tell us, oh, I got Yohan Moncada. Well, he's the number one ranked prospect in baseball. Thanks for finding him. Michael Kopech was 6. It's awesome you found him, too. Where are all the guys you found? Luis Robert was a star. But, David, when we talk about, the talent on the team, besides Luis Robert, and I don't want to get into another Eloy argument with you, but he has 7 homers this year, David.
I know.
He's like a half WAR. He's a dude. And Ant Heron was so great yesterday afternoon because he called out all of them and said, are we vastly overrating this whole group that we're so surprised? This is like 218 games now that they are this bad. Like, why are we expecting something different? It's a mediocre group, but Rick Hahn, they're so insulated. And, Chuck Garfien came on, and I know he cleared his throat 2 weeks ago and let the whole room know, talk to me in 2 weeks. Okay, you're 2 games from your low water mark. Look who they're playing the next 12 games. Look at the start of the second half. It's Braves, it's Mets, it's all these awesome things. Where do you guys think this is getting better? Rick Hahn it's a joke. And the fact that those guys sit there and let him condescend to him yesterday, and no one said, who do you think you're talking to? It's a joke. And Danny Parkins is right. Chicago is the softest big media town in the world. Have a great day, guys.
Thanks, Kevin. Yeah, I'm not going to agree with Danny there. And I also think I need to clarify that was WhiteSox.com I was talking to. It wasn't CHGO.
As opposed to what? Kansas City? That's not a big town.
I do think this about the White Sox talent, and I think it bears looking at. Executives fall in love with potential, and the White Sox have fallen short of their potential largely because they have not been able to stay healthy. And I think that more than any other thing, sure, that may harm their trade value or diminish it, but I do think that when you are looking at the tools and the skills, that the Sox are probably properly rated. Now you have to factor in the fact the availability is the biggest ability, and the Sox have struggled in that regard more than anything, more than the inability to turn on a fastball or catch a grounder. The White Sox have not been able to stay healthy, and that's why you have questions about their individual talent, and that's why they've not been the team they expected to be.
Yeah. Let's try Dave. Dave is in Berwyn. Hey, Dave.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Good morning. I just think the Cubs, sorry to go off on a tangent here.
Sure.
The Cubs need to sell out, including a Monty Williams type deal, $500 million or more, 10 years, 12 years for Shohei Ohtani, put him at the top of an already good rotation, DH him 5 or 6 days a week, maybe more, and number 4 spot in the lineup. And the Cubs, sky's the limit. I want some ping pong ball type odds too from Mully on what are the chances of that happening.
Thanks for the phone call.
All right, Dave.
Is Monty Williams a new comp? Because he got the richest contract to a coach?
Yeah.
That's $72 million. That's like pocket change for Ohtani's next contract.
Yeah, that's nothing. It is. That's chump
Are you
change.
going to give us ping pong ball odds?
I will.
What are those?
Give me a minute to get my shoes and socks off, and I'm going to count out some ping pong balls. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 The Score.
Hey, Cubs fans, this is Kyle Hendricks.
Swing and a miss, strike three. Hendricks has gone 6 innings. The Giants without a hit.
You're listening to the Mully and Haugh Show, mornings 5:30 to 10 on 670 The Score.
Hey, it's David Haugh for Wendy's. Don't let your breakfast.
The Sox are in trouble. I don't think there's any shadow of a doubt.
Sox are in trouble. They're going to wait till the 4th
serious
of July to announce what they're going to do or confirm the direction, but everyone knows what's coming next, right?
No, I think that on the 4th of July, they'll try to delay another 10 days. They're just, that's all they're doing is trying to buy time. Nothing to see here, nothing to see. We're going to be good in 2 weeks.
It's a little early to start taking phone calls and thinking about the trade deadline. It's still a couple weeks away. We're still going to be competitive, and we're in a division that we're only 5.5 games out, and we can see reasons for optimism, and I don't know.
Yeah, it's bad.
It's a situation where now what's happening now, I think, is that teams are doing the preliminary background research and starting to create the framework for potential deals, players who they may want to pursue. I'm not talking about the White Sox. Teams are calling the White Sox maybe to feel out, or calling people surrounding the White Sox to see who could be good fits. What about this guy? Why is he struggling? What would he do here? And the list of players that are being asked about, I think, are some big names and some bullpen names, but it's a long list, I think, of guys potentially on the move.
This hour brought to you by the NV5 Invitational, July the 25th through the 30th.
You wrote that question? I didn't mean to.
What question?
The one that asks if Rick Hahn is 10 and done. Not one and done, but 10 and done.
Well, it can't be one and done.
No, you can't be.
Yeah.
No. Nobody's ever one and done if you're an executive.
He's been here 10 years.
So Rick Hahn, that's the question.
Bless you, Ron. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Yeah, His Excellency Rick Hahn, the general manager for life,
was one and done.
Like
1 decade.
Can you be a decade and done?
Apparently.
Yeah.
You know what? And probably not.
No.
Probably more around the corner. I think job for life is the best way to probably describe it.
Right. He's GM for life.
It's pretty clear, though, what's happening on the South Side, and we can have fun with it. And yesterday, Rick spoke. But this is a team now within 2 losses of the low water mark of the season in the hole they dug for themselves when they started 7-21. Yeah, 7-21, 14 games under. That's really difficult to recover from. And in that context is why Bob Nightingale last week raised questions about Pedro Grifol. Yesterday, they were raised again with John Heyman. And Heyman.
It's my fault. Poor John Heyman. I just said, hey, John, you know, I didn't like the reaction that we got over the Jake Berger question. I mean, answer it. Why is that controversial? You know, he's asked a question. Zach Remillard has this phenomenal game where he's just unbelievable. He's asked the question, is Zach playing tomorrow? After, you know, if he's the first player ever to have his. I got to check on Timmy first.
Timmy's got to be.
Well, I mean, what
healthy?
But this guy's not going to play shortstop. Do you have to check with Elvis? Who are you checking with? It was. Let me tell you something. Ozzy didn't want to answer that question. That is what set Ozzy off as well.
Ozzy was really reluctant to level any criticism because he knew that he would get carried away because it was so egregious.
That's right.
So egregious. Now, who in the organization do you have to consult to give you the advice to bat a guy hitting a home run once every 11 at bats eighth?
So he brings the guy back. He starts the guy. Unlike earlier in the year where Jake Berger didn't start after hitting a grand slam to win a game. Let's not get caught up in that kind of nonsense. He does start the guy, but he bats him second, and the lineup's kind of weird, and Jake Berger is eighth.
Yeah.
So he was asked a question about that, thankfully, and his response was, basically said, go talk to Jerry.
Ask Jerry.
Yeah. You don't like the lineup.
And, hold on. We buried the lead here. So you're taking responsibility for the whole kerfuffle.
Hold on a second. So the lead now is Mulligan finally stands up. You're basically saying that I cause a lot of kerfuffles, but this time I'm taking responsibility.
Mully, obsessed with clicks and ratings, starts kerfuffle.
Yeah, that's me.
That's it. Because you asked the question, we had the answer, and this was the response.
Yeah, I mean, that frustration really showed. Berger batting eighth, I really don't know what to make of that other than he's frustrated. I don't know whether he's frustrated with his bosses or the questions or what, but it wasn't a great look. He's supposed to be a disciplinarian, should show some probably discipline on his own. I mean, I guess it's nice that we got a window into his frustration, but yeah, I would say, if this year doesn't turn around, he could be one and done. I mean, I would say they're giving him the year, likely.
And that set off Rick. Because only the guys that are out there. This is a national guy.
It's a national guy, Molly. It's
not a guy.
It's a national guy answering a question
and
using the phrasing that the local guy provided.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But we're not there every day. So how could we possibly have a take on the White Sox that's any informed in any way? We are not part of the comfortable cocoon that covers the White Sox. So how could we possibly know everything that's going on? Did you see Tanner Banks pitch last night pretty well?
First left-handed pitcher.
Very encouraging sign.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Very encouraging young pitcher. He got the notice, flying home from Seattle. was tired, had a text, woke him up, and he said, I'm ready for this challenge. I'm going to take the mound for the first time in 191 games. I'm going to be the left-hander of the Sox lack. And then?
That's a foul ball that sounded solid.
Tried to get inside, and Young whisks this ball away to left field. 2-0 Texas.
I mean, honestly, 2-0 shouldn't be prohibitive of victory. Even 3-0, they came back and they closed it to 3-2. But then they brought in Bummer for how many players did he face after walking a couple? I'm just saying, you can always take a guy out.
You got a
right?
problem
After
with the bullpen usage? Do you have a problem with the bullpen usage?
I got a problem with everything.
Ask Jerry.
Okay, I'm sorry. Now you're going Pedro on me.
I'm sorry.
Hey,
let's back up. Let's go back. Let's go pregame. And we heard from John Heyman. That was his answer to your question.
Yes, that's
and obviously, so Rick Hahn came.
Mulligan takes responsibility for his.
However it happened, Rick Hahn came to the park on Monday, prepared to address the state of affairs for the White Sox, and he began his press conference in the dugout, I believe, this way.
What happened this morning is apparently there was a very well-respected out-of-town reporter speculating about Pedro's job security on a local sports station. You guys who are here day in and day out, especially the beat group that spends the amount of time talking to me or talking to others around the front office and hearing how we operate, have heard me say before that this underperformance that we've had so far or any of the issues we've had thus far in this season is not on Pedro and on the coaching staff. I don't think we could have been more clear about that. And I understand that people, especially in this day and age of all media, much less sports media, clicks matter and ratings matter and palace intrigue matters. And I'm not going to be able to solve that here in my position, nor is it my responsibility to solve that. But as we get closer to the deadline, as we get closer towards the end of the season and people want to speculate on what's going to happen around here and what's not going to happen, I would caution against putting too much credibility in reports that don't come from people who are here all the time. And I don't mean to criticize or single out any national guy in particular. Many of them are very, very good. I actually called the reporter today that made the report and asked him what he was basing that on. And we had a great talk, and he shared that was simply answering a question with his own speculation, not something that he was reporting. And continue to have great respect for him.
That was His Excellency Rick Hahn, the general manager for life of the Chicago White Sox.
So he knows ratings and clicks. He's talking about the weight they carry. You know what else matters, though? The numbers that do matter? Standings. Wins, losses.
Listen,
they're 12 games under 500.
Why wouldn't you begin to speculate? A guy kind of gets a little unnerved for the first time, and you wonder, is this guy going to be okay? Is this guy...
Speculation is part of the process, and there's a difference between...
I got a question. Are the Sox going to do anything about this, about anything that's going on? Are the Sox going to sit up and take notice?
Fair question. It's a good one. I don't know.
Does Jerry know?
Is Jerry paying attention? He was there apparently last night. I saw a picture on Twitter.
He looked frustrated in that picture.
Wouldn't you be?
They do something about it?
That's the question. What are the Sox going to do about it? Well, Rick's going to get on the high horse and accuse us of...
Ask us on July 4th.
Looking for clickbait.
Well, that is the easy response. It's kind of the lazy response. And again, it goes back to what he's referring to as reports. It wasn't a report at all. It's speculation. When you're in the nation's third largest media market, you're going to be exposed to speculation when you have a chronically underachieving team that is fraught with dysfunction. And welcome to your 2023 White Sox. And by the way, if you want to back it up to spring training or even before that, how did this all sort of begin in terms of off on the wrong foot, setting the wrong tone? this combative nature, this defensive posture. Hello, Mike Clevenger. Welcome to Glendale, Arizona.
There you go. You keep bringing that stuff up.
I'm just trying to look at the origin story here. When this contentiousness that we sort of detect yesterday is all related and rooted in the same spot, and it didn't have to be this way.
Because Mike Clevenger became clickbait instead of just being appreciated for the humanitarian he is.
Exactly. Well, thank you for putting it in those terms and setting me straight, because that's exactly what I was referring to. But later in that interview, I think we heard from Hahn, because the conversation did continue. He spoke for a while, and he was asked and he addressed about why hasn't everything come together.
I guess, is there a reason then? I mean, you clearly have individual talent. You look at it across the board. Why, as a group, it hasn't melded?
I don't have the answer for that. Okay. It's not for lack of individual confidence. It's not for lack of support from the staff. It's not from lack of communication about expectations and what we feel guys are capable of doing. I think it's been, again, we've dipping ourselves out of a hole for a while now, and it's a little tough to perhaps have that edge when you're swimming upstream. Now, again, you guys want to start showing that tonight, despite the record, that's great. I think that confidence served us well for an extended period of time. It'd be good to get that back.
I mean, I don't think he had an answer there.
I don't think he answered the question.
Was there
a
hint of an answer? I mean, let me get this straight. They've got this really good team. Are you with me? They are supporting them amazingly with the support staff, giving them everything they need. Yeah. And they have, I mean, if you listen to him, apparently nothing's wrong, even though everything's wrong.
That is the impression that he left, or at least that's the tone that you got. The White Sox, though, there's plenty wrong. The leader, their leader in the division is under 500, and the Sox are 12 games out, 12 games under 500.
What are they,
5.5 games out.
Okay.
But let's focus on the first part of that. The 12 game under 500 part, that prevents you from really having any other hope that this is conceivable, that this is a division that they, can win, because you sound kind of silly suggesting it based on the track record. So I wonder, we talk all the time about leaders, about who's going to step forward. And this was finally the last thing we'll hear from Rick Hahn when he addressed the leadership on the White Sox.
Is there a leadership issue at all that you see, just in terms of players on the field?
Players individually?
Yeah.
I get why there's that speculation. Because, again, if the team's not performing well and you're not seeing that sort of, again, edge or swagger or whatever, that could be not coming from the player group, or the player group isn't setting that tone. I don't feel that's the issue going on. I don't feel like there's an absence or a lack of cohesiveness or every man for himself kind of thing. Lack of preparation. Again, that's not what I think is evidence, but I understand the speculation.
Okay, did he have an answer for that?
No. Did you hear one?
I'm not criticizing the His Excellency. I'm just wondering, did he name someone? So who's the leader of the team?
Here's what's surprising to me, and it shouldn't be. These are professional sports. This isn't college. This isn't high school. This isn't where you worry necessarily about damaging psyches or, worried about development. These are professional athletes and grown men. And I don't know that the White Sox, as bad as they have been this year consistently, can you think of a time where they've been called out by anybody on their payroll? Can you think of a time anybody in a leadership role, manager, general manager, team president, chairman, has called them out to the extent that they're underachieving?
I think Luis Robert got benched at one point for not running down to first base.
Okay.
Turns out he hadn't told anyone he had a leg issue.
Right.
But that is the only time I've seen any kind of response to something that happened on the field.
And when we talk about
usually it's very rosy and we're about to do this and everybody wants to do it and we're all
and I'm not going to speak for Ozzy because he does a good job of doing that himself,
Yes,
and he will be on our program tomorrow as he usually is. But I sense just in talking to Ozzy off the air as well and being around him sometimes at NBC Sports Chicago, I think this is the part that drives him craziest.
Yes.
The fact that when you hear from the White Sox spokesman, there's no accountability, there's no obvious threat to anybody's job status or playing time or whatever the case may be. Everybody's very comfortable. Everything is just okay. The Sox are 12 games under 500. Did he sound like somebody who was ticked off about that?
Tim Anderson was moved from leadoff to the 2-hole.
Okay.
I mean, that was
Rick Hahn.
I saw that happen.
Rick Hahn sounded more ticked off about John Heyman than he did anything going on the field.
That's fair.
And I think that's ridiculous. That is a ridiculous response to speculation about a team going nowhere.
You go back to the question: is this about Heyman being asked if this guy is one and done, or is it more about, hey, are all these guys in trouble? Is anybody in trouble? The whole question included: are any of these guys in trouble, or are we getting too far ahead of ourselves?
Your question.
I mean, I'm sorry, but I did ask that of John Heyman.
I know you did.
But I mean, I included Rick.
You did.
And anyone else.
See, that's the thing. And that's what I keep going back to.
Have we never heard anybody talk about Rick like that? Because he's His Excellency GM for life.
Well, I don't think we ever heard anybody talk about Rick like that, because what I'm saying about not hearing any dissatisfaction from Rick Hahn about the players or the manager, we never hear from Rick Hahn's boss talking about what he hasn't done, because everything that he's done has been applauded publicly. I don't know that he's ever been held accountable, and certainly around the people that cover the team, he feels very comfortable, clearly, because he's complimenting everybody who covers the team. So wouldn't you, in that environment, feel very comfortable and cozy? Yes, you would.
We have a texter wondering if anyone else feels it sounds like, did we win enough games? No. Did we get the quarterback right? No.
That's a really good comparison.
It was kind of the same
I hadn't
thing.
thought about the Ted Phillips, Rick Hahn connection, but there are parallels to be drawn, and there was a tone that was similar. No doubt about it. Good call. Good text. I think that much of it is rooted in the same idea. There's a comfort level that you hear, or maybe it seems like they're not accepting what they're seeing.
I think what's interesting to me is that the question asked of a guy like John Heyman is really more of, would typically in baseball, a team that did this look at the manager? Would typically in baseball, a team that had this result look at the general manager? I don't think that's an unusual question, because the Sox seem to operate differently than other teams do. So when you talk to a guy like John, you're curious about what his overall read is of the game.
I also think that that's a great point. I don't even know if you have to go that far. Let's just look in recent White Sox history. They fired a manager that got his team to the playoffs.
Yeah, they did.
And why did they do that? Because they had to make room for the Hall of Fame manager who came here and, basically
but they fired
with a golden parachute.
They fired him before they made room for him.
That's
right?
true.
They
So
fired
they set a
him
standard.
first,
Yeah.
and they were going to hire, what's his name, the Houston guy, because they release the photo of him with
A.J. Hinch.
A.J. Hinch. Didn't they release the
That's
photo?
true. Okay, now see, that was the last time that we can recall the White Sox really taking a cutthroat approach to winning.
Right.
And maybe that was, if they were going to be consistent in that direction, okay, but what we heard yesterday certainly wasn't even close to strong accountability. That was closer to reluctant acceptance of what's going on.
312-644-6767. We're going to expand the conversation. We're going to get to your calls as well. If you want to talk about this, Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
Have we gotten the quarterback situation completely right? No. Have we won enough games? No. Everything else is there.
Coming up at 2 on the Parkins and Spiegel show, Mark.
You guys have talked about this on the show many times in the last couple of months. And I can confirm that not many people have this piece of baseball memorabilia that you guys have talked about a lot here and there over the last couple of months. There was a certain giveaway in Oakland.
Come on!
Yes!
No way!
I emailed the Oakland A's PR department and asked, do you guys happen to have any extra Tony Kemp Poster Day giveaways? And sure enough, a month later, they mailed it in.
Get out of here.
Let's go. Put that thing up.
We're putting
So-
it right here,
right there. Yeah.
Here is the official Tony Kemp Poster Day giveaway poster for everyone watching on Twitch.
Holy crap.
It is the official
That's it.
Tony Kemp poster that you guys have been marveling at
Yes.
and was promoted right behind home plate when the Cubs were playing in Oakland back in April.
I love this.
And it's emblematic. Really, and Tony Kemp is a terrific guy, a former Cub.
Yeah.
And a good player, good guy, adorable family. But the fact that that's the giveaway is emblematic of what is what is going to be remembered as one of the worst teams in baseball history. There you go. Now
Our
it's
guy,
official.
Tony Kemp.
Yep.
Right here for you.
Now all we need is the next goal is to get him at some point in studio to sign it.
Also, make sure you go to twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score, because what Connor O'Donnell is doing is a split screen, sometimes with Dan, sometimes with, well, it has to only be Dan, but it's split screen with Dan and the Tony Kemp poster instead of Lawrence. There it is.
Yeah.
I think the Tony Kemp poster should always be on the screen on Twitch. It should just be always up there.
I think that it should be like the Florio head.
That's it.
Yes,
that's
exactly.
Where it's our screensaver?
Yeah, it should be bouncing up and around, and people be like, oh, when it almost makes it to the corner, and then it doesn't quite make it to the corner. That's what it should be.
if you don't like it, talk to Jerry, meaning Jerry Reinsdorf. And it was weird to just go right to the owner for him. But maybe the bloom is off the rose a little bit, and maybe he's starting to hear a lot of criticism from people. You know, you hoped for the best with him, but where are you at with that guy? Does he look one and done to you? Do the White Sox look like if they're going to rebuild, they can't do it with Rick Hahn? How many of these guys are in trouble or not in trouble, or are we moving too far too quickly here? Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 to the Score. So Rick was mentioned.
How dare you? How dare you speculate about a chronically underachieving team like
General
that?
manager for life.
Natural question. It's pro sports. You have a team in town that had high expectations and should be performing better than they are. They certainly have the talent to. And they're 12 games under 500. These kind of questions are part and parcel of being in a sports market like this. They should be.
Especially when you're trying to get some clicks.
Well, that too.
That's what it's all
clickbait.
about. There you go.
Baby.
Hot take clickbait. 312-644-6767. Let's try Tony. He's in Wonder Lake. Hey, Tony.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. You know my feelings about the White Sox. I haven't been too happy with them over the last decade, really. And Rick Hahn's been in charge most of the time. You know, it all started for me, what really soured me was the White Sox organization as a whole chose to turn their back on the fans when it came to accountability when they decided to cancel Sox Fest. The Cubs had theirs. The Sox came up with some lame excuse, but really, deep down inside, it was none of the brass wanted to explain why this disastrous decision was made with Tony La Russa. And as it turns out, I ate crow on that because, you know what, I'm seeing the same things with Grifol, so I can't completely blame La Russa for everything. But this guy is so ridiculous that he would go out of his way to insult a guy like John Heyman. I listen to the guy every week. I can count on one time where I think the guy may have been in over his skis. The guy's got so much knowledge about baseball from a reporter's point of view. And by the way, Rick, you shut yourself off to any chance for the local media to ask you any questions at all. So when a guy that has a national view of the game is asked a question and gives an honest opinion that I happen to agree with, you know what? It's not your right to question him when you will not allow the city of Chicago's reporters to get a glimpse of you for even 5 minutes. It's such a ridiculous thing. He's not really a puppet attached to strings. This guy's got concrete and chains around him. He is such a yes man. That's why Reinsdorf keeps him in place. They're such a disaster as an organization. They're in baseball purgatory forever until he decides to sell the team. And it's a shame because I love baseball, but I cannot get interested in this team when they continue to fumble over themselves and make the same stupid decisions and expect us, the fans, to act as if nothing is wrong.
It's a good call, Tony.
Thanks, Tony.
And that seems to be the level of expectation.
Yeah, and the frustration is palpable, as they say.
A friend of mine texted me and wanted to know if I was going to London with the Cubs. And I told him no, I was staying home and going to hell with the White Sox. Because that's what it feels like.
In fairness, so
that's funny.
That's
funny. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Paul is in Buffalo Grove.
You know the way.
Yeah, exactly. I'm being led there. Hi, Paul.
Good morning, guys. Mully, I'll leave you alone for a second. David, you made a statement a while back about the Sox firing a manager to hire eventually Tony La Russa. That same guy, Rick Renteria, the Cubs also fired him and then brought in Joe Maddon. One other quick thing, and I'm a Cubs fan.
Well, okay, what's the point there, though? I got to ask you there. What's the point in making that connection? I know Ricky Renteria has been fired twice in this town. That's why I said he should avoid Chicago at his next job because he would not have fond memories here.
Okay. As a Cubs fan, it seems to me that the first year Tony La Russa was hired, they won the division. If my memory is right, and they won 90-some games. The second year, they had more injuries to star players than I think any team in baseball. I think that their three best players missed half the season.
Is your point La Russa was underappreciated?
My point is I don't believe a lot in managers. A couple of the things he did. My point is if Rick Renteria stayed as the Cubs manager, they would have won in 2016. And the first year that Tony La Russa was manager, I think Rick Renteria would have also taken them to the playoffs. That's my supposition. I can't prove it, but that's my opinion.
Okay.
Thanks for the phone call.
Yeah.
I'm not here to criticize Rick Renteria, just the opposite. I think he was underappreciated as a manager.
I may have been part of the problem because all I remember is they did get in the playoffs, and I just remember him in that like football stance, and whatever way you could see the batter, and then you could see Rick trying to play linebacker. It was, I mean, I was nervous watching.
You wanted him gone.
It was.
Just say it. You wanted him gone.
No, I wanted them to.
You wanted him gone.
Have higher expectations, and I thought that they could improve there.
I liked Renteria.
I told you I loved Rick Renteria. I took my kid to the Sox convention, and some guy who had
he's a hugger.
You know, oh my God,
he's a hugger.
Some guy who had some issues thanked him for being an inspiration in his life, and this guy bounds off the stage, runs up, and hugs the guy. He was a hugger.
Yeah, he was a hugger.
And it was a beautiful moment.
He could use one now, I bet.
Are you volunteering?
Come here. Come here, Ricky.
Get over here.
Get over here.
I'm more of a.
I have a lot of respect for him.
If I get a drink in me, I'm kind of a hugger.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Or maybe you just won't go anywhere.
Yeah, but no, but I do, like, if I get a couple, I'm known to bear hug people. Like,
Yeah, okay.
I don't, like, some people have a drink and they throw a punch. I'm more of a hugger, like a backslapper. I'm not a pain to be around. I'm just a better person when I'm boozed up.
That's what Marshawn Lynch says.
Well, he would know. Pat is on the road. Hey, Pat.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to say Tony hit right on the head with the management and ownership until move on with that. I think we're going to be extremely in the doldrums for a while. But no, I think it might be a time for a trade. I mean, I'm kind of tired of Tim Anderson at shortstop. I think he's lost probably at least 3 or 4 games just with his defense not making plays and crucial plays as well. And you know, we've been missing a second baseman, I think, for the last 2 years since we traded Madrigal. So I'm thinking, you know, if we don't get any kind of table centers for Louis Robert, Hahn, and Jimenez, I think that's the biggest problem right now. I mean, Anderson basically is just a singles hitter, you know, that takes, you know, base hits to the right field. I mean, he does that beautifully, but you know, we need so much more from him, and I think he's pretty much done.
Yeah, I mean, thanks for the call, Pat. I don't know that would make you better. I don't know that I
They do
agree
need
with that.
to make a trade, maybe several.
Well, they definitely need to do something, but I don't know that's the answer. But we're going to bring in Tommy Hotovy. We're going to talk to the Cubs pitching coach. A lot of good stuff going on with the Chicago Cubs, and things are going to get significantly happier when we bring in Tommy Hotovy next. Mully and Haugh on The Score.
The Score is Chicago sports. Chicago sports is The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 and most listened to sports station in Chicago. Listen on your radio, laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670.
What the hell was that Sports Minute?
Wait, what do you mean?
We went to break. Okay, listen.
This is Sean Morash with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Has an NBA Finals game ever looked easier for a player than it did for Nikola Jokic last night? He became just the second player ever to record a triple-double in his NBA Finals debut, the other being Jason Kidd. In fact, Jokic's performance was so good, the game and his play was actually boring. If Sunday night is more of the same, it may be time to call the Baja Men and ask, who let the brooms out? Who? I'm Sean Morash.
Oi. Doesn't someone listen to that and be like,
no.
Nope.
So
back in the room and spend another 30 seconds
I was
writing
telling
a thing.
Ray, how many radio stations did that just run on across the country?
Probably like 50.
I always look, my rule is simple. Just don't make people dumber.
You know,
Who let
Lawrence.
the brooms out? Who? I'm Sean Morash.
But what does it have to do with brooms?
And then
You don't let brooms out.
and everybody barks when they sweep, right?
I don't get it.
And it's boring.
He said it's Friday. I'm getting out of here.
He sure did.
Yes, he did.
He sure did. He was like,
Who let the brooms out? Who? I'm Sean Morash.
he high-fived someone after that, too.
He
I
sure
promise
did.
you that. He's in the WFAN studios, and he's like, I nailed it. High-five someone and left
it. Yeah.
We showed it to Brandon Fryer from Mully and Haugh show, and he said, "Yeah, he felt good about that."
He did.
He felt good about that.
Yep.
On
Objectively.
a level of 0 to Feinstein, where does this rank? It's not quite fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice.
I'm John
Feinstein, who's also a really nice
Fool
man.
me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, I'm John Feinstein.
Who let the brooms out? Who? I'm Sean Morash.
It's not an inadvertent self-own. It's just a total non sequitur. I love. Remember when Abaticola was doing the fake sports minutes?
Well, he did. What was it? Jim Beige?
That was McCaffrey.
Hold on, can we do the fake? One of these fake sports minutes real quick?
It's one in the vault.
Yeah,
We got
do
one
it.
from Brendan McCaffrey, it looks
This
like.
is
Okay,
the
this
Jim
might be.
Beige. I think.
Jim Beige is different. Okay.
Titletown tingles tonight as a trophy traverses the tundra back to Green Bay and its rightful owners, the Packers. 13 years before, a man named Brett, with an arm like a jet, brought home the bacon in Dairyland. But now the Packers win by Aaron out the football. The man he replaced probably watched the game in Louisiana so far, or rather so far away. I could see Joe Montana, John Elway, or Tom Brady asking Mr. Rogers, "Won't you be my neighbor?" with a championship and Super Bowl MVP. Rogers' passes burst out of his hand in Dallas with the precision of an assassin. They tore through the Steelers' secondary like a bullet through a president's cranial cavity. Only we didn't need the Zapruder film to realize that this was no conspiracy. Rodgers took inspiration this week from a former Packers quarterback, but it's probably not the one you're all thinking about. No, Rodgers went back a few decades to a star, a Bart that didn't have a cow in Super Bowl I. 45 years of Super Bowl history wrapped up in 2 quarterbacks. The story comes full circle. Aaron Rodgers, the new leader of the pack.
Scoreboard update.
It's too good. It was too
Who
good.
let the brooms out?
econ knowledge, and I'm going to do it in a baseball course. It's like one of the best things ever.
There's just a lot of trust there with Tommy. We know he's such a hard worker. He puts in all the hours and really, really knows what he's talking about when it comes to pitching.
Tommy Hotovy, breaking down the starting rotation and bullpen on the north side with Mully and Haugh.
I'm here for one reason. I want to help these guys get better, and we want to win baseball games.
Tommy Hotovy on 670 The Score.
Tommy. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always a delight to talk to Tommy Hotovy, the Cubs pitching coach, and he joins us now on the Busey Bank Score Hotline, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Tommy, good morning. How are you?
Hey, guys. Good morning. I'm doing great. How are you?
Doing well.
We're really enjoying watching your team play, and it's been pretty extraordinary to see the way things have been going, the winning of series, the occasional sweep, handling things in the division. It seems as if a lot has come together quickly here as you've had, Kyle Hendricks come back and Justin Steele back from whatever delay that was. It just feels like a lot is right, including everything that happened yesterday. Can't ever argue with a shutout.
No, you can't. And no, we also love watching these guys play as well right now. I mean, you know, things are starting to come together. I think the things that you work on all year, you know things are heading in the right direction. You know that you continue to put guys in the right positions to be successful, but sometimes it just doesn't all click right away, you know. And I think we're at that point in the season now where we kind of know where guys are, and obviously it helps when your starting pitching kind of solidifies some performance there and keeps teams in games for a long time. But you look up and down this roster, like, you know, Tauchman's really done a great job of solidifying stuff in center field. Morel's, since he's come up, has had a lot of really good, consistent at-bats. And obviously you have the core guys of you know, Swanson and Nico and you know, Seiya and Happer and all these guys just continue to have consistent at-bats, and you're putting pieces around them. And next thing you know is you just start to feel that momentum shift in your direction. And you're not playing trying to be perfect every time. And I think that's what you've been seeing. Guys are playing free. They're having fun. And that's what's really contributed to winning baseball lately.
And Tommy, I think the numbers show that obviously your starting rotation is first in the National League in wins and third in the ERA, so that's the stable part. The bullpen, though, lately has really come into its own. Adbert Alzolay claimed the closer role loudly. I think Mark Leiter Jr. has been very dependable. But I want to ask you about Julian Merriweather, because you take away his first outing, and he has been among the best relievers in the National League very quietly, very underrated. Why has he been so consistent?
Well, he worked a ton this offseason on trying to clean up some mechanical things that he felt like were causing, you know, some inconsistencies in his performance and some injury history and some things that he just felt like there were some things that he wanted to tackle, and he did a lot of that on his own before we even had claimed him. And so we just tried to build a support group around him for that, to make sure he was staying on task and doing things that he wanted to do there. And I feel like mechanically he's in a really good place from where he's been in his career. And then just tried to simplify some thoughts from a pitch usage perspective for him. He's got electric stuff. You see that 100-mile-an-hour fastball. He's also got a really good slider, and that changeup is kind of a unique Bugs Bunny changeup. You know, when you throw 100 and you have an 80-mile-an-hour changeup, it's 20-mile-an-hour difference. It's hard for hitters to time all that up. So just talk through some thoughts on how we wanted to attack hitters, and then once you start seeing those results, you start seeing the ability to throw behind the count sliders and make your fastball play up that much more. He's a guy that's been around. He's a veteran guy. I know, you know, in his career he doesn't have a ton of major league innings, but he's been around and has been at the major league level for some time. So, you know, he knows what he can do to be successful, and just, like you said, you take out that first game and he's been dominant, and just continues to go out there, and we continue to put him in those situations, and he just continues to prove every time he goes out there that he could be one of the better guys in the game.
Tommy, what is it like when a guy decides he's calling his own game? And obviously Kyle Hendricks with the PitchCom has gotten to a point where he's able to call his own game, and he's significantly better doing it, or at least he's looked better. Are you offended in any way that he doesn't want to consult with you?
You know, it's funny. There's kind of a misconception about that, like calling your own game means you don't talk to anybody else about what you're going to throw. The calling of your own game came from having the pitch clock and not having enough time to shake. So, like, we're all on the same page with how we want to attack hitters. We go into a pregame meeting and talk about what we want to do. Kyle just wanted to, because he throws sinkers to both sides of the plate, 2 different changeups to both sides of the plate, 4 seams to both sides of the plate. You know, it seems like he only has 4 pitches, but when you start having to hit buttons for fastball, hit buttons for away, and then shake. Now you're going to hit another button for fastball and then in, and then shake, and there's all these different buttons. It's just easier for him to be able to hit those and hit them and be able to move on. You've seen, like, Jameson Taillon, you know, Miggy called the game for him the other day, but if he wants to shake, he'll hit the shake, you know, so he doesn't have to go through the whole sequence of trying to get to what he wants to get. And Kyle prepares better than most guys in this league. He knows what he wants to do. He's got really good feel. He's got a really good plan coming into a game, and then when he's able to do that, he can execute it. And what is really cool about using the pitch comm and calling your own game, there's some level of conviction when you hit sinker down the way. You're telling yourself, I'm executing this pitch. This is the pitch I want to throw, and now I just got to go out and do it. And there's a really cool level of conviction and that you take your mind to, when you're able to call those games. So, love the work Kyle puts in, and yeah, he's been on a nice roll lately.
When did you know Saturday that Justin Steele was going to be as sharp as he turned out to be, and how did he respond a day later after his first start coming off the injured list?
Yeah, he had looked really good in the bullpens leading up to Saturday. I think in about the second inning or end of the second inning when he really started executing the command of his fastball, especially his glove side, he started seeing him lock in mechanically. My big thing was always when a guy's coming off of like an injury or a rehab stint or whatever is they may look good in bullpens at about 95%, effort level, but when it picks up just that little bit more in the game, are they able to maintain all the things that they've been working on and stay in their delivery, stay in their mechanics, and execute pitches? And once he started doing that, kind of hitting his stride around that like 40 or 45 pitch mark, we knew we were going to be in a good place. And and he felt great after. Obviously, we're being very, very communicative in just how he's feeling and what he's feeling after the outing and the bullpen, but he's been feeling great, and it's obviously good to get a guy back of his caliber who's really, really had a great season so far.
Tommy, I know David asked you about the bullpen. I want to talk a little bit specifically about Adbert Alzolay. And, we had talked to you before. You guys have always sort of figured it out with the bullpen, always managed to get somebody in and to do something. What has been the difference? How has he worked out as well as he's worked out? And I think it's 4 saves now. Is it a mentality on his part? What is it that has helped you guys solve this issue?
Yeah, I always go back to him starting. We always knew the stuff was there. But as a starter, there's a lot of times you feel like you have to have 4 or 5 pitches to be able to get through an outing, a start, a season, whatever that may be. And he's had the ability to throw some really high-quality pitches. I think going to the bullpen for him has really helped him simplify his approach and simplify his thoughts and simplify the pitch mix to an extent where he can be more aggressive with his fastball, being able to attack the strike zone, not having to rely on mixing the fastball and the sinker quite as much. The sinker's definitely in there and still in play to be able to run it into righties and use it in those right situations. But his fastball has played really well. It's played up out of the bullpen. He has the mentality and the aggressiveness to go attack you in the strike zone. And then you mix the breaking balls, off of that. He's got the short cutter, the downer slider, and then the little bigger slider. Basically 3 versions of the same pitch at different velocities and slightly different movement profiles. So, when you have a good fastball you can attack with and a breaking ball you can manipulate a little bit, you can get some big outs, especially out of the bullpen. And then just his mentality, he's not afraid of any moment. He's not afraid of any knocks. He's going to attack you. He's going to be aggressive. He's an athlete. All the things you want kind of in that back end role. And again, these things always tend to work themselves out. And guys continue to prove that they have the ability to pitch in some of the biggest moments in the game. And every good closer in this league started out somewhere, and didn't start out right out in the ninth inning. They come up, they prove themselves, and then they continue to get those opportunities. So we're excited that he's kind of taken the ball and run with it. No pun intended there, but he's earned it, and it's been fun to watch.
Tommy, as a former finance major at Wichita State, I just wonder if your conversations with Marcus Stroman ever address his earnings power.
Man, that's a great question. No, I mean, I try to stay out of that as much as possible.
But he's going tonight. He's obviously on a little bit of a roll. Is there anything from your standpoint where when a guy is going this well, do you talk less, do less? How involved do you get with somebody on the kind of role that Marcus Stroman is on?
Yeah, you really keep things simple with him, especially in these moments. I try to keep things to positive talk about the things that he knows he needs to do to be successful. Most of that is mechanical things. There's just little mechanical cues for him that he wants to make sure he's hitting in the game, because he knows if he's doing that, then the results and the pitch execution and the shapes of the pitches, all those things are going to take care of themselves. So a lot of what we're doing right now is obviously monitoring his health, monitoring his delivery, monitoring those little checkpoints to make sure that he's executing and getting the points he needs to get. But other than that, we're just there to watch the show.
Right.
Set him out there, have fun, enjoy it, and obviously just help him as much as we can along that ride.
Tommy, we'll let you go. Obviously, some work left in Pittsburgh, but then you're heading to London. Is that an interruption of the season? Is that going to be fun? Are you taking the crew with you? Is it a business trip? How do you view the 2-game set against the Cardinals?
Yeah, I think you just said all of it right there. I mean, I think it's fun. We're really excited to go. It's definitely a disruption in your workflow and just the daily life when you're changing time zones that much and gonna have to adjust. I'm already looking ahead to the schedule coming back from London. I think we have 3 games. 3-night games at home, and then we have, I think, the rest of the games leading up to the All-Star break, we don't have the same game time on back-to-back days. So it's going to be a unique 2.5 weeks of games in terms of game times and travel and stuff. But, we do so much of the same thing every single day, getting the opportunity to go over there, 1, to experience something cool, 2, to play some games on a very big stage against, one of your division rivals. It's going to be a lot of fun, and we're excited for it and ready to go compete.
Have a great
time.
Great
stuff, Tommy. Thank you.
Thanks, Tommy.
That is
all right, guys. Thank you.
That is Tommy Haugh, the Cubs pitching coach. Great guy to talk to, but so always has the right answer and takes the. We're joking around a little bit. I mean, there's a guy that knows his business inside and out.
I think that he does know his business, and he certainly always has. He just references. You want to talk about Julian Merriweather? Fine. You want to talk about Adbert Alzolay? I got it. He's got a ready answer because he's just very good at what he does.
All right, we're going to bring in Chuck Garfien, and we'll talk to Chuck next about what's going on with the White Sox, about his conversation with a certain a White Sox pitcher to be named later or traded later, or is Lucas Giolito sticking around? Didn't sound like it. We'll ask Chuck how he felt talking to him next. Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Hey, it's Dan Bernstein.
And I'm Lawrence Holmes.
The Bernstein and Holmes Show, middays 10 to 2 on The Score.
If you like baseball, we have got you covered today. Ian Happ joins us at 11 o'clock.
Can't help but wonder if it is a shift or if it's a ruse. If it's some sort of a real kind of eye-opening moment, they're not going to play ball, we got to get out of this, or is it sort of just a movement to try to gain leverage that you don't have right now over whether or not your taxes are going up?
Well, that's a good question. I think a couple things. Number one, I think it would be naive to think that the Bears didn't anticipate this. Or it would be naive if the Bears didn't anticipate this. They could not have started this process without the understanding that, number one, it is the largest in Illinois history, as they have reminded us. And by the way, the key part of that sentence is Illinois. You are in a state where you're going to encounter these kind of things.
Yes.
These political roadblocks don't have to be. They're obstacles, but you can get around them. You need somebody who understands the landscape, and that is who Kevin Warren is supposed to be. So I think it would be naive to think that this wasn't going to happen somewhere, maybe not Naperville specifically, but along the way, there was going to have to be some sort of leverage ploy like this by the Bears, and maybe that's all this is. I don't know where this goes next. It does open the door to other municipalities. We heard from the Rockford, Dave Vella, a representative, a Democrat from Rockford, wants to jump on, and he said, hey, we'll take the Bears. We'll get in the mix. I don't know if you want to do that if you're the Bears, because then how much time are you wasting that could be directed in trying to get a deal struck so you don't have this tax assessment that you can't live with?
This hour brought to you by Gulf Mill Chevrolet.
So I'm going to look into the future. So if you guys don't get things going here, do you see a lot of changes coming?
I'm not a front office executive. Obviously, I see what people are saying, writers and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. That's partly why I want us to get it going. I want to win really, really bad. Everyone knows, this is my potential last year with the White Sox. I feel like I owe so much to this organization, and I've done a lot for this organization as well, and I just want to see us come together and have a good run here.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That is the voice of Lucas Giolito. The White Sox Talk podcast drops today. Chuck Garfien interviewing the great Lucas Giolito. We heard a little bit of it last night on the pregame show or the postgame show. I heard it somewhere, and it was great to hear. And Chuck, always a delight to welcome you to the show. Chuck joins us on the Busey Bank Score Hotline, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Hey, Chuck, how are you?
I'm good, Mully. Good to talk to you this morning. I wish it was after a White Sox win, but this is where we are.
Yeah, and I think that just, again, not getting Rick, don't want to get him upset, but the more that you hear from people, the more you read things nationally, it seems, even what he said yesterday, when he said that it's about being able to kind of compete in October, not just winning the division. Obviously, another loss last night, and obviously 12 under. It's not looking good. It doesn't look like they've been able to make the big move. The division's not going anywhere. But I think that he changed the rule a little bit, didn't he? When he said it's not about winning the division, it's about being able to make noise in October. I don't know that we can anticipate that.
No, I mean, the way that they're playing, they're not going anywhere.
Right.
And I'll say it here. I said it on the podcast that dropped this morning after my interview with Lucas. If this offense continues to play like this season's over. Giolito's getting traded. They're going to be selling at the deadline. I put this whole season right now on the offense because, it is weighing it down, and it's weighing down the pitching staff and the bullpen because there's no breathing room in any of these games because the offense maybe shows up once a week, maybe twice max. So that means your starters and your relievers are in high leverage every night. And when Aaron Bummer, who actually has pitched pretty well over the last couple of weeks, he gives up 2 runs yesterday, game over. If the Sox score 4 runs, 5 runs, we got a game. They're not scoring enough. And this is happening way too much. So what is the front office to do? This is for the second straight season where the offense has not been good. They were not a good offense last year. They're worse this year. 2021, you looked at their plate discipline. They were 4th in the majors in walks, 29th last year, dead last this year. And so, if they find a way to finish around 500 and win the division, great. This team is not set up to do anything because the goal was not to win the division. When they set out on this rebuild and the whole thing, the goal was to win championships, plural. So even if they get back in the race and they win the division, I see nothing that shows me that they can win a World Series. So if you're Rick Hahn, you have to recalibrate things. So, that could weigh in the decisions of what he does does at the trade deadline, where if they make some trades, it's not just for this year, it's for a couple years down or next year and the year after, because they got to fix this offense because it's not going to take them anywhere.
No doubt. I just wonder who will be making those decisions, Chuck, to be honest with you. Yesterday we heard from Rick Hahn, and he was a little testing. He pushed back at the John Heyman interview we did yesterday. A day earlier we heard from Pedro Grifol, who was pushing back at the idea that somebody dare question his lineup and batting Jake Berger 8th. We understand the frustration level, but how do you interpret what's been maybe some testy responses to some fair questions about the direction of the White Sox?
Are you talking about from Hahn or Grifol?
Both.
Or both? So here's the thing with what Pedro said in Seattle, and I don't want to comment on it yet because all I did was read it. What is the Jerry comment? Sometimes when you read something, it reads differently than it sounded. So I want to hear that before I comment on it. But even if he was testy, so I guess I'm now commenting on it. You know what? If I'm Pedro Grifol and I see the talent, and how many times do we say that? See the talent in that lineup, and I'm seeing what they're contributing, and I'm doing whatever I can to put a lineup out there to execute and succeed, and this is what I'm getting, I'm going to be pissed off too. I'm going to be testy, and maybe he shouldn't have said that. The thing about, hey, if you got a problem with the lineup, I mean, why Jake Berger is batting eighth? He kind of said a little bit about it, something about it, alluding to the lineup after the game last night, where he's like, we're hitting all these solo home runs.
Right.
The last 9 home runs have been solo. So he's trying to make a lineup where you get some guys in between those solo home runs with guys who can find a way to get on base. I mean, that's where he's at right now. But Berger betting eighth didn't make any sense. I was with the Sox fans why are we having our best hitter? Yes, Jake Berger's their best hitter. Certainly from slugging and OPS, batting eighth. And if listen, Rick Hahn was testy because John Heyman came on your show and speculated, and that was some hard speculation. And
that was my fault. In fairness, Chuck, I asked him if he thought that, just based on that reaction was the bloom off the rose, and did he think this guy could be one and done? And I asked, is Rick in trouble? I think it's fair to ask those kind of questions when they're underachieving. And Heyman merely answered a question. And again, when we have baseball experts on, we're asking hey, in baseball, if this happens, doesn't that follow? I know the Sox are different. I've watched the Sox my whole life, like you have. And I understand that things don't always go according to Hoyle. But I felt bad for Heyman because he just answered a question. It wasn't
Well, and this comes down to our responsibility, not just yours and mine. It's everyone who runs social media accounts, yours, mine, 670 The Score. We have to be very careful, and I've been guilty of this at times. We have to be very careful about what we put out there, how we put it out there, because things can be misinterpreted, misrepresented, because Twitter it doesn't have the whole scope. It's giving you a small window into what someone says. And so I think that traveled in a way that was probably not it wasn't what Heyman really, it didn't show Heyman in the greatest of light. I'm not putting blame on anybody. I mean, I'm just saying this is just the truth in the world that we live in. Once upon a time before social media, Heyman says that anyone who heard it would hear it. Maybe the Tribune picks it up and writes it, and then it goes away. But the way social media is nowadays, someone says something and it travels in ways that it never did before. And then you have Rick Hahn speaking to the media about it because it upsets him. So
Sure.
that's what the situation we are all in.
Twitter is where context goes to die. That's basically the extent of it. So let's switch gears and look at your fine interview with Lucas Giolito. I kind of want to know, Chuck, your opinion on why, not necessarily your interview happened now, but why this is becoming an issue now. It has been addressed. It's been out there for about a month, and yet I don't think he's been asked about it. Do you think this is Lucas Giolito trying to, in Marcus Stroman's words, control the narrative of what comes in the next few weeks?
I don't think he's trying to control any narrative. I went up to him asking him to do an interview with me, and he did it. And so he knows what's coming. The question is going to be about his future. He wants to stay here. He wants to win here, but there are things that are out of his control, like a losing team. And he even says, I can only play every 5 days. And so every day he's out there, he's going to try and win a baseball game. And he said on the podcast, he thinks actually there's a couple things that are in his back pocket that might even take his game to the next level going forward on the mound. So, control, there's no narrative to try to control. It's just the reality of the situation. This is the last year of his contract. And if you look at the track record, this is me talking here.
Right.
If you look at the track record of the White Sox. They do not sign pitchers to long-term extensions, and the times that they've done it, John Danks, it blew up in their faces. So I don't see the White Sox, because of their history, giving Lucas Giolito a 4 or 5 year contract that he'll probably get somewhere else, especially with the season that he's having. So if that's the case, and if the team decides, they're going to punt on this year and make some trades, they're going to look down the avenue of what they can get for Lucas Giolito. And frankly, the market for starting pitching this year is going to be robust. There's not a lot of options. Stroman, Giolito, and there's a big drop-off. So I think the Sox could get a lot for Giolito. But, man, I'm with Giolito. Let's turn this season around. Let's find this offense, if it's possible, and get back in this race. They're 5.5 games back. This division is winnable, but the Sox continue to underachieve. And the more this gets closer to the end of July, and if this continues, in my opinion, he's gone.
Oh, yeah. No, I think we all accept that reality. And as David was saying, Bob Nightingale wrote that like a month ago, and that the Sox were not going to re-sign him. They weren't bringing him back next year. If that was a fait accompli, I'm curious why it took this long. Did it take a certain amount of losing to sort of accept that this isn't going to happen? I mean, that the Sox are – Rick Hahn spoke yesterday. They were 11 games under on Memorial Day. They were 11 games under when he spoke yesterday. Obviously, now they're 12 games under. It's just trending wrong. So I suppose we're just looking at who's here and who's there. And was it MLB trade rumors, whatever, reported they're trading at basically anybody who's coming out of contract, that they're not interested in re-signing anyone.
Yeah, well, this is the thing about baseball, and it's what I think we're all kind of clinging to, this hope, especially in this division. You can go on a run. You can win 7 of 8, and all of a sudden the White Sox are like 2 games out. Look at the Reds. They just won 9 in a row. Bam, they're in first place. That is what you're waiting for from this team, but, it hasn't happened. And, this was not the goal years ago to be in this spot. So we'll see. This is a tough week. There have been a lot of tough weeks. They're playing the Rangers right now. You compare the Rangers to this White Sox team, it's night and day. The Rangers, first in the league in on-base percentage. Guys, the White Sox are last place in on-base percentage. If you want to blow something up, blow up the offense, but that is the problem. How do you blow up the offense? You got any solutions?
No, not really, Chuck, short of a fire sale. And I think that, again, another one of those pesky national reports from Bob Nightingale said that there are various White Sox players who have expressed the desire to be moved, to be traded, to get out of that environment maybe because of everything that's going on. Any sense of that? I know you talk to a lot of people. You're as plugged in there as anybody. Do you get any sense of the unrest that such a report alludes to?
All right, so I asked Lucas about this, not about that report, but I asked him. He said he wants to see them all come together and win. And I said, why can't you guys come together? And he said it's because we're playing bad baseball. And he said, look, we all get along, so there is no strife there. If that report is true by Bob Nightingale, if I was on an expiring contract and I was seeing this White Sox team struggle and maybe could have a chance of turning around and winning the division, and I have a chance to go to a team that is currently winning their division, yeah, I might be interested in that. I wouldn't be telling a reporter that, but I could see why that sentiment could be out there. Lucas is not that. Lucas wants to stay here and try to win here while he can. But I don't see anything. There's no infighting that I see or that I hear. I just see a team that can't win together. I see a team that isn't doing whatever it takes to win, that is not pulling from the same rope in doing all that it can to win on a consistent basis. You can have all the talent in the world, but if your team is not united, if you don't have, you're not winning. You're not playing winning baseball. You're playing a lot of individual baseball. You're not going to win. And we saw it happen last year. There were signs of it at the end of 2021. The hope of this suddenly turning around, I keep sounding like a broken record, but the more weeks come off the calendar and I don't see it, I lose hope that they can. And so all their warts were exposed last year, and they are being more exposed this year, and it's up to them to figure it out.
I mean, last year they were an underachieving team that finished 500. It was a huge disappointment. Now 500 would be, wow, can they get to 500? They could lead the division if they could get to 500. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy how underachieving they are. And, you mentioned the offense and the broken off. There's roster construction issues. There are kind of redundant pieces and then other pieces missing. And, it's just there's not a lot of good. There is, the Jake Berger story has been fantastic, and God bless him. I'm so happy for him. He's got a young family now, and they seem so happy, and he's hitting the ball. And obviously, Luis Robert is a very talented player. I don't know what else. Remillard was a one game.
I'm just saying, it was a movie in the making.
My God.
Right there, Chuck. Right?
Please.
Yeah, I'm starting to write the Zach Remillard story. I think Hollywood wants it after I write the Jake Berger story. You know what's been missing? And I don't want to put on one player. This is just part of it because there's a lot of guys like, remember World Baseball Classic, Yohan Moncada,
Yes.
here we come. That
Yep.
lasted for about a week.
Yep.
And
Tim
Eloy
Anderson.
Jimenez,
Tim
and
Anderson,
that
the
lasted.
same thing at the World Base. Everybody was saying Tim's a star, honestly.
And that's what I wanted to get to.
Yeah.
So, Tim Anderson, what were we saying in 2020 and the first part of 2021? This team basically goes as Tim Anderson goes. And he had a great World Baseball Classic. He was great for the first week and a half, 2 weeks. Yeah. And we saw what this team and what he was capable of. And then he gets hurt in a flukish injury in Minnesota. And so then he misses a month. And then he comes back, and I haven't talked to him, so I don't know exactly what's going on with the knee. But he was asked about it a couple of weeks ago, and he was kind of saying, like, people don't want to hear about my knee. They don't want to hear about my knee, so he just didn't want to. He just deflected anything about his knee. So I can just speculate and say maybe that is not 100% because he is not being 100% Tim Anderson on the field when he's out there, and that affects this whole team. And so remember the swagger, the fun.
Oh yeah.
Where is that? What happened there? And so what's wrong with this offense? The spark plug hasn't been the spark plug. And so that's a big problem as to why the White Sox offense isn't doing much. And hopefully he's back soon.
I think Chuck Garfien just blamed Hanser Alberto for the entire season. I think that's what we heard.
Well, I got to tell you, I was so pleased when he was DFA'd. I know you were the first guy to talk about him, Chuck, but what a bad penny. I mean, he ruined Tim's season.
He caused the injury.
It was his fault.
Well, I haven't seen Hanser Alberto signed by anybody since they let him go, so that was my bad. I thought what I saw on last year's team was they didn't have a glue guy, someone who can kind of help, get guys going offensively. And I thought he could do that. That didn't happen. So
sorry, Chuck. It's okay. You did a great job.
Yeah, he wasn't the magic potion clearly that I thought he'd be for the offense.
Chuck, you're the best. Thank you, buddy. Always a pleasure to talk to you. Love your work, and I can't wait to listen to the Lucas Giolito thing in its entirety. I'm going to miss him, not just because he's a good player, but God, is he a great thinker, talker.
Good stuff, Chuck.
All right. See you guys. Talk to you later.
That is Chuck Garfien, and I really am looking forward to that. It should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, and Lucas Giolito, very open about his future. He was on Chuck's podcast, and I think he had a similar approach with Chris Rose, his friend, formerly of Fox, and now he does his own podcast.
312-644-6767. That's the telephone number. I think Chris Rose was on the MLB Network, too, for a while.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I think it was the MLB Network.
All right. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
This weekend, the Chicago Cubs and St. Louis Cardinals take their rivalry overseas for 2 games in London.
Cubs win the ball game.
Saturday's coverage begins at 11:35 a.m. Sunday's coverage begins at 8:35 a.m. Hall of Famer Pat Hughes.
Then I talked to Mike Talkman, who I was excited to talk to Mike.
Well, JD, I think you nicknamed him the Palatine Pounder.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
well, that's exciting. So then you talked to Mike Talkman,
Got
the
to tell
Palatine
you,
Pounder.
on the way into the interview, I'm thinking, man, I'm so psyched for this.
Yeah.
Palatine's own. I wonder if he was a scorehead. I wonder if he likes the Pounder. Interesting career.
Got a lot of things to talk about with him.
Yeah,
sure.
man.
Yeah, okay.
Some time in New York with the Yankees.
Does he think of Topgolf?
Exactly. Where should the Bears go? Who's your favorite score host and why isn't it me? Just like all kinds of stuff.
Quarter draft.
Super excited.
I got Southport round 1.
Nice job.
Yep.
Nice value.
Then I made the decision to lead with the Pounder. Okay?
I would have done the same.
Right. Get the man's thought. He's got a nickname.
You got to warm him up first, Speaks. Everyone knows that. You got to just a little bit of,
I don't know.
rubbing around.
Break the ice.
Yeah, like loosen him up first.
Yeah.
Loosen him up.
Also, my guy Sean Sears is like, hustling the thing about an open because we weren't sure we were going to get him. I was like, oh, yeah, we got the Palatine Pounder. It's perfect.
Man, you never go in first with the Pounder.
Oh, so you played it for him? Did he hear it?
I think Tanny grabbed it.
Okay.
And Mike Talkman, welcome to the show. How are you, sir?
Doing well. Thanks for having me.
You got it. Are you okay with the Palatine Pounder? Have you heard that? Are you all right with that as a possible nickname? That's from Jim DeShays.
I don't know. I don't know about that one. But,
I know. I mean, I don't know. You're not necessarily a pounder as a hitter, but it's alliteration, right? What I didn't know is if other people in Palatine would be okay with you being the official pounder of Palatine. Like there's probably somebody else who might.
Yeah. There's probably someone else that's heard that one before. It's not bad though.
Not bad.
Dude, that is not your fault.
He hated it.
That is not your fault.
You don't think so?
He did not come to play.
No.
At one point, I asked him what it was like playing in Japan last year. He played in Korea last year.
Wait. Can we just re-air this entire thing at 5 o'clock?
We had teams in the early 90s with Ozzie, but we had a guy like Carlton Fisk that would get in your face, a Jack McDowell. We had guys like Bo Jackson that would get in your face. We had guys like Ozzie that would get into your face if you weren't doing what was best for the team. And it seems like right now, I don't feel like there's those guys that are doing what's best for the team rather than just what's best for themselves.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That's Mike Huff on the pregame yesterday.
Wait.
That stands in stark contrast to the answer that Rick Hahn gave about leadership.
Mike Huff was on NBC Sports Chicago, right?
Yes, that's right.
Pregame for the White Sox. Mike Huff, former White Sox player.
Yep.
Mike Huff also works for the organization, correct?
Yes, he did, yep.
So this is not an out-of-towner.
No.
This is not somebody who is a fly-by-night speculation. This is somebody who's analyzing it as he sees it as an insider. Interesting.
So what are you saying?
I'm saying it's interesting. I'm saying it's very interesting to hear that kind of candor from somebody who is in a position to, number one, understand what accountability looks like and sounds like, and contrast that with what he's not seeing and hearing.
But what's really interesting about that is that at one point, Rick Hahn was asked about leadership, and he gave an answer that covered, we got all that, we have everybody.
It wasn't that answer.
But he did not give a name. He didn't tell you who, Mike Huff talks about Ozzie Guillen, and Ozzie has talked going after Frank Thomas over some, don't be playing my position, yelling at him. When he wasn't warming up correctly, he was pretending to be a shortstop, and Ozzie would get out of there. It's just funny that he's naming names of guys he played with, of Carlton Fisk getting in your face.
Well, there are examples here to point to. There aren't really.
Okay.
Where are they? They're not obvious to the naked eye. They're not obvious to people who are on the inside. They're not obvious to out-of-towners or people on a Chicago sports radio station. I don't think that you look at the White Sox and you see anything but dysfunction, and I think comments like that, observations like that, just reinforce that. We heard from Jose Abreu on his way out of town talking about a family. We heard from Tim Anderson speaking on a podcast last week that I think the undercurrent was the organization hasn't been there to support him when he was going through a difficult time.
And we heard Rick Hahn react yesterday when asked about the leadership of this team.
Is there a leadership issue at all that you see, just in terms of players on the field?
Players, individuals?
Yeah.
I get why there's that speculation. Because, again, if the team's not performing well and you're not seeing that sort of, again, edge or swagger or whatever, that could be not coming from the player group, or the player group isn't setting that tone. I don't feel that's the issue going on. I don't feel like there's an absence or a lack of cohesiveness or every man for himself kind of thing, lack of preparation. Again, that's not what I think is aliens, but I understand the speculation.
You understand the speculation because the team's not playing well. It's a simple question. Is there a leadership issue? Don't you answer by saying, well, I'm pretty sure fill in the blank is a very good leader. I know people believe fill in the blank, whether it's Paul Konerko.
I don't have any doubts about my leadership in this clubhouse because Yasmani Grandal is holding people accountable.
I understand the speculation.
But
is that speculation? It's a question about leadership.
Well, it's fair speculation when the White Sox's own pregame fill-in host, replacing Ozzie Guillen, questions the leadership of a team or makes it clear that it's not obvious to outsiders, to insiders, to anybody. And so this is a far cry from what we were promised on the day that Pedro Grifol was hired. I think that when you talk about improving the communication and cohesion of a group and you see what this has become, you got to be frustrated, disappointed, disenchanted, however you want to describe it, not going well. And to pretend that it is insults the intelligence of everybody.
What speculation is there in a question about leadership? Is there inherent speculation that, well, one of your problems is you don't play together and you don't have anybody directing the crew?
I'll be a devil's advocate here.
I'm just curious.
What's the value of it? What is the value of leadership? Could better leaders close the gap between the White Sox and 500?
Yeah.
I don't know.
What's
better players would better leaders?
The old Oakland A's, right? When they were winning titles, it was
26 players, 26 caps.
26 caps. Nobody got along. Nobody liked each other. There was no leadership. They just had a ton of talent, and they won World Series.
I would take talent over leadership in most cases. I think most people would in
baseball?
sports.
Do you need does baseball require that sort of camaraderie? And they put the dumb jacket on and they wear the hat, and then they got to run out and give it to the next guy if they go.
I think you've got to have a leader in the room. You've got to have a leader recognized as somebody whose words are going to unify and whose example you're going to follow. That's got to be the manager, or that's got to be a veteran. That's got to be somebody who just commands that kind of following. You know it when you see it. Leadership is like art, you just understand that some people just are natural at doing that and just getting people to follow their lead.
Leadership is like the Supreme Court's definition of pornography.
That too.
You know it when you see it.
That too.
Right?
Yeah. I think that
did I get in a dark route there?
No, I didn't know it.
You
it wasn't dark
used
at all.
it as art.
I just said art. I
just
kind of
said,
knew what you were going for.
Well, that's what.
But
the
you know what I
Supreme
mean. It's that
Court-
it's just troubling. Everything about the White Sox right now seems pretty troubling because you've got too many bad things happening in succession, and it feels like we're piling on. And to some degree, maybe we are.
A leader?
Yes.
Well, he's gone, and
he's definitely
he's
was a
not
leader.
replaced, right?
He has not been replaced, and I don't think that Tim Anderson.
Is Elvis Andrus a leader? Is he not making enough money?
Elvis Andrus has leadership qualities. I think that Elvis Andrus has a personality and the track record to suggest that he could be a leader.
He's the closest one I can think of, but what do I know?
Well, I think the reason he is back with the White Sox on a very affordable deal is because of the intangibles that he offers as a veteran, as a guy that with experience that you know what you're getting, and his impact on other players is more positive than negative. You can have the guys who go the other way. We all have seen examples of players who may have, immense talent, but to bring them into the mix, it wasn't worth it because of how disruptive they may be, how high maintenance they may become, those kinds of things. The White Sox don't have players, I think, that, you hear from Lucas Giolito, I think, in that even small clip on the White Sox White Sox Talk podcast.
Yep.
Something's missing from this group that we didn't think we would have to be searching for at this stage of the season under a new manager with this collection of talent.
You need someone that's going to lead the crew onto some kind of TikTok video. Is that what you're saying?
Not necessarily, but if everybody's going in a common cause and they want to do a TikTok video as a result of that, and it leads to better chemistry and communication on the field, then start videotaping. Do your TikTok video.
Who is the Cubs leader?
Dansby Swanson's a big one. Ian Happ is a big one. I think Yan Gomes has natural leadership tendencies.
David Ross.
David Ross, I think, you can make that claim. That's a good example. A manager that has everybody kind of on the same page.
Yan Gomes.
Yeah, he's without question. But you know what? Trey Mancini, that's by design, Mully. Look at the way they structure the roster. What's it go back to? Roster construction. You have to know what you're getting from a player perspective, also from a person perspective.
Yeah, I can understand the speculation. We'll bring in Mike Florio, talk some NFL next. Mully and Haugh on the score.
Tomorrow, it's Layla Wednesday, where Layla Rahimi joins the Bernstein at Home show to unleash all her Chicago sports thoughts.
I don't mind the Bears doing what they're doing, but understand that when everybody knows the value of your team is a public good and what that means for an area, and you got to pay the price for that somewhere.
So after 4 straight wins, after the Sox getting to the point where they're now 8 games under 500, are you a believer that this is a team that can win the division?
Wow. Listen, I watched this team for a long time, and they had to earn it. To us say yes, they had to earn it. To me, I don't think they are there yet. We get a little excited because this ball club, listen, they're gonna play a tough schedule. That's not tougher schedule, but they don't build this ball club just to face Minnesota, Kansas City, Detroit, and who else? The Indians, or the whatever they call it.
Guardians.
The Guardians, the Indians. Wow. Then, they built this ball club to compete against the good one. Well, now they're going to compete against the better ball club. Now how we see how to react. But I think I say long time when even they was like 10 games behind. And I say, listen, this ball club had a better chance to win the division than play 5 games over 500. This team, the hardest thing for them is going to be over 500. And this division is so bad.
Yep.
So bad and so sad. I don't know how baseball people still have those teams in the big league when you have people paying to watch those teams. That those people have fans bases in those cities. And when you see that thing happen, you say, what's going on with this game? What happened here? But anyway, I think the White Sox have the best talent in that division, and they should win the division no matter where they was. I don't know how you start, obviously, starting that way. They're making very hard, very, very hard to give what they want to give. But I think they have a chance to win the division better than finish 500.
BC Sports. Twitter.com/ProFootballTalk.
Day by day, we get better and better. We can't beat. Won't beat.
NFL insider Mike Florio with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. We love our opportunity to talk to Mike Florio, and he joins us now, as all guests do, on the Busey Bank Score Hotline, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Michael, good morning. How are you?
What's going on, guys?
We're all pumped up. We're trying to figure out why Jordan Love wished us all a happy Father's Day. It was one of the more bizarre things. Apparently, he's in France, and he's approached by some Bears fan who asked him to wish a happy Father's Day. He does so, but no one knows how to take it, and everybody's kind of half wondering, what does that mean, and why are you wishing us this? Maybe he just really likes Justin Fields. Hard to tell.
The goal is to be the exact opposite of Aaron Rodgers. And if that's the case, then he needs to suck up to the Bears fans instead of antagonizing them at every turn. So I don't know. That was odd to me as well. But a lot of odd things happen, and we never get an explanation, and we just move on.
Speaking of Aaron Rodgers, can you help us explain or understand what's going on with his venture? He's doing something involving a online sports information platform, and he's asking for people to help fund that. Is that the case?
Yeah, I saw that on Sports Business Journal this morning, and I did a double take. He's a co-founder of Online Sports Database, a service that launched in 2021, and I've checked it out. I'm not really sure what it does or what it is, but they're in the process of raising money for it, and they've decided to try to raise $1.235 million through crowdfunding. Basically, give us money. Hey, people out there who don't have a whole lot of disposable income, dispose some of it with us, even though Aaron Rodgers is due to make more than $100 million over the course of the next 2 years from the New York Jets. I thought begging strangers for money was something you did if you didn't have money. And in that case, I can get fully behind it if there's a good cause that it's supporting. This is some frolic, some speculative venture by Rodgers that he's got more than enough money to pay for himself. I mean, if people out there are dumb enough to give him the money, so be it. They were inspired by the whole Packers non-stock stock situation where people pay money for nothing, but at least they get a certificate suitable for framing. What are you going to get if you give Aaron Rodgers money for his little side venture? You get nothing other than some sort of satisfaction or built-in loyalty. It really, it should be offensive to the average fan that Aaron Rodgers thinks that instead of writing the check out of his own money, and he surely has well more than enough to finance $1.235 million of his own damn business. It just is, it's astounding to me. But hey, what the hell? There's a sucker born every minute. Maybe he'll find a few of them.
Could he not get like a weepy Lindsey Graham to ask for money for him? Well, sorry. Well, I'm sorry. Just a joke.
Well, hey, look, that's the thing. For whatever reason, people are willing to give money to people who already have more than enough money to pay their own bills. And why not give it a try? Maybe we're the ones who are dumb. Maybe we should be asking for free money too.
So, Mike, from a football perspective, Dalvin Cook and DeAndre Hopkins still looking for new homes. Does this kind of take a pause now while teams go on vacation, or where are those two players headed?
Well, both sides in these negotiations now have time because there really isn't urgency until training camp opens. I guess if you could get a guy signed before then, he could get the playbook, he could maybe come in for meetings, although I'm sure that there are rules on the extent to which players can be around before training camp starts. But I think training camp really is the trigger. You've got DeAndre Hopkins, who's visited the Titans and the Patriots with no indication of any further visits lined up. Dalvin Cook has multiple teams interested, but he doesn't seem to be in any hurry either. So I think it is a waiting game at this point, and we'll see what kind of offers these guys get and whether they're willing to take them or wait. As a running back, there's potential wisdom in waiting, because that's the most dangerous position in football. That's the position that is conducive to injury. And if a team out there loses its starting running back, and I don't want to name names because then I get accused of jinxing someone, but just pick a starting running back from a potential contender. If that guy tears an ACL in training camp, all of a sudden there is an urgency and a need for Dalvin Cook that doesn't currently exist. So that's part of what I think he needs to factor into this process.
Mike, when we listened to different players around the league, I was amused that Preston Smith, of all people, said that, when there was talk about the Bears being able to beat the Packers, somebody made a prediction, and his response was, I've never lost to the Bears, which is Preston Smith's a fine player, but I don't know that he's ever actually beaten the Bears. I always thought that was more to do with the quarterback situation.
Yeah, he's on the team. I mean, look, there are plenty of players out there who have won Super Bowl rings that did absolutely nothing to contribute to the effort to win Super Bowl rings, and it's always funny to see the list of names of guys that have multiple Super Bowl rings that never even got on the damn field. And then you look at Dan Marino and Fran Tarkenton and Dan Fouts and guys who didn't get one. So, yeah, there's a lot of right place at the right time when you're talking about a sport with 53 guys on the roster.
You mentioned the running backs market. How loudly is the clock ticking in New York about Saquon Barkley and the Giants coming to a deal?
Well, July 17 is the deadline for doing a long-term deal for any player who is operating under the franchise tag. After July 17 at 4 p.m. Eastern, you can only do a one-year deal. Barkley has bristled about some of the tactics. I think some in the Giants organization trying to paint him as greedy. There's a formula for taking a franchise tender and turning it into a long-term deal. The problem is, for the running back position, the franchise tender is low, and I think it's lower than what Barkley is truly worth. So he's looking at $22.22 million fully guaranteed on a 2-year starting deal, and then year-to-year team-held option after that. And I don't think he wants that. They just need to figure out how they get this thing resolved. And after July 17, as I said, they can only do a 1-year deal. And Barkley has already suggested maybe he'll hold out into the season. I doubt that he will. Look, running backs have been dealt a bad hand, and it dates back to the 2011 CBA. They put in their best performances when they're making the least money, and by the time they hit the market, they've got 5-6 years in. Teams don't want to pay them. This franchise tag is in place to hold Barkley away from the open market at a time when he would have gotten a pretty good payday if he'd been available. It's just a bad situation for running backs, and the NFL and the NFL Players Association don't care because they're the ones who created this system.
Mike, we'll let you go. I was curious to read your post about the Hard Knocks show not yet picking a team that still hasn't been decided. The Bears were kind of breathing a sigh of relief because it was supposed to be the Jets. That hasn't been announced yet. We know George McCaskey wants no part of Hard Knocks. Is it possible the Bears could still end up on this thing?
I think it would be great to force a team that doesn't want to do Hard Knocks to do Hard Knocks. I think that would be awesome. But I'm told they've moved on to other teams that aren't in that short list of 4 that can be forced to do it. But they also have to figure out who's going to be the in-season Hard Knocks team. There's no formula for that. They find a team every year. It was the Colts, then the Cardinals. The Commanders are in the running to be either the preseason Hard Knocks or the in-season Hard Knocks, and I think they'll do it. The league wants to wait until this sale of the team is finalized before doing anything, but they are looking at other teams that can't be forced to do it. Look, they just like Mike Tomlin says, we want volunteers, not hostages. NFL Films wants volunteers, not hostages, to do Hard Knocks, so I think the Bears are in the clear.
Great stuff, Mike. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, guys.
That is Mike Florio. That's awesome. He's such a good dude.
That would just be awkward.
George on Hard Knocks?
Well, it would be awkward anyway. But I think it would be more awkward.
Is that why he doesn't want to be?
I think it's probably it.
Because it would be very awkward. Yes,
yeah.
it would.
He does not like the camera.
No.
He is relatable but quirky.
Yes.
And I think that would come through, and there would be nothing good in his mind to come from that kind of publicity.
Right.
I get it.
Yeah.
I do. I get why you wouldn't want to invite HBO cameras into your inner sanctum.
It's really interesting how some people would do anything for that kind of attention, and other people would do as much as they could to prevent it.
I would probably be the latter. I would do as much as possible to actively avoid that reality of having HBO come in and say, hey, we're here. Like, yeah, okay.
You would be like Jay Cutler in the background of his wife series.
Oh, thank you.
I meant that as a compliment.
Thank you. Oh, being compared to Jay Cutler, I can't see how I would take it any other way.
You just have that,
yeah.
that look on your face. Like, can't believe I got dragged into this.
Can't believe this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Great.
I'd do anything to be on
me too.
that show. Yeah.
Sure. Great.
I made a huge error. I apologize. I hope we don't have to listen to that the rest of the program.
No problem.
All right. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 in the Score.
I was thinking maybe I could get like an allowance.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home.
Like all these young prospects that they have on the way,
yeah,
theoretically, air quotes, is it wrong to look at the struggles of Matt Mervis, the inconsistency of Christopher Morel, maybe Hayden Wisniewski not being as Wisnasty as I would like him to be consistently enough? Is it wrong to look at some of these the stunted growth of some of these prospects and wonder if all of that success at the minor league is going to be all that when they become major leaguers?
Well, it's a reminder, I think. I don't know that it is wrong, but it's definitely a reminder that prospects are prospects. And that, if you look at the Cubs and what they went out and did, they spent a lot of money and they changed the look of their team. But really, other than Dansby Swanson, how much has their team changed? How much better have individual players played other than Dansby Swanson? Now, you could argue Cody Bellinger, but he hasn't been there.
You can't make that argument now that he's been out a month.
He's been out too long.
He's been out too long.
And it's cost you a lot.
First base is a disappointment. Third base, Patrick Wisdom, step back. I thought he was going to be fine.
Yeah.
Thought he was going to be okay. Seiya Suzuki, stay healthy, keep it going. But again, what does he do that makes him a $17 million a year player? I don't know. You're most excited about Miguel Amaya, but long may that continue because, as we saw, Mervis had a pretty good start. Morel had a great start. Is this an illusion with Amaya? I hope not. Jan Gomes has been their most consistent. No, I don't want to say that. Dansby Swanson has been the most consistent player. Jan Gomes has been the most consistent catcher. I just don't know how much to believe in the Cubs' youth when some of those youthful players that are now at the major league level haven't lived up to expectations or are more up and down than you'd like.
Presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score! This hour is brought to you by NJ Diet. Lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days.
AK, the feel from him was everything's on the table, but the idea of blowing this thing up or moving this thing backwards is likely not. Do you feel there is enough here where this thing can continue closing the gap on the Milwaukees, the Philadelphias, those top teams in the East? Or do you, as one of the max guy that's here, need help and you need other pieces and you need things that are going to make this team better?
I think we all got to be better.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That's Zach Levine talking to Joe Cowley. Zach has been shopped. Is that a fair or accurate way of saying it? I think the way that it was termed is that they are merely
gauging interest,
gauging who would be interested.
Gauging
in making
interest.
A deal.
That's due diligence, I think, depending on how you want to describe it. The draft is Thursday.
Yes.
This has been a very active week in the NBA. We've seen the trade of Bradley Beal from the Wizards to the Suns for Chris Paul, but who found out via flight during a text from his son. We're hearing, rumblings about other potential deals. Zion Williamson is being rumored to be headed to Portland, to Charlotte, to wherever, but out of New Orleans, possibly. We hear speculation about Draymond Green, who's opted out of his contract. Could be some sign and trades in place. He could be returning to Golden State. And in Chicago, obviously, Zach LaVine's name has come up as a potential big piece of a mega deal. I don't know how realistic it is. I don't think it is, Mully, but I do understand it's the NBA and these kind of things happen, so you kind of expect the unexpected. What would he bring in return? What would that do to your franchise, and what would that say about your present and your future? Those are questions that I don't know we know the answers to.
Well, according to Casey Johnson, our buddy from NBC Sports Chicago, the Bulls would be looking for probably more than the Beal trade. They would want a young player. They would want like 3 number 1 picks, and then they would want pieces to fill out salary cap stuff.
Filler. Salary filler, basically.
Salary filler.
You need that in trades to in the NBA to kind of make it all work out mathematically. And I think that, first of all,
it's a lot.
Any deal that is struck moving forward for an NBA superstar is going to be better than the one the Wizards just pulled off with the Suns. That was a giveaway. That was a salary dump of all salary dumps. That was bad enough to make Adam Silver sit up and take notice and say, am I going to approve this because it is so bad and so lopsided? So I don't know that that's realistic that you're going to be able to do that. You need to get more in return, and that's a low bar to clear. I think that suggested haul in return would be why we're going to probably leave it and be limited to talking about them exploring what's out there. I don't see a team giving up 3 first-round picks, a young, promising player, and enough salary or contracts to match the deal for Zach. I just don't see that happening. If you could get 3 first-round picks, Mully, that's a ton.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the reality is that you can be willing to trade something for a lot, and it doesn't mean another team wants to give a lot for that, right? So I don't know. Maybe DeMar DeRozan is more likely to be moved. Maybe that would be something that the Bears would or the Bulls would consider. I don't know how to feel about it. I mean, I think that the bottom line is that you have to be aware that you need to get different. And I don't know how you get better and different. I think it's easy to get different. I don't know if you get better.
I think they proposed, there's one from Twitter proposal from diehard Chicago Bulls fan that Dustin has shared with us for, I guess, our hypothetical consideration.
Thank you.
it's R.J. Barrett, Obi Toppin, Emmanuel Quickley, and 3 first-round picks from the Knicks for Zach. Well, that's I don't know that the Knicks are going to give up all that for Zach LaVine.
But if they did, what would that gets me kind of excited. It's interesting.
Does it?
Yeah, where are those picks?
The first question is, where do the Knicks pick this year?
Yeah,
they were a team that just got inside the playoffs. And you give Zach LaVine to them, and you're thinking that they're going to be really good, so it's not going to be like lottery picks.
See, I don't know if I'm in the minority here. I'm just going to be honest with my reaction and opinion to all of this conversation. I think that Zach LaVine is one of the most underrated stars that we've seen in Chicago in a long time. I know that there are limitations, but I don't think we appreciate all that he can be. And maybe all that he is or has been.
Well,
I don't
as
think
I look it up, sorry, David, but this is like the Knicks don't have a pick in the 2023 NBA draft.
No,
so it would be future
picks.
Future.
Yeah,
future.
2024, 3
wow.
first-round picks.
So it's not even. But I think you need something this year. I want something this year.
Well, Sam Smith has a very good story on Bulls.com. Sam Smith, who he's the king of speculation.
Oh,
and he's terrific, and he's always creative. But I think even he had a hard time envisioning the Bulls being able to trade up to get in the top 3, which is where you want to be. You're not going to get number 1, but the 2 or 3. And then the other scenarios that he posed in that same column were kind of like, yeah, they could possibly, but it's not realistic. I would be very surprised. I'd be more surprised if the Bulls are able to move into the first round on Thursday night than if they pull off some other kind of trade with their core.
I think that you've got to ask yourself, what is it that you want out of the draft, and how high would you have to be? Like, we all know who the first 3 or 4 picks are in this draft, and is that what you're searching for? Because that's a totally different scenario than trying to find some other pick later on. Do you trust a team like the Bulls to take the 20th pick and turn it into some great player? Or do you need just a second-round pick because we're going to do so well, we're going to get some?
We're going to get the Joker part 2.
Well, I'm just saying,
everybody wants the Joker part 2.
What do you want? What are you looking for?
What do you want is a really good question, because I think that if you're using Zach LaVine and you think you can move up in some package to get Scoot Henderson, or Brandon Miller, even if you want to use that argument, one of the top 3 picks. All right, I would be more inclined to have that conversation, hypothetically, than this haul of quantity, which you're getting rid of some high quality. I don't know that if you're talking about top 3, different story. If you're talking about, changing your roster, I don't know.
We just had the anniversary of Michael Jordan being drafted. Was it yesterday or the day? I don't know. It was, yeah. So that's wonderful, because Michael ended up coming to the Bulls with the 3rd overall pick. And everyone knew that I believe he was then Hakeem Olajuwon, right? Or was he Hakeem? I forget. He was one of the 2. He was misnamed for about the first 5 years of his career. He was going to be the number 1 overall pick because he was a big man in a league where the big man was valued. And then Portland had the 2nd pick. And Portland already had Jim Paxson, who's John's brother, and they had Clyde Drexler. And they thought that Jordan would be a redundancy to Clyde Drexler. So they opted to go with the big man, who was Sam Bowie, who had bad knees and never really played in the league. But they and I don't know what the Bulls would have done if they had the number 2 pick. But they because of Drexler, felt they didn't need Jordan. And then Jordan falls to the Bulls, and the rest is history.
Yeah, but I don't think that's really.
So is there a 3rd pick out there?
I don't.
Does Brandon Miller have enough Kevin Durant to his game to make you feel?
If somebody else had said what you just said, in that order, I would have said, do you realize you just compared Michael Jordan to Brandon Miller?
No, I compared him to Kevin Durant.
Okay.
But he's a shorter version of that. But I'm saying tall, thin guy.
Yeah,
that can
I
knock
have
down
some
a
reservations.
shot
I would have some reservations
because of murder.
When you put it that way, yes, I would have some reservations that I don't think are unfounded or unwarranted. Would you agree with that?
No, I
Scoot
obviously.
Scoot Henderson, different story.
Scoot Henderson,
Yeah.
is a guy that he's taller and he's 6'3", not 6'1", if you count his shoes. In other words, I'm not making that up.
I know.
In other words, he can get to the rim and dunk, and he can do some kind of special stuff. And maybe that makes him a better player than you thought he was.
I would like to get him in the fold. I don't know what it would take, but that would be an exciting new future and direction for the Bulls. I don't know how realistic if it would be.
I don't think it is.
You know,
and I don't
either.
think Brandon Miller
so
is either.
Let me go to my, plan A, if it were to be called that. You need a lead guard. There's somebody out there in free agency that now is not going to go to the Suns. Fred VanVleet is not going to Phoenix.
Right.
He might be out there for someone else to take, but there are some connections you could convince me.
Isaiah doesn't want him.
That makes you, if Isaiah doesn't want him, you take him.
Run like a thief.
Or if you make a trade with Isaiah, get in line for that, but it's a long one. I think VanVleet, to me, if you have, if we're talking fantasy basketball right now and kind of configurations, find a way to fit him on the payroll and your salary cap, with the tax threshold, whatever. And I'd be willing to give up some things on your roster to get him if you don't disturb and you don't break up the guys that you think are good enough to run back. And maybe that's Patrick Williams. I would be open to that conversation. That kind of trade, that kind of sign-in trade, whatever it would take. I don't think it's realistic for him to just come here for the money because of the way that the payroll is, but VanVleet, somebody like that, Mully. I think that if you add a lead guard to this team and you are convinced that bringing it back is the best path for the Bulls to make another run to wherever they're headed, I could probably get behind that more than I could get behind Zach LaVine to the Knicks for pieces.
Yeah, and I'm not arguing with you. I guess what I'm trying to point out is that if you do not have a first-round pick, there's no need to go get a second-round pick just so you have a pick.
I agree with that.
And I think that there seems to be this weird kind of, well, they have no pick, so they need a pick. I don't know that they do. I mean, they may be as likely to find someone on the street, or what is the big line now that Dalen Terry is their first-round pick because he didn't play last year? Okay.
That's going to be the rationale. He's going to be the first-round pick in theory because they don't have any this season, and he's going to progress after his season being the Bulls mascot, Windy City Bulls, role player.
Bulls mascot.
He could develop.
That's what they should do. Is they should bring out their team for the opener, and then all of a sudden Benny takes his head off.
It's Dalen Terry.
It's Dalen Terry.
That'd be great. That'd be a great reveal, wouldn't it?
That would be it.
I knew it was him.
Yeah, I always suspected.
That's why he can jump.
I knew
he doesn't need the trampoline.
I knew he was the bull.
Yes.
In that singing show, whatever the hell it is.
Masked Singer?
Yeah, I was just trying to reference some cultural nonsense.
I think that Dalen Terry, I hope that he does become the kind of player that they expected when they drafted him in the first round. But I think last year's draft is instructive here because you don't have to go out and get a pick just for the sake of getting a pick. At what cost? So if you're going to run it back, kind of add to the mix, be strategic, be creative, find yourself a lead guard you can love and will lead you wherever you're headed. That guy might be out there. It's the NBA. Crazy deals happen all the time. So there might be people available now that we're not even aware of or rumored to be on the move.
I think that the problem is that you don't have a lot of assets to use to get. You might have to settle for players that aren't really wanted anywhere else. I don't know that you can just find guys. I just don't think without the assets needed to acquire, and I'm talking about draft assets moving forward too, I don't see how you're going to be able to dramatically change your team. I mean, if you could get 3 number 1 picks, that would get you back in the first round for a while, right? Because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Orlando has 2 number 1 picks. I wonder how they got those. One of which is obviously the Bulls pick. So I don't know.
But does AK strike you as somebody that's going to look at what the Denver Nuggets just accomplished?
Yeah.
By clinging to the continuity and having the perseverance and going through some difficult seasons and sticking with the coach, does that seem like a guy whose background suggests that he's going to trade his best player, most marketable player, for 3 future picks?
Well,
and plan ahead.
I mean, here's the problem.
No, he's now outweighs later.
Well, the real problem is that you gave this guy the max deal a year ago, and now you're going to come back and say that was a mistake. And the reality is, it was probably looked like a mistake at the beginning of the year because he started so slow coming off the knee surgery, and now he looks like he's significantly better than he had been, right?
Well, I do think he's significant. I think he's way better than he has been.
Yes,
and I think that.
So you don't want to miss the best.
I don't want to trade Zach LaVine.
Okay,
I would not want to trade him.
That's what it sounded like you were trying to do.
I'm talking about the possibility that's out there because it's out there, and we're asking what's he worth.
Okay.
And I'm just telling you, my reaction to that is, I don't know that you want to deal him.
I feel like they don't want to deal him to the point where they've made him so expensive as to not being able to deal him.
And getting 3 first-rounders, a young player, and contracts to match would seem that they're pricing him out of most people's range.
Exactly.
And if the team is willing to give up a small fortune and a king's ransom for that, then you're like, whoa, okay, well, that may change everything, but it's unrealistic to expect. It's like if you say you want to move, but you price your house in a way that says you don't really want to move.
Yeah, you don't want anyone to buy it.
You don't want anybody to buy it.
It's interesting.
But you kind of want to go through the process.
But we got a texter who doesn't like hearing about the Bulls. Let me tell you something. The draft is Thursday night, man. The draft is right around the corner. And that is usually the way that you improve your team. That's usually the most reliable way to improve your team. And the very fact that the Bulls are right now not a part of the party is, the idea you're on the outside looking in is embittering and a very difficult thing for an organization to sit out. So it'll be interesting to see if they do anything or get anything, or, we still have this Portland pick out there that will convey to the Bulls eventually, and Portland wants to get better, and they can't right now. They can't do anything to help their superstar because
Dame needs some help.
Yeah, and they are kind of stuck because this pick with the Bulls has to convey.
And I think that
So who
Shams
knows?
reported that Dame wants to stay in Portland.
Yeah.
He wants to be part of a winning team there and add to the mix. So that makes them probably more aggressive and looking for that component to add to Dame Lillard. And I think that's another possibility. We're getting a text that says DeMar DeRozan to Portland for their pick. No. That's not going to be the case.
We have Peoria Matt checking in. Levine officially David's guy.
Okay. I'll take him.
That's what happened.
I like him.
That just happened.
It just happened.
312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 of the Score.
Hey, it's Dan Bernstein. And I'm Lawrence Holmes. The Bernstein and Holmes Show, middays 10 to 2 on the Score.
If you like baseball, we have got you covered today. Ian Happ joins us at 11.
Everyone agree Matt Nagy's getting fired, right? That feels inevitable at this point to the room?
Yes.
Are we 4 for 4 on that?
I'm a yes.
Okay. Shane?
I'm doing my own research right now about that. We'll see.
Call Joe Rogan.
You are immunized.
Do we think that there has been enough smoke around this fire that there will be an organizational restructuring for the Bears?
This is the
smoke
big
around
one.
the fire?
This is the big
that
one.
work?
There's no fire yet. Where there's smoke, there's fire.
Well, yeah, all right, okay.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, it's good, but
I think there's enough smoke around the fire.
not on my solo stove.
I'm looking into one of those smokeless fireplaces.
Tell you what.
Got a new deck.
Yeah. Yeah, it depends if you're just using fuel for one of those little tabletop fires.
Shane, keep laughing. I'm going to throw your feet right in the fire.
I like having a smoke around the fire, you know?
Yeah, me too.
And a drink, for that matter.
Oh, man.
All right. I'm going to ask that question again.
Okay.
Do we think
there's enough smoke
for us to believe
that there's a fire
brewing? Because you brew fires.
And you heard my ears perk up on the Ryan Pace stuff a while back. So, yeah, I do think there's going to be some front office change. God, I hope there is.
I think so, too. You
Boys?
guys?
Yeah, we heard your ears perk up then, too.
You know, I hope.
We're just saying things, Shane.
Yeah.
We're just saying
20 hours a week. Mike's open for 20 hours a week. I get it.
It's only 5:36
on a Monday.
You're bound to run into one every once in a while, but those are two all-timers in the last 3 minutes.
Doozies.
You heard my ears perk up?
You heard my ears perk up last week. No, we didn't.
If I had bells on them, you know, and they really perked up and they rang the bells,
Yeah.
might have heard them then.
Man, oh, man.
Strike three called. Ball game is over. Cubs win game one by a score of 8-0. A collaborative 5-hit shutout for the Cubs. And that's a nice way to start this series and this 5-game road trip.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 of the score. Cubs on fire continue to win games 8-0. That is an awful good way to start your series in Pittsburgh.
Ho hum. They just won again.
Yes, they did.
Pretty nice win for the Cubs, 8-0. Drew Smiley give you 5 shutout innings. He struggled at times early, overcame that. He's very good in that ballpark.
Mm-hmm.
And Michael Tauchman, again, 3 for 5. And Mully, I think we talk all the time about lineup decisions and why we criticize the managers. And what are you thinking here, Pedro? And why are you doing this, Rossi? I think we got to give David Ross some credit here. He put Michael Tauchman at the top of this order.
Right.
As a leadoff guy, an unconventional leadoff hitter. Maybe it was out of necessity, but he saw something, and Tauchman has responded, and he's hitting like 387, 12 for 31 since he became the Cubs leadoff hitter. How long will it last? I don't know. But for a team that needed a spark at the time where he was put at the top of the lineup, he's provided it, and he's also played a very good center field. I didn't expect to be praising Mike Tauchman at this stage of the season for the Cubs' resurgence, but he deserves it.
I got to tell you, I think that David Ross, there was a lot of people kind of down on him and looking for maybe he was getting criticized for the first time as a manager when they were going through their rough patch. Now things seem to have changed.
Well, I think he's been criticized before, but I do think it was getting louder because it was like, here we go again. And the hope is that this is not here we go again. Is like this is going to be a continued ascension toward the top of the division. Now the Reds are red hot. They are even hotter than the Cubs, and the Cubs won 8 out of 10. And now the Reds are in first place in a division that, dare I say, is winnable. The division
I think the division
is
winnable, but yeah. I worry about Cincinnati. I worry that as the Cubs are starting to make their move, there's another team that is also now in first place, has won 9 in a row. I think we were hoping that Votto's return would be something that would break them up and ruin things.
He homered.
Instead, he homered, and then he got the game-winning hit.
Not bad.
So that's not ideal. But I want to talk about Kyle Hendricks because I think this is really interesting. This is from Bob Nightingale's Sunday column. He says, the secret to Kyle Hendricks' recent success is that he informed the Cubs that he's going to pitch his own style, calling his own pitches, and not change his ways to fit into an algorithm. He's 2-0 with a 1.38 ERA since the conversation, yielding just 6 hits and 1 walk in 13 innings.
Well, I think that Kyle Hendricks is going to be trusted to do whatever he wants on the mound. And if he wants to call his own pitches with PitchCom, and if he wants to be the guy that controls the tempo, then that's great because you trust him. I also think that Tommy Hotovy helped kind of clarify what that really meant. And what that meant was basically, as Hotovy says, Kyle Hendricks was doing it to avoid glitches with the pitch clock. I think it was more about efficiency than anything.
You know, it's funny. There's kind of a misconception about that, like calling your own game means you don't talk to anybody else about what you're going to throw. The calling of your own game came from having the pitch clock and not having enough time to shake. So, like we're all on the same page with how we want to attack hitters. We go into a pregame meeting and talk about what we want to do. Kyle just wanted to, because he throws sinkers to both sides of the plate, 2 different changeups to both sides of the plate, 4 seams to both sides of the plate. You know, it seems like he only has 4 pitches, but when you start having to hit buttons for fastball, hit buttons for away, and then shake, now you're going to hit another button for fastball and then in, and then shake, and there's all these different buttons. It's just easier for him to be able to hit those and hit them and be able to move on. You've seen like Jameson Taillon Miggy called the game for him the other day, but if he wants a shake, he'll hit the shake, so he doesn't have to go through the whole sequence of trying to get to what he wants to get. And Kyle prepares better than, most guys in this league. He knows what he wants to do. He's got really good feel. He's got a really good plan coming into a game. And then when he's able to do that, he could execute it. And what is really cool about using the pitch comm and calling your own game, there's some level of conviction when you hit sinker down the way. You're telling yourself, I'm executing this pitch. This is the pitch I want to throw, and now I just got to go out and do it. And there's a really cool level of conviction and that you take your mind to, when you're able to call those games. So, love the work Kyle puts in, and yeah, he's been on a nice roll lately.
I thought that was an excellent answer, and it's a completely different answer than what Bob Nightingale.
Well, the implication from Bob Nightingale is that, boy, I'm smarter than this. I need to control this. And
I'm
all
not
that.
going to fit into an algorithm.
Right.
You can't tell me.
You can't tell me what to throw.
And that's not it at all.
It's about removing a layer of anxiety. It's about controlling the tempo as much as anything, and not having to worry about the pitch clock becoming a factor. Because we saw early on, Kyle Hendricks.
Oh, he got a couple of them.
He got a couple violations, and it was clearly affecting a guy that is largely unaffected on the mound. So good for him for recognizing that.
But that's so much more positive a response from Tommy than the implication with the couple sentences from Bob.
Well, Tommy's not really threatened, and he doesn't feel defensive and having to address something like that. I think he articulated it well and helped us understand why Kyle Hendricks is taking control on the mound like he has, and the results speak for themselves.
Yeah, it is. I think that I had not thought about PitchCom being a relief against the clock. I hadn't thought about.
It's more efficient. That's all it is.
I honestly thought it was more about not trusting your catcher. If Miguel Amaya is the guy that you're throwing to, well, let's just keep it to me. And I'm telling you where this is going, and now you'll know where it is, and you won't have to. I thought it was a sensible veteran move from a really bright guy, and now I think about it a little bit differently. It is just a way of keeping all the multiple decisions out of anyone else's hands.
Tommy also is going to send me into researching the exact origin of the Bugs Bunny changeup that he referenced. Did you get a chuckle out of that when he referenced the Bugs Bunny changeup?
Yeah.
I know it was one of those pitches that Eric Gagne, I think, threw back in the day, but I want to know, where does that come from and why do they call it the Bugs Bunny changeup?
Eric Gagne, the former professional wrestler? No, that's a different Gagne. That was a joke. All right, we're going to bring in David Ortiz. We're going to talk to the Fox broadcaster who will be doing the game in London with Fox when the Cubs and the St. Louis Cardinals meet this weekend. Find out what his research reveals and maybe ask him a couple of fairly obvious questions. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2.
Everything with the Sox has been weird. It's so weird. They have more of these in-between games.
Going here, I just want to know, what is the appropriate level of optimism to take away from this, knowing that AK was involved in not only drafting Jokic, but Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr., and putting this team together in sticking with Mike Malone, in the kinds of things that, you look at the Bulls' approach to running it back and embracing continuity. This is the Denver model. This is the way that they won, Mully. I think that I wonder, what is the level of how much can you take away from it?
Listen, it's not working here, okay? Whatever happened with Lonzo Ball has sort of undermined or undercut whatever building was going on here. And unfortunately, because we've never seen that team capable of staying together, now you got DeMar DeRozan aging out a little bit. I don't know. I don't know that I take that much away from Denver's
That's a fair answer. I don't know if it's...
And you know why? Because what's happened with this team is very reminiscent of what happened with the previous team, the previous time they tried to build a team, they never got everybody on the floor at the same time.
Well, they were.
So it's almost like a curse of the Bulls.
An injury impeded the progress and,
Yes.
and killed all the dreams that they had.
Yes.
And it's interesting to look at, why did that happen in the Derrick Rose situation? Well, we don't need to revisit that. Why is this happening in the Lonzo Ball situation? It's repeating history, unfortunately. But you know what? And I know no two situations are alike, but it only just, I think, magnifies how special what the Nuggets have done, because they overcame their own catastrophic injury to a key part of their core. Jamal Murray came back from a very bad knee injury, and he's an NBA champion today.
But they continue to win while the Bulls they became 500. I got to tell you something. I often think about history, and it just brings back a lot of memories.
Okay, that's right.
I'm sorry.
like people ask the question, do you believe in clutch? And I always just say the same thing, which is like I spent, the beginning part of my career with David Ortiz, and I think when you watch someone do what he did on a daily basis, it's hard to believe that doesn't exist. So I do believe that there are hitters that in the moment they're calm. They don't panic in the moment. They let the at-bat come to them.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That is Jed Hoyer to ask the question if he believes in clutch.
Yeah.
And guess who taught him clutch?
I think our next guest taught him clutch.
Yeah, David Ortiz taught clutch to Jed Hoyer, and he will help us understand what's going on in merry old England, jolly old London. We are delighted to welcome in David Ortiz, the Hall of Famer. Joins us now on the Busey Bank Score Hotline, building business, growing wealth since 1868. David, good morning. How are you?
How you guys doing?
Doing well.
We are living the dream, and that was Jed Hoyer talking about clutch and how it's really not something that maybe statistically you can point out to in baseball, but he said that you taught it to him. Watching you on a daily basis, he learned clutch. Do you appreciate clutch when you see it? Do you think it's a quality that people can possess, or is it sometimes just you either got it or you don't?
First of all, hi to my boy Jeff, man. How are you, man? Well, when it comes down to it, I guess it's something that you're basically born with. That's the only way I can describe it, you know what I'm saying? I mean, it's something that you're born with and you just get better and better and better at it, In my case, a lot of people always ask me about it, and I'd be like, hey, look, I was so locked in on my goals, what I want to accomplish, that I basically try not to lose my focus because the pressure is out there. I'm not going to lie to you. We have this moment where, you feel the heat, you feel the pressure, but it's all depending how much you can control that pressure, how into it you are. I was always looking for those moments where it's all eyes on me. You know what I'm saying? I was always expecting that opportunity to show. So I don't know. It was something that my adrenaline just used to kick in. I don't even know how to describe it, to be honest with you, but it was, I want always the game to be on the line when I was coming up. I want that opportunity, you know what I'm saying? And I guess I was lucky enough to manage as well, you know what I'm saying? But I was very into it, to be honest with you.
David, looking forward to your coverage this weekend on Fox for the London series between the Cubs and the Cardinals. The Cubs right now have won 8 out of 10. They got a chance to win another series in Pittsburgh tonight with Marcus Stroman on the mound. They might be coming in hot. The Cardinals, 13 games below 500. What do you think of the Cubs right now? Do you consider them legit contenders in that division?
I love the way they're playing. Stroman, that kid, I love him. Like, I really love him. I remember when he first came to the big league with the Blue Jays, we got the opportunity to meet, and I can see it on his eyes how good of a pitcher he was going to be. I mean, I like his enthusiasm. I like his body language. I love how he go about the business. And watching the Cubs dominating the Cardinals until now, it's something that, if you think about it, people wasn't expecting that when the spring training. People were expecting the Cardinals to be dominating that division. But, you got to go for your odds, just like DraftKings give you the opportunity to. You know what I'm saying? You have to just go bad about it because this is not what it's on paper. It's reality. The season almost it's almost done, the first half of the season. And when you dominate the first half of the season, that doesn't mean that you have the second half under control. But the opposition, when they see you dominating the first half of the season, they have to come up with a new game plan. And adjust a new game plan to the second half of the season is not the easy thing to do. So, from leading up leading the Cubs pitching, it's a great opportunity for the Cubs, to be honest.
David, I've always wanted to ask you this question. We have been lucky enough to talk to your old broadcast partner, Frank Thomas, here in Chicago. And I talked to him one time, asked him about DH and moving from first base to DH. And he really had difficulty with it, said that it really kind of, it's a lot harder than people think. And it makes you kind of become a little bit obsessed with small things that don't matter sometimes, whatever it might be. How did your transition go from first base to DH? Was it easy for you? Was it difficult?
First of all, huge shout out to my man Big Hurt, one of the guys that I really love being around and being his teammates on the show. Unfortunately, I'm not gonna have him around this year, but also a big fan of Big Hurt. I mean, like Big Hurt, it seems like I always discuss his numbers with him, and I was like, man, you were from another planet. I mean, if you look at Big Hurt's number, it seems like he never switched from one position to another. You know what I'm saying? So he just continued doing damage. I mean, Big Hurt, he did it all, man, and like you say, I mean, the transition, it's not easy. And it's because you go from being involved in the action of all time to just have part of the action. And the part of the action that you get to be part of is the harder, which is hitting. If you don't hit as a DH, it's like you wasn't there. Anybody can make a good play. Anybody can play an average defense or great defense, but not everybody can be a great hitter. You know what I'm saying? And being able to make the transition, being able to program myself to be well known as a good hitter, it was something that I had to fight through. I had to commit myself. My dedication, it had to be even more. My discipline had to be even better than what it used to be, because put it this way, you have to get prepared physically more than when you used to play defense, because when you play in defense, your body is kind of get used to all the motion, all the movement, all the stuff that you do chasing ball out there, trying to complete play and this and that. But when you are DHing, you go basically cold from the bench to hit. And then if you hit a ball in the gap, you have to get all your muscle lined up to make sure you don't get injured, because you're not part of what is going on the field playing defense, you know what I'm saying? So people would think it's easier. No, it's worse, because you have to find a way to keep your body. You have to make sure that you lined up your body in a way that you don't get injured just because you're going from doing nothing to doing something, you know what I'm saying? And mentally, when you struggle as a hitter, it's extremely difficult, because you go 0-for-4 as a first baseman, but you dove for the ball, you make a nice play, you complete over play, you make a nice pick at first base, you out there with your teammate. That 0-for-4, you pack it up, and next day you're good to go. But when you go 0-for-4 as a DH, and you go 0-for-4 today and you go 0-for-4 tomorrow, it's like you never play on those games. So you had to carry a bigger cross, you know what I'm saying? So there's a lot going on with being DH. It's not easy, man. It's not easy.
David, when David Ross was your teammate with the Red Sox in 2013 and you guys won a World Series, did you envision him as the kind of guy that would go on and be a successful manager?
Of course, without a doubt. I know that he was going to be a great manager at some point in his career. I just don't know that it was going to be that soon, but that tells you how good he is, how prepared he was for that. I mean, David Ross is a guy. When he was like, and he was watching everything like an eagle. The guy was paying attention to everything. And as you know, it makes sense. It made more sense to me, a catcher being a manager than any other position in baseball, because the catchers are the ones who run the show. The catchers are the ones paying attention to every single detail, moving people around, doing this. The catcher is the only one basically that gets sickness from the manager as the game goes, and from the bench goes. When you are playing position, you get to move from the coach in the position when you think that the batter is going to hit. Once in a while, when they're running first, second, the third baseman and the shortstop get signals. But other than that, it's the catcher who is in charge of virtually everything. So watching him as a teammate, as a player, and then all of a sudden as a manager, it makes a lot of sense to me.
David, in honor of this game, in honor of this weekend in London, are you ready to admit here on Chicago radio that Cubs-Cardinals is the best rivalry in baseball?
It's one of the good ones. There's a lot of good rivalries out there, but the Red Sox and Yankees is very well known as one of the rivalries that is fire all the time. But I'm a big fan of watching rivalry. And the more rivalry we have in baseball, the better the games get. You know what I'm saying? I mean, when you are watching those Cubs and Cardinals games, I mean, the adrenaline is flying all over the place. It's like when you are watching the Giants and the Dodgers, or the Dodgers and all of a sudden now San Diego. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean, the more you create, you watch the Mets playing against the Yankees. That's another really good rivalry. I mean, Chicago against the White Sox against the Cubs. I think that's a good rivalry right there. Also, during the interleague, and it's all fun to watch, man. There's not something that you can like go crazy about. Like, this is more and this is less. I love it. I love just watching it.
I'm sure from your life experience, it's probably Twins White Sox. But there you go.
not quite there yet.
Hey, thanks, David. We appreciate it, man. We're looking forward to the weekend.
Great stuff, David. Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much, guys.
That is David Ortiz.
As nice as you've ever been to a former Twin.
Well, I feel like he really made his name elsewhere. Yeah, Coom.
And Coom.
Who would be on the opposite side of the rivalry.
Isn't it funny how these ex-Twins are so friendly?
Oh, yeah.
Justin Morneau next.
Morneau! Don't get me going. Thank you. Thank you to everyone. A lot of fun. Appreciate it. We, of course, broadcast live from the Score Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. We don't have time for transition today, but we will catch up tomorrow.
Yeah.
And we want to thank our buddy for getting us
Evan Thomas for getting us
getting
twitching and motivated every single morning.
Yes. And
thank you to everyone.
And thanks to Dustin.
Dustin especially.
Friend of mine texted me and wanted to know if I was going to London with the Cubs. And I told him no. I was staying home and going to hell with the White Sox. That was mean on my part. And thank you, Brandon Fryer, for your great work. Great to see you, buddy.
A local sports station.
A local sports station.
Stay tuned for Dan and Lawrence, Mully and Haugh on The Score.
And thanks to David Ortiz for appearing on behalf of DraftKings with the Step Up Same Game Parlay. DraftKings Sportsbook customers can get up to 100 profit boosts on any same game parlay.
This is the official.
But the reality is, he just doesn't look like a very good baseball player right now. He does not look like a guy that is going to get through the first inning of a game. He doesn't look like a guy that that can handle left-handed hitters. And I think the more I watch him pitch, the more I wonder if, had you other options, and I don't know that they have any other options, would you want to be rolling him out? Like, wouldn't he need maybe a game or two off, or maybe he's done? I don't know, but it's just rough to see him the way he's pitching right now.
I don't know if it's done. It's kind of hard. We don't have. I don't have the title to say it's done because you can see some signs in few innings throwing the ball a little bit better. But I think the problem is the command is very bad. His ball is very flat, very, very flat. This guy, when he got a good cutter and good sinker, the change is working, it can be a different pitcher. But when you throw 92, 93, flat pitch around the plate, you got to get motor. This league, if you don't throw 90, 96, 98, you better start moving the ball. He's not doing it right now. I think he lost his confidence. I think he had to think a little bit more about how the ball more often and try to stay in the top of the ball and sink. I don't know too much about pitching. That's why when we're going to check out pitch, I have to be careful what I'm saying. But it seems like every time it's around the plate. My guy, he don't have first of all, he don't have velocity to get people out. That's for sure. No chance. But that's why I think it's depending how the ball moves around the plate. If is how good it's gonna be. But right now, last 3-4 stars, that ball is just flat. Is very flat, right to the plate.
Machine in a certain way. Zag machine. That was Jose at Bears training camp. And everything about that bit is still fantastic.
You're a big Bears fan?
I'm here every year.
Every year.
2000. Everybody knows me here.
Which Bears player holds the franchise record for sacks in a season?
Brian Urlacher.
Doesn't wait to give the wrong answer, and then he says, "You're right."
You're right. Sack machine.
And in these hallways, we do it for everything.
100%. Sacks machine, pitching machine,
Socks machine.
Hey, Lawrence, we getting coffee because the coffee machine isn't working.
Right,
No, it is. It's just an example. A recent example.
What's broken again? Coffee machine.
Coffee machine. Sack machine.
Oh, that's right. I need coffee filters. Thank you.
Sack machine.
Bernstein and Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2 on 670 The Score.
Everybody knows me here.
You know us, we know you. Welcome, the Bernstein and Holmes show. It's weird not doing transition and just sort of sitting down and going.
Yeah, it's a kind of a different sensation.
Yeah, it is.
It's different energy, man.
Right? But good vibes, babe, all the
Good
time.
vibes, babe.
All the time. This hour brought to you by Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS with a K, the numeral 4 kids. We're broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Boy, do we have a show today. You want a show? How about this?
Oh.
How about this? And it's free. All you have to do is tune us in on the radio, on the Odyssey app, on our HD signal 104.3-2. That's how I like to listen.
WBMX.
Crystal clear. Ian Happ at 11. Dan Wiederer at noon. Don't forget high noon, 11:40. Got to get one today. Craig Calcaterra at 12:25. Steve Stone at 1, and a lot more. And I'll continue to hit this stack of papers with my pen.
It's making a good sound.
I like it. I do like it. It's good. I can keep doing that. We have Ray Diaz. We have Adam Studzinski. It was Brandon Fryer, and I believe it's Evan Thomas who is helping out with the video feed and the Twitch stuff and all of that on the stream today. In a busy baseball time in this city, and some divergent fortunes for the local nines.
Yeah, Look, here's my thing.
Yeah.
I kind of know what tends to happen when I start down the road of talking about bad things that are happening to the White Sox. And I know that we're going to spend most of our time when we talk about the White Sox today, talking about big picture White Sox stuff. Rick Hahn spoke for 20 minutes or whatever yesterday, and he was mad at stuff, and he was
I'm mad at stuff.
Concerned about other stuff, and was trying to find optimism and realism and all that stuff. There is a game thing that I would like to, if you would allow for me to work through it. Okay. I did it a little bit on Twitter as it happened last night. I don't think the White Sox were ever going to win yesterday's game. I think Texas is too good, and the White Sox are on the struggle bus.
They had Tanner Banks on the mound.
Right.
So that's one you don't expect.
But I thought he did okay.
Fine.
He did fine. My issue is not with Tanner Banks. My issue is with Pedro Grifol. Late in the game, Aaron Bummer's on the mound.
Okay.
And the White Sox decide that they're going to pitch around a guy. I hate the pitch around, especially now. Because if you have a great pitcher that has pinpoint control and hasn't had any sort of issues of trying to find the plate, fine. You can have them do the masterful pitch around. Also, there was a runner at third. So, you pitch around and find out and end up throwing a ball to the back wall and you end up giving up a run. That's not what happened. What happened is the pitch around went fine. Here, 4 balls, go to first base. One of the things that can happen with a pitch around is a guy loses the strike zone. Now, Bummer had been pitching okay.
Because you're asking him to not find it.
Mm-hmm. And then what happened? He walked another guy when they weren't trying to pitch around, and then the inning got away, and then the White Sox ended up losing. You have a device now in your correct, Tom Brady. You have a device in your arsenal that you can use. That if you kind of don't want to pitch to a guy, you don't have to. You can hold up 4 fingers and you can send him to first base.
The counter argument would be that it's a different strategy. That
yes.
You may, if you
might chase.
If you're living around the periphery, you might induce weak contact.
You are correct. And that's what makes me mad. The White Sox haven't shown a level of execution at any level this year that makes you believe that they are going to be able to pull that off, that they are going to have the tantalizing pitch around the strike zone that is going to induce. What's more likely with your team?
What's more likely with the White Sox is you do induce weak contact that results in something horrible happening, like someone throwing a ball into the stands and then blowing out his Achilles.
Right. That could happen.
That would be the White Sox outcome. Well, we got what we wanted on that. Really? Well, the player's out for the year and they scored 3 runs. Yes, well, but other than that.
It's just, I felt like this was one of those moments where Pedro was like, I'm going to manage
Watch this.
Watch me manage. I am gonna manage. Okay, Skip, how are we gonna manage? Well, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna pitch around this guy. We're gonna pitch around him. We could just send him to first.
No. That's what they're expecting us to do.
That's absolutely what they're expecting us to do. I've got a different idea. I'm going to use all the managerial tools at my disposal. Skip, you know it's Aaron Bummer out there, right? He's got a 7 ERA.
And sometimes runs into control problems.
Yes, but today will be different. Why? Because it's our strategy. That's why. All right, let's see how this goes. The first part of the plan has gone swimmingly. We pitched effectively around that guy. Wouldn't it have just been easier to just hold up 4 fingers?
Why do I picture him wearing MacArthur's hat and holding a corncob pipe? The aviator sunglasses on as this is happening. Returning triumphantly to the Philippines.
Oh, my God.
I love it when a plan comes together.
Yeah. Smells like victory. And Bengay.
Oh, I thought it was victory. It wasn't. It's just wintergreen oil.
No, it wasn't victory at all.
No, that's not victory.
It was a big inning.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It turned into a big inning on us.
I know.
Our strategy.
He might just be kind of a lightweight.
I think that he's a first-year manager.
Yeah.
That's all. It's all trial and error, and I don't want him run out of town on a rail.
We're going to work every day as hard as we can possibly can to kick your ass at 7:10.
Okay. What if the game starts at 6? What do you do for 3 innings?
There'll be a lot of pitching around.
It's not 7:10 yet.
We'll pitch around this guy. We've shown a propensity all season long to execute plans well.
We're in control of this game against a far superior opponent.
Yep. Watch this. Yeah, I'm watching. And then what happened? Well,
they're only 5.5 out.
True. They are only 5.5 out, and they have been 23-22 in their last 45.
They're 12 under 500.
That's the problem.
Talk to me when you get to 500.
They might not be talking to you for a long time.
That's when you can take a team, even begin to take a team seriously. You have to have at least as many wins as you have losses.
Okay. I mean, and Rick did say yesterday, he's like, look, we can't take away April.
Right. Correct.
That is correct.
Absolutely correct in that.
It's weird how those 10-game losing streaks really derail a season.
They sure do. And the White Sox are feeling that. And now you got all sorts of stuff going on and reports this guy wants out, that guy wants out.
But that comes with it. That comes with being 12 under 500. It comes with it. Just, you can't worry about that.
I mean, you can worry about it, especially if we go back and connect some of the dots from earlier this year. The beginning of the season, where Tim Anderson is talking with Jose Abreu and is like, I hate it here.
Mm-hmm.
At least now it seems more plausible that that's what he said.
Oh, he did.
He's Jaden Smith and Karate Kid. I hate it here.
Well, it's also the way that Grifol has managed him. He may hate it here. He may be miserable on the field and off, but he's been one of the consistently worst regular starting players in baseball.
I hate it here.
And he's stayed at the top of the lineup. And Pedro Grifol, he's going to get it going. Any next swing, he's going to get it going. He's going to get it going. You're almost halfway through the season, and you're still waiting on it. And he's been terrible. But the manager's like, I'm rolling with him,
and
ride or die.
It's possible that he's been terrible because he's playing at 70%. And they keep doing this over and over again. And they haven't seen, I don't know if the White Sox have seen any sort of return for that approach. the approach of we don't have anyone better. So we know it's kind of stupid, but let's just play Tim at 65 or 70% and see what happens.
Lack of organizational depth. You didn't know that you had the great Zach Remillard just waiting there the entire time. Boy, how things would have been different.
I'm fine with. I don't want to take any of my anger out on Zach Remillard. He didn't do anything to me.
No,
like he's a guy.
I'm not mad at him. I don't think he's a guy.
You don't even think he's a guy?
No, I don't. I think he's a minor league baseball player.
So you really are get your ass out of here, huh?
Well, he had a great game.
Free your lady, my grandma.
And he'll always have that game. He'll always have one of the best major league debuts ever. Congratulations. You're John Paciorek.
All right.
And he's 0 for 8 since.
And John Paciorek finished his career 3 for 3.
That's the way you want to do it.
All-timer. He's like John Cazal. Perfect batting average.
Like, what'd you hit in the league? I had 1,000.
I batted a damn 1,000 for my career. Yep.
They don't even talk about me. You know what I'm saying? You talk about Ted Williams. I hit 1,000, fam. How many at bats? Never mind that.
And the John Cazal reference to his batting average was he was in 5 motion pictures, all nominated for Best Picture.
That works.
Right? Godfather 1, Godfather 2, The Conversation, Dog Day Afternoon, and Deer Hunter.
Yeah, that's what you want to be.
And then he died.
Talk about Arby's. 5 for 5 right there.
That's a 5 for 5, but then, then he had to be dead, and that was not good. Sort of like the people who got out of that janky-ass submarine.
Do we know that they're dead?
They're pretty dead. Wait a minute. No, they're certainly very cold and wet. But
you said they had 96 hours of air, right?
There's no way. Did you see the truth about that machine that they got on? It was like made by a Rector set. It's a PS4 controller.
Submachine.
I'm not in submarine machine. But it's like, what are you? Yeah, sure, we'll pay $250,000 to get on this thing that you slap together.
Sack machine.
And go down to the bottom of the ocean? What are you doing? What is wrong with you?
What are you doing, Wegner?
Wegner, get out of that submarine. I mean, people like joked about this thing. Oh, sure, we'll go to the bottom of the ocean in this.
What are you doing, Wegner?
Come on.
From what I saw, Will Smith has a show on Disney Plus called Welcome to Earth. And he does like this cool stuff on the show where he explores places around the planet. Like he wanted to find a place where there was no sound, and they went inside this cave, like in the middle of this cave.
I did that in
no sound.
in the cenotes in the Yucatan. I did that.
Yeah, I believe that's where they went.
I did that.
So
it's called the Cave of Death.
So he did that. He also went to the bottom of the ocean, or as close to the bottom of the ocean as they could. And I saw the machine that he had for it, and they were going to do the excursion and then, pop back up. And I saw the one that's on the news, and I was like, Disney had a better one.
They had an actual one. This one someone just made in their basement. And like, oh yeah, we'll give you $250,000 to get on this thing, go to the bottom of the ocean in it. Okay.
Should have had Ludacris from Fast and Furious build you something. Probably would have lasted longer. Hopefully those people are okay.
Oh, you want the full Titanic experience?
Yeah.
That's
too bad.
Yes, it's too bad. But if you got $250,000 to burn and you want to do that, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Did you say there's a billionaire guy on this thing?
I think 2. I think there's a Pakistani billionaire, and I think there's a British billionaire, I believe. And there's probably some...
All right, so what are the families hoping for?
I was just going to say, there's like, hey, they heard anything yet? He says, well, he's at the Aston Martin dealership. It's like he's on his phone.
Just got a countdown clock going on. It's like that check will clear.
We've got to give him more time. I mean, really, look at that. It's a bunch of tanks strapped to some like struts, and they have to bolt you into it. Like, all right, I think we're good. I mean, I've been on some rickety boats before, but it's a boat. The worst that happens is the boat starts to sink and you float.
Yeah.
Right? And I've been on some old planes before, flying, buzzing above the treetops to get to some fishing location. The old de Havilland beaver. And the otter. But the thing is, even if that thing's got a crash, it's got pontoons. And it can land on any lake and just sit there until you're rescued. If you get on something rickety and you go all the way under to the bottom of the ocean, nothing good is going to happen if there's a mishap.
Yeah.
Like there's no margin for error down there.
Do people think that there's like still fortune on the Titanic? Is that why?
I don't know.
Like the fascination.
You can't they're just going down there to see it. You can't get out of that thing. You can't like dive at that depth. So you're just down there.
Yeah, they're looking at it. I don't think they're treasure hunting.
No, because you can't. I don't think I could be wrong about this, but you can't scuba dive at that depth, right? It's too deep.
Yeah, the pressure will crush your lungs.
Yeah.
And crushing your head.
You have to be in a pressurized...
I'm squishing your head. We still do that at home. If one of the kids is just bothering me, I just lean over and just go, I'm squishing your head. Does anybody get that? It's
people who
kids in the hall, right?
Yeah, kids in the hall and folks that listen to this show are at a point in their lives where they remember kids in the hall.
I'm squishing your head. So great.
All right. Well, thank you for allowing me to vent about a strategy inside of a White Sox game.
Yeah, I didn't think that would be top of mind. I get it.
I know.
Watch this. Time for managing.
I'm gonna manage the crap out of this game. Skip,
how'd it go? Not great.
You know, Bummer sometimes struggles with the strike zone, right? He'll get it back. It's all part of the plan.
Wait, the Ocean's Gate submarine got lost last summer too? I didn't know that. Apparently this happens.
Are we sure we want to be calling stuff gate? Like Cloud's Gate? Or like
no, it's a completely improvised submersible.
Heaven's Gate? What are we doing?
Well, same ending. Right?
Okay.
All right. When we come back, let's celebrate the good aspects of Chicago baseball. The Cubs are hitting stuff, and they've got a pitcher who was able to get out of situations despite not having the one pitch he throws. Pretty amazing performance when you think about it.
Yes, let's do that. Let's talk them Cubs up a little bit because the Pirates can't beat them, and they got 2 more games with the Pirates before they leave for London. We'll discuss it next here on The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the...
When you're observing what Justin Fields has done, you're not necessarily criticizing it. I think that there's a tendency to want to overreact to an observation or statement that says basically he has to be more accurate or he has to throw the short ball as well as he throws the deep ball. So I guess in that context, objectively, what are you seeing and how much room does he have to grow?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, David. I mean, it is what it is, and any miss by Justin Fields out on that field is magnified, and, there's this, interior cringe, I think, that goes on with reporters and, I think everybody watching is like, okay, we want to see this guy sprout, but it just hasn't. It's some of the same stuff. Like that. Dare I say the footwork is better? I think that is the case. I think that there is still some indecision from Justin Fields. I think there's a little bit of just enough hesitancy to notice the hesitancy in him, and just a tick late still. And those are some of the same things that he's been working on for a while. So I guess it's good that if the coaches see it the same way we do, and I don't know if we're going to know after today, and we certainly didn't know from the way anybody is talking about Justin Fields, coaches included, as well as the players. But I just think it's one of those things where there's enough time in this camp today and then training camp coming up and then the preseason games to tighten up some of those basic things. These aren't complicated issues, I don't think so, Haugh, as far as what he has to clean up. So I guess that's the good news. But the bad news is he's got to clean it up, and he still has not completely done that.
Middays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 670 The Score. And 670thescore.com. An Odyssey station.
And the 3-2 again from Rucker. Strike three called, ball game is over. Cubs win game one by a score of 8-0. A collaborative 5-hit shutout for the Cubs. And that's a nice way to start this series and this 5-game road trip.
Sure is. Those 8-0 wins to start a series and a road trip allow you to set your high-leverage bullpen up a little bit, allows you to dictate the overall leverage situations, get guys work if they need work. That is an ideal start to a trip, and it's amazing what happens when you can hit the pitches you're supposed to hit at the most important times.
It's also amazing when Stoney talks about how there's going to be 5 games each year that a pitcher is not going to be able to win. And there's going to be 5 games each year that they're not going to lose. And then the rest, you got to figure it out. Let me tell you something about Drew Smiley yesterday. That was one of those games you're like, what's he doing? What's going on there?
Yeah, this is a curveball pitcher who didn't have his curveball. And then it's like, welp, now what? And to get him through that, where you are working, it's not just the pitcher. It takes a village sometimes.
Yep.
And when Jan Gomes could be like, all right, what do I have? What does he have? What are we dealing with? Then to start thinking about sequencing and quadrants and where everything's going to go to get that out of him that day, to get 5 innings, 3 hits, no runs.
That's the amazing
to
part.
go along with those 5 walks. Well, one of them, we're going to talk to Ian about it because there was one bases loaded rocket with 2 outs right to Ian, and he caught it. He was like, the expression on his face was, "Ooh, let's get back to the dugout as quickly as possible."
We may have dodged one there.
Yep.
And to do it with guts and guile and duct tape yesterday is what Drew Smiley did. And Cubs fans should be elated that that's what happened, and that this offense over the last few games is up. They are ready. They woke. And look at that. You're right in the mix. I sent you guys the odds yesterday. I was on FanDuel. I was just curious because I like to look to see what the odds are to win the division in both the American League Central and the National League Central.
All right.
I made a bet in the American League Central, by the way. I'm not going to tell you who.
Why?
We'll see if I was right. It's a long shot.
I know who I would bet. And I haven't looked at the odds right now.
Who would you bet?
The Guardians.
That's not who I bet.
Okay.
I'd win with a much longer shot. And we'll see. It's not the White Sox. There, you got your choice. You should be able
You
to
bet the Tigers.
I did.
Wow. Yeah, that's a loser.
Yeah, probably.
Have we checked our bet, by the way?
Oh, the Pirates versus the White Sox?
Yes.
Because now you've got Luis Robert.
Right.
But go look up what the Pirates, because I think I'm still doing all right.
Okay, the White Sox, and this is position player war, right?
Right.
Or did we say pitcher counted too? Luis Roberts at 2.6.
Okay.
And
what's the little man from the burbs and for Pittsburgh doing?
And Jack Sawinski is leading the Pirates at 1.7.
Oh, so you're in great shape.
I'm in really good shape, actually, at the moment.
You're in great shape until a hamstring hurts.
That's Jack Sawinski, the product of Taft High School for the Chicago Public.
Taft, you damn right. No, that's not the.
No, that's Shaft.
Oh.
Although the idea of William Howard Taft using the theme from Shaft is actually rather interesting to me.
Taft,
who's the big fat president that has a special bathtub made only for him?
Taft,
you damn right.
Who is the man who gets stuck inside that bathtub? Taft, right on.
Who is the man that spends entire meetings drinking gravy with a straw?
Taft. Can you dig it? They say this Taft's a bad mother.
Shut your mouth.
But I'm talking about Taft.
I can dig it.
He's a complicated man
who served on the Supreme Court.
William Taft.
He's got the big tan leather jacket on, just swaggering into the Oval Office.
Okay, so I got the Tigers at plus 3,200 or whatever, which is great. In the National League Central, I'm amazed at how things have changed.
Okay.
The Brewers are the odds-on favorite, according to FanDuel, at plus 115. Okay, not a shock there, right? The Cubs are the second favorite at plus 350.
When did that happen? That's got to be
yesterday.
That flipped yesterday?
Plus 350.
All right.
The Reds, which if I were betting, like that would be kind of the tempting bet, plus 440. Especially now getting Giuseppe back.
Mm-hmm. Had a home run yesterday.
Yeah. The Cardinals are plus 500.
And bad.
And this has changed since last night. Pittsburgh is plus 1,000. They were leading the division 4 days ago.
Yeah, but a lot of the metric systems just haven't liked the Pirates. The Pirates still, on Fangraph's projected standings, come out behind the Brewers, Reds, Cubs, and Cardinals. As of right now, the Brewers project to 81 and 81. The Reds to 77 and 85, the Cubs to 77 and 85, the Cardinals to 77 and 85, the Pirates to 76 and 86.
I mean, I never bought into what the Pirates were doing, at least for them to win the division this year. Although it's weird because, Andrew McCutchen comes back to Pittsburgh and he's having a really good season. Like, are they going to trade him again? You know what I'm saying? Like, right. He comes back there and kind of resurrects his career. He's hitting leadoff for them and doing a good job of it. We'll see. Anyway, it was just kind of a fascinating thing to look at what the odds were in the Central Division. Why don't we take a listen to David Ross, the manager of the Cubs? Because we were talking about it ever since we had the conversation with Rossi. It's like the team started hitting. I think that we should take some credit. He was out here and he was a little red-assed with us, and all of a sudden his team is hitting. Here's why.
Like that 3-1, we there with the three runs. Talk gets into a hitter's count, not trying to do too much, like you said, staying up the middle, big part, but not fouling that pitch off. We were missing that pitch and getting into deeper counts, and then not being able to come through. I just feel like we're not missing our pitch right now. Guys are doing a really nice job of staying true to their bat and taking a little more intent of playing it to the big part of the field.
More intent to take it to the big part of the field. That generally is another way of saying selflessness, of saying not trying to turn and burn on everything, of just barrel it up and put it out there.
Yeah. And we're seeing, I think, not just good at bats, but we're seeing guys walk up there with purpose in their at bats, and everything's clicking. Everything for them offensively. So you gotta take advantage of it, and the Cubs are. They've won 8 out of 10. They put themselves right back into this thing. And that's what you got to do. At the time, you were taking on the division leader. And what do? Now, I meant to mention this yesterday. Because I think that the reason that we didn't see a sweep for them is because he forgot to let the brooms out.
I did. That wasn't my responsibility.
Yeah, Dan.
I was supposed to let the brooms out?
Dan, on Friday, I told you got to let the brooms out.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
Who let the brooms out? Who? I'm Sean Morash.
Like before we left here on Friday.
Right. You can't leave the brooms locked up. You gotta let them out. Right.
You got to let the brooms out.
Right, because they
Who let the brooms out? Who?
Good call. You're right. That's my fault. I'll wear that one.
I mean, it happens to the best of us. Sometimes you forget. You forget to let the brooms out, and then the team wins 2 out of 3.
And then you come back and you realize the brooms are still in, and they're they can't come out.
Right, you got to let them out.
Who let the brooms out? Who?
So here's the thing. Let's make sure that you leave the brooms out, or at least allow for the brooms to get out.
Okay.
With this series in Pittsburgh.
You know what we need? We need like a doggy door.
A broom door?
Yes, so that way the brooms can come and go as they please. And that way...
Who let the brooms out?
I mean, I know it'd be expensive to install, but that's what we need. We need a flap. So if the brooms want to go out and do their business and do their sweeping and whatever they need to do, they can go do that.
Okay. Who let the brooms out? Who? I'm Sean Morash.
And you're John Feinstein.
This is the top-rated sports.
You're damn right it is. Hell yes. Because we bring you things like that. And when we come back, let's hear from Rick Hahn talking about the White Sox. Yeah, we have to. We have to, because I think Ray caught something in his words. Rick Hahn was this close
to becoming sentient,
to actually handling everything in a way that wouldn't have been essentially White Sox. But because they're the White Sox, they have to always default to being the White Sox. But it was so close. It's almost like even when they know better, even like, I shouldn't do this.
But I'm totally going
to because we're the White Sox. That's next.
Your 3 best mates, Pat Hughes, Ron Kuma, and Zach Zaidman, bring you Cubs versus Cardinals in London.
It's got a chance! What the hell was that Sports Minute?
Wait, what do you mean?
We went to break. Okay, listen.
This is Sean Morash with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Has an NBA Finals game ever looked easier for a player than it did for Nikola Jokic last night? He became just the second player ever to record a triple-double in his NBA Finals debut, the other being Jason Kidd. In fact, Jokic's performance was so good, the game and his play was actually boring. If Sunday night is more of the same, it may be time to call the Baja Men and ask, who let the brooms out? Who? I'm Sean Morash.
Oi. Doesn't someone listen to that and be like,
no.
Nope.
So
back in the room and spend another 30 seconds
around
your thing.
Ray, how many radio stations did that just run on across the country?
Probably like 50.
Look, my rule is simple. Just don't make people dumber.
Who let the brooms out? Who? I'm Sean Morash.
But what does it have to do with brooms?
And then
you don't let brooms out.
And everybody barks when they sweep, right?
I don't get it.
And it's boring.
He said it's Friday. I'm getting out of here.
He sure did.
Yes, he did.
He sure did. He was like,
who let the brooms out? Who? I'm Sean Morash.
He high-fived someone after that, too. I promise you that. He's in the WFAN studios, and he's like, I nailed it. High-five someone and left it.
Yeah.
We showed it to Brandon Fryer from Mully and Haugh show, and he said, he felt good about that.
He did.
He felt good about that.
Yep.
On a level of 0 to Feinstein, where does this rank? It's not quite fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice.
I'm John Feinstein.
Who's also a really nice
fool
man.
Me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, I'm John Feinstein.
Who let the brooms out? Who? I'm Sean Morash.
It's not an inadvertent self-own. It's just a total non sequitur. I love. Remember when Abaticola was doing the fake sports minutes?
Well, he did. What was it? Jim Beige?
That was McCaffrey.
Hold on. Can we do the fake, one of these fake sports minutes real quick?
It's one in the vault?
Yeah.
Yeah,
do
one
it.
from Brendan McCaffrey, it looks
This
like.
is
Okay,
the
this
Jim
might be.
Beige, I think.
Jim Beige is different. Okay.
Titletown tingles tonight as a trophy traverses the tundra back to Green Bay and its rightful owners, the Packers. 13 years before, a man named Brett, with an arm like a jet, brought home the bacon in Dairyland. But now the Packers win by Aaron out the football. The man he replaced probably watched the game in Louisiana so far, or rather so far away. I could see Joe Montana, John Elway, or Tom Brady asking Mr. Rogers, won't you be my neighbor? With a championship and Super Bowl MVP. Rodgers' passes burst out of his hand in Dallas with the precision of an assassin. They tore through the Steelers' secondary like a bullet through a president's cranial cavity. Only we didn't need the Zapruder film to realize that this was no conspiracy. Rodgers took inspiration this week from a former Packers quarterback, but it's probably not the one you're all thinking about. No, Rodgers went back a few decades to a star, a Bart that didn't have a cow in Super Bowl I. 45 years of Super Bowl history wrapped up in 2 quarterbacks. The story comes full circle. Aaron Rodgers, the new leader of the pack.
Scoreboard update. It's too good. It was too
Who
good.
let the brooms out?
Ace 10-2 on 670 The Score.
Yeah, I mean, that frustration really showed. He had Berger batting eighth. I really don't know what to make of that other than he's frustrated. I don't know whether he's frustrated with his bosses or the questions or what, but that wasn't a great look. You know, he's supposed to be a disciplinarian, should show some probably discipline on his own. You know, I mean, I guess it's nice that we got a window into his frustration, but yeah, I would say, you know, if this year doesn't turn around, he could be one and done. You know, I mean, I would say they're giving him the year, likely.
That was John Heyman. That's the guy that one of the guys Rick Hahn was talking about. The White Sox are jousting at windmills again. You can't control what people write about you or what people say about you. You can just control what you're doing with your own team. And
I mean, let's be honest, though. They have tried greatly to control what people say about them.
But that's missing the point. That's completely misguided energy. When you had one national writer here on this station speculating about Grifol's future, you had another one in Bob Nightingale saying that there are multiple veteran players who would welcome a trade from the White Sox, and that also doesn't surprise me either. There's a lot of guys who know they're going to be elsewhere next year or who might want to be in a winning situation and aren't enjoying this situation. This is no fun.
No.
Nobody's having any fun. But it's the way Rick Hahn talks about it, where it was so close to being handled differently.
I was on the road trip and told the beat guys that were there that I was going to talk on Monday because I was thinking about what I wanted to say, my normal preamble. I actually kept coming back to James Spiegel. And then I sort of decided, you know what, I'm not going to wade into media business. You guys got enough knowledge on that. You don't need to hear from me on it. Then something happened this morning that pissed me off, and I decided I'm going to talk about James Spiegel. What happened this morning is apparently there was a very well-respected out-of-town reporter speculating about Pedro's job security on a local sports station. You guys who are here day in and day out, especially the beat group that spends the amount of time talking to me or talking to others around the front office and hearing how we operate, have heard me say before that this underperformance that we've had so far or any of the issues we've had thus far in this season is not on Pedro and on the coaching staff. I don't think we could have been more clear about that. And I understand that people especially in this day and age of all media, much less sports media, clicks matter, and ratings matter, and palace intrigue matters, and I'm not going to be able to solve that here in my position, nor is it my responsibility to solve that. But as we get closer to the deadline, as we get closer towards the end of the season and people want to speculate on what's going to happen around here, what's not going to happen, I would caution against putting too much credibility in reports that don't come from people who are here all the time. And I don't mean to criticize or single out any national guy in particular. Many of them are very, very good. I actually called the reporter today that made the report and asked him what he was basing that on, and we had a great talk, and he shared that was simply answering a question with his own speculation, not something that he was reporting, and continue to have great respect for him.
Stop. He was so close, Rick Hahn was. I'm not going to wade into media business. And he said, I've thought about what I was going to say. I'm not going to wade into media business. And then something pissed me off. That's exactly when you have to say, I wasn't going to talk about it, and I'm not going to.
I sort of decided, you know what, I'm not going to wade into media business. You guys got enough knowledge on that. You don't need to hear from me on it.
Right.
Stay out of media business.
Right. And then so I'm going to talk about James Fegan. But he wasn't talking about James Fegan. That's the thing.
No.
He said he was going to talk about James, but he didn't.
He did. Like, he spent a lot of time talking about James Fegan.
I'm not going to solve that, nor is it my responsibility to solve that. Correct. Your responsibility is to go win a World Series for the Chicago White Sox.
Yes.
That's all.
But you see what's happening here, right? Like, you saw like the very slick divide and conquer thing that he was trying to do.
Yeah, like this is our here.
Our group.
I'm embracing you because you're part of the inner circle of local people.
Right. And now ask yourself, and I'm not trying to diss anyone who is on the beat, because I know that everyone that's on the White Sox beat does their thing and they work very hard. When a major White Sox story has broken, has it been any of those reporters that's broken the story?
No.
Who's it been?
It's almost always been a national reporter.
Why is that?
Because they have the sources.
Right.
They've gotten the story.
Because the White Sox have a history of leaking major news through national outlets and not local ones. Mm-hmm. So, you know, Rick can play the role, but we all know what the truth is. You can play the role of, well, it's our local reporters are so important. If they're so important, why don't you let them break a story every now and again?
Why aren't those relationships resulting in stories?
Right. Instead of it being Bob Nightingale or John Heyman or
John Morosi,
JP Morosi, or whomever, Tim Kirkchin. Instead of it being one of those guys, or Ken Rosenthal.
Yep.
Why isn't
Jason
it
Stark?
Why isn't it Lamont Pope that gets that heads up on a story? Why isn't it Daryl Van Schouwen who gets that heads up on a story? Or Scott Merkin? Like, it's so whack, man. Like,
I wasn't going to talk about this, but now something pissed me off and I'm going to talk about it. Well,
and the other thing,
how does that get you closer to winning a championship?
The other thing is, Rick, more than anyone that I know that does that job, has a high media literacy rate. He didn't need to call John Heyman. All he needed to do was listen to the segment. And had he listened to the segment, he would understand. John didn't put that out as a report. He didn't do that. And now that Rick talked to dude and was like, oh, yeah, he was expecting. Yeah, that's right. Exactly. And it got you all messed up that you felt like you needed to give time inside of your press conference to talk about it, when all you could have done is just been like, oh, they asked him his opinion on something and he gave his opinion.
Especially after saying, I thought about what I was going to say when I started out, and I thought about it and I decided that I'm not going to wade into media business because you guys don't need me to do that. I'm not going to solve that, nor is it my responsibility to solve that. You thought about it. You were so close.
So close.
You're right there. Just don't bother. They're always chasing ghosts. They spend way too much time chasing ghosts. It's self-defeating. It's distracting. And all it does is keep you from paying attention to more important things. Don't bother.
I wish that level of exasperation and frustration and urgency to correct something was being used by Rick in the White Sox in areas where it would matter more to all of us than them reacting to an opinion.
An innocuous opinion that a guy gave answering a question on a show on the Score. That's taking up, that pissed you off that much that now you're elevating it to this? Yeah. Why? Why choose that? Why choose that? You just be like, nah, whatever, people say stuff. We need to play better baseball. We're going to play better baseball. We don't worry about what people are saying about us. It's fascinating to choose to live that way.
So
imagine if an NFL team did that.
I mean, it's different.
I know the day-to-day nature of baseball is different.
And sometimes, and I mean, they have in the past, like NFL teams do it occasionally. It's just with the White Sox, like you're a team that at the time was 11 games under 500 with myriad injury problems. And it looked like maybe a couple popped up in last night's game. You still haven't been able to fix some of your biggest issues. And here we are. The thing that the beast that you can best is the media. That's the fight that you think you can win. So you go and fight it.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
You use your divide and conquer strategy and you try and win that fight. That's the one that you've got a chance.
We'll show the evil media.
Yeah. Show up. Yeah, I'll show you. Son of
I'm going to wait here to kick over a garbage can. That's who's advising them in their PR strategy, apparently. I'll tell you what you do. You wait for him over in the corner. And then when you realize he's not there and he's doing the show from home.
I'm going to pop out.
Then after you pop out and you realize he's not going to be there because he's doing a show, then you go outside, you kick over a bunch of garbage cans. That's how you beat him. That's how you win. Now, give me my consultant fee, Jerome.
Crouching Tiger, Hidden Murph.
All-timer, man. Ian Happ is going to join us next on The Score.
Tomorrow, it's Layla Wednesday, where Layla Rahimi joins the Bernstein at Home show to unleash all her Chicago sports thoughts.
I don't mind the Bears doing what they're doing.
Can't help but wonder if it is a shift or if it's a ruse, if it's some sort of a real kind of eye-opening moment. Oh, they're not going to play ball. We got to get out of this. Or is it sort of a movement to try to gain leverage that you don't have right now over whether or not your taxes are going up?
Well, that's a good question. I think a couple things. Number one, I think it would be naive to think that the Bears didn't anticipate this. Or it would be naive if the Bears didn't anticipate this. They could not have started this process without the understanding that, number one, it is the largest in Illinois history, as they have reminded us. And by the way, the key part of that sentence is Illinois. You are in a state where you know you're going to encounter these kind of things.
Yes.
These political roadblocks don't have to be. They're obstacles, but you can get around them. You need somebody who understands the landscape. And that is who Kevin Warren is supposed to be. So I think it would be naive to think that this wasn't going to happen somewhere. Maybe not in Naperville specifically, but along the way, there was going to have to be some sort of leverage ploy.
Yeah.
Like this by the Bears. And maybe that's all this is. I don't know where this goes next. It does open the door to other municipalities. We heard from the Rockford, Dave Vella, a representative, a Democrat from Rockford, wants to jump on, and he said, hey, we'll take the Bears. We'll get in the mix. I don't know if you want to do that if you're the Bears, because then how much time are you wasting that could be directed in trying to get a deal struck so you don't have this tax assessment that you can't live with.
This hour is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Frazier today has lined out and singled. He lines one toward left on the run. Happ dives and makes a great catch in left center field. Ian Happ with a sensational diving catch. Wow. Ian really playing some top-notch left field these days. Gold Glove winner a year ago, and he might win another one this season with plays like that.
That was pretty special stuff. And anytime you can get guys popping out of the bullpen door to congratulate you and make sure that they are witnessing, witness me! and say, yes, I saw that catch by Ian Happ. That was pretty cool. And JD said it was like the cuckoo popping out of a cuckoo clock with the doors opening and firing out there to say, I see you working on that catch. Well, there was a moment last night with Ian Happ I want to talk about as well, as we welcome Ian to the Bernstein and Holmes show on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. You can follow Ian on Twitter at IHAP_1. Ian, how are you?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Good. We're talking about what a gritty performance it was from Drew Smiley in adverse conditions, almost like vintage old John Lester. And he didn't have his best pitch, and he was just battling. In the third inning, when there's a couple of walks and the bases are loaded and 2 outs, and I think it's Connor Joe who just scorches one right at you. Your facial expression after you caught it was kind of like, woof, all right, let's get back to the dugout after that one and regroup, because it seemed like everybody knew what was going on.
Yeah, I think that was, we just put up a couple runs and get in a spot where kind of a couple of walks, and those are some of the toughest plays in the outfield when same side batter hits you a ball, righty hitting to left field or lefty hitting to right field, and it's that pulled ball. You don't know if it's going to snap hook on you or if it's going to toss spin and dive straight down, or, if he gets some backspin on it and it's going to carry over your head. So, it's a really tough read when it's right at you like that, and kind of bounced me around a little bit. But, you make that play out of a jam and try to get back in the dugout and score some more runs.
Ian, what was that rainstorm like? I wasn't quite sure watching it on television, but it looked like you guys shouldn't have been playing.
Those are some heavy Western PA drops right there. They were big ones. I think it was just a little cell that came through and kind of. I can't remember the last time I was taken off the field by the umpires. Just like once the game starts, unless it gets absolutely horrendous, you just play through it. And it was a short burst. There was even times within the heavy rain that it slowed down a hair and then picked back up and slowed down and picked back up. But it was just a half inning.
How was the field after that?
It was a little muddy. I mean, batter's box is a little muddy. They did a good job of getting the surface out there. I think by the end of the game it was okay, but definitely for the next inning or two, it was just the batter's box and some of the dirt was just a little soft.
It's a great way to start a series, start a road trip, being able to be in charge of the leverage like that and tacking on runs late and being able to take a little bit of a deep breath right there and end up coasting to that first win. Why the success against the Pirates this year? I know you've always played well against the Pirates, it seems, but I just wonder why the team is seemingly doing so as well this year.
Yeah, I don't know. I think probably timing more than anything else. I think this is, we just offense had struggled for a little bit, and we're in a little bit of a rhythm and a little bit of a roll. I think, the ability to get those 3 runs. Drew obviously did a great job of holding on to it for us, pitching out of some jams, but then to tack on like that, to keep adding on, we end up throwing Merriweather there in the 7th. I think we get it to 5-0. Merriweather throws, and then when you keep adding on, you give Rossi the ability to use some other parts of the bullpen, to not tax the back end guys, and just give us a chance to kind of reset after some close ones the last couple of days at home, which is huge.
What's it like being a part of Mike Tuchman's story?
It's great. I mean, he's awesome. It's a fun guy to play next to. In the outfield, he's done a great job of running balls down out there in center, and then he's put together just super productive at bats for us. I think his ability to get on base has been really impressive. He's done a good job of coming up with some clutch hits and hitting the ball hard all over the field. He's a really good player, and he really thinks through the game. He's experienced and he's seen a lot, which has been great. And the fact that he's local and we actually have a little bit of connection through my fiance and the area where he grew up and stuff, which is cool.
He's from here, right? He's from Palatine.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So this is, it's been interesting. I love the story when somebody who has bounced around a little bit and somebody who's been sort of, I don't want to call him a true 4A guy, but look, we saw it with Wisdom. We saw it where a guy really can break through and sort of announce to the league, yeah, I deserve to be here. And the fact that he's able to do this without pressing at this stage of his career, I think he's 30, right? To not
32.
32. I guess he's too old to have to worry about some of that stuff, and there's some freedom in that.
I mean, he's always been a really good player. He was in Colorado, and they had a really deep team, and then went over to New York, and guys get traded over, and you end up with a really full outfield out there. And then you get to a point where he went overseas and played and came back, and there's probably a little bit of freedom to come back and get an opportunity, and he's really run with it. And his ability, with the depth that he's given us to go out there and play center field every day, to hit in the leadoff spot, to let Belly play first, and kind of move that whole thing around. That depth has been really great. And he had great spring training and looked great in spring training. And and to not let a situation where roster construction and having to be put on the 40 man at that time, to not let that upset you and just keep going out and playing. And then when you finally do get the opportunity to take advantage of it, it's very impressive.
When in your last at bat, you didn't like the strike 3 call and you had some words. What's a conversation with an umpire like, and what is it that you want to get across? And I don't mean specifically last night, but overall, like, what's your approach in talking to umpires?
Yeah, I mean, I think part of it is definitely frustration, but the other part of it is relaying that you have an understanding of the zone, and I think that my understanding of the zone is pretty good. I don't generally argue balls that were strikes. I'm pretty good at understanding where the line is, and there's certain situations where you ask, like first pitch of that at bat, you ask, hey, is that the corner? Is that as far as you're going to go? And the guy says yes, which gives you some leeway later in the at bat if they go farther to say, you just told me you weren't going to go any farther than that. I'm seeing this correctly. And then what you hope is that if you have the conversation and say, hey, that's not a strike, and I know that's not a strike, that the next time that you're in that situation with that guy, he understands that you have a good feel for the zone. And if you're taking that borderline pitch, that you know what you're looking at. So that's the hope. It doesn't always work that way, but just frustrating when it bats end that way. You feel like you're made a good decision on a pitch, and working it back to a 2-2 count in that spot, and you don't get the benefit of the call.
There's something we learned earlier this week last week that we found really interesting, and that was a tip that Christopher Morel got from Dansby Swanson about his swing. And it was something that Swanson noticed when he was setting up in batting practice, and something he was doing in warm-ups that he wasn't necessarily doing when he was taking his swings. And part of this has to do with his development as a DH. Like you say, if Bellinger's going to be playing first base and there's some moving pieces in there and he's going to have to DH, but learning how to do that. I was interested in a culture that allows for that to happen. So as a veteran now on the team, how free and how empowered do you feel with a younger player to say, hey, not for nothing, feel free to ignore this if you want. Here's just something I noticed and thought you might want this observation. Is that considered, is there an atmosphere where that's okay, where that's encouraged?
Yeah, for sure. And I think, some guys like to talk about hitting. Some guys are comfortable talking about hitting or sharing advice or sharing, tidbits on hitting. Some guys do it a lot more on defense. I think, for me, especially with Morel in the outfield, being able to talk to him about defense, about positioning, about little things that are going on. I think that stuff is really encouraged. I've had veterans, when I was younger, I had veterans that love to talk about hitting, and I had guys who never wanted to talk about hitting, whether it was because they didn't want to mess with a guy or it was because they didn't want to talk hitting because they didn't want to mess with themselves. Mm-hmm. So I think there's all of those little things. But yeah, I think as a veteran player, especially with this group, you feel like talk to some of the guys about whether it's situations or BP approaches or little things like that.
What's an example of a veteran giving you something that helped you, where maybe you saw something in a different way or just thought of something, said, oh, okay, well, yeah, that's helpful?
Yeah, I mean, there's been a bunch. I think John Jay was really good at talking through a lot of little baseline things with John Jay, and just different reads, different ways to get off the bag. He was really good at talking through outfield work. John Jay helped me a lot with how you work in the outfield during batting practice, and not being afraid to go super shallow to force you to play balls over your head, not being afraid to set up in a weird position to try to manipulate and try to get yourself some different reads, because BP can be very it can be very hard to get your work in, because sometimes the hitters don't cooperate. You have big right-handed hitters that hit home runs. You in left field, you're not going to get a lot of work. So the moving around and trying to manipulate some stuff to get yourself the work, I think John Jay taught me that. Ben Zobrist taught me a lot about going back and forth between infield and outfield, taught me about making the simple plays and not trying to do too much out there when you're making that transition, how to play the ball off the wall, how to be, really importance of hitting the cutoff man. Those things were from Zoe. So there's been a lot of guys, and I think the one really interesting one, when Daniel Murphy came over and played with us for a little bit, Murph talked about the way that he would miss balls, and the way that he, if my swing is good, I can get jammed and hit the ball that goes over the shortstop's head but in front of the left fielder, and that he would work on some of those things, or that those were good misses for him, and just how to evaluate that. And that was he was a really interesting guy to pick his brain on hitting. So we've had a bunch of different guys over the years, but just different pieces from different people.
Do you feel comfortable talking, going to a younger player, or are you more let the younger player come to me and then I'll tell them what I know?
Yeah, I think it kind of depends. I think hitting wise, I generally let guys come to me. I'll talk approach with guys sometimes, especially if they're struggling, but it's more of a broader thought or approach, and kind of, hey, at this level, here's what's, think about, 1 for 3s are great days. A couple of walks is a great day. You have to keep yourself going, and you have to keep up. It's a long season, it's a long grind. 1 week, 2 days, you gotta move past some of those little things about just general approach of the season. But more specific swing stuff, I'm never gonna go up and be hey man, your hands are too low, or your load sucks. It's if you want to talk about your swing and pick my brain or see what I got, come ask me. But I'm not the hitting coach. Those guys get paid for a reason, and so. But when it's broader baseball stuff, positioning, defense, space running stuff, if guys come up and there's little things that we can learn as a group to help everybody get better, those are things to go up and talk to guys about.
Last week at this time, you were hoping that the U.S. Open was going to finish with a winner over par, and boy, it didn't take long to realize that I don't know if this course can be designed properly for what we know as the test that a U.S. Open should be. It was entertaining golf, but that did not feel like a U.S. Open.
Yeah, I think the last few days definitely played. It played way tougher. I mean, those guys that went super deep on Thursday. Ricky was over par for the rest of the time. Xander, the other guy that was below, he was over par for the rest of the time. So I mean, it was tough golf for the rest of the week. I think Thursday with that marine layer coming over just got a little bit soft, and they could hunt some flags. Maybe a little bit of some easier hole locations on that Thursday. I have a hot take on the U.S. Open, or just on some of these golf tournaments in general. It's these guys hit it so far, and they get their drives to run out an extra 20, 30, 40, 50 yards. maybe we do need to make the fairways a little softer and get some no roll so that these guys are hitting 5-iron, 4-iron into some of the longer holes instead of 388-yard driver to a wedge. But
or take the juice out of the ball. I mean, there's a whole movement here. I think Jack Nicklaus and others. I know you have been against that.
I'm down on the changing of the golf ball. I think one of the coolest things about the game of golf, which is very different from every other sport, is that amateurs can compete with the pros. You get the club pro who goes to the PGA and finishes top 5. You get the amateurs that get to play in the Masters or the U.S. Open and make these amazing stories. I do think the uniform of technology, the fact that the weekend warrior can go out and play with the same exact setup as Rory and shoot 105 on his home course, while the best players in the world, go out and shoot 65. I think that's really cool that we can play with each other and we're playing the same game. I think that, and I think it would be really hard on the golf companies. I think it would be brutal on the Callaways and the Titleists of the world. And I think there are other ways you can take CCs out of the driver. You can make the driver smaller. You can make the smash factor lower if you want some of that stuff to happen. But I think that the courses could be set up a little different. The idea that the run is gonna make these guys rolled into the rough. Like they hit it so straight. But I did think, LACC is a venue. It looks beautiful out there. It's definitely a tough test of golf, and it showed that on Saturday and Sunday. It'll be interesting to see what they do with it the next time they go out and play. If they try to narrow up the fairways at all, or just pick some harder hole locations. But it was a really good story down the stretch and some really fun golf to watch. And West Coast primetime golf for us on Central and East Coast was very nice. Yeah, we finished up the game. I was in Pittsburgh watching the last 9 holes. It was great.
Ian, to take you back to baseball real quick, are you marveling at what Luis Arraez is doing?
Super impressive. I mean, his bat to ball is incredible. Ability to just hit line drives all over the field. I think, that's kind of what he's done his whole career, right? I mean, It's just been, and I know this is exceptional even for him, but he's just a really, really good hitter, and it's fun to watch. His ability, I mean, he covers a lot of pitches too. I saw the hits last night. One couple balls below the zone, 1 5-6 balls above the zone. It's impressive. And my favorite part of the highlights is he gets over to first base and slaps John Jay, who's a good buddy, and that's fun to see. But he's fun to watch play.
That's what I grew up with. I mean, that's what you were supposed to do. That was Rod Carew and Cecil Cooper and Willie McGee and so many guys to just
Tony Gwynn.
Yeah, this is what the goal was. Even though we now understand the relative value of being a really good slappy guy.
Yeah, but he's doing it on 95 above his head and
that's true.
88 mile an hour sliders in the dirt.
Yeah, that's true.
He's not doing it on the sinker, couple balls off. He's doing it on some impressive velocity and breaking stuff. It's nobody hits that 95 with carry above the zone, like 4 or 5 balls above. Nobody hits a backside line drive on that ball. It's pretty impressive.
Ian, as always, Connect Roasters, what you guys got going on this week? Anything fun?
Anything fun? Well, we have, so I don't know if you guys saw, we opened the art gallery down in River North, and we are doing a Through My Eyes blend from Connect. So we have some of the artwork on the front. It's on the website, connectroasters.com. You can go check it out to help support the gallery, but really, really cool. Really cool bag and design. That's the latest from Connect. But the gallery's open. It'll be open until August. Pat Bale, the artist, will be there doing artwork in the shop, and he's going to be at Wrigley a little bit doing some more stuff. It was a really cool turnout, and everybody enjoyed it, so it was great.
Cool stuff. You got any plans hanging out in old haunts in the hometown?
Just got to see some family, at breakfast with family this morning, which is nice, and I'm kind of prepping for London, but couple big games before that.
All right. Looking forward to talking next week because the London, it's going to be a thing.
Have a great trip, Ian.
Yeah,
enjoy yourself and enjoy the baseball over there.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. We'll talk soon.
That is Ian Happ of the Chicago Cubs. And next up, some White Sox in the news. One of the names that apparently Rick Hahn was concerned about being invoked by the evil media was that of Lucas Giolito, presumably being one of these veteran players who might possibly be traded. Well, how about hearing Gio in some of his own words?
In the media
about his future. But he's actually doing the talking next on The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
Rick Hahn had a lot to say.
Then I talked to Mike Talkman, who I was excited to talk to Mike.
Well, JD, I think you nicknamed him the Palatine Pounder.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
well, that's exciting. So then you talked to Mike Talkman, the Palatine Pounder.
On the way into the interview, I'm thinking, man, I'm so psyched for this.
Yeah.
Palatine's own. I wonder if he was a scorehead. I wonder if he likes the Pounder. Interesting career.
Got a lot of things to talk about with him.
Yeah,
sure.
man.
Yeah, okay.
Some time in New York with the Yankees.
Does he think of Topgolf?
Exactly. Where should the Bears go? Who's your favorite score host and why isn't it me? Just like all kinds of stuff.
Quarter draft.
Super excited.
I got Southport round 1.
Nice job.
Yep.
Nice value.
Then I made the decision to lead with the Pounder. Okay?
I would have done the same.
Right. Get the man's thought. He's got a nickname.
You got to warm him up first, Speaks. Everyone knows that. You got to just a little bit of, rubbing around.
Break the ice.
Yeah, loosen him up first.
Yeah.
Loosen him up.
Also, my guy Sean Sears is like, hustling the thing about an open because we weren't sure we were going to get him. I was like, oh, yeah, we get the Palatine Pounder. It's perfect.
Man, you never go in first with the Pounder.
Oh, so you played it for him? Did he hear it?
I think Tanny grabbed it.
Okay.
And Mike Talkman, welcome to the show. How are you, sir?
Doing well. Thanks for having me.
You got it. Are you okay with the Palatine Pounder? Have you heard that? Are you all right with that as a possible nickname? That's from Jim DeShays.
I don't know. I don't know about that one. But,
I know. I mean, I don't know. You're not necessarily a pounder as a hitter, but it's alliteration, right? What I didn't know is if other people in Palatine would be okay with you being the official pounder of Palatine. Like there's probably somebody else who might.
Yeah. There's probably someone else that's heard that one before. It's not bad though.
Not bad.
Dude, that is not your fault.
He hated it.
That is not your fault.
You don't think so?
He did not come to play.
No.
At one point, I asked him what it was like playing in Japan last year. He played in Korea last year.
Wait. Can we just re-air this entire thing at 5 o'clock?
Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. An Odyssey station.
I think they're just so far apart. I mean, they were it was addressed last spring, it was addressed this spring, and we're even close. I think the White Sox, particularly after what they did a year ago, said, okay, thank God we didn't sign to extension because, he was terrible last year. Now he's pitching very well. And, like I said, with the thin market, they'll get a lot for Giolito, too. There's so few starters out there. But I haven't heard anything that they plan to retain him. And that was just a question of Giolito. Giolito was traded. Who else goes out the door with him?
That's Bob Nightingale. And he had, for a long time, been sort of the Jerry Reinsdorf whisperer regarding all this, although I'm told that relationship is not on good terms at the moment, that Jerry's really not talking to anybody because he doesn't have to and he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to bother with it anymore. So he doesn't.
I mean, I get that.
So the Lucas Giolito issue and everything that has already happened, all the water under the bridge with the arbitration and the $50,000 difference and some of that bad blood and everything else that is affecting how we discuss his future, it's getting close. That we're within a month of really understanding where the direction of this team is going to go. And right now you're 12 under 500, so things are not great. Lucas Giolito was on the White Sox Talk podcast, and he addressed his immediate future and his thoughts about why they just can't seem to get the gears turning with this team.
I'm not a front office executive. Obviously, I see what people are saying, writers and all that kind of stuff. I don't know. I mean, we'll see. That's partly why I want us to get it going. I want to win really, really bad. Everyone knows, this is my potential last year with the White Sox. I feel like I owe so much to this organization, and, I've done a lot for this organization as well, and I just want to see us come together and have a good run here.
Why haven't you guys been able to come together? Everyone's trying to come up with ideas and reasons. Is there a unity thing? Is it a talent thing? Is it a bad luck thing? How do you verbalize what's missing?
Bad baseball. That's it. We all get along. We're a close-knit group. We have fun together. We're just not playing good baseball. That's it. Got to play good baseball to win in this league. Doesn't matter what team you're going up against.
Okay. I don't imagine that Lucas would actively lie about things inside the clubhouse. And I haven't been in there. I was thinking about going yesterday. In retrospect, I should have gone. I fought my gut on that one. I should have gone. I would have had some questions, some follow-ups for Rick.
Lawrence.
He doesn't do that.
Yeah.
It's been a minute, so maybe he does now. I don't know. Anyway, but I can't imagine that when you're on a team that's 12 games under 500, that things feel great. And like we were saying last week, if you are a teammate of Tim's and you watch the podcast with him on the pivot, you might feel a certain type of way. You might feel like you let your teammate down.
Man, I wish I would have known some of this stuff, and I'd come over and give you a hug.
Right. Or we could have gone out and gotten a beer or whatever. Lucas seems like the type of guy you want to go out and get a beer with. I can't imagine, and with Jose Abreu not being there anymore, guys going in and out because of injuries, it can't be fun, right?
No. It's at least not supposed to be. You're not supposed to be yucking it up and playing polka music when you're down.
I'm all right with guys
you have to be morose.
Yeah, be who you are even when you're losing. So if you're joyous, try and be joyous. Just, I don't know.
Read the room, though.
Yes. But remember, if we go back to last year, guys have got an announcement. Tim Anderson is an all-star.
awesome. They're sitting in the dark, staring at their hands. I mean, it was just all so weird.
Yes.
Joe McEwing is coming here with the good news. And then it was like, and then they put that out there, and everyone's like, what's wrong with them?
Yes.
Because it made them look weird.
It did make them look weird.
Giolito had more to say with Chris Rose on his John Boy Network
Your
podcast.
guy.
My guy. And Giolito, again, addressed this idea of how you handle trade rumors.
Right now, like, my mind is so set on trying to win the game I pitch every single time, because I know, like we were just talking about, this division, the way we've been playing, we could get back in it. And so, like, the only control I have is when I take the ball, I want to go out and give us the best chance to win. And if we win, then maybe we can make a little run, and, you know, it won't be about selling at the deadline. It will maybe be about buying a piece at the deadline or whatever it may be. So thing is, for me, like, I'm very, very loyal to this organization. You know, they gave me an opportunity to fail over and over and over again at the big league level, learn from that failure. You know, in 2018, if I was on probably
You're the worst pitcher in baseball.
29 other teams, I would have been in AAA by May, June. And who knows where my career would be if that's what happened. So the White Sox gave me that opportunity. I was able to work through a lot of things, start to find that consistent success, fail again last year. Now I'm back to having a little bit more consistent success, and, you know, knowing what could happen at the end of the year, you know, with free agency and everything. Like, I'm giving it my all. I want to see the rest of my teammates give their all and make a legitimate run at this thing, because in the division we're in, it's very possible.
I mean, you're a bright guy, so you understand, and you've been around now long enough to understand the business, but are you disappointed there hasn't been an extension or anything? Or is that just the way it goes?
No, that's the way it goes. Yeah. Not worried about that. Yeah, I mean, there have been talks in the past and things like that, but the way I saw it, you know, staying in the system and you know, just trusting that, it's worked out pretty good for me so far.
So I wanted to take this time to kind of get back to what Rick Hahn said, because you heard Lucas talking about the trade deadline and whether they're going to be buyers or sellers. Rick spoke about this, and he said the goals have always been higher than just making the playoffs. Given our performance so far, our only way in is through winning the division. If we're able to turn this around and get ourselves in a position to win this division, given that we are currently 11 under, 12 under now, we are obviously going to be playing pretty damn good baseball for the final 3 months of the season, which would give us reason to believe that the postseason performance could be better. So
it's a lot of speculation in that.
There's a lot. You have to do a lot of heavy lifting. And then Pedro went on to say, everyone in that clubhouse thinks this division is up for the taking. Then why haven't you taken it?
Then why are you 12 under?
Parenthetically, Pedro didn't say that. Pedro went on to say, nobody seems to be running away with it. 5.5 games back is certainly a number that's attainable. We were 9.5 back. We've made up 4 games, and we haven't played our best baseball. You have not, parenthetically. So we're extremely optimistic this thing will click for us. My follow-up to that is why? And this is what I was worried about, Dan, a couple weeks ago. Proximity to the top of the division.
It makes you think you're better than you are when you're much closer to the bottom of Major League Baseball.
Correct. You guys are 12 under 500.
With a negative run differential.
And so, yes, it is still an opportunity for you. And yes, I want everyone there to be working towards it being an opportunity for them. But I'm not sure that everyone's pulling from the same rope. I do think that it's possible that guys are like, I don't want to be here anymore.
Sure, it's natural and human to think that. Let's check in on the Pythagorean record of the Chicago White Sox.
Wait, are we about to do Sox math?
Not really. This doesn't count as Sox math. This is where we use runs scored and runs allowed to say what they should be. Because maybe the White Sox say, hey, our record doesn't reflect who we are.
Okay. All right. Let's see it.
Their record is 31-43.
That's not good.
Their Pythagorean record, based on 301 runs scored and 361 runs allowed, is, take a guess, anyone? Bueller?
33-41.
31-43.
Wow. So they are exactly...
They're exactly what their record says they are, and they're exactly what their record says they should be.
That's not good.
That's what they are. And we have High Noon coming up next. I have, believe it or not, out of nowhere, a brand new tourist spot in Rome based on something that happened before the turn of the century. Not the last century, like the BC century.
Oh.
The turn of the millennium, I should say, is what I meant to say.
Okay. So like the Dark Ages.
Yeah, it happened before the birth of Christ. But it's a new thing. It's a brand new opportunity for you as a tourist. And I've been to Rome multiple times, and I've never been to this place, and now it gives me something to go back for.
Okay.
And the pasta at Al Moro near the Trevi Fountain.
I have a story from Gronk that other young players should maybe not mimic, but should keep in mind. Should keep in mind. I'll share that with you next here on The Score.
Premier voice of the White Sox and one of the top voices in baseball, Steve Stone, talks Sox 3 times a week on The Score. Coming up today at 1 with Bernstein and Holmes.
They've got us.
What the hell was that Sports Minute?
Wait, what do you mean?
We went to break. Okay, listen.
This is Sean Morash with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Has an NBA Finals game ever looked easier for a player than it did for Nikola Jokic last night? He became just the second player ever to record a triple-double in his NBA Finals debut, the other being Jason Kidd. In fact, Jokic's performance was so good, the game and his play was actually boring. If Sunday night is more of the same, it may be time to call the Baja Men and ask, who let the brooms out? Who? I'm Sean Morash.
Oi. Doesn't someone listen to that and be like,
no.
Nope.
So
back in the room and spend another 30 seconds writing a thing.
I was telling Ray, how many radio stations did that just run on across the country?
Probably like 50.
Look, my rule is simple. Just don't make people dumber.
Who let the brooms out? Who? I'm Sean Morash.
But what does it have to do with brooms?
And then
you don't let brooms out.
And everybody barks when they sweep, right?
I don't get it.
And it's boring.
He said it's Friday. I'm getting out of here.
He sure did.
Yes, he did.
He sure did. He was like,
who let the brooms out? Who? I'm Sean Morash.
He high-fived someone after that, too. I promise you that. He's in the WFAN studios, and he's like, I nailed it. High-five someone and crushed it.
Yeah.
We showed it to Brandon Fryer from Mully and Haugh show, and he said, yeah, he felt good about that.
He did.
He felt good about that.
Yep.
On a level of 0 to Feinstein, where does this rank? It's not quite fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice.
I'm John
Feinstein, who's also a really nice
fool
man.
Me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, I'm John Feinstein.
Who let the brooms out? Who? I'm Sean Morash.
It's not an inadvertent self-own. It's just a total non sequitur. I love. Remember when Abaticola was doing the fake sports minutes?
Well, he did. What was Jim Beige?
That was McCaffrey.
Hold on. Can we do the fake, one of these fake sports minutes real quick?
It's one in the vault?
Yes.
Yeah, one
Do
from
it.
Brendan McCaffrey, it looks
This
like.
is
This
Jim
might be
Beige, I think.
Jim Beige is different. Okay.
Titletown tingles tonight as a trophy traverses the tundra back to Green Bay and its rightful owners, the Packers. 13 years before, a man named Brett, with an arm like a jet, brought home the bacon in Dairyland. But now the Packers win by Aaron out the football. The man he replaced probably watched the game in Louisiana so far, or rather so far away. I could see Joe Montana John Elway, or Tom Brady asking Mr. Rogers, "Won't you be my neighbor?" with a championship and Super Bowl MVP. Rodgers' passes burst out of his hand in Dallas with the precision of an assassin. They tore through the Steelers' secondary like a bullet through a president's cranial cavity. Only we didn't need the Zapruder film to realize that this was no conspiracy. Rodgers took inspiration this week from a former Packers quarterback, but it's probably not the one you're all thinking about. No, Rodgers went back a few decades to a star, a Bart that didn't have a cow in Super Bowl I. 45 years of Super Bowl history wrapped up in 2 quarterbacks. The story comes full circle. Aaron Rodgers, the new leader of the pack.
Scoreboard update. It's too good. It was too
Who
good.
let the brooms out?
Of Bernstein and Holmes, middays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 670 The Score.
I'll be back this way on Monday. We'll settle this then. Right there, out in the street, in front of the Palace Saloon.
Yeah, right. When? High noon?
High noon means we tell you what we started out talking about, celebrating the Cubs, winners of 8 of 10, lamenting the White Sox, who have fallen back down close to their low water mark, and Rick Hahn continuing to pick fights with the media for things that they say for apparently petty reasons when he admitted thinking better of it, saying he didn't want to do this. But then something made him mad, and he felt he had to. Okay, whatever. Ian Happ was great, as always, and we heard from Lucas Giolito being typically wise and level-headed about what his future may hold.
Jake Baguette is a guy that played a few games with the Patriots. He's a tight end, he's a defensive end, played at Arkansas. He was recently interviewed, and he told this story about... My bad. This story about Gronk and how Gronk got down.
These key fobs that gave us 24/7 access to the Patriots facility there in Foxborough. And during the offseason, Gronk would go out all night with his boys in Boston, stay up till 3, 4 in the morning, whatever it was, and have his crew drop him off at the Patriots facility. And he would stagger into the Patriots locker room, key fob in, and go pass out on the training tables in the Patriots training room. So then an hour or two later, when the trainers would come in to start their workday, they'd come in there and see Gronk just sprawled out on the training table, just fast asleep. They would go over there. They wouldn't wake him up. They would roll up one of his sleeves and, stick an IV in his arm. After a couple of hours, he would just wake up like Frankenstein revived and go out there and just kick ass.
You can't do that.
I don't think that's... I think it would also be really hard to do.
You can't just give someone an IV without their consent while they're not conscious.
Banana bag is, I'm guessing, what they were giving him. I think that part is probably a little bit of embellishment.
What, banana bag is what, high potassium or something? Okay.
I'm sure that they'd be like, Gronk, you wake up, big fella. We're going to give you this IV. It's going to make you feel better. Okay. Then you give him the IV, and then he rolls over and goes back to sleep.
Well, I would hope before he goes to the facility that he goes with his guys to get something to eat.
I like the idea of just drop me off there, because everything that I need will be there. I don't need to go home. I got clothes there. I don't need, they got bathrooms there. They got a shower there. There's probably food there if I need to find it. And this way, you don't have to worry about anything else.
Yeah, it's professionally, it's not the worst decision.
It's a great decision.
Wasn't it? It was Haugh and Yaz used to do that.
Right? They'd stay out, and then they say, you know what?
Go right to the trainer's room.
We're just going to be here for the rest of the night. So another one of
stealing Hawks comedy bits.
Another one of those weird ways that Gronk was more mature than how he acts.
History buffs will be able to stroll close to the spot where legend says Julius Caesar met his bloody end when Rome authorities open a new walkway on the ancient site on Tuesday. Accounts, embellished by William Shakespeare, tell how the Roman dictator was stabbed to death by a group of aggrieved senators on the Ides of March.
I get it.
March 15th, 44 BC. This is from Reuters. According to tradition, he died on the capital's central Largo Argentina Square, home to the remains of 4 temples. They're all currently below street level, and up until recently could only be viewed from behind barriers close to a busy road junction. Like I say, I've been to Rome multiple times, and I've never seen this listed on any guide. Maybe it will be now. Maybe it's this new idea to go see the Largo Argentina. From Tuesday, visitors will be able to move through the site at ground level on the walkway and see the structures up close. The Italian fashion house of Bulgari funded the work at a site that was first discovered and excavated in the 1920s. So I'm wondering if they're going to turn this into a tourist trap. No, I got to have him out now. Jim Peterick, this is local, Chicago group. So are they going to have like at 2 for Tuesday, Brute, tacos? I mean,
that's enough.
They're going to have to sort of sell this out, at which a non-resident is only going to have to pay €5 to visit it. But this will be like every other location in these touristy areas where they'll find ways to sell it. There's going to be people there hawking pictures and copies of Shakespeare's novel. But what I am told, according to this report that I found interesting, these days, this area is also known as a sanctuary for stray cats. See, now we got some fun going on.
Wow, now you have really produced this segment. Brian Setzer?
Yeah.
Stelzer?
Setzer. His hair piled high. Maybe he just looks so right. Playing his Gretsch. And his guitar. So now we got fun. We got Julius Caesar. We got the Stray Cats playing some rockabilly. Let's all go to Italy.
Yeah, that's what we want. Real quick, I think this is a really interesting story to keep an eye on because, Dan and I have been talking a lot about how media is changing, and it's so funny because sometimes the change means going backwards on stuff. The Jazz announced today that all of their games that aren't nationally televised are going back on local free television.
Whoa. Okay.
So they're going to be on KJZZ.
Careful.
Channel 14 in Salt Lake City.
I like that show.
And they're also going to offer streaming packages to people. I don't think that this is the last that you're going to see of this, Dan. I think that
this might be the model you actually get an over-the-air stick.
I think that there are going to be some very interesting discussions that happen over the next couple years with television rights and maybe some of the local television stations that thought that they were completely out of live sports as an opportunity. I think they're going to find themselves back in. And I don't think Utah is the only place that this is going to happen. I think there's going to be other places where it might happen.
Very interesting.
Especially when you start looking at people buying digital networks and stuff, and you go, oh, that's interesting.
I wonder why somebody would increase their investment in something they already partially own.
Yep. And long-time partnerships with maybe local over-the-air television stations. And RSNs across the country saying, you know what? We're going to get out of the rights fee business. I'm just saying that I think that this is the beginning of a trend. And I think it's smart. Offer it to everyone, and then anyone that can't do it over the air, give it to them in an opportunity that they can do it digitally, a la carte. They can pick their package. So let's see. But I think that this is a model that is going to be seen across the sports landscape for a while.
That's high noon. It's been a minute since we talked to Dan Wiederer of the Tribune about the Bears. So as the Bears have an actual summer break right here, let's find out what he learned at their practices. Next on The Score.
This weekend, the Cubs and Cardinals clash across the pond.
Maybe we should have workshopped our questions to Jed before the show started.
Nah, I think it's better if we just kind of wing it.
Steak dinner, boom.
There it is.
Thank you to the texter who was like, hey, Layla, do you know that reference? And I was like, kind of, but not really.
So, yeah, there was a caller. I forget who the player or coach was. The way to get this person to sign was to simply take him out to a steak dinner, because then it's done.
Mike and Oswego, you're on WSCR.
Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Listen, do you understand? I see a little bit of irony here. I mean, who called who? Did the San Diego Padres general manager call Ken Williams?
No, I doubt it.
What's the irony?
Well, the fact that the Cubs are in San Diego for the next 3 days. So if I were Peavy, I would go ahead and meet with Jim Hendry and go have steak dinner.
How is that ironic?
Don't you see that if you play politics, you know the Cubs are coming to town. If the Cubs are coming to town, let's work something out. Let's get this deal done.
What does them coming to town have to do with anything?
You don't know anything about politics, do you?
What does them coming to
It's
town
all
have
about
to do with
politics?
What is that?
If the Cubs are coming
First
to town...
of all, why is that ironic? And second of all, what does that have to do with politics?
Okay, you obviously don't know politics.
Okay, well,
you know what? He doesn't know politics.
Okay, I want you to explain the concepts of irony and politics to me, please.
Okay. If I were the GM, Jim Hendry, or the GM for the Padres, I know the Cubs are coming to town. I want to go to the Cubs. I want him to go to the Cubs. Peavy wants to come to the Cubs. Well, the Cubs are going to be there over the weekend.
What does that have to do with anything, whether or not they're going to be there over the weekend? Just explain. I've asked the same question 3 times. Why does it matter if the Cubs are going to be there?
You're not letting me finish, Diplo.
Why
You're not letting me finish.
Why? Explain it right now. Finish. Right now. Why does it matter?
Because now we can work something over steak dinner. Boom.
Steak
That's
dinner
why you'll be behind the
boom.
radio all your life. You never won a team.
Steak dinner boom. And oh, he hung up.
Steak dinner boom.
Steak dinner boom.
Steak dinner boom.
Narrator. Jake Peavy ended up in Chicago.
Every game here on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
Dan Wiederer, on-air contributor for 670 The Score.
You're going to be relying on a lot of young players, guys that have to materialize into who they thought they were.
The Bears are who we thought they were.
When either they drafted them or guys that they believe in that were already here. That's guys like Justin Fields.
Bears beat reporter and enterprise writer for the Chicago Tribune.
Matt has pounded it home from the day he took the job with the HITS principle and the acronym there, and just saying repeatedly, we are going to be an effort-based football team.
Dan Wiederer.
Get your track shoes on.
With Bernstein and Holmes on 670 The Score.
Talk some Bears with Dan Wiederer. He's on Twitter at Dan Wiederer. He is with us on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. What's up, Dan? How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing really well. What's the big headline now that you've got everything finished until the kind of real football starts in July?
Yeah, my headline, Lawrence, is probably that the Bears will enter training camp with a whole bunch of unanswered questions, and the rest of the world is going to be interested in trying to get those answers as soon as possible, even when some of those answers may not be available to us until mid-October. And so it's going to be a really fascinating stretch, I think, when we get to the report date. Really just about 5 weeks from now, and then ride that ride, for those 6.5 weeks that lead us up to the regular season, because there's going to be a quest for answers, and not all of them are going to come as quickly as we want.
I keep wondering how long they are going to give this forced evolution of the offense before they might revert. If you say, look, he's going to run less. We want Justin Fields to run. It's obvious to everyone. Of course, we want him to run less. But this was the top rushing attack in football by a mile last year. And they even have more running backs added to it now in Johnson and in Foreman. So do they spend the entire year saying, yep, we're going to find a way to make him pass more and pass better and have more timing? Or will there get to a point where it's like, you know what? Screw it. We're just going to go back to running over everybody.
No, because that didn't get you anywhere. I would push back on the phrase forced evolution, because I think it's about finding a sustainable brand of successful offense, which the Bears did not have a year ago. I think Luke Getsy would argue with you that a lot of those rushing yards that allowed them to lead the league in rushing came on passing plays that then turned into quarterback scrambles that then turned into big yardage. And so there's a balance here. They are trying to create something where Justin Fields can succeed as an NFL quarterback, not just as a YouTube highlight reel. And in order to do that, you have to teach him and train him to be more selective, to understand when those opportunities are wise to take and when they are not. And so I wouldn't call it a forced evolution. I would just call it a calculated plan to get the most out of the offense with the pieces you have. And I don't see that going back in the other direction, because the other direction led you to 14 losses and, games where your quarterback was spent at the end and getting massaged on the sideline and hurt at the end of the year. And so there are things that are required here to create what Chicago wants, which is a team that can win and then win for a long time. And so that requires you to have a quarterback who can win in the NFL as an NFL quarterback.
The closer we get to the start of training camp, the more I'm concerned about what the Bears didn't do in the offseason. I know that they spent draft picks to try and figure out who their 3 technique is, and I know that the defensive coordinator would be mad that I didn't say Justin Jones's name and that he's the 3 tech. I just felt like in an offseason where it would be hard for them to not get it right, and I would say most of the stuff that the Bears did, they did get right. Their inability to find edge rush help, like legitimate edge rush help, is a little concerning.
Yeah, well, you're right. And it's edge rush help and it's help up the middle. We don't know what they have up the middle right now, Lawrence. And to your point, this discussion is back to the middle of March, when a very calculated decision was made to invest a lot in the linebacking core. And so you have Tremaine Edmonds and you have TJ Edwards, and you think that these guys are going to be difference-making contributors for you on defense that allow you to play a higher level of defense. Well, you still are missing that imposing playmaker up front, either on the edge or in the middle. And so you better find that guy. Look, I'm fully expecting them to add someone to the edge rushing group before we get to the first practice of training camp in 5 weeks. And I have no idea who that is or when it will come, but they've hinted at it way too much for them to just kind of sit on their hands and then kind of roll into this with what they've got now, because they need more. And in order to play the brand of defense that you need to play, you need more up front. And I wrote it last week that since the last time they won a football game, they've given up 4,080 yards and 331 points. It's pretty gross to think about.
And Dan, my thing is, I'm not sure that you can fully evaluate the moves that you made in the offseason with the linebacking core or the guys that you're hoping to develop in the back four if you've got no pass rush. Like, everyone will look terrible if there's no push up front.
Right. And it puts a strain on you as a coach to be creative and to be really not having much margin for error in how you scheme things up with your system and how you kind of adapt that week to week for the opponents you're playing. And so there's a lot of pressure here on Matt Eberflus, on Alan Williams, to get the most out of what they have right now. And to your point, if you don't get what you need up front, now all of a sudden it puts a strain on other parts of your defense that should be strong. The secondary seems pretty solid. That linebacking core seems pretty solid. You want them to be able to play at their highest level possible. And in order to do that, you've got to help them in some way, shape, or form.
The takeaway across the board from these OTAs was that DJ Moore really is a special player, that he is, by all accounts, playing like a one. And that's awesome. It also means that he will become the immediate first focus of the opposing game planner. And what's the next move on the chessboard? If you've got that established and say, okay, well, the first thing about adding talent is what it does to create opportunities for other people. What comes next and who comes next in exploiting what he's doing to defenses?
You mean for the offense?
For the offense.
Yeah. I mean, look. I think when you blend in what DJ Moore gives you as a guy who can separate with what they have now in a couple really reliable pass catching tight ends in Cole Kmet and Robert Tonyan, and mix that with your backfield, now you've got that versatility that Luke Getsy prioritizes. You've got that ability to then get creative and run different plays out of the same formation and really keep defenses guessing to what you're doing with, this is an offense that the coaches will tell you all the time, all the motions and the shifts and the alignment differences that they can use to flummox a defense have to become advantageous to you. And so the chessboard is, okay, now we can move DJ Moore around. We can have him outside. We can have him in the slot. We can create matchups for other guys. And now you feel like you have additional playmakers that are those guys that you can create the matchups for. Look, I think all three of us would agree that we have huge question marks about who Chase Claypool is going to be in 2023. I have great curiosity to watch Darnell Mooney with my own eyes now that he has had tightrope surgery and has 2 screws in his ankle.
That's the name I was waiting for, Dan. To be honest, that I was waiting to see where in this list Darnell Mooney would be mentioned.
And I don't know, because I haven't seen with my own eyes Darnell Mooney running since I left New York the last week of November. And the coaching staff has been so coy and dodgy with all their answers to where Mooney's at. It's a guessing game right now, and this is a total let your eyes see it before you believe it proposition, because I have no idea what Darnell Mooney is going to look like compared to what Darnell Mooney was at his best in his first 3 seasons in the league.
When you're looking at what it is that Justin Fields is doing during mini camps and OTAs, I get it's usually routes on air. Guys are not in pads. He's not being rushed. So when you're writing stuff down in your notebook, what are the things that you are looking to evaluate, knowing that it's football, but it's not football?
So every time someone asks me a question about this at a baseball game or a barbecue or a family function, I always tell them that I draw 0 grand conclusions from the spring. You take notes like you talked about, and you say, let's check back in on this when we have 3 weeks of training camp practices to use as a progress report. The one thing that concerned me consistently from the half dozen practices that we got to watch here in May and June was the slowness in the progressions during 7-on-7, right? Like, those are periods, as you guys know, where you don't have anything to divert your eyes. There's no pass rush that you got to account for with your eyes. There's no pass rush that you've got to account for with your feel in the pocket. And so it should just be a see it and rip it, period. And there were too many times where you're like, get rid of it. Come on, the ball's got to be out. And it's not out. And so that hesitation's got to speed up. Again, not drawing any grand conclusions from it. It's just something I want to watch and monitor during training camp on the lead up to the regular season to see if Justin's going to be able to check this pocket passer progression box that we're waiting for him to check, because it's a huge part of being a successful high level quarterback in the NFL. And so you got to see that. I think that the most positive thing I took out of the spring, without question, is how quickly the click with DJ Moore came, because now you're talking about a guy that you go into training camp with built-in trust in. And now when you get into situations, third down, red zone, close games, you've got a guy that you just believe in, and that belief is so powerful. And it's going to be something that Justin's going to have to ride as he figures out everything else around him.
Dan, we had a big conversation yesterday about media, and I know that you care about it too, like how media has changed and evolved and continues to change and evolve. When you're looking at the big picture of where sports coverage goes, what's your concern?
Yeah, man, like I could talk about this for 45 minutes, and I sent you a text yesterday, and I just want to commend you guys on the air for that discussion you had with James Fagan and after he was off the air, because I think it's a discussion that we have to keep hammering, because we're in a world now where a lot of different information comes out of the faucet and everyone treats it as the same, and it's not all the same. It's not all informed, and there's a lot of quote unquote experts and insiders who have never set foot at a facility or been at a practice or talked to a coach or talked to a player. And all of their insight comes from things that they've learned from reading on the internet. And when you don't have the things on the internet that are reliable, it gets to become a very slippery slope really quickly. Look, like it's dangerous when information quality regresses to the point that it has, obviously not only in sports, but in a much bigger picture in the world. And so, maybe there's a follow-up question to this, but it's just a daily and weekly concern for me when I see things that are trumpeted in headlines and then reshared on social media that just aren't founded by any sort of journalistic reporting or anything other than rumor and innuendo that's spread on Twitter. And so for me, it leaves a pit in my stomach. I've been in the business for, almost a quarter century, and I'm an old school guy in terms of the way I was trained in school and coming up through the ranks. I just think like this discussion, and you guys, I told you yesterday, Lawrence, you guys are really good at putting an intelligent lens on it. And I think we have to continue to do it, because I think it is a really scary place in the world. In sports, it is whatever, this is just fun and it's the toy department and whatever, but I just have concerns about the information that's put out there and then spread as gospel when it's not rooted in much.
Well, see, it's the toy department until it's not. Like
Sure.
that's the part that I always think is kind of interesting, where anytime that there is a story that crosses over from sports to news, then whether we're talking about a television station or a radio station or a newspaper, then the editors and the programmers will want to get their sports people involved. So like I always, I guess, took offense to that when I would hear it earlier in my career, because you want to make sure that those journalists are also of the highest character and work.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because you're going to need them. Like, you're going to need people that are able to explain what's been happening between the relationship between the Bears and the city for the last 20 years, and why they're part of the reason why they're going to Arlington Heights is because of that relationship with the city. Whenever there's a major news story that's connected to a player on a team, well, it's unlikely that the news reporter that's going to parachute in on the story has a relationship with the player or the team or sources around that player that are going to be able to get them the information that they need. But you're dead on about, like, there's also a vetting. Like, I know that we're asking the consumer to do a lot, and it seems unfair, but the vetting has to be done from the consumer too. I believe that you should pull from a lot of different places. but you also have to make sure that you're cross-checking that stuff, where you might have a site that's kind of fun and they deal in rumor and innuendo. Back that up with what Dan's writing and see if it matches, or like I don't know, like it's. I know that the consumer kind of just wants it. Like, they don't want to know how the sausage is made. They just want the sausage. But sometimes I feel on an island discussing some of this stuff because of the pressure that it puts on the consumer.
Like, so on a micro level, last week, there were a handful of reports, quote unquote reports, put out from Bears minicamp practices from people that were never in attendance at Bears minicamp practices. And I'm like, how is this a thing where you are giving analysis of something you weren't at just by kind of searching Twitter and sifting through there and trying to draw conclusions on a macro level? When you guys were leading this discussion yesterday, I was in my car and I was just kind of pumping my fist, being like, this could be a weekly, 45-minute segment. Maybe I'm the only audience member that would enjoy it as much, but it was fascinating to me and it was really interesting. And what you just talked about there, Lawrence, comes down to two words, in my opinion, and it's institutional knowledge. And when I started at the Tribune in 2013, I'm coming up on my 10-year anniversary here in a couple months. We had, I think, 51 people in the sports department. We are down to 14. All right. So think of not only the number of people that have been lost from that group, and I could name, 20 names of people that brought institutional knowledge to various beats, whether it's KC or Teddy, or in my opinion, one of the biggest losses that we had during my time there was Fred Mitchell, because Fred knew everyone and Fred knew everything about almost all the teams in town. Right. And you lose that, and all of a sudden something comes up and it's like, you've got a newbie trying to figure out their way without someone to help them see where to go to figure out their way. When that diminishes, now all of a sudden it's more challenging. It's harder to get to the bottom of things. It's harder to understand the intricacies of these teams that obviously you have a huge audience that follows to know the intricacies of these teams. And so, look, we could do 3 hours on this and I would never run out of things to say. I'm happy that you guys put a light on this week, and hopefully we'll continue to talk about it, because this is a pivotal point in Bears history. Right. We've got the next 4 or 5 years. We're going to have a stadium deal of some kind put into place. We're going to have a football team under the guidance of a new president and CEO take a whole new direction. Where it ends up, we don't know. Right. And so we're going to want to have as many sort of eyes and ears inside that building as we possibly can to explain to the outside world why things are happening, why successes are occurring, why failures are occurring, and what makes it all go. That's the entire nature of journalism. I think we've just gotten into a world now where no one really respects journalism or values it to the level that they need to. And societally, we've seen the potential, risks and harms of that. In the sports world, you can just do what you can do. In my case, obviously, I spend 365 days a year following the Bears, and I try to do it with as great a care and a push for information as I can possibly give it. And hopefully there's as many of those people around in these respective beats as possible. And so when you lose someone like James, you're losing something very valuable to the sports consumer. And we've lost a lot in the last decade here in this city. Look, like when I started on the beat here, you think about the people who were in that room, whether it was a Mike Wright or a Jeff Dickerson or a Peggy or a Moon or a Fred, and now all of a sudden they're gone, and you've got to replace them, but you've also got to bring people up to speed much quicker than you ever had to before. And
in a lot of cases, in those cases, people were replaced, but in a lot of cases, people choose not to. Organizations choose not to replace.
Yeah, and I know we're sort of talking about some really serious stuff here while we're talking about sports.
Yeah.
I can't help but think of the more serious aspects of the deterioration of news reporting and capital J journalism that's going on, because my belief in sports coverage is very, very simple. Whether you're doing play-by-play or whether you just don't make people dumber is the lowest possible standard. Really, because there are more and more places that can't wait to make you dumber. And that's proliferating now. And the next step is make people smarter. And that's great too. And if at the bare minimum, don't make them dumber, then you can build to making them smarter. That's for sports. Because for the stuff that matters, It's don't provide cover for fascists. Don't abet evil. I do think that that at least in sports, we can still close our eyes and not think about those other things because, don't make people dumber or try to make people smarter is different than don't actually aid the forces of darkness and the destruction of democracy as we know it, that we're still talking about the bounce of a ball.
I mean, I had this discussion in the early 2010s with a group of friends, some journalists, some not, just about how rapidly at that time, and this is, 12, 13 years ago, the information supply was being polluted and what it could ultimately lead to. Well, guess what? Then you run into a couple elections and you run into a pandemic and you run into a world that's a little unstable, right? Like the AI stuff, don't even get me started on that because I'm ready to just close the Zoom right now, move out somewhere off the grid and bring my golf clubs and say peace because I'm terrified of some of that stuff and where it may lead. But right, there's a lot here. I don't know how we got deep down this road from DJ Moore's separation ability, but like I said, I'm glad that you guys started this discussion yesterday because I was enjoying listening to it, and hopefully to your point, Dan, hopefully some of this discussion makes people a little bit smarter and maybe a little more discerning at what they're taking in. I know, look, there is a large segment of the audience that's helpless, and I'm going to get crushed on Twitter for saying that, but they're going to believe whatever they want to believe, and they're going to seek out whatever they want to believe. And certainly in the case of the Bears, that's everywhere. And that's why Adam Haugh comes on and gives an objective analysis on your airwaves last week and spends, 48 hours sifting through his mentions to make sure that he can get the singe marks off of them because he's getting the blowtorch sent at him so hard. We've all been through it in various degrees. You guys know last season I took on quite a bit of fire for objective analysis I gave, and it's just all about just trying to do the right things, provide the right information, do your job with context and depth and some nuance, and hopefully a large enough segment of the audience gets that to a point where they feel like they're smarter, they feel like they're more informed, and then they can have their own discussions off to the side.
Dan, great stuff. I don't mind at this time of year trying to wander into some different areas of the forests. I think it's good for us. Appreciate the time.
Thanks, guys. Talk soon.
That's Dan Wiederer. We have just also been told that Craig Calcaterra unfortunately had to cancel his regular appearance. I know he's got a lot of moving parts in his life right now. He's trying to move. He's been traveling, and I know I think they finally closed on their new place and are doing all that, so I understand if he is getting a little bit busy. I know you had some more baseball news and notes that you wanted to get to, including a hypothetical about mound charging.
Yeah. Do we want to do that? You want to do that, Dex?
I mean, we had it written down.
Yeah, but you know what? I'd rather go back. I honestly would rather go back to talking about this story in Utah because I do think that I think that it's interesting, and I think that it opens the door for some cool stuff to happen.
Yeah, it's back to the future in a lot of ways, is what it is. And, it's going back to sort of an old model, but it also means that teams are going to have to do their own selling.
Or the stations are. If I were the team, I wouldn't leave it up to them. But it depends on the type of deal that you strike, and we can talk about all of that stuff next here on The Score.
Coming up at 2 on the Parkins and Spiegel show, Mark Grody, Moby Ditka is in for Spieg, so there will be plenty of Bears.
on Sports Radio 670 The Score. And 670thescore.com. An Odyssey station.
So earlier in the show, I brought up that the Jazz have announced that they are going to broadcast their games next season on local television, channel 14 KGJZZ television.
Over-the-air television station that is broadcast out into the air, and an antenna can pick it up.
Yep, you can get your rabbit ears, and you could watch every Jazz game if you are someone who has already cut the cord. And if you're someone who has cut the cord, but your life is a little bit more digital, they're going to offer you an opportunity to buy an a la carte package where direct to consumer, where you can just on your phone or your tablet or whatever, you would get a streaming version of the game. And thanks to the texter that reminded me, because the Suns and the Mercury are doing this next season too, where their games are going to be over the air. So I'm very curious to see how like these models work, especially for the team. Like, does the team sell all of the product? Does the team and the television station like sell the ad time?
I've been involved in some of these before, and there's all kinds of ways to model it. But if you put together a package where we split a certain amount of the revenue, here are the packages that are for sale. If the station sales staff sells it, they get a higher percentage of the split than if the teams, and you incentivize, you negotiate it betting on your sales staff or not. If you think your people can outsell their people, whether it's team or station, you bet on them. You say, go hit the streets with this package and we'll sell more of it and we'll get more of the revenue.
Well, look, about once every couple of weeks, I would come into our meeting and I would say to Dan, are we the dumb ones? Why are we the only ones that care about the Bally Sinclair story? Like the fact that there are 14 teams in Major League Baseball that have deals that aren't being paid for.
They're now being picked up by MLB.
Right, by Diamond Broadcasting, and it seems like nobody cared. But what I think that it's opened the door for a couple of things. For companies to decide whether they want to get out of the regional sports network business. And I would understand that because cable bundles have become more expensive and less people are buying them, right? So if an RSN wanted to get out of that business because it was no longer profitable, there's an opportunity there. This is one of the things that we didn't get to inside of our discussion when it comes to The Athletic. One of the reasons that you're seeing even a place like, or especially a place like ESPN, they're going to lay off 7,000 people this year, is because rights fees are usually the thing that will end up crippling a network. Even one like ESPN, where you overextend on the rights fees for sports, live sports. And so the question then becomes, okay, Professor Holmes, why are they doing that? Well, if you look at the ratings, which most television and radio stations base how they live off of, depending on which demographic they're going after, you look to see what programming rates. And if you take a look at the top 100 shows from a television rating standpoint last year, the number is probably 90 of those were football games. Live sports is the only thing that is saving a lot of television networks. It's bankable, where even if you have a great sitcom,
you can't time shift it. You got to watch it in real time. If
That's
people
right.
are following on Twitter, if you're betting on it.
You can't record it.
And you can't bet on a sitcom.
Right. Even the great ones, like you take a show like Big Bang Theory. It was on for 14 years or whatever it was. It'll never come close to the audience that CBS would get for a Cowboys game on a Sunday. It'll never come close to that. So television has been, over the last few decades, or 2 decades specifically, has been trying to figure out how to get more. And you're seeing, like, it's part of the reason that it was striking how bad live golf was, because you would think anything that is live sports, but it was so bad that even it wasn't raining. And we did see the CW stations that were airing live golf be like, we'd rather run an episode of The Neighborhood because it's going to do a better number than live golf. That's not the case, though. And you see, like, the rights fees are going up on a lot of different things. You're seeing women's college softball get more prominent placement now because there's an audience for it and people are going to spend for it. The rights fees that the Big Ten just sold, that Kevin Warren, who's in charge of the Bears, like, what?
Well, we think they sold, that they may have sold some things that they weren't able to sell, or that they were contractually prevented from selling that they sold anyway regarding championship games.
That's right. But you see, like, there's such a thirst from networks to get it that they'll overextend. And it's every company, like every company that's involved. I mean, some of the deals that I've heard locally lately, I'm like, oh, really?
Yeah. Like, one is like, you can't make money on it.
Yeah, and you better have, like, a kick-ass sales staff.
And even if you do, you're underwater.
You're underwater.
And you better use it for whatever loss leader the marketing value is, because you're not going to make money on it.
Yeah, and it's hard, too, because advertisers themselves are finding different ways to get to the consumer, where let me try to, like, simplify it as best I can. Let's say that you're a department, you're a place that sells appliances, okay? And you sell it locally. Well, you might, instead of doing a big ad buy in a White Sox game, you might say, you know what? Dan Bernstein shops here. What if I went to him and asked him to do stuff on Instagram for my brand? And you were like, okay, because, you like money. And
sure. Come to me and offer me some. Watch.
Right.
And then some free t-shirts.
But the fact that you're going to actually sell it, like they're going to say, listen, I bought my stuff here.
Well, I thought you were going to go in a different direction, because, like, if you consume sports the way my son and his friends do, you may find a lot more advertising value in an MLB.com highlight pre-roll ad where, oh my God, what just happened? I want to see. Luis Robert just hit a home run 5 minutes ago. It's already in my feed. You got a 15-second spot, and you can't fast forward through it.
Right.
Like, you've got that person.
Well, and that also depends on what your demographic is.
And you've got the data. When you do it that way, rather than just over the air, then you've got useful data. Who's clicking on it? Who's responding to it? Who watched it when? And that gives you all valuable metrics to fine-tune everything that you're doing and do it much more surgically.
Yeah, so this model that we're seeing, the Jazz and the Mercury and the Suns, I don't think they're going to be the only ones. And as this whole thing kind of figures itself out with Diamond Sports and MLB being in charge of some of these broadcasts, I think that this is a model that we're going to see pop back up.
Quick media note while we're doing this, sports media, for the Cubs and Cardinals in London, the Fox team on Saturday is going to be Joe Davis, John Smoltz, and Ken Rosenthal.
Okay.
And it is the debut for Derek Jeter on the broadcast with Kevin Burkhardt, A-Rod, and David Ortiz. That would be the studio. And then...
yeah, so Jeter replaced Frank.
Right. And then Sunday, Michael Kay, A-Rod, and Tim Kirkjian on ESPN. But so Derek Jeter is going to be calling games, and people are going crazy. I don't get it. He's never said anything. I don't have any reason to believe he's going to say anything interesting.
I guess it's possible after now that if he's in completely out of baseball, that maybe he'll say something. But I agree with you. I think that a lot of his stuff is myth.
It's just,
He's been smart enough to capitalize on it and smart enough to not say stuff. But it's interesting that would afford him a career in a place where people would like for you to say things. I'd much rather have guys like AJ that first of all, I think AJ's really good. I don't mean just because he's AJ, but AJ was willing to say stuff when he was a player. And it wasn't just shooting from the hip. Smart dude. Like, gets it, understands the game really well, has great stories. I have no doubt that Derek Jeter has incredible stories. My doubt is that he will share them. And he will share them in a fun and entertaining way. So, it's interesting. Now we can get to something that happened in last night's game where we've got to figure out historically where this would have ranked had it happened.
Okay.
All right?
All right.
Because I think that this guy would be in the running for the title of... So let's discuss that after a quick timeout. It's the Bernstein and Holmes show here on The Score.
Thursday morning from 9 to 10 a.m. live.
for Chicago Sports Talk on 670 The Score.
Nick's been, I feel like we've got a completely different player this year than we had last year.
It looks like the same player to me, I think. Quick question here. How can this missing submarine not have some kind of automatic beacon or SOS, GPS, something built into it if you're going to take tourists to the bottom of the sea? Under the sea. Can't you have something on your janky homemade submersible that has...
You just answered the question.
That when something bad happens, it tells people where it is.
Yes.
Because these people are running a grift, Dan. You saw the same thing I did.
I know, but
this thing is not professionally made.
It's not seaworthy. But even so, even if you're making that, even if you're just trying to entice people to get on it and give you their $250,000 to go down to the seafloor on it, just say, look, if something happens, we push this button and it goes whoop, 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 and it tells everybody where it is. Or there's an alert that could be sent to a phone to whatever boat is up on the surface tracking it. How can this happen? Sorry.
They should be in constant contact with someone that's above
the
water.
And then somebody could tell.
And
hey,
then once
where is it?
that
it's over here. No, we're looking for it.
Contact
it can be
stopped
anywhere.
Here.
Right. Where do you think it's going?
Down.
Well, it can only go down so far. And then there it is. I don't know. This is... you want to take some gazillionaire's money and do that, that's fine. But to not have some sort of system place, well, if we lose contact... There's a GPS-enabled system that will tell everybody exactly where it is. You know exactly where everything is. You can put an air tag on your briefcase, and you can find it missing in an airport in a closet in Belgium. And this submarine, and you don't know where it is? I don't know.
No one turned on their iPhone?
Right.
To take pictures?
Well, we're looking for it. It's somewhere around here. It should have something that tells you where it is.
Right. When someone asks you to do something like this and you don't feel like it's 100% on like, someone says, hey, you want to go to the bottom of the sea? Or, hey, you want to go to space? Just go, are you NASA?
No. Are you the Coast Guard? Are you the Navy? No.
No. No, I would not like to do that at all.
Yeah, you don't want to deal with the government. Government, you can't trust them. So come with me instead. I made my own submarine. You don't want to think that government stuff. I got my own back here. It's a good one. It's got the Punisher logo on it.
It sure does.
But that's not why you called.
And Poseidon's trident.
So that's not why you called.
Yesterday, Nicky Two Barrels got hit, and luckily he was wearing his elbow pad that says Madrigal and Madrigal.
Twice, just in case he forgets who he is. He knows he's Madrigal and Madrigal.
But there was a funny exchange between he and Mike Napoli, and it was fun to watch Boog and JD try to talk through what they might be saying.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Madrigal gets plunked. He spent all that time wiping his hand off on his hat and trying to find a grip, and then zing. I think they missed the elbow guard and got him in the...
He's been taking some hits lately, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Whacked in the hand. Yesterday, the day before. You just read Nap's lips. He just said, charge the mound.
Yeah, I'd like to listen to that conversation right there because
they seem to have a good bond. These two.
Do. Those two absolutely do, and it starts with Knapp kind of poking him a little bit, and Madrigal is a great sport about it. All right, here's what you were saying.
Charge the mound. I got your back.
Who's the smallest player ever to charge the mound?
It's a great question. Because Madrigal would be in the team photo if he did it.
Did the Little Hurt ever do it? Did Craig Graybeck ever get his dander up?
I don't know. I mean, after watching Robin Ventura get his ass beat, probably not.
Well, and then I think Graybeck took Ryan deep, actually. He got even better revenge.
Yeah, that's the best revenge.
Right?
That's what you want.
But, I mean, usually little guys don't do that.
Well, I'm curious. I mean, I don't know if that's the one thing in the profile on Nick Madrigal that I don't know. Is Nick Madrigal a red ass? Like, can he be annoyed enough that he's going to go out there and try to fight somebody?
Settle this myself.
You know?
Go out there and
you can't be throwing at me. I'm Nicky Two Strikes.
Come on, Johnny Ringo.
I'll mess you up.
I was just fooling about. I wasn't. Tonight, the Cubs take on the Pirates in Pittsburgh. Pregame begins at 5:30. First pitch, 6:05 on the Score and the Xfinity Cubs radio network. Plus, did you know you can hear Cubs games on your smart speaker? Just tell your device to play 670 the Score. We will talk to Steve Stone about the White Sox next on the Score.
We are Chicago's number.
This hour is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS with a K, the numeral 4 kids.
Steve Stowe.
When I started out and Harry was my partner, he said to me, "You will find your identity." It turned out that I felt that my identity was going to be to teach as many people as I could the game of baseball.
White Sox TV analyst.
Being an analytics guy, I would have known that a sub-6-foot-tall right-handed starting pitcher in the major leagues, the odds are infinitesimal. But if there was a contest that had a winner, I could never understand why it shouldn't be me.
Social media guy.
A lot of people love you, especially the people you haven't blocked.
I've been blocking more than Tom Brady's line.
Steve Stowe with Bernstein and Holmes on the Score.
Time to talk some White Sox with Steve Stone on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. Hello, Stoney.
Hello, Dan. How are you? Hi, Lawrence.
Hey, Stoney. I was enjoying the broadcast as per usual last night, and when it comes to the White Sox losses now, I'm not as angry as I ordinarily am, but there are parts of it that I go, that's interesting. You guys were talking about the pitch around sequence that went on.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What's the danger in doing that, especially now where you can just hold up 4 fingers and send a guy to first base?
Well, I think what you're trying to do is to throw the ball just out of the zone, make it look good enough, but make sure that it's a pitcher's pitch. And if the hitter wants to expand that zone, you've got a chance to get him out, because if he's swinging at a pitch that's out of the zone, odds are overwhelming he's not going to get a base hit. So 4 straight bad ones, and the pitch around worked in that you didn't have that guy doing you any damage. Unfortunately, it was the next guy you were supposed to retire that you didn't. That was the lefty-lefty advantage, and then it was Haugh that punched the ball through the right side that drove in a couple of really needed insurance runs at that point and took the pressure off the back end of their bullpen.
Is there a danger in asking a pitcher sometimes to not throw strikes, that it just sets up the or messes up the internal calibration a little bit, where you're kind of asking him, don't do, and then he's like, okay, now have to get back to throwing strikes, and it may mean something is a little off?
Well, look, there's a number of ways that you can do this. And one of the things that you have to realize is when you're in your side session, excuse me for one thing, when you're in your side session, you have to work on just that. A lot of guys really enjoy working on their strengths in the side session. So, they throw their best slider and they try to throw it for a strike. They try to throw it maybe just off the corner as a wipeout pitch. Or their 4-seamer or their 2-seamer they're working on to refine. They work on the things they do real well. They don't work on as much the things that they do poorly. Now, this is not everybody. This is just for the most part. But also, there's a way that you have to work on the pitch around, because that's part of pitching. It comes up every so often, maybe once every 3 or 4 games, sometimes a little more frequently, sometimes a little less frequently. But if you work on that, when it happens, you can still keep your concentration, because although you're not throwing strikes, you are throwing it where you want to, which requires the requisite amount of concentration. Once a pitcher has that focus, that concentration, whatever you want to call it, then he can easily go back to then trying to throw pitches in the zone. Now, it didn't work out for Aaron Bummer last night, But I thought the pitch around was effective. He was close enough, but just off the plate. I mean, a couple of pitches just missed. But the hitter said, okay, well, if you're not going to pitch to me, I'm not going to allow you to get me out. It takes a certain amount of patience from a hitter to do that. And so everything worked real well until he walked the left-hander coming up after the pitch around. And, you know, that's one of those things that you can't really game plan for. And then you brought up a guy who now has driven in 51 runs from behind the plate. Jonah Heim has had a really good year. He's a solid hitter. He's a switch hitter, driving in a whole lot of runs on a team that drives in a whole lot of runs. And, you know, last night for the Rangers, that wasn't one of their best offensive efforts, and still they put 5 up.
I want to go back to Lance Lynn's previous start. And we were trying, the last time we talked, we were talking about how you're hoping that he could bottle the stuff that happens after the first inning, because that's usually when he starts to settle in a little bit. He got excellent movement. Like when you're talking about this, like the high cutter and everything else, it was running into the other batter's box on right-handed hitters. So if Lance knows that he got an incredible performance, 16 strikeouts, a bunch of swing and miss stuff, how does he harness that? What does he take away from that and add to his next start?
Well, I can't really tell you what Lance's process is, but I do know that when he looks back, and I'm sure he's going to look back at everything that he did from that last performance, he's going to realize that, number one, he was really aggressive, which he normally is, and that's, being aggressive is one of the ways you give up a lot of home runs because you are around the plate with everything. But the key to this performance was making his pitches look like strikes for a long time before they darted out of the zone. What you have to do, and again, this presupposes that he's thinking about this, and I know he is a thoughtful pitcher. You wouldn't have the success he's had over the years unless you were able to adjust, adapt, and take it in a game where things aren't going well and all of a sudden you redirect your energies and you get people out. But one of the things you have to do is try to replicate the feeling that he had. This was one of the ways that I was able to sustain a good long run in the year that I won the Cy, was that I was trying to replicate the feeling I had when everything was going perfectly for me. That was an enchanted night for Lance Lynn. He had absolutely everything he needed to win as many games as he wants to win. And it's that feeling that he had on the mound where you look at the spot, you know you're going to throw it there, you know it's going to dart outside, and you just know the hitter's going to swing at it. I mean, he got 33 swings and misses. That's unbelievable. And so that feeling that he had where everything is working perfectly, that's what you have to bring back. Now, you can't always get it, but you try to do that as many pitches as possible. And I think even for a veteran, when you have a night and a ball game like Lance had, you can make that work for you the next few times out by trying to get that exact feeling you had when you looked at a spot, you threw the ball there, the movement was there, everything was perfect, and the guy swung through it and missed.
When the White Sox talk about working their way back into this thing, and I don't know if you think it's possible or not, they're 12 games under 500, and whatever you think about the division, there's one stat that I look at that correlates to a lack of success. They have the lowest walk rate in baseball. Of 30 teams, the White Sox are behind 29 of them with a 6.5% walk rate. Why still? Is it roster construction? Is it decision making? Is it just who these guys are? And there's nothing you can do about it. It's so hard to score runs without drawing walks.
Well, as a classic illustration to that very point, Dan, the last 9 home runs the Sox have hit have all been solo home runs.
Yep.
And although home runs are lovely, the Sox have proven they can hit 4 home runs in a game and still lose. Mm-hmm. And that's because there are 4 solo shots. And so it's more roster construction than anything else. We run into teams, or you watch teams on a daily basis that put the ball in play. Well, that's the twofold purpose. Number one, you're not striking out. Number two, you put the pressure on teams to execute defensively. And what we've seen is when you don't put the ball in play, obviously you don't have to defend against a strikeout. It's an out. But also, more importantly, there are certain teams that will consistently swing at strikes and consistently take balls. And it sounds rudimentary. I mean, swing at strikes is what every hitting coach at every level tells his players. Swing at strikes. Make sure you get a pitch that you can handle in the zone, because if you fall down 0-2, you're probably going to get a pitch you can't handle. It's going to look like a strike. You're going to strike out, no contact, no walks, no nothing. And so that's been one of the biggest factors. You have a group of guys who are built to hit the ball out of the ballpark. And normally, when you have home run hitters, they do strike out a lot. But you also get guys who are very aggressive early in the count. Not necessarily a bad thing when you're making hard contact, because there's a lot of teams that are first pitch swinging teams that put the ball in play, but still, if you don't throw them a strike, they're not going to be swinging. Our guys seem to enjoy swinging at just about everything, which means you're not going to get any walks. You're going to strike out a lot. And when you do strike out a lot, figure, let's say you strike out 10 to 12 times a game, which is a lot, but it happens. When you do that, you're giving up. If you strike out 12 times a game, as we know, you're giving up 4 innings where you can't possibly score. That makes it very difficult in the 5 you are scoring to put some big numbers on the board, and consequently you don't win a whole lot of games. But as far as fighting their way back into it, even though this team is not playing well, they're still in this because you're still looking at 5.5 back. And I understand you're in 4th place. I understand all of the numbers. But I also understand that Minnesota is leading at 1 game under 500. They're far from world beaters. They do have some guys who also get banged up consistently, guys they can't use. I mean, Buxton has a hard time staying in the lineup. Correa has a hard time staying in the lineup. Without those 2 guys, they depend on pitchers. They're supposed to get Maeda back, which will make their rotation, which, by the way, has been very good for them, supposed to make that a little bit better. And then we'll see if they can stay on the field. Minnesota looks to have the inside track, but, Cleveland is the kind of team that finds some way to hang around. A lot of it has to do with one of the great managers in baseball, Terry Francona. But some of it is due to pitching, which is usually pretty good. Now, they took a blow because McKenzie went out. No telling when he's going to come back. And for them, that's one of their mainstay starters. So everybody has their problems, the Sox among them. And still, I look at 5.5 back saying, you don't pull the trigger quite yet. There's going to be time for that. We'll see how it goes. But the Sox do know there's some really tough assignments coming up. I mean, it's not only 2 more with Texas, it's then 3 with Boston. Then you got 4 with the Angels, who are playing pretty good baseball. Those 2 guys in the middle of their lineup, Trout and Ohtani, are just killers. And you add in a couple of other guys that are hitting pretty well, and the Angels seem to be a handful. So there are some difficult games coming up, and that will tell the tale what Rick Hahn and Kenny Williams decide to do.
In the previous segment, we talked about how the Cubs' Nick Madrigal got hit by a pitch last night, and he and the first base coach were joking that he should have charged the mound. It raised the question, who is the smallest major league player you've ever seen charge the mound?
Yikes. Boy, I don't know. Smallest. I've seen a few guys charge the mound. I've seen some guys charge the mound where it was kind of a ridiculous charge.
I remember you called Sean Dunston against Andy McGaffigan, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, I called a lot of Sean Dunston.
Yes.
I remember the single dumbest charge of the mound.
Robin Ventura?
Nope. No, that was not nearly as dumb as this other one.
Okay.
Okay, so you got Pedro Martinez on the mound, who's got a perfect game into the 8th inning. Now, as we know, perfect games are not easy to come by. So what he does is to lose his perfect game and to put a potential run that will bring the other team closer, he hits Reggie Sanders in the 8th inning to lose his perfect game, to which Reggie Sanders charges the mound, thinking somehow Pedro Martinez, who was bordering on baseball immortality, was going to take that opportunity to settle a score from God knows when, and he charged the mound. And I thought, when looking at that, geez, of all the things I've seen in baseball, that particular move was as poorly thought out and maybe as dumb as any move I had ever seen.
I'm wondering now, how tall was Billy Martin? He wasn't that big a dude, right?
Yeah, he was not a small guy. He was just a thin guy.
Okay. All right.
Has Altuve ever charged the mound?
Boy, I have no idea. I mean, and if you charge the mound, you really want to be fast, because I remember Reggie Smith charged the mound against Rick Russell, who threw him a succession of sliders, the third of which hit him in the foot, but it hit him so hard on the ankle that Reggie Smith, who was a very tough guy, he charged the mound, only it was the equivalent of the slow speed chase of O.J. Simpson. He was limping so profusely that, by the time he got there, the guys had ordered hot dogs and eaten them already. But he finally got to the mound, and when he got there, because Rick Russell knew that I think he was a martial arts guy at that point, Rick Russell knew to get down, and all Rick Russell did was literally collapse on the mound with Reggie falling over him. But it seemed like it took him about 20 seconds to get to the mound. It was the slowest charge I've ever seen.
Wait, Rick Russell was a martial arts guy?
No. Reggie.
Oh, Reggie Smith was. Okay.
Oh, yeah. No. Rick wasn't a martial arts guy. Rick was Rick Russell was a cheeseburger guy.
But a good athlete. He was actually a good base runner and a pretty good athlete, good hitter.
He was a good hitter. He was a good base runner. He was used as a pinch runner a lot. No, he was a terrific athlete, but he also was not a dumb guy. He realized that Reggie Smith could clean his clock, and he figured if he got under the pile, everybody would jump on top and he would be fine, which is exactly how it turned out.
The other question I have for you, we got a chance to hear Jim Palmer on Peacock calling the Cubs and the Orioles over the weekend. And I always associate you and Jim because you're compatriots and teammates. And I believe, didn't you also broadcast with him on ABC at some point? I know your paths have crossed in multiple places. Why does he, as a broadcaster, sound 15 years older than you sound?
I have no idea, but I know that he's been through some really difficult times recently. He had a Mohs surgery, which those of us who spend our life in the sun have quite a few of those, which is a surgical procedure which takes off skin cancers. And his Mohs surgery was around the eye, and it was a really extensive surgery with reconstruction involved. And maybe having just had that in the last few months, maybe he was, feeling the effects of that. I'm not sure, but he's a very good broadcaster. He's a lot of good things to say. We were teammates and are friends. And having talked with him, he's by it. He's 100%. But they're very difficult procedures. I've had 16 of them, and I can tell you that each and every one was not comfortable. But the one around the eye or the nose, if you have those, they're even more difficult.
Well, I'm glad that you're doing better too, and that Jim's going to be okay. And that's a very
he's going to be fine. All is well. Once you have that, it's not like a melanoma. You cut it out, everything is fine after that. But unfortunately, again, when you have a youth where you've been outside, and Jim was an athlete. He was raised in Scottsdale. He played golf and tennis and baseball, obviously, and probably everything else outdoors, as I did. And when you're raised with that, somewhere along the line, you're going to pay the price, and this is the price you pay.
Stoney, Dylan Cease will go tonight. His last few starts, he's started to kind of look like himself again. What are you seeing from him?
Well, what I've seen is that the slider is starting to become that wipeout slider that we saw last year when he was second in Cy Young Award voting. I mean, he had a 2.20 ERA. Nobody could hit the slider. It was one of the most devastating pitches in baseball. And for a time, and it was a mechanical issue with him, for a time, it wasn't the wipeout slider we saw all of last year. And sometimes pitchers just lose that release point. They lose the feel, and it's hard to get it back. He's slowly starting to get it back, and it was a mechanical flaw that happens a lot. It can happen with hitters. It can happen with pitchers. If you give up the front side, if the front side flies open, for a hitter, you get no coverage middle out. For a pitcher, that ball will stay up and in to right-hand hitters, up and away to left-hand hitters. And what we've seen with Dylan a lot, when he is missing, he misses up and out of the strike zone, which elevates his pitch count. He gets to 100 or so, sometimes in the fifth, sometimes in the sixth. But that's something that he's working to correct. And he and Ethan looked at it. He realized that flying open with the front shoulder is not conducive to, number one, getting the pitches to go exactly where you want them to go, or two, getting the same stuff on the pitches that you'd normally get. So as a mechanical flaw, it's more easy to fix than just about anything else, because now with all of the video you have, as soon as you see that, you say, okay, that's the reason. Then you go on your side sessions, you work on it, but I think he's gotten better and better. And it's a tough task tonight because Nathan Eovaldi is throwing great, and, he's got a pretty good offense behind him.
Stoney, thanks so much. Much appreciated.
Okay, guys, have a good rest of the show, and we'll talk to you in a week.
That is Steve Stone. We have some NBA news to discuss next.
And a name that Dan desperately does not want to be back in the NBA zeitgeist.
No, a familiar NBA villain is back and is being name-checked by players once again. That's next on The Score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
The wrestling thing. This is the day that we need Danny Parkins.
Doesn't
here.
he know?
There's just one day that we need him, and it's when the Cubs could potentially sign Eric Hosmer.
No, Danny would have just done what Bernstein just did. Just read how tall he is. You're tall, first baseman, left-handed.
You're a veteran, been around for a while. He had a power stroke for a little while, but not so much anymore. Didn't really do that well in San Diego, according to Baseball Preference. Speaks?
Baseball Preference?
Yeah, here's the thing about Eric Hosmer, babe. Eric Hosmer is just good. He says so many vibes, so many baseball vibes.
Right.
And they do so well. And he's coming off of San Diego where he learned to be even more chill.
Guy can freaking pick it over there, man.
Yeah, he's good, right?
Do you guys need us here
I was
for
just
this?
going to say they screwed up. That was the show. I mean, if you really, I mean, come on. If you really wanted to do a show, that was it. Because I guarantee you, there's a guy in his car right now going, "That's all we get of that." Wait, don't stop doing that.
Yeah, Speaks. He good power stroke, right? There was a point for a little while there that he could really hit the home run. Solid guy to have at first base. 312-644-6767. I'm going to solicit callers, and then I'm not going to take any of them.
Middays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 670 The Score, an Odyssey station.
And I see this potential blockbuster deal between you and Bradley Beal that may take you from Phoenix to Washington and vice versa. I was surprised. What are your first thoughts on that?
I was surprised too. I found out on the plane yesterday flying here for this. You know, in this league, anything can happen, so you just figure out what's next.
Chris Paul on Good Morning America, Michael Strahan. So Chris Paul was part of the deal. All of a sudden, he's on the Suns, and he was part of that whole thing, and then he's not. And he said some more things to the New York Times. He said, it's just tough. It's part of the business. What you realize is no one owes you anything. But when it comes through and my son texts me, I realize, Matt and Isaiah, I guess, just wanted to go in a different direction.
Uh-oh!
He's back, and he is doing stuff. Matt Ishbia is buddies with Isaiah, and Isaiah has a hand in running the Suns.
Uh-oh!
Everything he runs fails.
That is correct.
Except
for an offense.
Well, yeah, as a player.
Yeah.
But everything outside of playing basketball, everything he runs fails.
Runs an offense exquisitely. Maybe the best to do it.
This is wild.
But I would not trust him with, let's see. I wouldn't trust him with my basketball operation, nor would I trust him with
any woman I care about in the workplace.
I was just going to say interpersonal relationships inside the front office of the Suns.
We know there's a track record there.
Mm-hmm.
It all played out in public with Anuka Brown Simpson and everything that happened with the Knicks.
And I remember when people were saying that he was going to be a part of this thing, that Ishbia kind of pushed back on the idea that Isaiah was a part of this. And I mean, now you have the vice president of the Players Association saying, yeah, that guy's totally involved and got me traded.
Right. I mean, that was a bad look too. If he's going to be involved, you're the owner. Unapologetically have him involved. Say, I own the team and I can hire him, and I hired him, and that's that. Then to pretend that he's not is just oily.
Yep. That is correct. So much. The NBA is just a trip, man. Like the whole thing. People just out here moving and shaking. Bradley Beal's got a no-trade clause, but he wanted to get traded.
And I'm not sure how the Beal acquisition solves anything for them.
They still need someone who's running your offense.
Right. Who's got the ball. And Beal also is not really much of a three-point shooter either. So you have a floor spacing issue in a different way.
I feel like people in the NBA tend to overvalue people that have the title of max player. Mm-hmm. And Bradley Beal is a real good example of...
We in Chicago wouldn't know anything about that, would we?
No. Not a thing. It just seems so... Everyone thinks... It's very frustrating because the Suns are super top heavy. They've got a bunch of guys that got talent on top of their. They still haven't figured out what they're doing with DeAndre Ayton or DeAndre Jordan. I'm not sure which one. Neither are they. But you've got all of this top end talent, and at least one and probably two guys, if you want to add in Beal, that don't always play. Like, when will teams look at folks that have, like, look at the two teams that are in the finals, that were in the finals this year. When will you, as a league, start to copy some of the things that we saw from Miami and from Denver? You can go ahead and you're like, oh, well, the only thing that we're missing is another great player. And I'm not sure that I want to put Bradley Beal in the category of great. I'll put Dame Lillard in that category. If you added Dame Lillard, okay. And I also know that Dame can control the offense with the ball in his hands. That he is a willing passer, but he could also get you 80.
Not to mention, when you say running their offense, the coach that they hired is not known for offense.
Nope.
Frank Vogel has long been a defensive side guy, so he should hire a coordinator. That's usually how it's done.
You would think that
I don't know.
was the case.
I don't know. It's just, if Matt Ishbia wants to go in and just start playing with his toys and be Mark Cuban further west, and okay, and have Isaiah be his hatchet man, that's fine. But give Isaiah a title that says what he's doing, because the last thing you want to do is begin some of these relationships with players anywhere and have them not know who's pulling the strings behind the scenes.
Yeah.
You've got to be transparent about that. Just say he's our director of player personnel, or he's our general manager, whatever you want to call
or
it.
assistant to the owner. I'm fine. Like, even if it's a nebulous thing like that, at least it's not the guy sitting next to him because they both went to Michigan State. I mean, no, wait.
Isaiah didn't go to Michigan State.
No, he's Indiana. So wait,
Right.
Why do they know each
They're
other?
buddies.
Oh, but Detroit. That's why. That's what it is. It's Michigan, but not Michigan State.
Correct. But it's still, because Ishbia was a walk-on under Izzo.
Yeah.
I believe. That's why you saw him fighting with Jokic, trying to protect the basketball and all that.
Bomani was really funny talking about that. He said, so you could tell that he was a walk-on by the way that he handled that situation.
How scrappy he was.
How he had big dork energy.
Careful.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of have to be careful about today. TV station in Salt Lake City. And
yep, that's one you got to watch too.
Very easily turn into something untoward.
We had something occur at a minor league baseball game when the Portland Pickles are in the news, and it's for reasons other than their mascot being pictured in a compromising way on Twitter. You remember that? Remember that? The old Portland Pickles and something.
I don't remember that. I'm going to look that up during the break.
Yeah, definitely look it up. I don't remember the name of the mascot, but you should definitely look it up. They had some stadium issues that can only happen in the minor leagues or in the movies. So we will hear the audio of that next on The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. Bernstein and Holmes. Middays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 670 The Score.
It was a rough night for the Portland Pickles last night. According to their Twitter feed, they were losing 8-0. They came back to tie it at 9-9 in the 8th.
All right.
They went to extra innings. The sprinklers came on.
Oh, no.
The lights shut off. And it was technically the bottom of the 12th, but because of, I guess, the automatic timers at the city parks, they ended up being all shut down. Here's how it played out.
I love this so much. Pitch on the way, outside, ball one. Oh, I like PDX Papermaker. Hit the ball, and once it goes into play, hopefully the... Oh!
Lights just went out.
Yeah!
The lights just went out there.
We have officially reached the hour of stupidity here at Walker Stadium, friends. I have a sneaking suspicion that we are done with this ball game.
Well, the lights are out.
I love how he became a soccer announcer the second the lights went out.
Goal! Yeah, the West Coast League's Portland Pickles, they play, there are 1,500 people could sit at Walker Stadium, and they just decided after the sprinklers went on, the sprinklers went off, that that was the end of the game. The lights turned off. Go home.
I mean, you've never gotten a better clue onto what to do with the rest of your night than you can go on home now because we're done.
I have a sneaking suspicion that we are done with this ball game.
So long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, goodbye.
What's interesting is that he seemed to be having a pretty good time calling the dumb game that had turned into a tie and extra innings. Like he wasn't complaining at all.
That's slap happy right there. Like that's a guy that's
or
just
drunk.
or that it could be.
You're right.
You're right.
That might be.
He's bought into the stupidity of the whole thing. I like it.
Sometimes you got to just lean in, right? Like this show. Sometimes you just got to lean into the stupid.
And especially in unaffiliated minor league baseball, I know sometimes the affiliated teams feel they're a little more austere and august in being representing professional baseball, but others say, nah, why bother?
Where was this again?
This was the Portland Pickles.
Is this Portland, Maine or Portland, Oregon?
That's a great question. It's Oregon.
Okay, then that explains a lot.
So you think people are high?
I think that Portland right now is its own thing.
They're a collegiate wood bat team in the South Division of the West Coast League.
It's its own vibe right now.
The South Division of the West Coast League. It sounds like in basketball when they're describing the divisions in the playoffs.
I agree. That's fun.
Parkins and Grody will approximate Parkins and Spiegel, and we'll talk to them next on The Score.
Your three best mates, Pat Hughes, Ron Kuma, and Zach Zaidman, bring you Cubs versus Cardinals in London.
It's got a chance! Cubs win!
Saturday's coverage begins at 11:35 a.m. Sunday's coverage begins at 8:35 a.m.
Swing and a drive! Deep left field! It's got
From the Chicago Wolves Update Studio, I'm Chris Ranji. In regard to the Bears' offensive line, something has to change, and coordinator Mike Tice knows that, but says that changing personnel really is not an option.
We have other guys on the roster, other guy on the roster. It's not like at this point of the season you could take a James Brown, who I'm very high on. Of course, I'm very high on all the players because they work so hard, and say, okay, you're the guy now.
I did not see that coming at all. That was great.
Roger's drunk.
Speaking of James Brown.
Yeah.
He's been elevated to the 53-man roster.
Who is that?
James Brown.
Dumbass.
Oh, Dwayne Wise coming back for a year. This update brought to you by the
What? This is the worst update ever.
If you couldn't find joy in that, you can't find joy in anything.
Doesn't matter how many times I hear that.
It makes me laugh every time.
Because there's layers. Like, for me now, it was the first two laughs after the drop was played. Like, the pause is like, and it's like, nope, you can't hold that in.
Tanny being relentless with it, too. Who was that player that you said? You know, like, just going back to it. That's one of the great things about, like, this place, that every now and again you'll see it happen on TV. Like Bob Lee, like when he went into his laughing jag and couldn't spin out of it on SportsCenter. It's such a great moment, but here we can lean into it and pile on. doing over here?
We have officially reached the hour of stupidity, friends.
Always. The moment the light goes on, we've reached that hour. Thank you to our guests today. They were Ian Happ, Dan Wiederer, and Steve Stone. We'll reschedule Craig Calcaterra for another time when he is not as busy with all the things going on in his life. Thanks to Ray Diaz, to Adam Studzinski, to Brandon Fryer, and to Evan Thomas.
And I saw Kevin Lapka back there.
Okay. Yeah, he's hard to miss. He's a big dude. Parkins and Spiegel today will be Parkins and Grody, and here they are. Hello.
Hello. It's weird to see the word Titanic trending on Twitter.
Right?
Yeah. It's funny.
This is the dumbest story.
It is. I saw someone say that they feel bad for the people that have likely died in this submarine because obviously they died, but we don't know that yet. But like, it would suck to go out in such a funny way that when people talk about your death, they'd be like, "It's tragic."
But that was like the guy who founded North Face dying of hypothermia in Patagonia.
Yeah.
Is
that a real
that
thing?
irony,
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Is that irony?
Yes.
Thank
the guy,
you.
The guy whose company makes products that protect you from the cold. His competing company is called Patagonia.
Amazing.
And he dies of hypothermia in the area that's named after his competitor.
For all you youngsters out there, when ironic, Dan Bernstein's favorite word was just that. Yes. That's how it was used correctly.
Would you like the real Titanic experience? Yes, we would. And the stories now about, that thing was a death trap. I mean, everybody's telling stories. Somebody just made that in their basement. They don't really have a corporate office. Right? I mean,
yeah, there was a story that the guy was like, yeah, when I went down in it, we were lost for like 3 hours too. Yes. It's like, that should have stopped the operation.
Correct.
That's
the end of that.
It should just be done until we've solved that problem.
No, we got it. We're good. We're working again.
How much money are you worth, sir? $1 billion? Come on down here to this.
Come on by.
Yeah, Big Cat was like, just buy a sports team. Like, because like there's one guy who's like down there now who also has been to space with Musk or Branson or whichever one. Dude, what are you doing? Just buy a sports team. Don't take risky space travel and deep sea exploration. It's absolutely
insane.
Insane.
A submarine. Like, we've all been on rickety, questionable vehicles.
Of course.
Right?
Yeah, of course.
I've been on some boats that I weren't sure.
On my bachelor party in Cabo, we got into the back of a pickup truck in Mexico. It has like a mode of Uber transportation. There were like 12 people in the bed. We're like, this is the most dangerous thing I've ever done.
But this is 12,000 feet underwater.
Yeah, insane. And like the whole search and rescue part of the story, like
that's what
there's no rescue. Like you can't go that deep and
Rose.
survive. Right. Exactly.
But like,
I'll never let go.
And even if there
she
were,
escaped and
Rose?
was off.
But like,
yeah.
even if it's Hunt for Red October. Like, even if they're getting into the smaller sub to go over and try to hook on, like, this isn't a military vehicle with a hatch you can open down there.
No. Something happened to that submarine and it exploded.
Implode.
Right? Implode. Yeah. Right. Implode. And we're never seeing any of them again. Right? Like, that's how the story's going to end. It's terrible. I feel like Hub with the awkward laugh from Marvin Harris.
They've all been crushed into a cube.
I mean, but like, they're like, I saw the poor guy giving the update. He's like, they're asking him all these questions. Like, we'll have another update for you in 6 hours on like the status of the search and rescue. Like, I'm guessing it's going to be more of the same. It's going to be more of nothing.
Will the clock have run out though by then?
Well, that's what they have to do. They have to keep doing the charade until, in theory, the amount of oxygen on board is gone. And then they wait a few more minutes for someone to hold their breath.
And now.
Yeah. I mean, it sucks.
Although the oxygen was probably gone when
it imploded. Yeah. When it went boom or poof.
Crunch.
Yeah.
How was the trip? Not great.
Yeah. Just, I mean, tough way to go. Tough way to go. I'm sorry. It's funny.
There's 2 billionaires on there? Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
It's a sympathetic class of people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so billionaire plutocrats.
Yeah. The Billionaire Crunch. It could be their name of their hockey team.
I would say they're
Good cereal.
Yeah.
Right.
Delish.
It's just dollars and cents.
Yeah.
There you go. And corn puffs.
We're going to talk about this a little bit later, but it's always good to kick around some extra ideas with you two creative gentlemen who are longtime radio people.
Mm-hmm.
What should Mark Grote's NBA draft show be called when the Bulls have no picks? He's going to be doing. He's going to be
my
doing.
draft
He's going to be
show.
doing reports from the Advocate Center.
Not my
Yeah,
draft.
he
Oh
is.
yeah. I think I could reveal all this, but
I mean, I just revealed some of it. Was I not supposed to?
No, I think it's fine. I was not told not to.
Off the clock?
Yeah, not on the clock. The clock is unnecessary. For this particular show.
It's the no pitch show.
Yeah. So the show, which Danny Parkins is talking about,
It makes me so happy.
This will be it will be anchored by Gabe Ramirez and Big Ant Heron. They will be in the studio starting at 6:00 on Thursday.
Yeah,
I will be out at the. You said it's called the Advocate Center.
You go to the Advocate Center.
I'll be out at the Advocate Center with Alyssa Bergamini, and so we will be doing some reports out there, some live reports.
On what?
Thank you, Dan.
You got any suggestions?
Reporting live on what?
Yeah, if you
they
have,
don't have any picks.
Dude, look, we're just going to open it up today on this show. We're just going to open it up to the callers.
I want to film this.
How's it going? Well, still no picks.
I want to program this show for them. It's so funny to me.
Yeah.
And
I'll
then
do like
keep going.
Bears.
Keep going. What happens after Ant and Gabe are done at 9:00?
Then Chuck Swirsky takes over. Chuck will be on from 9 till midnight. So he will take you home. Yes.
9 until midnight.
Yes, we're
Doing
covered,
what?
man. Doing the draft show. There's a draft going down. 9 to midnight.
Big time rim.
Yes.
I was laughing so hard. When he was a minute or two late to our pre-show meeting. He was like, I was on this call for the draft show. I was like, what draft?
Yeah.
It's all about
eating a lot of rim tonight.
What sport are we talking about?
And draft shows are all about urgency.
Yeah. Oh,
the energy. Right, the energy of the moment. Are they on the clock yet? Nope.
Back to you.
When do the Bulls pick? Next year.
Let's go to the Advocate Center and speak with Mark Grote. Grote, are the Bulls, do they have a pick yet? Nope.
Nope, but the Bears' offensive line is set. Back to you guys.
It keeps showing like time until the Bulls pick, and it's like a year.
Yeah, 366 days.
You know what, Bergamini? I'm gonna let you fly solo on this one. You take care of this one.
Well, wasn't there
to
some
me.
sort of weird thing that they could swing with Portland?
Yeah, they
that
could
would
accelerate
allow...
that pick and have that convey this year rather than them waiting for like a worse pick and a worse draft.
Right, and
Yeah.
to be real, we're just going to be talking Bulls. You know, they don't have to pick for us to talk about what's going on with the Bulls and everything that is
6 hours.
Bulls basketball.
It just seems like a lot of
Yeah.
inventory.
And what's going to be happening at the Advocate Center? Like,
Well-
who's going to be there doing what? Like, does Arturis speak?
I think so.
Like the 60th pick?
At the end of the night, maybe.
We never thought this guy was going to be there by the time. Oh wait, no, we didn't have a pick.
What tremendous
Sorry.
value for Charlotte in the 50s. Like, what a weird thing.
Here's a list of the undrafted free agents that we are going to invite to play on our Bulls Summer League team in Las Vegas.
I mean, better to be prepared, I suppose, in case they trade into the draft and then you guys are on. And,
Yeah, well,
be prepared.
I was talking about how, man, I missed the days when the Bulls' first round pick didn't matter, and it was just a fun. Oh, Jason Caffey's available.
Here's
there?
Mark Randall.
Here's Mark Randall from Kansas. Yep, that's exactly what Mark.
You're listening to Sports Radio 670 The Score, WSCR HD Chicago, WPMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Station.
Is this guy any good? Oh no, he's terrible.
Dan's
What'd you get? Well, I got Jeff Sanders and Joe Courtney.
Oh, what's going on?
Oh my god. Texters are saying this is the actual show about nothing. You should just play Seinfeld drops the entire time.
Oh god.
It's so good.
Big time.
It makes me laugh so much.
When do you think you guys will get into your favorite Bulls draft pick?
After we serve up recipes for eating rib. Let's go to Chuck in the culinary kitchen. Hey, see the big hat on.
Come on, girls, and just ate some big time Bulls rib.
Here's some lovely summer salads for you to eat some rib.
Just eating a lot of rib tonight.
Figured he would. Salad thing you would talk about.
It's so tough.
Mark Randall.
Was he just saying that you were about to go too far?
Right.
Yeah. What a turn of events.
He literally fell on the floor a minute ago.
Yeah.
He really sold it to me, man.
Chicago Bulls select Keith Booth.
Oh my god.
Byron Houston.
Dale and Terry. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You can't say that.
Yeah,
yet.
that's too recent. That's too soon. Too
Can't
soon.
say that yet.
Yeah, not yet.
He might
Not
not
yet.
be good.
Right.
I expect there to be all sorts of Simonovich or whatever his name is conversation on your show tonight.
Moments
or Thursday night.
Moments in sports when you're like, oh, he maybe. I think for you, it's magical. What was the first moment, Lawrence, where you're like, oh, he might not be good actually? Oh no.
I think that he was trying to stretch a single into a double.
Okay.
And it was clearly a single.
Okay.
And
There's
you're
always
like-
a moment with
and
guys
you're
like that.
Where are you going?
Right.
Look, the right fielder has the ball.
Yeah.
Where are you going? And he was out by like 7 paces.
I'm going to force him to make a play. You know he's a major leaguer, right? Oh,
Damn it. I forgot that part. It surprises me so much that I'm here that I just assume that they're also little leaguers.
Right. And he was like, oh, okay.
Uh-huh.
And you're out.
It's like Felix P.A. Oh, you swing at everything. Oh, you might not be good. Or any of those.
Caleb Killian.
That's
his
a
recent
good
outings.
one. Really good recent example.
Yep.
We're all had a 2-something ERA at Iowa, 6 wins, whatever, and he comes up. It's like,
But aren't we real close to the 10-foot I'm sorry Justin Steele card that you have to write?
Yeah, I need to go back and listen to exactly what I said.
I don't know,
and what
man.
the exact spirit of the conversation
I don't know.
was.
You went pretty
Oh, no,
hard.
I will be honest. I doubted that Justin Steele was a playoff-ready pitcher. I was dead wrong. I was obviously wrong, and things have slowed down a little bit for Justin Steele. He's come down to earth a bit, but not much. And a part of it was the injury.
I didn't hate your logic, though. Your logic was basically like, he did it when there was no pressure and no one was paying attention to the games.
Right.
So show me when it matters. Like
Exactly.
I have no problem with that logic, but then when he shows you, you got to be like, oh, all right. Good job.
Right,
You
exactly.
gotta wear it.
One
Yeah,
of
you gotta
those,
wear it.
And I probably
Yeah.
said the cliche, I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I said that.
I don't think so. You went pretty hard at it.
I don't know if I might have. Should have.
It's like,
But did you ever say you would write a 10-foot apology card?
No, I just made that up.
Okay, that'd be a good bit. I
Hey,
like that bit.
As he should, Lawrence has held me accountable. I think I was filling in for Dan one day when broke the news that I was wrong. So Lawrence has...
He's a
Yes.
Wrong.
Yeah. Well, and
I
then
didn't get that
like,
press release.
It's
Hey.
like me, when they recall Madrigal. I mean, like, hey,
Stop.
clearly,
Stop.
clearly,
It's just
we are
it's
looking
not
at
nice.
5-tool player.
All
yeah.
5 of
And
them.
then 6 if you add in the toughness from last night.
Gritty.
Yep, and he's got his name on his elbow guard twice.
I noticed
Because
that.
once is
Do
it
other
good
players
enough?
do that? I've seen other players doing it.
Other players
but-
have their name on
Other,
it.
Yeah.
No, other players also wear Madrigal ones because it's so cool now.
the double shot.
I feel like
Yeah.
like someone should do that just to troll him.
That
Like,
would be a good move, like the pitcher. Yeah.
just like wear it.
Yeah.
Sometimes guys borrow each other's bat to get out of a slump or
Absolutely.
something. I'm going to borrow your elbow guard to be
like-
extra slappy.
What did Rizzo do for Matt Caesar? Remember,
Yes.
like later in the season, needed a little lighter bat.
Yes. So this would be the inverse of that. Well,
I don't know.
yeah, I don't know, but all right.
Just want to get some of that,
Just want to get some of that scrap
that
on you.
5 toolness.
Yeah. Hey, man. They're good. Good.
They're all right.
What I said to Ant yesterday was they're good enough. They're not good.
Yeah, I heard you
but
like
they're
trying to figure out.
But they're good enough. Like they're good enough to be relevant this year and probably not be overwhelming sellers.
How, for both of you, where are you at on the Reds?
I mean, so they've won 9 in a row, and they're really young.
And Votto just came back.
And hit a homer. Good for them. But not scared of them and thinking that the Cubs can't chase them down.
Because I knew the 20-8 start that Pittsburgh got out to. I'm like, I don't believe any of this.
Yeah, they'll finish under 500.
Right, and clearly they're already
They're 3 games out all of a sudden.
They were in first place when they came to town. They have the lowest odds on FanDuel to win the Central.
Oh, lower than the Cardinals?
Wow. How crazy is that?
The Pirates?
Yeah.
Okay.
The Pirates are plus 1,000 to win the National League
Well,
Central.
Just in first place
if you look at
last
the
week.
Fangraphs projected standings, it's fascinating. I believe that the Reds, the Cubs, and the Pirates all had the same at 77. Like there was a whole group at 77, and I think the Brewers might be at 81 and 81.
Yeah, I saw the Brewers are the favorite to win the division, and the Cubs are the second favorite to win the division. So the Reds, even though they're in first place, I believe are the third favorite for the Central. I mean, talented young team that's probably just on a hot streak that will come back down to earth,
Which has been
and their youth will likely be exposed over 162.
Yeah. And energized, obviously, by Ellie De La Cruz, just his presence there. I mean, we're not there, but we all know what that feels like when that player comes. Around here, it hasn't always correlated to wins.
Here.
Yeah.
But I also just think that there's no one. The Cubs just shouldn't really take any of those other teams really into consideration. They're the team that's supposed to make life difficult for everyone else, right? Like the Dodgers are the team in the NL West. The Yankees and Red Sox are that team in the AL East. The Cubs are supposed to be the halves in the Central that make life difficult for everybody. They can't be scared of the Reds.
They can still spend more than all those teams ultimately. But I will say that the entire division right now, there isn't a laugher in the division now necessarily, or even going forward. I mean, unfortunately for the Cubs, this division could be to be reckoned with at about the same pace, I think, unless the Cubs really go crazy in the offseason in terms of adding on, buying.
Which they should.
Yeah.
Which they should.
There's no reason not to at this stage.
Yeah. They're supposed to be, last year's offseason should be the norm for the next couple of off seasons to pair with the prospects in the quote-unquote window.
And look, Dansby Swanson has been everything they paid for and more.
Yeah, he's been great.
Yep.
Yes,
everything and more. Now, Tyone has not.
Correct.
Suzuki, not sure yet. He hasn't played enough.
Bellinger. I think Suzuki's been really good.
I think he lacks a little bit of the star power impact. He doesn't have as much power as you want, but great at bats, good defense, close to a 5-tool player. You know what I mean?
Smart base runner
when healthy, right? But just the power hasn't quite been.
It's cool because you could just compare them, right?
Yeah.
You can go Suzuki, Madrigal, and go, okay, this is what it should look like.
That's the guy who should borrow his elbow guard.
Is Suzuki
Madrigal? Who's batting? When I see the two of them,
how would you know?
How would you know the difference between the two?
Because Suzuki already has more barrels.
Yes.
What are we doing with our T-shirts? This is the dad energy in here is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Go around the room, Lawrence.
I just realized
no one wore a collar today.
I know, but just we're all have
it's
RD
85
T-shirts.
degrees outside.
Yeah, it's summer.
Shane took a picture of our legs on Twitter too. So
But not one collared shirt in the bunch.
No,
nobody's golfing afterwards. Which is interesting.
No, I'm literally going to put on a suit.
We all look like characters
You got
in a
football
Judd
night?
Apatow
Yeah,
movie.
I got what'd you call it? Football night in America
in Chicago. Yeah.
Yeah, and then
Hey,
I've
we're
got
not asphalting or cutting the lawn here.
Then I've got there's a showing
fault?
of The League, which is a movie that Questlove is producing about the Negro Leagues over at Wrigley.
Oh, nice.
So I'm gonna do that. Shaquille Taylor and I are going to be on a panel.
Oh, fantastic. That's a busy night.
I know,
That's
right?
a long day, man.
Yeah. You know, but
You'll
it's
feel
worth
good
it.
after. Yeah, once it's over,
If Shake asks you to do something,
you do it.
It's called The League.
Mm-hmm. Magnolia Pictures is doing it. So Questlove and
Interesting.
I think Mark Cuban and Jeffrey Lurie are both like EPs on this. Like they
Are they going to be there? Like
I
any
don't-
of those?
I don't know.
Dignitaries?
I don't know. I will.
Is there a screening?
Yeah, screenings tonight.
Screening and then panel.
Yep.
Very cool.
And I get to be on the panel.
That's
Sweet.
cool. Very cool. We've got Nico Horner a little bit later. Heard you guys talking with Ian Happ, who's always excellent. He was not as angry about the U.S. Open, Dan?
No, he was able to compartmentalize it, I guess.
Yeah.
It finally came around, and then last 3 rounds. First round, they tore it up.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he was respectful of it. He said at the very end, I want to spend a little bit more time with Nico on it about, like, you know, preparing for London. I wonder, you know,
Sleep. I guarantee you, it's his with him. It's definitely the circadian rhythm.
but they're going early, you know, so it should be, and it's only 2 games, so it should be relatively easy.
I do think it's weird though that they get 2 days off
Yes.
to get there, but only 1 to come back.
Right.
Oh,
That's
there's not
weird.
a day off or anything?
No, there is, but
one
the
day off
only
on the
one.
back end.
I
Okay.
would have kind of thought it would have been reversed, but or maybe on both you get 2 days.
I just hope nobody gets hit by a bus, and I mean that because that does happen to Americans in England. And
Look the
in
other way.
UK.
Is this a concern for you?
Yeah, because
You have, like, a
it
degree
almost,
of angst about
almost
this?
happened to me a couple times in Ireland.
Yeah.
Like, you gotta-
Why do
you-
Americans get hit by buses?
because they're looking the wrong
Because
way.
they're not looking in the right
Oh,
direction.
okay.
Last time we were in Ireland, it happened to my dad's car door on the rental car. He didn't know the orientation, opened up the car door thinking the traffic was coming from the other side, and he saw nobody, and the car door came off.
Oh,
little Ford
Jesus.
Focus rental car.
What an American.
I'm always scared to death of hitting a biker in this city. I mean,
I would
now
love to
bring
hit a
it
biker.
right here.
Grody was just like, I'm just scared to death of killing another hooker.
I can't go back. We've already
Can't do that
killed
again.
enough drifters.
Yeah, right. In this town, I don't want to wake up next to another dead drifter. That's enough of that already.
It ain't easy, boys.
Not fair. Not fair for a young man like Grody.
That's right. Taking care of business.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's so we have, yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. So we're gonna program their NBA draft show, and we have Nico Horner.
Did you up your dosage today, Dan?
No, I didn't. I don't know. I'm not
Oh,
sure.
I love it. I love it. You're vintage.
I'm not sure what it
you
is.
are cracking me up, man.
I don't know. I guess I kind of have nowhere to be. Both kids are at work. Beth's out of town. I don't know what to do with
Is
myself.
Dan asking to be on our
Yeah, you
show?
want to stay?
No, I think I might go fish.
Go
Oh,
Go
okay.
to the arcade on 33.
You guys have me cracking
No, it's
up
too nice.
all the
It's
time.
too nice. I'm gonna get a wacky worm out and throw around the old wacky worm.
Drop those
nice.
rock bass on my porch for me.
No, they won't hit this thing. This will only catch the big uns. So if I get one of those, I'll drop it off for you.
All right, sounds good. Thanks.
Okay. You guys get out of here. Dan, figure out
Yeah, I
something
don't
to
know. I
do.
gotta
Lawrence,
figure out
you
my
have a
life.
great night ahead of you. Tanny's open. Will kick us off. Grody's in for Spiegel. It's Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Old Trafford.
Just because you start as a rookie doesn't mean you're the guy that's going to be in place for the next 10 years. So, like I mentioned earlier in the show when we started talking about Braxton, there's a lot that he can prove to me in the offseason by never taking a step on the field. If he comes back and he looks physically different, that he has dedicated himself into the weight room, that's going to tell me an important part of his desire to be great. You can come out here and you can be decent or you can be good, but he has the ability to be great. And I think
you
a
think
lot
so?
of,
He's got the ability to be great.
Yeah.
That's a big thing you're saying.
I do.
right
When
there.
you're talking about using his assets, he's got good feet. He's a super smart kid. He's got really good length. But now, can he get better bendability? Can he be more dominant when he's got a one-on-one run blocking assignment?
Yeah.
Because a lot of these measurements aren't just what you did on, did I keep my quarterback clean? That's 1/3 of your job. because of the running statistics that are part of what the Bears are able to accomplish this year, so much of it has to do with Justin's scrambling ability. Is the running game sufficient with just the running backs? And what is your role according to the run game? And if you look at the statistics for the Bears going to the outside left, it's significant. They're like over 6 yards a carry on the outside left. So, the measuring sticks, the initial measuring sticks for Braxton, his arrow is definitely pointing up. But this is the first offseason you're going to have on your own as a professional, and what are you going to do with it? And it's not necessarily hiring some fancy personal trainer. It's about, are you dedicated enough that you encourage yourself to go in the weight room, that you don't need to be hand-fed in the weight room and having somebody guide you there? Can you point me in the right direction of 50-pound dumbbells, and I'll tell you a lot about a guy.
Save big money at Menards.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
If y'all ready, give me a hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
When you play a lot of games and you play a sport for a long time, it's harder to see something that's never happened before.
Then that Chad GPT or whatever is going to make scoregami obsolete at a certain point.
It's going to make all of this obsolete.
Yeah, all of us.
All of this, all of us, society. I'm pretty sure this is how it ends.
Is this a game or is it real? What's the difference?
So you're making the case for Chad GPT.
I'm making the case.
Am I saying that right? Is it Chad GPT?
Do I have that right? No. Chat GPT.
Wait, hold on, Ant. Can you repeat it?
I thought it was Chad GPT.
Yeah, no.
Now I know that everyone at this school is honest, hardworking. They wouldn't even want to use this Chat GPT.
Chat GPT.
Okay. I'm picturing one of Danny Parkins' golf buddies or something like that. One of Danny's drinking buddies has decided, you know what? The world's done. I'm
Crazy
gonna...
Chad GPT.
You know, I do hope you continue to drop by, Chad. I really quite enjoy our visits.
Okay. I mean, if anybody's going to end the world, it's going to be a Chad. Come on.
You know, I'm afraid of robots. I saw one get interviewed on 60 Minutes, the top journalistic program in the United States. He's like, what are your goals? The robot goes out to become smarter than human beings. Yeah. And the reporter just blows by it. He's like, okay, and what's your favorite color? Every smart person, every super smart person in the world is saying these things are going to kill us. Even your boy here, the guy who he recently died. What was his name? He was always sitting down. Hawkins, Stephen Hawkins, yeah. Too good to stand up and make his point. Just sitting down, all smarmy.
1, 2, 3.
Here we go, Ted. Here we go. Here we go, Ted. Here we go, Tony.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons from 2 to 6 on 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
Is Chad the male version of Karen? Like, does it have that type of connotation associated with it?
I think you could, because if not for that, then also for the dangling Chads back in the day.
Oh, sure.
Right?
Yeah, the hanging Chad.
Like, that doesn't help the case
it's
for
a different
Chad.
kind of Chad.
I know, but I'm just saying, Chads are no good. They're no good.
So
Dangling Chad?
What were they called? They were called
They're the hanging
the
Chads.
hanging Chads.
Yeah, the hanging
That's
Chads.
not that far off. Come on. Dangling, hanging. They probably were dangling.
Good for Chad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know anything good about Chads.
You don't know anything good about we like our the head of sales here.
Yeah, that's true.
Is it Chad?
Yeah, he's a good Chad. One of my best friends is a Chad, but he's a
so
good
you
Chad.
just said you didn't know anything good about Chads.
Well,
we just named two good Chads.
Made me think about it. Yeah, well, you forced the first one on me.
I'm
The
sorry.
second one I had to
you
think about.
I
Yeah.
led you down a path of Chad bashing.
Yeah, you did. You set me up, man.
I'm a negative Chad influence on you.
Big time. You did not have to do that.
My bad.
I will say that listening to that stuff and just the whole AI thing, I find myself saying something that I never used to say, because I will admit I am one of those people. I'm afraid to die. I am afraid. I will admit that. But
whoa,
I know.
Guys,
I know.
Breaking news here on The Score. I don't know what it's sponsored by. It's presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Mark Grody, afraid of death.
I'm afraid of death. I'm afraid of aging. I am afraid of all that. But I find myself saying, because of some of the threats to our world more and more, I find myself, thank God, I ain't going to be around in about 30 years and have to deal with any of this. I mean, AI, oh God, China looks pretty tough. I'm like, okay, I'm out of here. I'm good. It's curtains,
Yeah, sure. I'd rather be around to deal with the scary thing than just leave the problem to someone else.
Well, I didn't say I wouldn't help while I was here.
Right.
In terms of fighting it, and I am not, looking to die. I'm just saying that there, things aren't looking, the trajectory of the world is not great.
The only thing that I'll say is my parents said that when they had kids, they felt the same way that I did when I had kids. Like, oh, God, I don't know. Bringing kids into this world.
Good point.
It's a messed up world.
Great point.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
My dad remembered, sitting under the desk for atomic bomb drills.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Cuban Missile Crisis.
Yeah, right. Like put your head between your legs and kiss your ass goodbye type of thing. Right. And then all sorts of assassination attempts and all sorts of things that generation lived through. And I mean, my kids don't have gills, so they can't breathe underwater, so they're probably screwed in like 20 years. But that's what the pool's going to come in handy for. Healthy respect for water.
That'll get them a long way.
Good swimmers, they should have a leg up, relatively speaking, or a fin up on the competition. Right? I think so.
That does make a little bit of sense.
That makes sense, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
Absolutely. Former Bears quarterback Chad Hutchinson was a dangling Chad. Yeah, he was.
Hanging Chad.
Well, he called him a dangling Chad.
Oh, he did?
Yes.
He was proud of his dangle.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. More scared of death or spiders? I mean, arachnophobia is like one of the most common fears in the world.
So what was the question?
Okay.
Death or spiders?
Death or spiders?
Sorry.
Death by spider, I suppose.
Death or spiders? Yeah, I think the death in that case, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm with you there. But public speaking, don't get me started. All right. Anyway, we're going to talk to Nico Horner coming up in about 15 minutes. Those conversations have been absolutely fantastic all year long. He seems to be in the zone. The team seems to be in the zone. They win again last night. Drew Smiley doesn't have it. Talkman comes through early. They get out of a jam. Nico comes through. They add insurance runs. They play with a cushion. They basically did yesterday what they never did seemingly last year, and even when they were struggling in the middle portion of this season, which was every game was close. There was no breathing room. There was nothing easy about it. After Smiley worked through his struggles and you got to the pen, it felt like an easy, laugher, breezy win, and that's just been rare for the Cubs for a couple of years now.
Absolutely, and I'm going to give credit to those guys, too. Fulmer, who the first game of the year, he walked out as the Cubs closer this year. Remember that? Michael Fulmer. We're going Michael Fulmer as the closer. It looked okay at first, then it went bad, and now they've tucked him away a little bit. Fulmer, Merriweather, and Rucker were all excellent last night for Drew Smiley, who was able to wiggle in and out of some stuff. But, I mean, that makes all the difference. I was thinking about, the game the other day against Baltimore, where they had the 3 home runs early and then a 6-run sixth. I mean, that's the way you do it. Give the pitcher some early breathing room and some late breathing room. That was ideal. It's not going to happen like that all the time, but it's a nice trend that they have going on right now.
Yeah, and that was, the story of the game last night. And since he's now in first and they're playing better and Pittsburgh is a pretender, they don't play Cincy until the series around the trade deadline. So you don't get Cincy until July 31st. You get Milwaukee coming up around the 4th of July. So that's when you get the teams that are directly in front of you that maybe are going to be contenders in this thing. So you just keep playing well and you're going to chip away at this thing because no one is very good. Do you agree with what I said yesterday?
Oh, yeah.
They're good enough to win this division, but they're not a good team.
For better or for worse, they are good enough to win this division. I asked, I think it was Tony Andracki from Marquee the other day, if the Cubs were, at that moment, they were 3 games under 500 and 3 games out of first place. And I asked, okay, if that's where the Cubs are at the trade deadline, if they are 3 games out and 3 games under 500, which sucks to look at, would the Cubs buy? And he kind of hesitated and said, yeah, probably. Probably.
Who said that?
Tony Andracki. I'd have to go back and get the exact answer.
Tony Andracki.
Yeah, Tony Andracki from Marquee Sports asked him that exact. It was on Saturday. Asked him that exact question because it would feel like a conundrum to me. If your team is under 500 and you're 3 games out at the deadline, are you really going for it? Because then that's what you're investing in perhaps for the future, and you're saying that your core is good as well.
What I think in that scenario, it's
tough, isn't it?
I think that they could trade a low-level prospect for a relief pitcher. You know what I mean? Like the smallest of additions.
Okay. That's not really going for it, though. That's far from going for it.
Yeah, they will not trade a top 10 prospect in the organization for a rental to really upgrade.
3 games out and 3 games under.
No,
that's the way to.
I don't think so. I think they'll just say, yeah, we're in it, and let's see what they've done, and we'll go from here. I think in that scenario, what would be really interesting though continues to be the Stroman situation, because for me in that scenario, and they won't do this, or I shouldn't give it my patented 0% Parkins, which would seal it the other way, but in that scenario, I would advocate for them to trade Marcus Stroman.
3 games out, 3 games under, you trade Marcus Stroman.
Because you're not real.
I'm completely with you on that.
Really?
Right. There's this false sense of security and the whole idea that anything can happen. I don't think it probably won't happen. You know what I mean? Like, I get the anything can happen stuff.
Probably won't. And I'd be floored if Jed would. Like, I would think that Jed would say that would have too much of an impact in the clubhouse. They've earned the right to see this thing through 162, and there is value in playing in high pressurized competitive games down the stretch in our division with something to play for development, and I don't want to take that away from them. For me, I would say still do it, all of that, and get 2 or 3 high-level prospects that could be major league ready starting next year or the year after that, to try to build a Cubs team that could actually win 95 games and compete for a World Series. Because I am not particularly interested in an 82-win NL Central title that has them losing in the first round of the playoffs and getting swept. I'm not interested.
Yeah, I mean, what good did that do them in the pandemic season, right? Where they won the division. It was sort of the end of that era, and it felt like it with the old Cubs core, and then Florida just took them down after that. So, hey, you could even use the White Sox as an example in terms of the same exact strategy, because the White Sox have made it to the postseason with this core, and you could put back then you could, okay, now anything can happen. That's a pretty good example of how it's probably not going to happen. You're probably not going to beat the Oakland A's. You're probably not going to beat the Houston Astros if you get to yourself in the playoffs, and the Cubs are in the same boat right now.
And I could argue the other side. So I'm just telling you how I would do that. I don't think they will, but Jed could get up there and say, I want these guys to know that we believe in them. I want to see the development, and Marcus Stroman, Justin Steele, Kyle Hendricks, that's a tough playoff rotation. You go into there on the road and you win game 1, all of a sudden you're a favorite in the series. The National League's not that strong this year. Anything can happen. You could sell it. I don't believe it,
right? Well,
but you could sell it.
And all those other teams that they'll be going up against have kick-ass 3-man rotations as well that they can spin out there, which will probably be more daunting. Because that does sound great. What you just said sounds great. But then you look at some of the other better teams and you match them up against the Cubs. It's like, oh, yeah, I can see the case for the Cubs not winning a series.
Right, of course.
Or a game. And considering the lack, I mean, as much as they have been hitting recently, we know that that's something that still has to be monitored. And even Jed Hoyer talked about that earlier this year when he was on the television broadcast talking about the need for bigger power, bigger run producers on this team. He knows no matter what happens, he knows that is still an area that needs to be beefed up.
Well, I want to talk to Nico about that actually a little bit, because during this stretch, and like last night again was a perfect example, when he had the RBI single in I think the 3rd inning last night.
Yep.
It was the 4th single of the inning. Like, they've done a lot of that where they've like batted around and
keep the line moving.
Right, but it's like all walks, singles, and maybe 1 double.
Well, that was the irony of the game over the weekend, where they had the homers early, that 6-run, 6th inning, 0 home runs in that inning. So that was, to your point, they are keeping the line moving.
But is that sustainable?
No.
Traditionally, no. Since they've banned the shift, maybe a little bit easier, right? Like maybe a little bit easier to string hits together, be a contact-based team, that sort of thing. But I do wonder because I mean, obviously on-base percentage is great, and on-base percentage should travel and taking your walks and all of that. But like I've said it before, like what this team needs is Manny Machado. Like, you know what I mean? Like they need a third baseman that can hit 40 bombs that they could just put there in the 3-hole, scare everybody, and then all of a sudden everything else makes a heck of a lot more sense.
It's so much easier to have that guy who could occasionally bail everybody out and hit the 3-run homer or the grand slam, because it's maximum effort if you're expecting everybody to sizzle base hits into left field and center field to get your runs. Every once in a while, you got to have the big one.
So what's Christopher Morel looking at in terms of adjusting to a new infield position? Nico Horner has some experience with that. He's in the zone right now. They're getting ready for the London trip. We're going to have a nice conversation with the Cubs second baseman, Nico Horner, next on The Score.
This weekend, the Chicago Cubs and St. Louis Cardinals take their rivalry overseas for 2 games in London.
Cubs win the ball game.
Saturday's coverage begins at 11:35.
My favorite is always, and this is just me totally making this up.
Hector Villanueva spelled backwards is Joaquin Andujar.
Now you're gonna be there with us because that Harry was really
was really good. Well, I haven't busted that one out in a long time because there's been so many bad Harry carries along the way.
Oh, I know. Derek Holland comes to mind.
Yeah, I mean Will Ferrell, his wasn't very good, but it was funny.
It was funny
because it was a different type of. It was a newer type of character. Yeah,
so it was just doing the essence of somebody.
He crushed it.
It's a newer type of situation.
100%.
His was more, hey everybody, let's go. But you gotta get down here a little bit if you're gonna do Harry. You know what I'm saying?
You do.
Yeah.
Mark, what would it sound like if Dave Miska were Harry Carey's engineer?
Oh my God! Hey, Dave Miska is here for all of. Do me a favor and get me a couple more. Oh yeah, I'll get you a couple more Budweiser. I can just get you better import, something better than that. All right, that's enough. Settle down back there. Got this guy he's all hyper. Oh yeah, I got to take care of it. My voice is gonna die if I keep this up. Hey, whatever you need here. I'm gonna hurt myself.
If Miska was producing Harry, they're on microphones together.
Hey, there's a guy at second base.
I see the guy on second base. I see him already. The ball goes over the. Oh yeah, there's a guy with a basket out there that just got. I saw that thing.
Wouldn't this guy identify if someone was on base? Like as if no one saw it?
You're right, exactly.
He's on second base. He's outside. He got there.
And another one goes over the.
Make sure the levels are good. Concentrate on the levels.
They usually aren't.
Oh, look at the umpire.
I saw the umpire. It was Dutch Randon. It feels good to bust that out because I put it away.
You did, of course.
Put Harry
you did.
Carey away for years
because it got
killed and people hated it.
It got silly. It got absurd. I know that's why. But now we're in a time where it's okay, where it can come back, and you need it.
show number 2, Nico Horner.
Right base hit. Nico rocks it off. Cubs win. Hugs.
Starting second baseman for your Chicago Cubs.
He's doing everything.
Oh, man, Nico, there's the guy. That's our spark.
I just love the way he goes about the game.
Nico Horner puts a charge into one.
Taking you inside the Cubs clubhouse all season long.
Hayes lines one toward right. Glove by Horner on a great play, and he throws him out.
So hot right now.
The runner goes, swing and a miss, strike 3, throw to second, and a stolen base for Horner. Ground ball right side. Horner's got it. From the outfield grass, throws him out at first. Nico Horner made an excellent play.
So hot right now.
Wrapped on the ground, one hop glove by Horner, goes to Swanson, over to first. That's a double play. Poetry in motion. Here's a line drive toward the middle. That's going to be a base hit. Run scoring single, Nico Horner. Cubs lead 3-0.
He's so hot right now.
Nico Horner with Parkins and Spiegel on 670 to score.
Thrilled to talk to Nico every week on the Circa Resort and Casino Hotline. Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. What's up, Nico? How you doing, man?
Good. Just in the dugout in Pittsburgh, watching some guys hit, hanging out.
It's a good-looking stadium, isn't it?
I think they said that last night was their best Monday crowd. Amount of some lengthy amount of time. It was great here. Obviously, they've done some good things this year. So yeah, great night of baseball, except for the rain.
Yeah, right. Except for that rain shower that kind of came out of nowhere. You heard the intro there, the line like, "Oh, it's so hot right now." Are you in the zone? Does it feel? Is that a thing that happens in baseball? Because it seems like it watching you.
No, I have not been feeling particularly good, to be honest. But that's also very much a part of what we do. And I think we, as a group, in the last week or so, obviously a lot of good baseball, a lot of wins. But it's been so cool how the production has come from a lot of different places. It doesn't really feel like anyone's going off. Just a lot of guys playing well and contributing, no matter how they're feeling. So that's a big deal.
So if you're not feeling good and then you do get a hit like you did last night, albeit it was 1 for 5, is it like a gift when you're not feeling good at the plate and you do get a hit? Because eventually you probably will be feeling good at the plate.
Oh yeah, I mean it's I still expect to perform well and to produce and compete, and there's been plenty of stretches this year where I felt great, and there's often very little correlation to how you're feeling and how you're playing, and I think it's kind of the fun part of what we do. But yeah, that at bat last night in the rain was definitely one of the more unique at bats I've ever had in the big leagues. I'm not sure how apparent it was on TV, but the raindrops were like grapes coming out of the sky. It was pretty. It might have been a bit of a gift for us, honestly. I feel like that kind of shifted some momentum in the game. He lost the zone for a little bit, and Talk obviously had that big knock and was able to get one myself. But the batter's box was straight mud. I couldn't feel the bat. It's just very unique situation. I'm glad it worked out.
Nico, it was hilarious. I was listening to the radio call during that, the home team, Pat and Ron and Zach doing the call, and apparently, the umpires out there, they're trying to decide if they're going to go on, and they did decide to go on, and they're like, well, it looks like everything's okay. But the pitcher certainly not happy probably with the decision for you guys to continue on playing in that game, but advantage offense, and you got to take advantage of that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I understood why he wasn't too thrilled with that one. Yeah. Sometimes guys do the thing where they throw the ball out just over and over and over until they, delay the game or something. But that was one where we knew it was going to be short, but it felt like I was in a shower on deck circle when Talk was up. I was just wearing it. No thoughts of getting ready for the at bat other than just somehow staying dry and holding on to the bat. But yeah, I mean, you have 600 at bats in the year, and there's going to be some weird ones in there for sure.
Wow. So yeah, it didn't totally come across on TV, but that's interesting to hear you talk about that. But in the big picture, you said you're not feeling that great right now. What is that? Can you be specific? What's not feeling great?
I mean, I just haven't driven the ball at all for a pretty long stretch. But, the work has been consistent and similar, and it's just your best swings and your worst swings just really aren't that far apart.
Got it.
So just continuing to go combining like the long term of continuing to develop and holding myself to a high standard, but also just giving the best of what you have every day. That's kind of all you can do, really.
Well, it seems like it hasn't translated to the field, which I know all you guys take a ton of pride in. How would you I feel like you've made a ton of plays, left, right, quick throw. There's the dude on the Pirates, the Bay or whatever his last name is, the fastest guy.
He flies. Yeah, his home first is crazy.
Yeah, like the ball goes to you and you've got to do the quick throw there. Like, do you feel like you've totally made the transition? Because it seems like that is a completed task as a viewer.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's ever like a completed task in our game because there's so many things you can improve at. I feel like I've actually left a lot of outs on the field this year in general. I think the most challenging play at second right now is, since we're not allowed to position on the other side of the base for right-handed batters, going over the base to the shortstop side and being able to attack that ball and still get enough on the throw across your body. And I feel like there's been some plays that I've left on the field. But yeah, I mean, I feel like the homestand was able to make some plays that kind of impacted the outcome of the game, which is all you can really ask for. So that was been fun.
Was Dansby Swanson expecting to go error-free on this season? Because apparently it's not going to be an error-free season. Just when we thought he was going to make it 162 games without an error, the guy makes an error.
Was that his first error yesterday?
I think it was.
He had 54 consecutive games without an eror.
Oh, so not his first one. But
yeah, not his first.
Yeah, consecutive.
Yeah, 54
My
consecutive
bad,
games.
Yeah, that's insane, especially since he's a guy who does have range. He's not just a guy that's making every routine play. So yeah, his consistency and his clock, his feel for runners is amazing, and obviously that he plays every day too. So definitely been fun to watch.
I was thinking, we're talking to Nico Horner here. Like, I've talked to relief pitchers, and they're
good fielders make errors. Like that error he made yesterday was. That's just a tough play. And he's trying to make a tough out. And you're going to be put in situations where are just going to happen in the search of outs. I mean, outs is the biggest thing. And, there's a lot of outs that, he's going to be able, even if he were to make a couple errors, there's so many outs and plays he's looking for that, the errors are just a part of being aggressive and looking for outs on the field.
I've talked to relief pitchers who have competition among guys in the bullpen, starters who have, little side action. Like, let's see if we can all go through the rotation, like a turn through and, go 6 innings deep or whatever. Do you and Dansby have any friendly competition in the field? I could see that happening.
No, I don't think so. I mean, he's got the tougher task for sure playing short. But no, I think it's just, continuing to work together, and it's been fun. I mean, awesome sharing the middle of the field with him.
What have you learned from him, if anything?
His preparation playing is he knows himself really well, and he's definitely got his routine down in the most efficient way you can do it, to where obviously what you do in the game is the only thing that matters, and so he's got it to where he's able to be at his best every day, regardless of how he's feeling, and knowing when, to put to work and when to, take a day lighter and, manage that so he's at his best playing. And, definitely something that I can improve on. And whether it's something that he does or just kind of the way that he goes about it, I think is refreshing and nice to see a guy that takes a lot of confidence to do less sometimes when, you always want to work and get better at something, but oftentimes what you need is just to keep it simple and be fresh mentally and physically to play.
Hey, Nico, what did the weekend against Baltimore feel like? Because that felt big to me. I mean, you guys are just coming off the Pirates series, and then Baltimore, a really good team. It just seemed alive at Wrigley Field, especially the game where you guys had the sixth run. I think it was a 6th-run, 6th inning on Saturday, I want to say, and just supporting the pit. Like, what did this weekend feel like? Because that was the first time this weekend where I felt like it was big at Wrigley Field.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it was a continuation of the Pirates series, which I thought was pretty significant too, coming out of that long West Coast road trip, and just coming back to Wrigley felt so good, playing the Pirates, who were in first at the time, and those 3 games, and then the first game against the games against the Orioles all felt pretty similar too, where the final score wasn't necessarily close, but all were pretty close to the 4th, 5th, 6th, and we were just so persistent and put together some big innings that we really hadn't had in a long time. So, yeah, it felt great. And then obviously to continue that against the Orioles team that's having so much success and the best division in baseball right now, significant. And even the Sunday game, we ended up losing, but there was some great moments in that game. Morel's homer, and we lost, but gave ourselves a good chance to win. I thought a game we could have, but 5 out of 6 on that homestand was great to get those results, but also just how we did it.
In terms of how you did it, it happened again yesterday. You guys had 4 singles in an inning. Like, a lot of times you guys have strung together these big innings. It hasn't been with home runs, which is the conventional way. How sustainable is stringing 4, 5, 6 hits together in an inning as opposed to a couple guys on and putting one over the wall?
Yeah, it's not. I mean, getting 6 hits in an inning is a really special and rare thing. Obviously, especially with the pitching these days and batting average as low as it is in baseball, it's no secret that that's really challenging to do. And so I think it's not so much that we're relying on it, but just that you have the capacity to score in different ways, I think is huge. I think the wind's blown out for maybe 3 games of this entire season. I think it was the Mariners series at Wrigley. So I think, hopefully summer months, things turn around a little bit and, that can help too. But, I think there is power in the lineup. I think that we can score in different ways. And I think we'll see some more slug this summer in general.
Stro show going tonight, man, against, I think you guys faced Johan Oviedo last year, or I should say this year already one time. And I do believe it was Stro that you gave all the runs last time, right? Was that the game that you guys exploded in against Baltimore? Was that right? I might have my days.
Let's see. He gave up a couple early and then was great. Super impressive outing where, not everything went right away and then stuck it out. I honestly don't remember the final score of that game. They do kind of blur together. But, hopefully we can do the same for him tonight.
Are you at all looking ahead to the London trip?
Oh yeah, I mean, hard not to. Obviously, it's such a unique thing in our schedule, and an incredible thing to share with family and people that are coming out. So I have no idea really what it's going to look like on a baseball standpoint. We do actually have to play a couple Major League Baseball games there, but it's going to be awesome and just a very cool thing to have in the middle of the season.
Who are you bringing? What's your plan? Have you ever been? What are you looking forward to?
I think just walking around. I have been when I was little, 7 or 8. I have family out there, so my mom's going to go, and her side of the family is over there. But just being in the city, just being on foot. No huge plans, but that's my favorite way to get to know a place is definitely walking around. So take it all in, enjoy it with my girlfriend, and go from there.
Is there anything that they're talking to you guys about in terms of sleep, jet lag, anything like that?
Yeah, it's try and sleep on the plane, get there in the morning. You're supposed to stay up the first day, do some light movement early in the morning to get your body to know that it's going, and then stay up that first day is the biggest command that we've been presented with. So we'll see.
The whole thing seems exactly equally parts awesome and difficult at the same time. I mean, because these are real games in a real baseball season, and now you guys are going to get completely out of whack by going to another country.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely uses our off days for 2 months and things like that. But it's amazing to be a part of, and good for the game of baseball. Obviously, to do it against the Cardinals too is really cool. And the Field of Dreams experience last year obviously is a different scale, but they did everything they could to make it a good baseball setting too, as far as our facilities and the food and the training rooms, all the behind the scenes stuff. They put in a great effort. So I think from that end, it should be pretty well taken care of. And just keep it simple and play some games and enjoy it. I think pretty special that we're included in this.
Yeah, it's we're all looking forward to watching it, and you guys are playing better. And I know it's a roller coaster of a season. You just said the games kind of run together, but you had so many tough one-run losses. Do you notice a different feel or vibe at all around the team now that you're actually stacking some wins?
Yeah, of course. I mean, you can do and say all the right things, but at a certain point at this level, obviously results are really significant. And it makes a huge difference. It's a greater sense of belief and purpose in what you're doing. Obviously, when you're starting to move up towards the top of the division and can kind of feel that coming. I think the belief is that that's where we should be for a long time now. But to actually be closer to where we want to be is really significant. And obviously, throughout a 162, you'd rather be on the end of figuring it out on the earlier side and taking momentum into the middle and end of the year. So hopefully that's our direction.
Hey, and so I wanted to play this for you, Nico, because when we were talking to you about balls and strikes, and I mentioned the TV strike zone, you were like, no, it's not. It's not real. Well, we have Boog Shambi on every week, and he was very clearly listening, even though he wouldn't shout out the show. Listen to what he said on the broadcast.
When you look at how are the umpires being evaluated, it's off technology that is effectively exactly what you're looking at on the strike zone, or on your screen, I should say. So at this point, in case you're wondering, that's the zone. I've even heard some players say, man, that's not really, no, it's the strike zone. How
about that?
Yeah. No, I mean, it's usually pretty good, but there's several at-bats or innings where the height, it's good inside and outside. It's very consistent on the TV. Just the height, especially the top of the zone, is usually pretty inconsistent and often wrong. But inside and outside, definitely good and generally pretty good. But the top of the zone is just one that's really, they get the height off a lot.
It's so interesting to me. Like, it feels like they should be able to figure that out. Is it just a matter that you guys are all different heights? Is that the only thing?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's not that simple. I mean, there's different heights. I mean, honestly, just the definition of the strike zone. I feel like if you asked people, you'd get 10 different answers from as many people. There's the top of the zone is very inconsistent on the broadcast, but honestly, so are human umpires, and I think that's how it should be. I'm a fan of human umpires. I think we should not go to robot strike zone. I think the skill of the catching position is one of like the most impressive parts of our game, when a guy can frame and present the ball well, and to take that completely out of the game, I think would be a shame. Just such a challenging position, and I think guys that can do it well should be rewarded. So that's my 2 cents on the electronic zone, but maybe a challenge would be good. I think we talked about that one time.
Yeah, we talked about the challenge system. Yeah, no, he followed up on it from the broadcast. I was like, oh damn, like
I caught that too.
I was like, I wonder where the disagreement is, but I guess what you're saying, it's top and bottom.
I mean, we have our own. I mean, we just have proof that our database has the official zone, like when we look back at our at-bats, and it's often very different than the TV zone.
I see. All. Okay, got it.
When you get called out on a strike you don't like, or whatever it is, do you go down and watch the replay immediately on TV to see if it was in the little umpire box?
Yeah, I mean, whether it's something you disagree with, or just like we have the iPads in the dugouts to look at the at-bats, and they have the broadcast on there that shows up the next half inning, and it's nice just knowing if like what you're perceiving is what's actually happening, right? Because sometimes you're like, man, like that pitch is like right down the middle. I'm not scaring it up, but it's actually like pretty far middle away. And it's like this nice feedback, as well as just seeing where catchers are setting up against you, because you could get a pitch in, but they weren't even set up there, so it's not their plan for you, or things like that. So it's nice to have that view. You can get pretty deep in mechanics, obviously, with all the angles and stuff during the game. I try and stay away from that, but definitely interesting how you're being pitched, and just if like your eyes are matching up with what's actually happening.
Well, Nico, I don't know if you're like into history, World War II history, museums, but the Churchill war rooms, the Churchill bunkers.
Okay.
Cool. Like probably the second coolest museum I've ever been to. Highest recommendation.
That's good to know. Yeah, I would love to do that. Churchill bunkers.
Yep. It'll take about 90 minutes to go through and feel like you actually got the whole experience, but
that's perfect. Yeah, I'm down.
All right, top recommendation, man. Enjoy the trip, play well, and we'll talk next week. All right.
Perfect. Yeah, we'll talk soon.
All right, see ya. That's Nico Horner, and you're listening to Sports Radio 670 The Score, WSCR HD Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Station.
They have phone booths too.
They do have phone booths,
which is pretty cool. Everybody's got to get a picture.
In
the old schooly red phone booth. Yeah.
Did you go on a trip?
I did
over there
with the Bears, 2019. Team Hicks broke himself in that game. Never really the same after that.
The whole team was never really the same after
You're
that
right.
game.
Yeah, that was the famous. The Bears are going to blast off and pick up where they left off last year in 2018, minus Cody Parkey, and then the season just sucked. I think that might have been their 4th straight loss. in London in 2019.
I don't have a disco. Well, let's all start dancing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That was a tough one.
Yeah.
Just kidding. Yeah, that was a tough one. The openly mocking of Club Dub.
Oh, yeah.
To dub or not to dub.
Khalil Mack was pretty bad that day, remember?
Yeah.
So it was, that was a rough time. But I've made the most of it. I stayed for another week. Was it Mack and Parkins? Remember, I was on the phone with you guys, and I was like, I'm still in London.
Yes.
It sounded
I'm still here. You were our London correspondent when the Bears were no longer in London.
Right, exactly. It's like, well, they took off without me, so I'm going to spend an extra week here in jolly old London with the parents. And I went to that museum that you're talking about, which I would definitely co-sign that. Absolutely. Very cool.
I'm not the biggest museum person, but if the museum is like where the historical thing happened.
Yeah, like stuff happened here.
And then they build around that stuff. To me, that's so much cooler than an exhibit that comes into a museum, like a traveling exhibit or something like that.
Yeah, because you could feel it. You could feel it. Like if you just stop and feel the silence and like see where these guys might have been walking or hiding or working. It's pretty cool.
The map room.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
The map room in Churchill's bunker, that museum, is like it's on the wall and it's got the pins where like the ships were and where like the Allied were, like, the enemy. It was like unbelievable.
Matt Nagy's plays are up there.
Yeah, Matt Nagy's play sheet is up there, which was a surprising twist. And then
Tony Kemp posters up there.
Yeah, not anymore. It's not a dorm room. And it was just like a weird thing. I was like, man, this is so cool. Like, wow.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like right in the center of the city. And you just like take a flight of stairs down, and all of a sudden you're like, this is where Churchill ran World War II?
Yeah, exactly.
It's unbelievable.
Got his office in a glass case. Like that was pretty cool.
It's like, I mean, I think that, I don't know. I always give out that recommendation. I've never heard anybody come away from it being like, you know what?
Right.
That sucked.
It's history. Yeah.
It's history. It's history. London's a cool city overall. But our people, I mean, Mitch is making the trip. We got.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Mitch is going on this trip. I did not know that.
Mitch is I think he's going now.
He's on his way?
I think he's taking a vacation early doing a few days in London. They got some clients going over there, so he's doing a few days of vacation and then a few days of hosting.
Wow, this is bigger than I knew. This almost rising to the occasion of our draft show on Thursday. I mean, it's pretty not quite.
No,
but,
not quite.
But close.
But
man.
you should feel good that all the bosses will be out of town for the NBA draft show. so you should be good.
Say whatever I want.
You should be good to say whatever you want for the NBA draft show. Yeah, most of management I think is going to London.
Let's just be talking about the '90s Bulls
Yeah,
the whole night. I watched the '90s Bulls. Okay, I don't know what all this riffraff is.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
Yeah, I'll be good. We'll talk triple post.
But no, it's a big one. Fox has one game. And ESPN has one game, and they're both sending their A team. Derek Jeter's making his debut as part of the Fox studio team.
Okay, so he's doing the pre and post, or
so it's Jeter and Big Papi.
Okay,
so Yankees Red Sox with Burkhart, and then they got Joe Davis and John Smoltz. So they're sending all those people for just one game, because then ESPN is sending Michael Kay and A-Rod and like the Sunday Night Baseball team for the Sunday game between Cubs and Cardinals.
I am curious to see if A-Rod is committed to a media job. We're going to find out, or if he's just doing this for his next ownership or GM or next big entrepreneurial sports move, right? Like, is he going to say stuff?
Jeter.
What did I say?
You said A-Rod.
Jeter.
Yeah, Jeter's been doing the media thing for a minute now.
Right.
Is Jeter really committed to it?
Is he committed to like saying stuff like we're going to find out right away, or is he doing the audition for his next potential gig in Major League Baseball, which is usually the case.
Yeah,
with guys like that.
I don't know, but like given that they're debuting him in the middle of the season on a special game, my guess is that Derek Jeter is going to be like special game, playoffs, World Series, kind of have like the Magic Johnson schedule back in the day, where it's like, oh my God, there's Derek Jeter, there's Magic Johnson. They don't really say anything, but they remind us that there's still Derek Jeter and Magic Johnson.
What good would it do Derek Jeter to get under the skin of individual players or managers or organizations at this point? Like that does him no good.
It's why I don't think Tom Brady's going to ever do it.
Oh, yeah. Who's the only one that's... Is Charles Barkley the only one who's ever dropped his inhibitions? But
he never had them.
Superstar. That's a good point.
That's
true.
Right. He never.
That was him. That was Charles. And
I'm not a role model.
Well, they were lucky though that Charles was himself because there's lots of guys. That we've known through that guy should be on TV or that guy should be on radio, and then you put them on TV or radio, and they're not being themselves.
Right.
Ozzy has mastered that.
Yes.
Being himself.
Yeah, I think John Greenberg called him local Charles Barkley. You know what I mean?
That's great. That's perfect.
That's what he is.
Yep.
Absolutely. And it's why Peyton Manning doesn't want to do it. He doesn't need it.
He's got Peyton
created his own gig.
He's in every commercial and all. He's got to keep that squeaky clean image. So why would he want to get under the skin of anybody? And that's what you have to do.
Yeah. So speaking of media literacy, here you want to play Rick Hahn on this?
Oh yeah,
he had a nice little media commentary for all of us, and I love talking media, love talking sports media. So I welcome Rick Hahn entering into our world.
Oh, yeah.
But this is all in response to John Heyman.
With that, we'll pivot to the negative.
Yeah, so this is all in response to John Heyman with Mully and Haugh speculating that Pedro Grifol could be gone. And I had multiple thoughts on this, but we'll let Rick Hahn kind of set the table here.
I was... move that a little bit. I was going to start today when I was on the road trip and told the beat guys that were there that I was going to talk on Monday as I was thinking about what I wanted to say, my normal preamble. I actually kept coming back to James Spiegel. And then I sort of decided, you know what, I'm not going to wade into media business. You guys got enough knowledge on that. You don't need to hear from me on it. Then something happened this morning that pissed me off, and I decided I'm going to talk about James Spiegel. What happened this morning is apparently there was a very well-respected out-of-town reporter speculating about Pedro's job security on a local sports station. You guys who are here day in and day out, especially the beat group that spends the amount of time talking to me or talking to others around the front office and hearing how we operate, have heard me say before that this underperformance that we've had so far or any of the issues we've had thus far in this season is not on Pedro and on the coaching staff. I don't think we could have been more clear about that. And I understand that people, especially in this day and age of all media, much less sports media, clicks matter and ratings matter and palace intrigue matters. And I'm not going to be able to solve that here in my position, nor is it my responsibility to solve that. But as we get closer to the deadline, as we get closer towards the end of the season and people want to speculate on what's going to happen around here and what's not going to happen, I would caution against putting too much credibility in reports that don't come from people who are here all the time. And I don't mean to criticize or single out any national guy in particular. Many of them are very, very good. I actually called the reporter today that made the report and asked him what he was basing that on, and we had a great talk, and he shared that was simply answering a question with his own speculation, not something that he was reporting, and continue to have great respect for him. But that reinforces, for me at least, part of what we've lost in the coverage of the White Sox beat and not having James Spiegel here. I think the best summary I heard from, might have been from one of you guys, put out there that the highest compliment about James is he's your favorite beat writer's favorite beat writer. He was one who represented, and in his next stop, I'm sure can continue to represent someone who cared about spending the time to get the information right, researching a story, trying to understand all angles of it, and presenting it the best way he could to White Sox fans. So whoever winds up with him is going to get a great one. And in the meantime, as we go forward, hopefully all of us can continue to report in the model he laid out for everybody.
Okay. I got a few thoughts here. Obviously, I agree with what he said about James Fegan. And that was very nice of him to give Fegan that type of endorsement.
Check. Agree.
That's classy thing to do. As I heard Dan and Lawrence point out, the White Sox clearly have leaks somewhere within their front office or management or ownership structure to national reporters. Bob Nightingale is not on the White Sox beat, and he has a direct line to Jerry and Kenny because he's got White Sox scoops from that level of the organization and sometimes on-the-record quotes from Kenny every damn season. So your own people leak stuff to national people. And let's say Pedro Grifol did get fired, or Rick Hahn did get fired, or Lucas Giolito was traded. Who do you think is most likely to scoop that story? No disrespect to anyone that I will name here. This isn't about them individually. Is it more likely to be Lamond Pope or Jeff Passan?
Jeff Passan.
Is it more likely to be Daryl Van Scowen or John Morosi? That's just how the game is played. And it's the same thing, by the way, in all of the other sports. Brad Biggs is great at what he does. If the Bears make a big trade, who's more likely to scoop it? Adam Schefter or Brad Biggs? Right. Like, Casey Johnson is great at what he does. Darnell Mayberry, great at what he does. Joe Cowley. Like, who's more likely if the Bulls on your draft show are actually going to do something? Is it more likely to be one of them or Woj?
Well, we'll get into that later. Yeah, don't worry. Yeah.
But you know, like that's just how the game is played.
Right.
Well,
if you listen to Hahn, like what was really disappointing about his tone too, like this talking tough, but being real careful not to upset the national reporters. A very well-respected reporter said this. Don't upset those guys. Like I thought that was kind of pathetic. Like that portion of it, that we must protect them and be cautious of them while. As you're right, Dan and Lawrence did nail it because I was getting mad listening to them and thinking about the fact that, hey, while you're sitting there appreciating a local reporter who maybe sometimes made you mad, how about, like, yes, give a little tip to one of the local reporters as opposed to that? But everybody wants the high shine. I get it. Like, everybody wants to have the national attention. We deal with that in football. Like you said, it pisses us off too, but that is what they do. They want the national. They want the glow.
Well, it's just easier. And often it comes from agents.
Yeah. Yes,
you know what I mean? Like, often it's not from the teams. Often it's from agents. But if an agent's like, I want to get this contract I just negotiated for my guy out there, I could give it to Brad Biggs, and then he'll report it. And then eventually I'll just, like, Schefter will just ask to confirm it. Or I could just give it to Schefter. And so that's what happens.
Right.
They just, because in order for it to get on the bottom line at ESPN or NFL Network or MLB Network, their person has to confirm it. So they would rather just cut out the middle one, even though, in theory, on the local level, they're doing the same thing, right? Like if Woj reports something, Casey Johnson is texting Eversley
confirm
or AK confirm it. So you could give it to the local person and then confirm to the national person.
Right. You're going to get your national shine no matter what.
But none of them do.
I know they don't. I know.
So don't blame John Heyman or James Fegan or Mully and Haugh or like the local thing. Like that's just that you and your people created that ecosystem.
Exactly.
If you really cared, frankly, about like the survival of the White Sox beat reporter, I'm not saying he could have saved James Fegan's job. That was a product of the Athletic and corporate restructuring. But like these guys could throw you guys on the beat a bone every so often and make Schefter confirm and instead of making you guys confirm.
And it does happen from time to time. I mean, it doesn't but I understand your point.
Rare.
Very rare. Extremely rare.
It is rare.
No, I know.
And then one more thing.
Yeah.
One more thing. John Heyman isn't wrong. He's not. He said that Pedro Grifol, if this keeps going poorly and there's accountability, could be one and done. He didn't say that Rick Hahn would be the one firing him. But if Rick Hahn gets fired and Pedro Grifol is Rick Hahn's guy.
Maybe that's why Rick actually called him. What have you heard about me?
Well, yeah, seriously. But that's the one. The whole time I was thinking, like, okay, the media literacy course, I appreciate some of it. I disagree with some of it. Reasonable minds can disagree. Okay, fine. But what he was saying was, this thing is so bad and they are such a disappointment that if they have to tear it down, that will include the people who hired Pedro Grifol, a.k.a. Rick Hahn and maybe Chris Getz. And if those guys go, whoever they hire to replace them very conceivably could want to hire their own manager. And then it doesn't matter that Rick Hahn says, hey, us underachieving is not on Pedro. If you want to put it on me, put it on me, put it on the players, but it's not on Pedro and the coaching staff. If Rick doesn't have his job anymore, it's not going to matter that he doesn't think that it's not on Pedro, because the next guy's going to want his own guy.
There is no way Rick Hahn's getting fired. There's no way. There's no way.
I don't agree with that.
I mean,
I don't agree with that.
I mean, there are
Paxton eventually got fired.
Eventually.
Dude, Rick Hahn has been here since Obama was in office.
How long has he been running the show? When did Kenny Williams stop running the show? It was, when's the World Series? 05. Jim told me he signed
End of 2012. End of 2012.
Okay.
Yeah, they hired
so Hahn has
Ventura.
This is not that long. That
what are you talking about? It's 11 years.
The Jerry Reinsdorf program, though. Come on, man. This has 3 more years written all over it to me.
Oh, I don't know, man.
And Grifol going into next season because obviously Rick Hahn, he would not be making such a big deal out of this if he didn't love Pedro Grifol and what he is doing. So I will say right now, Rick Hahn will be here for at least another 3 years.
Oh, I'll take the under.
Okay.
I'll take the under. Dude, I don't know, man. I think that there's been enough. I get what you're saying with the historical precedent. I cannot argue with the history. But Kenny coming out and saying what he said, Rick coming out and clearly feeling heat
on a local sports station.
Yeah, shout out the score one time, Rick. I mean, come on.
Yeah, between him and Boog, man.
Yeah, I know. Boog, we know that Rick's not a fan of the medium. He just doesn't like the genre.
I think he probably liked it at first, and he has become jaded. Unfortunately, I hate that for Rick Hahn.
He's addicted to Twitter.
Yeah.
And so I can relate to him because I'm addicted to Twitter. But I've never come across an executive who is more sensitive and hyper aware of things that are being said on the internet about him and his team.
Well, John Paxson was pretty aware.
He was pretty aware about it.
Yeah.
You
ran into that.
I sure did.
Yeah.
I sure did.
I remember.
Every time I come on now, these become interrogations. They're not interviews.
You're awesome, Danny.
Yeah. But I still say that Rick is more aware of it and more sensitive to it.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's very believable. I mean, he knew exactly who he was talking about, and he didn't hear it from somebody.
Yeah.
He may have heard that lot. I mean, it's possible.
I'm curious how these guys would react to 3 more years of the Rick Hahn experience. We'll get their thoughts. Kevin Lapka's going to come in. We got a lot more to do with Grody and for Speaks. Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
Hey, Cubs fans. This is Dansby Swanson.
Swanson drives one in the air. Left field. Back near the wall. It's got a chance.
You said that you want to defend David Ross on his quotes on Christopher Morel. I don't know that there's this big path for every day at bats. And he has 9 home runs in his first 12 games. And you want to defend the indefensible when you wanted him up here at the beginning.
I did.
So how are you going to defend your guy, David Ross? I don't know that there's this big path for every day at bats to the most exciting player in Chicago baseball right now, Christopher Morel. You have my full attention.
All right, good. Because, Ross is getting raked over the coals for having the audacity to say that. And you got to remember a couple things. It was May the 8th when he said that, and they called him up. Nico Horner was healthy. He got hurt that night. So it was before Nico got hurt, and the opportunity presented itself for more regular at-bats.
Yeah, no, it's fascinating.
And Cody Bellinger was also healthy, and so that was before that got exposed. The 3 outfield spots were set. Wisdom was still considered on fire after his hot start. There was no spot for him. But there were some offensive numbers in the second half for Morel.
Did you hear about the 9 homers? How about that number? 9 homers. He leads all of baseball if you combine AAA in the big leagues.
Yeah, it's 20
in homers. It's 20 in 41 games? Pretty good.
You're an idiot.
Why am I an idiot? You're the guy defending the indefensible.
Because you're wearing Christopher Morel style eye black on your face.
That's right.
Is this a thing now?
Every time he hits a home run, I'm coming in here and put it on. What do you think? What are these?
Tiger stripes?
Tiger stripes. I think this is a good look for me. I just took this black magic marker and put on the eye black.
Is that a permanent?
Under each eye. We'll figure out if it's permanent or not.
It might be permanent.
I don't know. It says made in Mexico and it says non-toxic. So that's all I needed to know to put it on my face.
Okay.
I stand with Christopher Morel as the designated hitter in the middle of the lineup, getting every day at bats.
All right, designated. I'm good with that.
Jed was wrong. David Ross was wrong. And if loving Christopher Morel is wrong, then I don't want to be right.
I feel you.
All right, so just a few more minutes here on As the Window Closes, latest White Sox edition after another loss. They sit 5.5 back in the Central. I think that this is coming to a head and that there will actually be accountability for it. But history suggests that Reinsdorf organizations, that will not happen. You said 3 more years of Rick Hahn.
At least.
That would floor me. I say he's fired at the end of this year.
No way.
Tanny, Shane?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be an outright firing. I think it'll be, although like it does feel like he's starting to, he's in the middle of getting rolled here for a lot of the mistakes that have been made by the entire organization. Like he's in the position of scapegoat fall guy, and rightfully so in a lot of instances here. But it feels like all of a sudden, where we used to look at this thing as a very entire organization, like through that lens, now it just seems to be through a Rick Hahn lens. And I think maybe that's by design. That's what other, national reporters are putting out there on local talk stations.
Yeah.
But I think maybe he'll be ushered aside or up top, or, go back to working on contracts or whatever. But I don't think it'll be an outright firing. But if, gun to my head, I think next year he will not be the GM of the White Sox.
Could Kenny and Rick switch places?
That would be ridiculous. That would be completely ridiculous. And all right, so can I amend because Pax?
No, you're not allowed.
All right, Pax is still technically employed,
right? Yeah,
you know what I mean. But again, like I said yesterday, nobody has reported on any he is interfering with Arturas's roles and responsibilities. I think that Rick Hahn will be pushed aside, and there will be maybe he has a special advisor. Maybe, he's a consultant. Maybe he accepts the job. Maybe he doesn't. But I do not think that we are getting Rick Hahn press conferences to start Holmes series next year because he has day-to-day authority in that way.
I honestly think he gets a couple of free passes for the La Russa years, that while that was forced on him and Reinsdorf would have to admit it, his pay for that was, they got to think about when they think about the whole thing. This wasn't your manager. We may not have advanced in the playoffs because of the manager at one point in time. So I think that'll be taken into account. And just to go along with the regular and sometimes unnecessary loyalty that goes along that you pointed out at the very beginning of the segment.
Shane, what about your close personal friend, Rick Hahn?
Oh, man.
Sorry, buddy.
Sounds like I'm the only close personal friend to Rick Hahn at this point.
Yeah, no, I still like Rick. I think he's been put in an impossible position, and I know I've said that for a long time. We've been saying that as a collective for about 5-6 years now, but I know the White Sox track record too well to say that this is Rick Hahn's last year.
Wow.
I don't even think he's going to be reassigned. I think he's the acting GM next year.
Wow.
Right, and that is the right way to back that up. It's just the way the White Sox organization is, and you could add to it. I added to it with the La Russa stuff just for the heck of it, but it's mostly just because that's the White Sox. The way the White Sox do business.
The White Sox way.
Yes, and it might work in a lot of cases. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
I think there just needs to be a little bit of accountability across the board. Rick Hahn is not a good baseball talent evaluator. He's not. He should not have been put in that role without more help. You need more help with people evaluating baseball talent. If you want Rick Hahn to be your big boss on a daily operations basis, great. But he needs more people to help him evaluate baseball talent.
And he used to get a lot of credit for putting together contracts and doing that kind. There was a real value.
He's great at it
for Rick Hahn in the organization before he became GM, where he was so organized in terms of getting the team maximum out of the payroll.
Even after he became GM, signing some of these guys to extensions
that looked good at the time.
It was completely praised at the time.
Amen.
The Tim Anderson moment at the Corn game maybe doesn't happen if Rick Hahn doesn't get him to sign that team-friendly extension. You know what I mean? There's still value in a lot of that. Some contracts have not worked out. Say Moncada's contract hasn't worked out, but some of them did. I remember going back to Chris Sale, which set up this whole thing. Now, the whole argument of like, should you've had to go through a rebuild when you had Chris Sale on your team to begin with? Maybe not. But yeah, he is generally good at that type of stuff. Now, maybe he decides he doesn't want to be a part of it. Rick Hahn could do a lot of things. He's a smart guy.
Absolutely.
Good guy. Yeah, like I wouldn't want to be doing that job again if I were him.
Well, Shane, you said there needs to be some accountability. If Pedro's not getting fired, and he shouldn't, and Rick's not getting reassigned, and obviously Kenny's a made guy, trading some players, I suppose, would be accountability.
Accountability in terms of money spent better. Accountability in terms of Kenny taking more action in holding these people accountable. Because if Kenny's up there and Rick is down here, then Kenny's the person overseeing everything because Jerry sure as hell isn't doing it on the day-to-day basis. So if we're assuming, and as White Sox observers, we know they keep their people around. If you're assuming this crew stays intact, then you need more accountability from Kenny applying it to others.
Okay. Wow. I'm a little surprised.
Is there a scenario?
Sounds like we got a bet here.
Is there a real scenario where, let's just say Rick Hahn does get restructured, reorganized, or whatever, or fired? Do you think Kenny Williams could seriously take it, like go back to doing all of the GM
possible.
work?
Yeah, anything's possible.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised, but I think I got to be out of the 0% business when it
that's right.
when it comes to the White Sox.
You've been hurt.
Yeah, I'd be a little surprised. You had Kevin Lapka on a show recently.
You were on
his show.
I was on Kevin Lapka's show.
And we are going to bring him onto our show because he might be challenging studs for biggest Bears fan, meatball, opinionist in these hallways. We're going to talk some Bears, and then I got Bears questions for you that you have not seen that we're going to fire at you at 4 o'clock. So we're going to talk some Bears here and take advantage of Moby Ditka being in on the score.
Thursday morning from 9 to 10 a.m. live from across the pond at our very own Cubs pub, the Horse and Guardsman in London.
It's your 3 best mates, the Hall of Famer Pat Hughes, Ron Coomer, and Zach Zaidman.
Joining Mully and Haugh as they get ready for the 2023 MLB London Series. Between
the Sox are in trouble. I don't think there's any shadow of a doubt.
Sox are in trouble. They're going to wait till the 4th
trouble.
of July to announce what they're going to do or confirm the direction, but everyone knows what's coming next, right?
No, I think that on the 4th of July, they'll try to delay another 10 days. They're just, that's all they're doing is trying to buy time. Nothing to see here, nothing to see. We're going to be good in 2 weeks.
It's a little early to start taking phone calls and thinking about the trade deadline. It's still a couple weeks away. We're still going to be competitive, and we're in a division that we're only 5.5 games out, and we can see reasons for optimism. And I don't know.
Yeah, it's bad.
It's a situation where now teams. What's happening now, I think, is that teams are doing the preliminary background research and starting to create the framework for potential deals. Players who they may want to pursue. I'm not talking about the White Sox. Teams are calling the White Sox maybe to feel out or calling people surrounding the White Sox to see who could be good fits. What about this guy? Why is he struggling? What would he do here? And the list of players that are being asked about, I think, are some big names and some bullpen names, but it's a long list, I think, of guys potentially on the move.
name. He brought in knowledge on TikTok, and we already have a Twitch stream. We started YouTube. And he brings in ideas to a meeting that a lot of us don't know. You surround yourself with people that teach you, right?
I mean, frankly, we should have put him on much sooner, because when the big boss shouts him and only him out on television, it's clear that we're going to be working for Kevin Lapka in 5 years or less. So we should have been sucking up to you way before this.
I hate that drop. I absolutely hate it.
Don't pretend.
No,
don't
I'm not
pretend that you hate the boss shouting you out on television.
It feels good for the morale, but the drop itself.
We just hired a young man
here he goes.
from The Ohio State University. Kevin Lapka is his name.
Kevin Lapka in studio with us on the Parkins and Spiegel show. Are you taking umbrage with me describing you as perhaps the biggest Bears meatball in these hallways?
A little bit.
Okay.
I mean, it's not a bad thing, is it? Or is it?
No, you bleed orange and blue.
I do. I do bleed orange and blue. Been a Bears fan my whole life. Do a Bears podcast, Bears Nation podcast that Mark Gertie was on last week, and that was absolutely phenomenal. But I know I have competition. Studs is in here as a Bears meatball. I just feel like there's a negative connotation associated to that term. But
a little bit. But that's okay. There's nothing wrong with it.
There is
this whole station doesn't exist without meatball Cubs fans and meatball Bears fans. Like, we do this for fans. We're all fans. We love the teams. It's fine.
We need the origin point of your Bears meatballiness, because this is, I love this. Because a young Mark Gertie became enthralled by the Bears at about the age, luckily the 80s Bears, right? The Ditka Bears. And they captured my imagination, and it exists until this very moment. Who captured your imagination?
See, it wasn't a specific player, because I didn't grow up in the bright ages of Bears football. I was bred into it by my father, Rich Lapka, who actually played with Matt Spiegel in a few bands. He bred me into Bears football, and I grew up with Jay Cutler, man, and Rex Hirschman. So, it wasn't the most exciting team to be a fan of. Okay. I remember crying in my room hysterically for hours after the Randall Cobb touchdown.
Oh, my God.
I was 10 years old, because I had kids in elementary school who were Packers fans and who had to walk into that school the next day and get absolutely berated. But that is the origin story. And here we are, and now I feel like we're in a very exciting time of Bears football, and all these kids growing up now.
Wow. I feel something, man. Yeah, no, that is cool. That's yeah.
I got you?
Yeah.
I don't know. Is that sarcastic?
No, I'm not.
I couldn't tell.
It's a very classic Bears origin story. Yeah, I grew up in Chicago. Dad was a huge Bears fan. But that's the best way, I feel like.
Trust me, that I am not being sarcastic. There is an origin point for all sports fans, especially with the Bears. There's just a moment or a thing, and then you hold on to it for the rest of your life, and here you are.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
So I think that this season is going to be fascinating and fun, because I want the Bears, if they're going to lose differently. I want them to lose 30-27 as opposed to 20-7, right? And I'm not hoping for them to lose, but I finally think that if every starter on the Bears offense, if they got cut tomorrow, would be signed by another team, which means that they are real NFL players. We have not been able to say that for a while, and I think that means we might actually be watching a league average, or dare I say above league average, NFL offense.
I mean, that's kind of what it was last year, though, right? I mean, there was a good portion of games last year where, with lower assets on offense, that they were doing those things with Justin Fields. So I feel like your expectations could be a little bit higher.
But I'm talking about last year they led the league in rushing.
Correct.
That is not what I'm talking about. Like that a passing, scoring offense.
Sure.
Because I'm not talking about yardage. Like points on the board, through the air, sustainable. How you beat the good team. Sometimes it's an offensive league now. You've got to be able to beat the good teams. What do you think? Where are you at on Justin Fields in this offense, and where my standards of expectations should be?
I mean, I believe that the expectations should be incredibly high. I watched Justin Fields at Ohio State in 2020 when it was the COVID season. I was one of 12 people at Ohio Stadium, 100,000 seat stadium watching, because I worked video for the school. And I believe that he has it, and the excuses are done this year, right? That's why I was a little bit bothered in minicamp about people were talking, oh, he's got a great connection with DJ Moore, but he doesn't have a great connection with other guys. And whether that's people see that as objective or not, or, I know there's a whole big fuss about the reporting when Adam Haugh came on here. The excuses are done. I mean, you should be throwing dots to Tyler Scott. You should be throwing dots to, Equanimous St. Paul. I don't care who it is. And I do believe that will come. But with the, addition of DJ Moore, he needs the comfortability. And the one thing that I've noticed that he hasn't had in Chicago since Ohio State was just that pure comfort with a single guy or multiple guys.
Sure.
I mean, and I know we talk about that a lot.
Yeah.
But at Ohio State, I mean, it was noticeable. Like him and Chris Olave and Garrett Wilson on the same page every single play. He knew exactly where that player was going to be at every given time. And it's noticeable on the screen when you compare, an entire game from Ohio State to, the past 2 years of Justin Fields' career with the Bears. There's a noticeable difference that there hasn't been a single player, except for a couple times with Darnell Mooney, that he's had that comfortability with. So he not only, as he already quickly built that with DJ Moore, he needs to continue to build that with Darnell Mooney, and especially with Chase Claypool. It's important for him to be at camp so you can noticeably see that.
How much of it, though, is on Justin Fields? Or are you saying that Justin Fields is dependent upon really good weapons, like you mentioned at Ohio State, to be great, as you're indicating he could possibly be?
Well, those things matter, right? I mean, we've done this before with, Stephon Diggs to Josh Allen, elevates his career. A.J. Brown to Jalen Hurts, elevates his career. You hope that DJ Moore can be that guy, but the reason why, preface this whole thing with what I said about OTAs is, and minicamp, is no more excuses. At some point, when you look at Tom Brady's career over the years and Aaron Rodgers' career over the years and even Patrick Mahomes this past year, you've got the one guy, and the rest of these guys are players, like Danny said, who could be cut and maybe not get signed. Some of those guys on the Chiefs roster. Yeah, and they make it happen. And when you're the excuse is very valid for the first 2 years of a player's career, especially with the things that Justin Fields had to endure, switching offenses and the damage that could have been created by having Matt Nagy there in the first year, right? All those things. But once you're in year 3 and you have the weapons, no more excuses. You got to be working with guys who are low end of the roster guys, hitting them right on the button. It doesn't matter anymore. There's no more excuses.
How wild was it for you as someone who watched every play, every snap of him at Ohio State to see him run like he did last year, which he never did in college?
I wouldn't say he never did. You always knew that Justin Fields was capable of doing it, which is why it was almost weirder for me that he didn't do it more in college. So when I watched it, so like this
that
past
was like
year,
C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, pretty much. And C.J. Stroud isn't the athlete that Justin Fields is. And I also don't think that C.J. Stroud is going to come to the league and run. He might run a little bit more because he might be forced to. The Houston offensive line isn't great. I mean, that's the reason why Justin Fields is running more. I mean, yes, the designs exist more than they did now at Ohio State, but he's been flushed out of the pocket, forced out of the pocket, running in times where he typically didn't have to at Ohio State because he got Paris Johnson, DeJuan Jones, Luke Whippler, all those guys who were, first and second round draft picks, blocking against, lower teams in the Big Ten. I was a little bit surprised, but I also, a good conversation to pivot to is, I also don't think that the premise of this offseason should be to eliminate that. And I know they don't want to eliminate it, but there's been such an emphasis on, less running, more passing. That doesn't have to be the case, in my opinion. The passing has to increase, but I don't think you have to compromise the running in order to do that. If you know that if Justin Fields were to be a Hall of Famer in 15 years, because most likely of his running, then why would you take that away?
No, but there's no league precedent for that.
I mean,
because like at some point,
in the sense of winning a Super Bowl, you're saying?
No, I'm saying in 15 years of a career, once the athleticism and you're not the fastest dude on the field anymore, right? Like Cam Newton stopped being good when he was 28, 29. Right? Like Lamar Jackson, why people are worried about paying him is he's completing 62% of his passes. Like, you cannot be a run-first quarterback forever. It's not necessarily because of injury. It's because of athleticism. It just, like, you get older, you get slower, you have to be able to pass the football.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that he shouldn't elevate his passing. Like, that needs to happen. But while he's in his athletic prime, say it's the next 7 years where he can absolutely maximize his abilities as a rusher, you have to maximize those abilities. And once he gets to a point when he's 30, 31, where he can't do the same things he did when he's 23, then you put more of an emphasis on it. And I'm like, again, you elevate the passing at the same time, but I want to see full maximization of his athleticism while he has it in these next couple years, because that is, you would agree, Grody and Danny, that's what makes him great right now. That is what makes Justin Fields and the number one fantasy quarterback, which people don't really care about fantasy, but in some people's eyes, a top 15, even potentially to be a top 10, top 7 quarterback in this league is because of his running. Why wouldn't you maximize that while you have the ability to do it?
Favorite Bears player ever?
Devin Hester.
Okay. Good answer.
Bears Nation Pod is where you can find him. Kevin Lapka from the Ohio State University. Thanks, buddy. What was your stat line in the softball game last night? 2 bombs? 3 bombs?
2 for 3, 2 home runs, 5 RBIs.
Wow. And how much younger are you than Shane?
You did not have 2 home runs.
I did have 2 home runs. What is he talking about?
You didn't.
Then what did I have?
The last one wasn't a home run.
No, I had the first home run in the first inning, and then the second one I hit to the playground.
Oh, yeah. He had 2 home runs.
Does Shane feel threatened by your talents and your age and your looks?
I think a little bit he does.
Yeah. Okay.
And now,
I thought so too.
His radio prowess.
Yeah, so my first and ever last appearance.
Kevin Lapka, I'm going to throw some Bears questions that he hasn't seen at Mark Grody. Who's going to lead the team in rushing and more next on The Score?
If you love America's pastime, check out Matt Spiegel's podcast, The PBP Voices of Baseball, featuring former and current voices of Major League Baseball.
You guys have talked about this on the show many times in the last couple of months, and I can confirm that not many people have this piece of baseball memorabilia that you guys have talked about a lot here and there over the last couple of months. There was a certain giveaway in Oakland.
Come on! Yes! No way!
I emailed the Oakland A's PR department and asked, do you guys happen to have any extra Tony Kemp Poster Day giveaways? And sure enough, a month later, they mailed it in.
Get out of here.
Let's go. Put that thing up.
We're putting it right here,
right there. Yeah.
Here is the official Tony Kemp Poster Day giveaway poster for everyone watching on Twitch.
Holy crap.
It is the official Tony Kemp poster that you guys have been marveling at.
Yes.
And was promoted right behind home plate when the Cubs were playing in Oakland back in April.
I love this.
And it's emblematic, really. And Tony Kemp is a terrific guy, a former Cub.
Yeah.
And a good player, good guy, adorable family. But the fact that that's the giveaway is emblematic of what is going to be remembered as one of the worst teams in baseball history. There you go.
Now our guy, Tony Kemp.
Yep.
Right here for you.
Now, all we need is the next goal is to get him at some point in studio to sign it.
Also, make sure you go to twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score, because what Connor O'Donnell is doing is a split screen, sometimes with Dan, sometimes with, well, it has to only be Dan, but it's split screen with Dan and the Tony Kemp poster instead of Lawrence. There it is.
Yeah.
I think the Tony Kemp poster should always be on the screen on Twitch. It should just be always up there.
I think that it should be like the Florio head.
That's it.
Yes,
that's
exactly.
Where it's our screensaver?
Yeah, it should be bouncing up and around, and people be like, oh, when it almost makes it to the corner, and then it doesn't quite make it to the corner. That's what it should be.
Cubs.
Swing and a miss. Strike 3, and the Cubs win the ball game.
Listen to every game here on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And always live on the free Odyssey app. The Score! The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
Doing it and doing it and doing it.
Afternoons on The Score.
All right, we'll talk some Bulls before we're out of here. Also, a little bit more Cubs probably before we get done. Mark Grody in for Spiegs today, and tomorrow we're on after Cubs and Pirates, but should be a pretty full show. That game starts at 11:30, but decided to put together some Bears questions that can spur conversation, and I might just throw them at you at different times throughout the show today and tomorrow. We'll see how many we get through here. But minicamp is over. OTAs are over. The next time that you guys get together with your Bears Media Beat brethren at Haugh Hall, it will be for training camp. And we can revisit any of these, and you can reserve the right, to change any opinion. But let's start with an offensive one, all right? They traded David Montgomery, and Justin Fields has said that he doesn't want to run for over 1,000 yards again. They are going to be passing more than running. They have added running backs this offseason. So my question to you, Mark Grody, is who is going to lead the Bears in rushing?
I think it will be Khalil Herbert. Khalil Herbert will be their leading rusher. I think.
Wow, interesting.
Probably, either I'm going to go Dante Foreman will be runner-up in that capacity in rushing yards. I know that a lot of people are excited about Roschon Johnson, the rookie out of Texas, just because there's a lot of reason to be excited about him, but I don't think he's going to get nearly the amount of carries as people think. Why did you think that Herbert? Who do you think's going to have the
okay?
most?
So that's fascinating to me.
Okay,
because Foreman was more so. Khalil Herbert last year was 5.7 yards per carry, which is spectacular. 731 rushing yards. Foreman was 4.5 yards per carry, 914 rushing yards. So both, I felt like if they felt like what Herbert did was real and sustainable,
so you don't trust it
over a bigger body of work, why bring in Foreman? And I will be very surprised if Fields is any lower than second on the team in rushing.
Man, I
agree with what Lapka was saying. I don't think they're going to abandon it. I think they're just going to pick their spots a little bit more. And because he's such a home run hitter with it, even if he goes from 10 rush attempts a game to 6 rush attempts a game, if he averages 7 yards a carry and he plays 17 games, which I know that last part's a huge if, but he played 15 last year. I think that is probably, if he had 1,100 rushing yards last year, I'd think that Justin Fields is going to have 750 rushing yards this year.
I would take the under on that, but I would say between 500 and maybe that number, but closer to the 500 side.
Okay, so 500 rushing yards if he plays 17 games.
Yes.
That's, what is that? Less than 40 rushing yards per game? I will be very surprised if that's what happens. Now, again, we don't know that he'll play all 17 games.
Because you feel he'll still have to run, or because it will be so tantalizing because of his ability to do that?
What happened last year was basically they couldn't pass. He was breathtaking running, so they decided during the mini bye, well, let's run. This year, they're probably going to say, our running backs are going to run, our quarterback is going to throw, and our quarterback is occasionally going to run. But things go poorly. It's the fourth quarter and you're down 7 and you need to pick up a few first downs.
That's a good point.
Or DJ Moore sprains an ankle, or you know what I mean? Things happen, and I don't think that this offense is going to all of a sudden be a top 5 passing offense. So my guess is, out of desperation for productivity, Justin Fields will be running 50 to 60 yards per game. And in that scenario, I'd be surprised if he isn't top 2 on the team in rushing.
Well, embedded in all of that, too, and there is a lot of logic to what you just said, but embedded in that, for anybody who thinks that way, is you probably are at the point where you don't think Justin Fields is going to be special, that you don't think that this is going to be the year where Justin Fields just lights camera action. Here's my arm, everybody, because I've got new weapons and weapons that have been around a couple of years now. That's kind of what I think people are conceding if they're saying, and that's fine. But
I don't know that I agree with that.
Really?
Okay, so let's use the most common comp for him. Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts was second on the Eagles in rushing last year. Miles Sanders had a very good year. Jalen Hurts had 760 rushing yards. It's a massive season for a quarterback running the football. Now, Miles Sanders had nearly 1,300. He had 1,270. But that's 50 yards per game over 15 games for Jalen Hurts. That's not a ridiculous number. That's not he had 165 carries last year. Yeah. Fields had 160 carries. So, and they both played 15 games. So I just think the explosive plays. I'm not disagreeing with you that he won't be first. I think it's definitely in play that Foreman or Herbert, I would lean Foreman, sounds like you would lead Herbert, ends up leading the team in rushing. But I can't imagine that 2 running backs get the volume over Justin Fields running the football. That would really surprise me.
It is a little bit fantasy-ish to think that Justin Fields would not have to be running again, like it's best case scenario that I guess he would have the 500 yards, but it does make sense. There's some people too on the beat, at least one person, one very credible person on the Bears beat who believes that at the end of the year, Roschon Johnson will have the most yards of any running back on the team. And not because he's anticipating injury, just I think there's a lot of people overvaluing him right now. And he might be great. He might end up being great, but that's just not the way it works. He's going to be the 3rd or 4th string running back to start the season this year.
Huh. I would take that bet with this unnamed Bears beat person.
Okay.
I love the pick. I love the pick, and maybe it'll turn into that. But they just made a lot of moves at running back.
They
and
did.
Again, and Fields. So you think he could be 3rd on the team in rushing?
It's possible.
Wow.
I do.
Interesting. That is. So how many?
It might be. I mean, that might be me having too much faith in what this offense is going to do. But I just know that he loves the idea of getting the ball to the guys and let them make the plays. And I think he wants to show, as we were talking about with Lapka earlier, I think he wants to show that Ohio State version more than anybody and be like, last year was an outlier and I'm never going to do that again.
Okay, so last year, I wonder if, I don't know that they'll put a number on it, but it'd be fascinating to ask them the next time that you talk. Justin Fields played 15 games and he had 160 rushing attempts. That's slightly over 10 carries per game, right? 10.5 carries per game. What's your ideal number? I'd be very curious. Is it not you, Mark Grody, but what is Luke Getsy's ideal number for Justin Fields? Is it 5? Is it 7
carries per game?
Because to me, 7 or 8, 2 per quarter feels, and you pick your spots.
Right.
You 3rd and 1, 4th down, red zone, 4th quarter. You're not calling designed run plays on 2nd and 7 from your own 35 in the 1st quarter, but picking your spots and trying to make them more efficient runs. I would be shocked if it was cut in half.
One thing that I do worry about is what happened to Mitch Trubisky in his 2nd year and these are different quarterbacks, all of that. But Mitch Trubisky was a pretty good running quarterback.
Yeah, he was.
Really good, actually. Not Justin Fields, but really good when running the football. Then in his second year, all of it was, third year, they were telling him, like, basically, we want you to think pass first.
Right.
And I think that he got conflicted. Should I run here? Should I not? Like, if the hole exists, do I take off? Or do they want me to look? I hope that doesn't happen to Justin Fields, where he becomes conflicted. And even though it's a wide open hole, do I need to get the ball to DJ Moore over here because he's my playmaker? I hope that doesn't happen to him, where he feels like he can't do it because the coaches want him to pass more and he wants to pass more, because if there are yards to be had, there's yards to be had.
Right. Okay. I like I agree that would be a bad thing. A texter makes an interesting point. He says there are 3 guys competing for the running back carries that you can make the argument.
Okay.
Herbert, Foreman, Roschon Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
The only guy you know that's going to get carries is Fields, so the answer of who's going to lead the team in rushing should be Fields. It's a fair argument, but I just think that with the investment in with the commitment to the passing game, Fields' stated desire, bringing in a draft pick at running back and a free agent in running back, I think that their actions are signaling they're expecting running back production this year.
And we haven't even mentioned Travis Homer, and I know that maybe that he's forgettable, but he's
a special teams guy, though, right?
Absolutely. But he was out there getting carries, and I know everybody's out there getting carries during the minicamp and all that. But he'll probably get some work out of the backfield as well. So they're well protected in that way. They're ready to be more productive as a running team, like carrying off of last year, while hoping that Justin Fields expands his horizons. But you're right. I mean, like right out of the chute with the running backs, and then on the other side, the linebackers. You know what I mean? Like some unexpected things happening, but they are protecting themselves in both of those regards by making those moves.
All right, so your answer for who's going to lead the team in rushing on June 20th was Khalil Herbert.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes, hold me to it.
Mine is Deontay Foreman.
Okay.
And
definitely Justin Fields second.
And Fields second.
Okay.
Yeah, Fields second. And you
I did say Foreman second. So
yeah, you said Foreman second. That would really surprise me.
I'm picking up a big ticket if I win this.
Okay,
man.
yeah.
But that is what I'm sticking with. And Justin Fields third for the record. I'm not going to slide in like a Travis Homer on
okay,
here.
No.
Like
so yeah, if Fields is in top 2, that would shock me. But okay, we will revisit. All right. You want an offensive question or a defensive question?
Ooh, let's do a defensive question.
All right. Last year it was Jaquan Brisker. Mm-hmm. Who is going to lead the team in sacks?
I'm going to say it's going to be, ready for this?
Yeah.
Gervon Dexter will lead the Bears in sacks this season.
Oh, my God.
Yes.
Really?
Gervon Dexter.
A rookie interior defensive lineman.
Right, who hasn't even been playing with the first string yet in the mini camps. Crody's
got takes.
I got takes today. I got takes.
These are hot takes.
And no, that I did not hear this question before. Gervon Dexter, I think I just watching that guy. He is he's such a massive human being first, and I also think that even though he did not live up to expectations in college in terms of the numbers that he had, I think that they could get this at the NFL level in this defense, in a 4-3 defense. I think that guy can be explosive. So I'm going to go Dexter.
Wow.
Yeah. It was a Brisker last year.
So I don't have a good feeling about this. Like you know what I mean? Like I don't have
about the question or Dexter.
No, about the question.
Okay.
About my own answer to the question.
Okay.
So that if I was handicapping it though, I would have thought Travis Gibson would be among the
No, I wouldn't. I mean, maybe DeMarcus Walker, maybe Shaquem Green. A couple of the guys that they
about
just
Dominique Robinson.
Maybe, who knows? Maybe he does develop. The self-proclaimed project. So
what about TJ Edwards?
Maybe he turns it
as the will.
How about Tremaine Edmonds?
But he's the middle backer, right?
I know,
it's going to be more tackles and coverage.
Right.
I think I'd be full. And it's possible that the player who's going to lead them in sacks is not on the team right now. right? That they still could sign a veteran.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yep.
Pass rush specialist and have that guy be the edge rusher, speed guy who plays in third and long and that sort of thing.
Number 2, I think might very well be Justin Jones too this year.
So you
and
think,
not just because of the Packers thing, while I did appreciate what he said.
Right.
No, I think that Justin Jones is good. They're going to be. He's going to have a we didn't even ask, like, what's the number going to be?
Well, that was going to be the next thing I was going to say.
Yeah.
I would be floored if there's a double-digit sack guy on the team. And I think there's a very good chance that the guy who leads the Bears in sacks this year has, like, 6.
I agree. No, I agree with that. I don't think it'll be done. I don't know if it's 6, but
wasn't bad what it was last year? It was
Brisker have 6 sacks?
I think it was Brisker had 4. Brisker led the team in 4.
Yeah,
Justin Jones and Gibson were tied with 3, and Roquan had 2.5.
Oh man, that's so pathetic.
It's pathetic. Yeah. Like
some of that Roquan did leave. Robert Quinn did leave. So
yeah.
But I guess there's really nothing there this year either that upgrades that.
But Roquan had 2.5 sacks when he was here, and Robert Quinn had 1 sack in 7 games.
Right, Quinn was not having a good year.
He was not having a good year, man. They generated no pass rush, and you're talking about
that's where it's going to have to come from.
Interior defensive linemen, and one of them being a rookie.
Because they're stressing it so much that's going to be the way, whether that helps to free up somebody on the end, but also figuring out ways for the interior to get to the quarterback. I think that's just something that's really going to be emphasized, finding new ways, because, other than bringing in Walker, and I like Walker and all of that, but his career year was last year, I think, was 6 or 7. I think it was 7 sacks last year. So you need a different way, and with the way they drafted with Dexter and with Pickens, you start to see what they're thinking in that regard. So I'm sticking with it.
Trevon Dexter.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
Yeah. Yep.
Like if
Dexter.
If they hit on an interior defensive lineman who could be a pass rush impact player as a rookie, that's rare, man. There's like 1 or 2 of those guys a year in the NFL. It's just a rare.
Oh yeah,
It's like tight ends being productive as rookies. It's just it's a hard position to make an impact as a rookie.
It's rare when you can name more than 6 or 7 like star defensive linemen in the league. Period.
Yeah,
on the interior.
Yeah. Okay, so all right, and then this is not as much of a statistical leading question, but you've now seen him in minicamp and OTA. I'm curious. Is DJ Moore better than Allen Robinson? These are Bears questions for Mark Grody in studio that I did not prep him with before the show.
I can't say that yet. No.
Okay.
No. As of right now, I mean, he looks great, but just to say straight up, DJ Moore is, this is different than Allen Robinson.
Because I'm trying to think.
No, it was similar seeing Allen Robinson. It was a similar scenario because it was all of a sudden there's a real wide receiver in this room, and then when he his first few years with the Bears, he acted accordingly. It was like, wow, this is different. Now I will say this, that watching DJ Moore run routes, there is a little bit more of he's open. You know what I mean?
He's faster than Allen Robinson.
Yeah, so he's open. Now, I don't take that away from Allen Robinson because he still caught those balls, that even if he wasn't wide open. But I will say that about DJ Moore. But I will give him absolutely the opportunity exists that he will be better than Allen Robinson. But right now, Allen Robinson, yeah.
Right now, Allen Robinson better than DJ Moore.
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, I think that would surprise a lot of Bears fans, given the hype around DJ Moore.
Go back. We probably did the same thing with Allen Robinson.
Well, and I think that Allen Robinson, because 2021 was so bad, and he obviously played with terrible quarterback.
Right.
2020, 102 catches, 1,250 yards, 6 touchdowns. 2019, 98 catches, 1,147 yards, 7 touchdowns. He was a crazy productive, consistent receiver in spite of terrible quarterback
right
play.
And
he had a 1,400 yard season in his career.
I'm glad you pointed all that out, because I think people forget easily just how good to great he was, as a Bears wide receiver, and then relative to everything else the Bears have had in their franchise's history. So, like I said, Moore has a chance to be better, but let's not forget how good Allen Robinson was with the Bears.
Yeah, so that's why I was trying to contextualize it. Is he better than Allen Robinson? Do you have to go back to Brandon Marshall and Alshon Jeffrey? What are we talking about in terms of caliber of player in the passing game? And for the record, I'm with you. He's different than Allen Robinson. I think that he should have a better yards per catch season than Allen Robinson.
He breaks tackles. He's so explosive after he catches the ball.
And he's playing with a better quarterback. Fields is better than Mitch.
Right.
So
in theory, yes.
I'm pretty sure in actuality. I am pretty sure.
This is the we'll see year.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's better than Mitch. Do you have doubts that he's better than Mitch?
No, I don't have doubts. I think he's already shown that he's better than. Talk about let's not take stuff away. Even though we all want to see him pass the hell out of the football, what Justin Fields did last year was unbelievable and extraordinary and an absolute blast to watch at times, even though they lost 10 in a row.
Yeah. Okay. So DJ Moore, not yet better than Allen Robinson.
Not yet, with every chance to be.
Khalil Herbert will lead the Bears in rushing.
You got Foreman.
I got Foreman. You have Fields third. I have him second. And Gervon Dexter leading the team in sacks.
Right.
I think you're 0 for 3 there. Well, the DJ Moore, Allen Robinson thing is subjective.
God, why do you hate Gervon Dexter?
I don't hate Gervon Dexter. It's just, if he was capable of making an instant impact as a pass rusher without much talent around him on the line, he'd be a top 10 pick.
Just watch how he works with Justin Jones. Just get ready.
Okay.
Who I said will be number 2 in sacks this year, and he will have 2 sacks against Green Bay in the first game of the year.
Oh, Bears. Bears.
Soldier Field.
I like
Lights,
it.
camera, action, Justin Jones.
I like it. There are big rumors around a superstar player in this town. Do we believe him, and what would it mean? Next on The Score.
The Score is Chicago sports. Chicago sports is The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 and most listened to sports station in Chicago. Listen on your radio, laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the.
And I believe people are ignoring what actually took place this season and only, sort of marginalizing the highlights we saw with his legs and not respecting the growth that legitimately took place with just the mechanics of traditional quarterback play. We've had the stats debate before. I haven't paid close attention to the stats with Justin Fields because there's a lot in his game that has, through my evaluation and others, needed to be refined at the professional level. That's in the process of being refined. And then just after I got a couple of callers and a couple of texts, people excited about the #1 pick, but want to talk about trading for a QB. One, nobody who called asking about trading for a QB had a guy in mind that they'd like to draft instead of Justin Fields. It's just the notion of trading for a quarterback because they view Justin Fields in this certain lens of being a run-first QB, a running QB who can't pass the football yet. But even beyond not knowing who you want to take, it ignores what we witnessed him do this season. And in a commercial break, I just looked at the numbers. I keep telling people, that 8-game stretch, he played bad against Detroit, had a couple of moments early, didn't throw the ball. Was first time since that Washington game that he looked indecisive, looked hesitant, and just overall just didn't have a good day against the Lions. So I was kind of hoping, like we talked about last week, would have been nice for him to end the season on a more positive note. But okay, whatever. He didn't. He didn't play well against the Lions. The 8 games between Commanders and Lions, he was balling as a passer. He faced Jalen Hurts, outplayed him as a passer. Faced Josh Allen, outplayed him as a passer. Both games in extremely difficult weather conditions that both those guys in the MVP conversation, Josh Allen on an annual basis, he looked better than both those guys, more composed than each of those guys in those games. Now, he is not a better quarterback yet than they are. He just hasn't established a consistency of productivity. So I wouldn't be willing to say that by comparison to even Jalen Hurts, let alone Josh Allen. But on the field, on those days, he outperformed each of those guys who are MVP caliber players at this point. And he outplayed them as a passer, not as a runner. And we're still ignoring that for some reason.
Hall of Fame, Parkins and Spiegel, killer rack, count it in a foul.
We're gonna crank it up nonstop.
A.J. Griffin lost the ball, stolen by Levy, on the runway with right agent, slam dunk, a Zach attack to the rack.
So the NBA draft is Thursday. The Bulls don't have a pick. That won't stop us from being all over the coverage. 6 to midnight. Gabe and Heron, 6 to 9. Chuck Swirsky, 9 to midnight. You and Alyssa Bergamini at the Advocate Center in the media room reporting on the Bulls not having a pick. It's gonna be good.
Oh, it's going to be. Oh, we're going to set you up for what if the Bears had or the Bulls had a first round pick. We'll do stuff like that.
All right, that's exciting.
Yeah.
Make sure you know it is the Bulls, Mark. Make sure you get that straight.
It's the Advocate Center.
Bulls.
Bulls.
Yes.
Bulls. I will see Bulls all around me, and that's how we'll go about it.
Okay, but before we get into the specifics of this show that I'm very excited for.
Thank you. It means a lot, actually. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I listen to all of your shows, as you know. I like all of your Bears reports.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But by the way, the Bears texters hate me right now, man. They're not.
Oh.
I don't know football now. Just because Gervon Dexter. I don't know. But anyway,
they'll hate me soon enough.
Yeah. They're Team Danny. You should enjoy this.
Oh, are they?
Basically.
Oh,
they
good.
Think, a couple of people think I'm really stupid for that.
Good.
But whatever.
Zach LaVine is being dangled out there. Jake Fisher, this guy from Yahoo, keeps writing about it. I will be very surprised if Zach is traded before Thursday or even before this season. I can't imagine why Portland would trade the third pick for him. And I can't really see them deciding to take that big of a step backwards with just getting like an expensive player and then draft picks for him. I don't think they're going to trade him to Miami for like Tyler Hero and Duncan Robinson and a crappy first round pick. You know what I mean? Like I don't see a move that would be 100 cents on the dollar for Zach LaVine. So do you expect him to be a Bull?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't see anything changing unless there's a blow you out of the water kind of offer at this point. I mean, nothing that Arturas Karnisovas or Mark Eversley or anybody who's talked about the Bulls with authority that they've said that making a big move to the core. I don't think it's going to happen at all this year.
I don't either, but I think it would be insane to run everything back. So like, I try to assume rationality in all people. Like I try to. I assume rational actors.
Very nice of you.
It is.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm a nice guy. And I've just been informed that Gabe Anant is 6 to 10 and Chuck Swirsky is 10 to midnight. So my apologies.
Okay.
For the draft show.
Yeah,
I'll point a thumb even though you gave me bad information.
Okay. All right.
I think it'd be very weird to look at a team coming off a year of missing the playoffs, have no path for Lonzo Ball to come back, and just say, we're not going to spend into the luxury tax, but we're going to bring everybody back and do the exact same thing all over again. That just strikes me as a very strange move. So then you would say, well, what move are they going to make? And the most valuable thing they have is trading Zach LaVine, but I also don't think they're going to do that. So I think they're stuck.
Because if they traded Zach LaVine, doesn't that connote that they are rebuilding or taking a year off of whatever their plan was? Isn't that a huge setback for this regime in terms of what they were trying to put forward?
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
yeah.
So if they do, so that's why I don't think that would happen, because that would be like, okay, that's really rolling the dice. So I think that DeRozan is plausible, and is he a free agent after this upcoming year?
Yeah,
that's correct.
This is his expiring
So
year.
that makes all the sense in the world that you get something from him, whether it's before the season or in season, for that matter.
Yeah, and listen, I look at the Bulls as a team that's stuck, but there are worse organizations out there, if that makes you feel any better. Like what Washington just did with Bradley Beal, man, they traded him for like 20 cents on the dollar, maybe, and gave a good player the full max and a no trade clause. Like he had a no trade clause that Kevin Durant never got, that Steph Curry never got. Like they empowered him in a way that LeBron James hasn't been empowered, you know? And so it submarined his trade value, and Phoenix was able to snipe him. If New Orleans is sick of the rumors of a Zion Williamson sex tape and they want to give up Zion for 20 cents on the dollar, well then sure, now I'm interested in, like, you know, if trading Zach LaVine. Like if you can get Zion for Zach LaVine, I would do it. If you could get the rights to Scoot Henderson for Zach LaVine, I would do it. But I just have no reason to believe that that's going to be available out there. Normally when teams get desperate like the Bulls are and they trade from a place of desperation, you like trade them to the Knicks for like Obi Toppin and future draft picks and swaps, and you lose the trade 9 times out of 10.
What if they did trade into the first round, though, into the top 3? What would it take to do something like that?
Zach.
Like that, you think that Zach would equal Scott Henderson?
Scoot Henderson.
Scoot Henderson?
Scott Henderson. Scott Henderson is Scoot's agent.
Scootsy?
You got 2 days to prep, dude. Only the probable second overall pick.
Yeah,
but-
third, maybe second or third, probably third. But yeah.
G League.
Oh, yeah, okay. So far, yeah. I'm sorry. Maybe third. My bad.
I'm just saying.
Doctor.
It's probably going to go Wembanyama, Brandon Miller, Scoot Henderson. Probably. That's what they. But yeah, you should prep that. What are you guys going to do? Okay, so forget my Bulls analysis for a second.
Yeah.
So they're going to be on Gabe and Ant.
So Gabe,
and they're going to be following the NBA draft.
Gabe, big Bulls fan, huge
Of course.
NBA guy.
Right, but the Bulls are not going to be at all relevant on draft night.
Well, that's true, but
So,
it'll
like-
just be talking about the team, just like we're doing right now. But they'll try to. They're
not going to be talking about like where Grady Dick is going to go in the draft.
They might be talking about Grady Dick. It's very possible. I mean,
all right,
we'll see.
I just picked a name.
Danny?
I just picked a name.
Danny?
Just picked a draft prospect's name. Okay.
Where's Dick gonna go?
Oh,
He could be top 10. He might be the best shooter in the draft.
Well, that's so. You're saying are they going to follow every little bit of minutia?
Are they going to be
and
following?
when Scoot Henderson is picked, are they going to have all this? Are they going to unload their information?
That's what I'm asking.
That I don't know. So can we get Gabe on the horn?
Weren't you on a Zoom call about this show today?
Well, but that's more. I just needed to know my part, Danny. Don't act like you don't do that during a Zoom. You're waiting until your part is discussed.
Follow-up questions,
and then
let's can we role play for a minute?
Absolutely.
All right, so let's say that I am Gabe Ramirez.
Okay.
And you are Mark Grody.
Right.
Okay, so this should not be tough for you.
No.
But instead of being in our
Right.
downtown Hyundai Score studios,
Yeah.
you're at the Advocate Center.
Right,
Which is where
exactly.
the Bulls practice, for your own knowledge. And
thank you.
And it's in the first 10 picks have come off the board. And the Bulls obviously haven't made any of those 10 picks.
Mm-hmm.
And you're in the media center workroom.
Yeah.
And I'm Gabe Ramirez. I said, all right, let's go to the Advocate Center now on our 670 The Score NBA drafts coverage. We'll talk to Alyssa Bergamini later in the show. Big Ant Heron is with me. Mark Grody, what can you tell us about what's going on at the Advocate Center now that 10 picks have come off the board in the NBA draft?
Hey, what's going on, Danny? You may have misspoke because I am here with Alyssa Bergamini
Oh, these
right
are going to
now.
be dual reports.
Yeah, these are dual reports.
Okay, well,
so I'm here
okay,
with the postgame show host and the pregame show host of Bulls Radio, Alyssa Bergamini. Alyssa, what have you thought about the way things have gone in the first 5 picks here? So,
Love it, yeah. Immediately put it on. Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude.
It's good.
Alyssa, who did the for 82 games last year. Alyssa, what do you think of Scoot Henderson?
Well, his name's not Scott.
I'm sorry, Scott Henderson. What do you think of him? What do you think?
Okay.
That's the way it's going to go. Hey,
that's interesting.
What do you think the Bulls? What with the roster they have right now? Vooch, you re-sign him right now, Alyssa. What are you hearing? And then
What are you
Burrs.
hearing?
Boom.
Okay.
Right. Alyssa will talk for 3 minutes, and I'll
What
be
if
like,
she says she won't? What if she says, "What are you hearing, Mark?"
"Oh yeah, man." She's got her own game. She's got her own game going on. We'll see. But in theory, that's the way it's going to run. We're just going to kick stuff back and forth. Who knows? I mean, Gabe will be listening, and Big Ant, maybe they'll jump in, they'll interject, they'll be like, "Hey, what's this?" Plus, we'll set the scene too. You know,
What
we'll see.
scene?
Well, there's going to be other reporters and cameras and probably a stage set up. You know,
You don't even know if our tourist is speaking.
I imagine he will.
Why would he speak if they don't have a pick?
Because it's draft night. Hey, talk about the team a little bit and what didn't happen. No, I imagine that they will be.
Okay.
Even if they don't have a draft pick.
No, I mean, listen, if they're opening up the media workroom
Right.
and all of you guys are going out there,
Yes.
I assume something is going to happen.
And also because something might happen still.
But
And-
that's what
and-
I'm saying.
And
Are
if
they
it doesn't
only
happen.
Are they only speaking if something happens? Because the odds are nothing is going
No,
to happen.
because we could then ask them, did anything almost happen? Were you guys working the phones? Is there anything? And then they will say, we did have some conversations, no doubt. And then there you go. And then we could speculate on those conversations right here.
It's something we haven't thought about.
Yeah.
Since they don't have a pick and they're not really doing anything that night, have we started to worry yet if the Athletic is going to fire everyone before then?
Yeah,
Like, will there even be reporters there?
Steer clear. I will steer clear of the Athletic.
There are going to be I assume all of the reporters are going to be out there. I assume they're going to be there.
The Bulls beat will be shining, I think. Yeah. I mean,
This is going to be fun, man.
Oh, yeah.
I am going to be locked in. I'm so excited.
Oh, my God.
I'm just saying. So we're going to bring it back.
You're only going to bring back the stuff that Tanny listens to and finds interesting. That's what's going to
Your
happen.
reports.
Yeah.
No, your reports.
Okay.
We're bringing back your
All right,
reports.
This sucks.
No, you're the unofficial.
Sorry.
Oh,
I
no.
wouldn't do you like that, Grody, but sorry, it's out there now.
You're the unofficial fifth member of the team.
That's true.
You're going to be doing reports from the Advocate Center for a draft show where they don't have a pick. I can't wait.
I might hand the reports over to Ryan Porth because he's going to be out there as well, our program director. So maybe
That'd be great.
Maybe it's going to be he and Bergs.
That'd be
him and Bergs. Yeah.
That'd be that.
Just an update, y'all.
Yeah.
Still haven't picked anyone.
Still no picks.
I didn't know you had a Porth.
Oh, he's got a Porth.
Oh, that's good.
Parth. He's got a fun. Oh man, this is gonna be good, man. NBA draft fever.
Yep. No picks yet.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Oh god.
Come on back.
Something happened. Right.
Something happened.
Oh, I should
What if it?
I
What
should
if
stop making
the-
fun of it. They're going to assign me to host.
Well, what if the bleep hits the fan? What if just things go crazy?
Then you'll be prepared.
That's right.
And I will have a ton of egg on my face, and I will have to be very loud, wrong, and apologize.
You'll be running into the student, knocking on the door, trying to get on the radio.
Yeah,
That's
they traded up for Anthony Black, the kid from Arkansas.
What if the Bulls trade for Khalil Mack?
I'll do a show.
Now you and I.
Yeah.
You always forget that I did that show with you.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
Of course I remember.
Okay.
He forgets that Speaks does the show with him sometimes.
Oh, hey, man.
Who?
Oh, yeah. Speaks walking. Oh, hey, man. What's up? Oh, yeah.
What?
Danny on a Bears football Monday, just getting his Bears takes off.
Got a lot of takes.
Where's Spigs?
Just, these takes just careen, and anyone that wants to react to them, if they happen to be the co-host, that'd be great.
It's beautiful.
He'll be back on Thursday. Just in time for your NBA draft show.
That's right.
Speaks will
be in on it.
Yeah. Cool update.
And no, I will not come on the air Thursday to preview the NBA draft with you guys.
Oh.
Nope.
Really?
No, I won't. I got too much work to do, as you can tell.
Yeah, you got to learn about Scott Henderson. It's Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
Rick Hahn had a lot to say and was wagging his finger. Maybe he understands. Sneaking into the playoffs with this group of talent, not good enough.
As an 11-year-old, he wrote a letter to Dallas Green. I mean, he's wanted to be a baseball guy his whole life. This isn't going well.
Every night, but I mean, it's like a 30-minute.
Okay.
Multiple books, multiple songs, brushing of the teeth, going to the bathroom.
Oh, I mean, that's
the
what
things
we do.
It's
Yeah.
what you do.
All
Right. Of
Hang
course.
on. Let me write this down. Go a little slower.
Yeah, right.
Or it's new parents.
No.
When he said elaborate, I thought it was like, does someone show up and do a comedy routine?
gotta feed 'em.
Is there a nightcap
No.
involved?
Guys.
Before I put him down to bed, I would make sure Owen goes to the bathroom.
We gotta say, I love you.
Yeah.
Come
I do
on.
that for Ruben all the time.
No.
I would say, Rue, it's potty time.
No. Okay, it's much more elaborate. Broad strokes. I can't turn off the light. He has to turn off the light.
Okay.
The animals have to be on the floor, and then we have to put them into the bed one by one. Then you put the diaper on him after he goes to the bathroom, and then as soon as you turn off the lights and you sing him the songs, he says, I feel a poo coming. And so then you got to go into the bathroom, and you got to take the diaper off, and now you're in the bathroom a second time.
Did you have to dump that or no?
No, and so it's elaborate. And
Okay,
he's
so
just
have you considered that your son's going to be on a TLC show about OCD?
well, right. So there's, and it's always just asking for more things before it's so the bedtimes. So then you get him down, and okay, fine. Between midnight and 1:30 in the morning, he woke up 4 times. He will be screaming, top of his lungs, blood curdling scream, and you walk in, scream. Oh, hi, Dad.
Yeah.
Can I have some Vaseline, please, on my lips? And you're like, that's why you're screaming?
That was the emergency?
And so you go in there and then you give him a little Vaseline rubbing on his lips and he goes, oh, what, one more baseball song? Which means sing him, take me out to the ball game. And you're like, okay, fine, but lay down. And so you sing him and he's like, hush little baby. And then you're like, so I want you to sing hush little baby. And so then you're like, all right, so now I'm like, all right, Owen, good night. He goes back to sleep. 28 minutes later, you're like kind of falling back to sleep, but your blood pressure's all up. It's like kid was woken up. It sounded like needles were in his eyes.
Yeah.
Now the wife goes into the room. Hey, what was the issue? He needed a diaper change and a little bit of Vaseline. It's like, all right, diaper change is legit. 15 minutes later, screaming at the top of his lungs. One more song? He's playing me. He's just manipulating me. He's not really mad. He just knows that if he screams, I'll come in.
Yeah.
But if he screams, I can't sleep. And if he screams long enough, the baby won't sleep. So what do? He's got me completely trapped. He owns me.
Do you guys have any kind of like monitor or camera or anything in the room?
Yeah. Well, again,
so like when you got eyes on him, does that help? Or when you can, I mean, obviously you can.
He's in the next room. He's standing. He's screaming. He's, Dada! Mama! I feel a poo coming! That's a good drop for you.
I already got it once, man. I need 2 different versions, but I appreciate it.
It's just insane. It's insane.
Rambling grimace.
Oh my God. I'm never going to sleep again. And people are like, oh, Shane's right. You got to just let him cry it out. Okay. Awesome.
Hey, you want me to sleep train your kid? I'll stay over there for a few weeks, and you go take care of Willie for a little while. I'll sleep train Owen.
All right.
I'll get him a crate.
That's page 1, by the way. Raising a Boomer 101.
Yeah.
Ignore him.
Just ignore him. Just ignore him.
Parkins and Spiegel.
I can't